This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Human Omega, Married to the Barbarian Prince, by Eileen Glass, narrated by Joel Leslie. The Muds. Chapter 1. Seal. I am Seal, the Slayer, the Protector, the greatest warrior in all our villages. But I have not had to introduce myself for a long time. The last time I did so was to Pykh, my wild man raised as a slave, whose cute nickname has become his second name to his close friends and our family. That was an oversight on my part. I had lost all hope for escaping the cages that kept me, and so I never thought that I should teach Pykh his proper name, though I chose one and kept it secret for a long time. Avery. You will not hear me say that often, though when some young and incidentally gorgeous warrior calls Pykh across our encampment, and I know he's talking to my very attractive lover, I have the notion to start setting an example and tail-whipping everyone who doesn't fall in line. It would not take much. My reputation would send news of my displeasure throughout the camp with a whisper in every ear. But Pykh has made friends here, and while he is technically the barbarian learning about society for the first time, I have made my own adjustments, reteaching myself to be civilized. I cannot be jealous of either of my lovers, for that is an abusive emotion. Fortunately, my other lover, Carter, a pink Omega from another world across the stars, does not test me. He is opposed to taking any more lovers, even though he could have as many as he liked from the young warriors in the camp. They would beg for the honor. So, I am also Seal, Omega Carter's mate, and that is the only honorific I care to introduce myself by. Today I am gazing out from the cargo bay doors, a place lit up with lights and machinery since Carter has taught Omega Ovielk and others how to turn everything on. I'm gazing at the cheap and flimsy scaffolding we assembled from materials we scavenged from the Muds Battalion, an old home of mine that has always been safe, never been attacked, and soon it will be lost. The Muds Battalion warriors have taken everything they can carry and loaded it up behind me, for we will give our enemy what has been our most useful position. The Muds Battalion has been the farthest outpost from our safe mountains, the closest stationing of warriors between three mines. We have already said goodbye to that place, and we will never set foot there again. We will not hold here, either. We only erected the scaffolding to hide our current activities. The enemy has tried to surround us, but we have the superior weapon, a blade of light that cuts expansively across the landscape for miles, about a morning's walk. The enemy does not get any closer to us, though they have tried their usual methods of overwhelming us in numbers, coming at us day and night, trying to exhaust us with their pure fecundity. It will not work. For once, we have the upper hand, and we will hold it, at least until their battleship comes. Master Seal, a young warrior, arrives and bows. Master is a highly honoured title, reserved only for the very oldest warriors who've been pulled away from the battle and selected to teach our children. We've been meaning to ask, what do we do with all those? I move aside for others to march around me on this metal grate, each warrior carrying one box or two. We've loaded all of our things from the Muds, and now we are loading everything the invaders brought with them back onto this ship that we have taken. Whether it is useful or not, the available space is shrinking, but we will stack boxes to the ceiling. This is why we have the hastily constructed scaffolding and the flimsy wooden wall that wouldn't hold off even a small number of invaders. It's simply a barrier to hide our activities from the invaders beyond. The cargo the young warrior refers to are the cages full of invader captives that Oviek is holding for study. Pykh has been immensely useful for this, translating their clicking and hissing speech, but their answers are nothing useful. Why are they here? To breed. What is their purpose? To breed. Why did they choose this planet and kill nearly all of our people? To breed. This is a breeding planet, to increase their already significant numbers. They are useless, stupid, wicked, and vile. I wish I could give the opposite answer than the one I say. Load them in carefully and strap them in place. Make sure nothing can topple and crush them. They are to be treated like highly precious cargo, more so than any of the Fleafaki art or personal belongings the warriors packed in first. Omegas. My tail curls and flicks with a mild urge to arch upwards in annoyance. We are beholden to our Omega's will, for they are the ones who provide and guide the future of our people. They are few and wise, and they give us pups. They are the only reason we have survived. But Omega Ovielk's obsession with study sometimes counters the more practical need of simply killing our enemy. We have done plenty of that, I suppose. Use this. I leap over the railing, a simple task, and land atop the cages with a great bang. The creatures inside hiss and cower, the one beneath me scuttling in a quick, panicked circle. We keep them in a line near the cargo bay area, and also nearby is an open crate where we've stored every kahartsel prod, one of my Omega's words, or punishing rod, as I call them. They are sticks with an electric bite and venom on the pointed end. I pass one to the young warrior as I jump off the cage. There are 6 ready to help him, and they all nod, accepting my orders. They seem meek already, says one, who wears the grey outfit of a juvenile, one of the youngest warriors who has not seen any battle. Take no chances and spare them no mercy. It would be you in that cage if they ever got out. Do not let them take a finger off your hand. You cannot regrow limbs and digits like they can. His face turns darker with a blush, and he nods quickly and keeps his head down. It was not a scolding, but he must have felt that he spoke stupidly against a great warrior like myself. I touch his shoulder twice as I leave. In the past, I did not notice or care much for the young warriors I was surrounded by. In my old days, when I earned those titles, I saw war the way Carter sees a machine, with many moving parts to be repaired and replaced. Now, I have more hope than that. Now I have something to lose, and someone to fight for. And in every young face, I see a different version of him looking back at me. There are my mates, of course, but now I have someone more precious than that. Now I also fight for my unborn son. Chapter 2. Pykh. I sit on a rickety platform made of wood that came from the mud buildings. Teal is with me, one of my closest friends, which is like a cage mate who does not share your cage. We are not slaves who must compete with one another. We are working together, even though he is military and I am an Omega's guardian. I would have liked if Teal became my court brother, like Orc and Afek have, but Teal is also a healer, and he has said that his skills are needed to fix the hurt warriors during the fighting. He is right. I am disappointed, though, and someday I will miss him. How is this? I ask him, showing him my plank. My claws are covered in black paint, for I am etching my name onto the board. Afek, who is my court brother, is making marks for Enel to cut, and then the planks are placed in a stack beside me. We are constructing a box we call a decoy, which will fool the invader masters into thinking we have not moved the deadly laser, when really we will move it today inside the ship. So all of us are really hoping that the decoy works and the masters do not make us bring out the real laser again. We need to move as soon as we finish loading our things. I have scrawled on the plank, Avery Pykh, I am a free slave. At least I think I have. Writing is hard, and I am bad at it. Teal is busy passing Geb some tool he asked for. He is working on constructing the pieces to make the decoy. Then he looks over what I have written, and I can tell by his silence that it is not good. He tilts his head as he examines the letters, and he does not sound honest as he says, "You're getting better." He adds apologetically, "Your name, at least, is clear, but see here, where the scrawl drifts, there is not enough pressure here. Slave should be a quick, aggressive action. So, see, you lunge your hand at the board initially, like this." He poses his claws aggressively to show me. Then he dips his claws in paint and scrawls the same sentence after mine. Everything is neat. Every mark and tick has a place that doesn't wander or seem wrongly sized. My crest lowers, and my tail hangs down even farther off the platform because I have been practicing hard and I thought I was getting better. It's all right. Let's just go back to practicing your name. Names don't have to be perfect. Everyone writes their name a little differently. Here. He gives me a fresh board. The one I was practicing on goes to Geb for constructing, another warrior holding the plans and frowning at the drawings. My incorrect words are all over the half-formed decoy. It does not matter, since we will paint it completely when it's done. When I get it right, my message will go in an important place. I like the thought of the masters climbing these walls, finding this decoy and feeling upset and foolish. And my words will be here taunting them, even if they cannot read. Carter will have a pup soon, and I will tell the little one what I did in this place, and he will be impressed with me. He will love me, I hope, if I am not stupid. Teal scrawls for me in small letters so I can practice. Avery Pykh. No, add the rest of it. Pykh. I could not even write complete sentences on my own until my second year of school. When we learn to write, we spend a year just learning how to position our claws and strike the board for inflection. We learn to write our names first and a few words, but we don't write our first sentence until the next year. I can do it. Ovielk says I am not that bad. He has been teaching me too. You are very good for a beginner. I can guide your claws again, if you like. I sigh, because I should be learning this faster. I only have to copy the claw marks and things, but the speed and strike of the claws on wood make it different. Teal is right. I'm not ready to be writing yet. But the pup will come so soon. When Teal shows me, taking my hand with both of his and moving my fingers, the sentence does not take so long. There, it is like that. I move my fingers in the air, trying on my own. When I imagine what marks my claws should make, they're perfect like his. Then on the board they are all messed up again. Enel, what's the hold-up? Another board, Geb says, but he is partly smiling. The warriors pretend to be gruff sometimes, but we all have strong friendships. It would go a lot faster if Teal would help me saw, Enel says, and Teal only smiles with a shrug. The boards must be sliced by a toothed wire with handles, and it is better if two are doing it. I am helping immensely, and Guardian Pykh agrees. Teal's knee nudges mine. Yes, I say, and then Enel shakes his head with a huff. Since I am a guardian mate, I am always right among these warriors. But they are only playing. I have never been around people who play so much, who are always so happy and who have taught me how to sing. But lately I have been more serious, especially with my learning. I am a father now. My pup will be here after the snows and the cold rains, and I will write and tell him things. There, that is that, I say, and hold up the board. I'm certain I got it right. Well, it is not perfect, but it is almost right. That is surprisingly readable, Teal agrees, and I can tell he is honest, so my tail lifts high again. I can smile for real this time. I am mostly relieved. Finally, I have done it right. And it says I am growling the words, I asked to make sure. A growl must be written with harsh marks that strike the board fast and deeply. Well, it certainly says that you, roared the words, let's say. They were spoken with, conviction and passion. Like a rambling madman, Geb says. He is always honest. Then I have done it, I say, choosing to misunderstand him. I know what he means, but playing with words is a complex skill that I love. A year ago, I thought that words were simple. I was wrong. One word can have many meanings that change by its context. I am madly growling my words. Then you are ready to be a scribe, Enel says, and Teal makes a lazy effort to tail whip him. We are all splotched with paint somewhere, though we have tried to be careful. It sticks in our fur and does not smell very good. This one should be here, I say, getting up and perching the board atop the space where the real laser machine pokes out. The wall protects us from singeing guns that can be fired at a distance. Enel comes with the tools to help me secure it. 3. Carter. Me and a big-ass battlecruiser are having a big-ass standoff. What amounts for it in space, anyway? The vast space of space means that these things aren't as exciting as the adventure cartoons and fantasy shows I grew up on, but the feel of it is the same. At least for me. These mining ships/exploration vehicles are equipped with state-of-the-art long-distance scanning to help protect them from pirates and aggressive races. Thus, I can see the big-ass cruiser with 2, maybe 4 giant space cannons aimed to light up my asshole and maybe obliterate half this continent as well. I'm not sure the bugs value their own forces down here, given how they keep trying different waves of attacks from the trees. They found out we're intelligent enough to put up guards at night. They found out that the Pykh warriors are vigilant enough to wade out into the mud after those forces that managed to escape the long reach of our turret gun. It's actually a portable rock-cutting laser. A drilling machine, in fact, but for now, it's our only gun. And it's one hell of a gun. Even so, their attacks are relentless. We keep 3 or 4 men on the mining laser day and night. The bugs are actually breeding a new type of soldier to attack us. These recent waves are made up of a generic and pointless kind. They do not stand up, and they do not seem to click-speak to each other. Fortunately, we have not lost any more warriors since taking the ship. As far as the math goes, 1,000 bugs is equal to 1 of our guys. But winter has only just started. Soon the ground will be frozen solid. Those hordes in the trees? Yeah, that's between us and our food source. The rest of Pykh civilization. We have some animals called the Ealiphi that we've been encouraging to breed so we can eat them, but they're not exactly domestic farm animals. They jump around and screech a lot. They don't like their new cages. They are susceptible to the cold, and we couldn't keep going back and forth between here and the Mud's battalion barn. So, yeah, me and that big-ass battlecruiser I was talking about, she's about 2 months out. She'll probably be able to fire on us in 7 weeks, if she doesn't care about annihilating 1,000 miles of land. And we're just looking at each other for now. Her scanners can see us too. She knows we're fucked. I know we're fucked. And even the Pykh know we're fucked if we don't find a way out of here. That's today. Avielk and I have done what we can with what we've got. I sent out a drone to map the territory, the only one I found on the ship, and it was shot down. That's not promising, is it? But it did seem to find a suitable place to hide our ship. Avielk told me that there are many caves against the sea, which is across the muds in the other direction, away from the jungle. Far, far away. So far that we can't even see the sea from where we're at on this flat land. That's what worries me. They've used cannons before. This used to be a sprawling, enormous, possibly inhabited by millions, Pykh city. Now, it's just mud. But anyway, we found a cave about 3 sizes too small before the drone got shot down. At first we were all feeling quite hopeless, but then I got a brilliant idea. Wake up, shithead. You're on a fucking mining ship. You goddamn stupid waste of goddamn spit from me yelling at you right now? Yes, Sergeant, sir. And that's when we started training and packing and getting ready to go. Maybe there's a better cave out there along the coastline. Maybe not. Maybe the force that shot down our drone was a big-ass platoon coming our way with advanced weapons. But maybe not. Why would they send an entire battle cruiser if they already had the weapons on the ground to annihilate us? So, they don't, right? And we will kill whatever we have to kill when we get there. And it's gonna be all right. It has to be all right, because I've got... My arm crosses over my stomach, and Avielk says aloud, bringing me back to reality, "You are mumbling quite loudly, Carter." He smiles in a friendly manner. Again? Pykh are not well suited for the cockpit, I'm afraid. His chair has had the back removed, so that now he has a rotating stool with arms, which wouldn't serve him at all if we went up into space. But he's perched next to me now in the co-pilot's chair, and the two of us are completing another landing simulation, since that'll be the most difficult part of the mission. Did I mention this is my first time flying a spacecraft this big before? And you're holding your stomach. Again. Avielk points his gaze at me, and then focuses on the instruments. He carefully types with a single claw from each hand. I've been teaching him Universal Galactic Language, as well as all the controls. Are you sure you aren't sick, and not just nervous? Would you like to take a break? I believe Eothoth is saving what's left of the tea for you. So, I've been puking more than normal, which is usually never, and blaming it on nerves. I got over the worst of it a while ago, though. No, I'm fine. Well, you rock back and forth as you mumble to yourself. Did you know that? It makes the chair squeak. He smiles to tell me he's not too annoyed. Yeah, sorry. I won't do that. I rub my eyes tiredly, and he reaches across to my area of the console and pushes a few buttons for me. We avoid the red zone on a couple gauges. I don't even know what they truly mean, to be honest. Something about stability. Head back in the game, Carter. You can be a mommy later. You're a fucking space marine right now. I resume my own controls with focus. I'm scared as all hell is what I am, I admit openly. I haven't done that in front of the blue-clothed Priory warriors before, who were standing behind us against the wall, trying to stay out of the way. Only 2 of them, since this is a small space. Nothing would ever happen to us among the Pykh warriors, but Omegas never go anywhere without a guard. A natural feeling, but we have been over the map and our options many times now. I am confident with this one. Not that it will succeed, necessarily, but it is our best chance, he adds, rumbling. It would be nice to eat a Pykh vegetable, or a fruit, don't you agree? Always my mind, my purpose, is focused on my very center, where my little Pykh son is growing. He started sucking his thumb yesterday, and his tail wraps and unwraps around his leg. He's still so tiny, but I'm wearing extra clothes to hide the bulge around my gut. Winter has given me the perfect excuse to layer up. God, yes, you're right, I say, remembering that I have to get through this. The battlecruiser may take 2 months, but we'll be exhausted, hungry, and possibly malnourished by then. I can't afford to daydream. We will do our best, Avielk assures me. And it had better fucking work. After everything we've done and everything we've lost, it had better fucking work. Chapter 4. Seal. How is it going? I ask my lover, my hands clasped behind my back in a typical warrior stance. His friends, Alk's lovers and a few other warriors, assigned various tasks, are focused and less talkative the moment they see me approach. But that is all right. I'm used to that, and I don't necessarily want to be included. Pykh, however, beams at me, and his tail gestures to the plank he's mounted above the mining beam, or laser, or large gun, or whatever it is we're calling it. We haven't chosen our own word for it yet. The sign reads, "Every Pykh, I am a free slave," and it makes me smile. Around his message, other warriors have been adding theirs, and all throughout the camp they are scrawling on the walls too. Things like, "Uar! Eat scat, you tailless filk," and "We will be back," with the sharp, mangled etched letters of a fierce growl. For my people, the way phrases are written is just as important to its meaning as what is actually said. A softer technique would be friendly. Pyke's is varied in tone. From one mark to the next, the emotion is not consistent, and the words are barely legible, like they are scrawled by a 6-year-old child. "Can you tell what it says?" I nod, smiling, and I read it aloud for him, since I know he's waiting. "They can hear my voice," Pykh says, wondrous and glowing with pride. His tone is half a question, like he can't even believe this new craft he's discovered. "Even though I am not here, my words will speak to anyone." He touches the board, and then draws his hand back with a grimace, realizing he left claw-tip imprints with the grey paint. It is only in the corner, far off the messily depicted phrase. But I step close to him, my tail curling around his and our sides bumping together. Let these youths see how lucky I am. Fortunately, the anger part of my jealousy is mostly over. I am Seal, and they would envy me no matter what kind of lover I have. Pykh is just very, very attractive. Every young warrior here wants to bed him, and I'm so proud and happy for him, seeing how far he's come. I'm grateful for it every day. "It is not so bad," I say, and reach up and wipe off the paint with my own palm, dirtying my hand. "It's worth it. All fixed. Now, I came to give you this." In my hand is a bright white LED. A light is simply what we call it. We will have to find more of our own labels for things, because Carter's words are extremely difficult to pronounce, and he doesn't seem to growl or rumble a purr in his own language. It's all just singing, sometimes at high notes or impossibly short squeaks. Dip that in the red paint and attach it to the decoy somehow, in the barrel where the light blade should come shooting out. It's not very bright or convincing, but we're hoping the invaders are stupid enough to think the gun is on. It'll stop them from assaulting our front for a while, we think. It was Alk's idea. He thinks it will work. He knows more about the invaders than anyone, except maybe for Pykh. "Everything is almost done, Master Seal," a warrior named Geb says, performing a respectful bow. "Will we leave before dinner, or after? I notice they haven't set out the cookware yet. With all the preparations being made, news of the meal may have purposefully been left out. I wouldn't know unless I ask Eothus. It is with a heavy heart, but also with the conviction of responsibility that I say, the meal is not coming today. There will be scraps provided in the morning, but we may have to fight and stay awake all night. Hunger helps. I can feel their spirits empty and their postures sag. Yes, this part of the plan may have been left out. Now their tools will feel heavier. Pykh and I have been through it many times ourselves. Their ordeal will not be so bad. I try to cheer them up. When those doors open, we will be in a new place. We will not be under constant attack day and night once we have secured the new location, and all of us will get to see the sea. How many of you have seen the sea? I pause and wait for some indication, maybe a nod or a raised tail or two. There is none. Me neither, I say. Carter has already expanded Pykh borders. I bet your father's and mine haven't seen it either. Only from the capital city with a spy scope, Affect says, taking the red-painted light from Pykh with delicate claw tips and transferring it to the decoy. He's at a loss of how to attach it, but picks up a drill from the ground nearby and turns the crank. It will be different up close. The old texts say that the sea breathes. It will be interesting to see what the scholars meant. I've been listening in on some of Ovielk's lessons with Pykh and Carter. Time to switch the machines, I say as Affect fits in the LED. The decoy is as good as it's going to get, and when Carter says we are invisible to the battleship, as our planet turns to night, we will be leaving, every one of us, with whatever we have. Anything not packed onto the ship at that time will have to be left behind. I address Geb. Make sure everyone knows. When the sun is setting, be gathered at the ramp. Carry as much as you can of everything you want to take with you. There will be no more loading once roll call starts. He nods and sets his tools down, leaving. This is not a convincing decoy, Affect says, brushing red paint away on his thigh. I will help, Pykh says, leaving me to help the others who are preparing to take the gun machine off its brace. I move to get out of their way, answering Affect. I know. So I hope Auk is right. Chapter 5. Seal. Enough! We're leaving, calls Eothos from the platform beside me, and the younger warriors around the camp echo it to each other. They come to us, gathering around the ramp below, and Pykh is the first one up, helping the young warriors carry the last crate inside. All of us are nervous. In the dim light with the bugs, now camouflaged perfectly with the mud, we can see movement, but we can't very well see numbers. They are preparing to swarm our flanks, like they do every night. Every whisk of the wind feels like them, tapping our backs, about to swarm our walls. We are not prepared to meet them. Our greatest weapon is inactive and strapped down inside the ship. If the decoy has worked, we will be all right. But all of us have ears listening to the night as Eothos addresses the young ones below. Someday we will take back the muds. It does not matter whether the land will be in our interest or not. We will hunt and murder every invader in our jungles, our valleys, and yes, even this barren land. Eothos has a gift for speeches. I'm grateful for him, and he has earned his right as a general. Before I was Carter's mate, I was only a warrior. No matter how good I was at fighting a war, I was not that good at leading people. Not with words, anyway. Or maybe we will leave it to them, a few of them, to trudge through sludge without shoes and chew on reeds. There is a small amount of mirth. It is the low, reluctant kind. Over the decades since I was born, Pykh have lost our homes and territory to the invaders. The peaceful valley was lost when I was a young warrior, and it is that battle when Tirai, my dark-eyed lover, was taken for a slave. I have never found him, and I don't think I ever will. Then we lost all the outposts and progress we had made during the long, bloody war I started in revenge. And now we will lose even the muds. I do not get to see the sun's setting colours over my home behind me. I do get to witness the glow of the mountains in it, though. We are coming back, Eothos says. For half of you, this is already your home. For the other half of you, this place has been the most significant station of your lives. No matter where we go from here, no matter where you serve or which gate you are sent to, from now on, my warriors, every one of you is a warrior of the muds, and as we leave, this is not a retreat. For once, Pykh, we abandon our outpost freely. We have not surrendered this station to our enemy, and when the time comes, and we chase the invaders out of our jungles, they will find themselves fleeing to this place, just as our ancestors did. And we will know what to do when that happens, for we, the Muds Battalion, have been slicing through their backs and having no mercy for their stranded cries for 100 years before our time. There will be none for the 100 years after. There are a few weak roars of approval. Everyone is tired and muddy, and as Pykh stands next to me, one of his knees is splotched in paint. Board, Pykh. Single file. Announce your name and Tial al-He will check you off his list. And, as you do, know that you are a warrior of the muds. From the sea, we will travel back to the mountains through this jungle, and we will claim the muds again. We have done it, Pykh says next to me. He is happy and calm, seemingly. I am too, but only with certainty. Whatever happens next, we must face together. For my son, whether that is a safe future or a dangerous future, I do not know. Not yet. Pykh must fight to hide the ship, I say quietly to him as the warriors begin to give their names. This is a long process, and I was against it, but Audiobook insisted. Not one young warrior is to be unaccounted for, he said, though they would be stupid and foolish to stay behind. This is time we could have used for something else. Say, maybe a small dinner for the young warriors. I trust Carter. That is Audiobook, standing silently behind me. Even on all these metal grates he can move so quietly, it's easy to never know he's there. Have you seen the sea? I ask. I've been meaning to. A scout might have. But he shakes his head. I've only heard that it's very big, an endless lake. It will be something. We are the river tribe, Pykh says, and Audiobook says that all rivers run into the sea, so we are following our feet. He pronounces fate wrong, a bit like feet, but I don't laugh at him. Thanks to Audiobook's tutoring, Pykh doesn't always sound like himself anymore. Sometimes he sounds like a normal man for his age. Let's find our place, I tell him. In the back. We should be near the gun, in case they need me. There could be fighting. Then I will be at the front as well, Audiobook says, but I am quick to correct him. You are not a warrior anymore, friend, I say. We are all fathers now. I must keep my voice quiet. Carter has not told any others yet, not wanting to take the focus off our enemy. Soon, everyone will have to know. But for now, it is just us. If there is fighting, Pykh will help carry the gun, but otherwise we must all sit it out. Only take the safe battles. Audiobook sighs, and his tail flicks up, a sign that he would like to argue, but it is not done with a raised crest and a grumble, a sign that he will not. I am right, even if I don't want to be. We are old men and experienced warriors, but as fathers now, we won't be in the battle any longer. 6. Carter. All right, here we go, I say to myself aloud for about the third time. Deep breaths, Carter. Here we go. And I ask, hesitating one more second. You good? I'm as ready as I can be, Audiobook replies. Good. Here we go. Inhale, and I flip the big-ass lever to warm up the thrusters and start building energy for a launch blast. For the first time, totally not training mode. This sucks, I whine to myself in my own head, wishing to God there was anyone else but me in the pilot seat right now. I've got everyone I love, plus several hundred others in this rocket can right now. And not only that, but Seal, Pykh, and all the others are in the cargo bay area with a bunch of heavy crates and boxes. And there's even other invaders down there, for hell's sake. I have to be the most steady pilot in the world to get them where we're going without rattling them too much. I suck at this. But no amount of internal whining or screaming, or even my gut clenching so bad I swear to God I'm going to throw up my breakfast again, no amount of that means that I don't go after the buttons and levers with my trembling, inept hands. Audiobook does his part on his side. He doesn't even truly know what a ship does, and he's more steady than I am. We've been practicing on the training simulator for hours, for days. I at least can read the different levers and things. He's been learning by pure rote. Two of the least experienced pilots ever have to conduct this very important, very historical, very life-saving mission. Don't write me a fucking poem about it, cadet. Yes, sir, Sergeant, sir, I mumbled to myself. Whew. Please do not be sick again, or do it after, Audiobook says, and now I catch myself. For just a moment, as I think about the entire ship tilting when we're in the air for the first time, wobbly and precarious, remembering the first half-dozen or so training modules where our ship literally blew up just minutes from now, I have my free hand wrapped around my stomach again, trying to hold my baby and keep him safe. Sometimes he holds his tail with both hands, like it's a teddy or something, to keep him safe in there. Well, I'm fighting the war out here. No, don't worry. I'm feeling nervous, that's all. But I won't puke. I got this. I force myself to smile, broadly, for I'm really a lot stronger than this, and I shouldn't be so shaky. It will be all right, Carter. Fucking balls of steel from the scholar over here, I think. My own voice taking on a bit of my drill sergeant's crass. What are you, Carter? A pussy? You a fucking pussy? After all that training? After leaving your planet, escaping the bugs and all the other scary shit you had to do? Get this fucking steel box off the ground. As gentle as a fucking butterfly, do you hear me? Sir, yes, sir. Chapter 7. Pykh. There are several piles of crates with strong netting thrown over them which are attached by hooks to the floor. The Fleophaci crowd onto these, holding by hand and foot. 3 points of contact always, as Carter explained. We are all in groups, Seal, Auk, Affec and I together at the gun, pointed at the front. And then my Omega's voice is heard through the ceiling over the intercom. It looks clear. We good down there? And outside we hear wood breaking. The masters are out there, somewhere. My crest lifts, my eyes scanning to the lasers where we have stowed most of the weapons. Tenol, my axe, is in there. I cannot reach it and maintain 3 points of contact at the same time. We are at the front, but the general is by the intercom, which is a light panel on the wall. After touching a finger to a green button, the general answers, "We are ready, Omega Carter." "All righty, strap in then. This might get bumpy." Fortunately, we are already strapped in, but all of us check the floor and make sure the cargo netting is securely attached. Otherwise, when the ship moves, we will all be crushed by tumbling boxes. "There's nothing to worry about," I tell Seal, my voice deeper because I am feeling brave. And then I hear hissing outside. Something loudly breaks, falls over. It must be the masters climbing our walls. For a long time we have been holding them back, sometimes only just so. The laser has been cutting them through, keeping them down, and saving us when we cannot hold one of our walls anymore. Now they have broken in, and my tail coils several more times around Seal's, making a rope. I am not the only one. There are 3 and 4 and even 5 tail ropes from the Fleophaci warriors all huddled together. Auk draws Affec close, And even though his flat crest will rub and chafe, Auk stands behind him in a nearly intimate manner, his claws and arms doubly holding young Afek in place. I wonder if I should do the same for Seal, and I want to, for I am the stronger, bigger one. But then I remember that Seal and Carter share similar dominating qualities. In the cages, strength was all that mattered. The one who was strongest said how much to eat and who got what. In the free Fleophaki world, however, intelligence is the dominating quality. I would not like to face Seal's raised crest against my skin as I tried to hold him in place, for he takes too much convincing to let me guard over him. Then I feel one of his arms around me, across my shoulders, and I realize my size does not matter. I am his Pykh. I always have been. The ship makes a machine yawn as the ramp starts going up and up, blocks of it on the end falling into themselves as the wide base stands up to make half our door. The other half is a wall that grows down from the ceiling. Both pieces move slowly, and outside I see the shape of a master climbing atop where our decoy gun should be. It does not speak because it is stupid, but I can tell it is confused. Its body moving left and right, then its large mouthpieces clacking in the air, its tongue unfurling, for that is how it sniffs. They will not get to the door in time. They are not smart enough to even know what is happening. They scramble around the things we've left behind because our scent is on them, and then finally they make their way ever closer to the ship, until they catch the fresh scent of us and run. Eothuth draws his sword. He holds with only one hand and no foot, breaking Carter's instructions. But the ramp is nearly folded in all the way now. An invader loses half its leg in the narrowly closing gap at the side, getting stuck first and pulling, then shrieking and wailing as its bone-like flesh cracks and snaps. The limb falls off, leaking goo and blood onto the floor. Another leaps and tries to climb over the ramp from the top, the best way to go. I am ready to leave Seal completely, regardless of whether my crest is slick or my tail wrapped up with his in fear. I will kill the invader with my teeth and claws, for I have the most practice at it, without weapons. But another invader makes the same leap and tries to climb over the first one. They are stupid, so stupid. I growl openly with hate, loving that I used to think they were the powerful ones. But now I and the Fleophaki are truly powerful. They still think this is the old way, of strength and numbers and cruelty. They do not have our intelligence. The one climbing pulls back the one that was almost already here, and together they both struggle, unaware or forgetting that the top half of the door is coming down, down. The bigger master gets its head stuck, and I see the moment he realizes it, though everything is happening so fast. He tries to pull back out of the gap and can't. He turns his head sideways and he still can't. His mouth opening, his tongue out and waggling in fear, he lets out the grating shriek that makes every Fleophaki wish to cover their ears. It will end soon. These masters are too stupid to know fear until it's too late. He pushes back with all his might, the other one still trying to climb over him and make it through the impossible gap. That's how stupid they are. And his head pops off, landing on the floor. It rolls towards us, still alive, those mouthpieces snapping wildly. I hear a whimper from one of the very young Fleophaki, the new warrior ones, and, without losing my 3 points of contact, I swiftly stretch one leg out and crush the rolling head under my foot. It takes 4 smashes, just to make sure. And my foot is dirty now since we aren't wearing shoes. We need our foot claws to hold on to the nets. But at least it cannot scare the little ones any more. I did not realize until now that our invader masters in the cages had started clicking and hissing again, perhaps getting excited for the rescue, or just to see one of us hurt. Disappointed, they quiet. One chitters and it seems sad, but it has no effect on me. I hate them too much. And now we hear scraping against the metal doors from outside. Banging too, sometimes. I'm confused at first, but I figure it out. There is only one thing it could be. I laugh, and Seal gives me a crazy look. What's so funny, Pykh? They are bashing themselves to death, I say. They are so stupid, they are trying to break into our ship the same way they take down our walls. Glances and small smiles break through the huddled, fearful warriors. The young ones begin to look normal again, and I hear some excited whispers, mostly about flying. "How will we know when the ship has started?" asks someone. "Is it happening already, or when the bashing stops?" "Omega Carter said the lights will turn off when energy is diverted to the thrusters," says a warrior, answering, and his little group makes a quiet, short laugh. "I thought it was just a joke." "No, it's real. The thrusters lift the ship," he said. I'm sure Carter did not mean anything sexual, but funny jokes about thrusters have been popular ever since he explained how the ship would fly. "Perhaps we should prepare our asses," says Enel, loud enough for everyone to hear and even the general chortles. Although they cannot, I imagine the masters hear us. We laugh because we are not afraid of you. The lights dim. Something beneath the floor is moving. Trembling travels up our legs as the machine wakes up, purring loudly and coming alive. I shut my eyes and hold Seal tightly too, around the waist, only wishing Carter was with us, and hoping he's safe. The floor tilts. Chapter 8. Carter. Whew! I lean back in my chair, pressing my palms against my eyes, rubbing my fingers against my temples and wishing the giant mound of pressure inside my brain would go away. We got through the easy part. Yes, the easy part. Landing with minimal turbulence is going to be the hard part, but we got out in time. The battle cruiser won't see us again until the planet turns, and that's a whole other issue we have to deal with. Thankfully, the position of this planet's giant moon will buy us just a little bit less than 1 day to carve the cave we picked out into a bigger cave. Then I do complicated close-quarters positioning maneuvers I have no credentials for, but at least we won't have all the Fleophaky in the ship as I'm nosing her in. At least I won't get in trouble if I scrape up the sides or something. I'm having some flashbacks to learning how to drive my mom's sedan, only to accidentally scrape my dad's truck going into the garage. Sorry, Dad. Boy, if you could see me now, there is no way in hell you'd trust me to fly the ship. And suddenly, for no reason whatsoever, I miss him. And my brother, and my mom, the whole flawed, irritating family, even the cat. Sure, I've missed them sometimes. I think about them now and then. But ever since going into the Space Marine program, I usually think of them in a surly, one-upping manner. Like, yeah, I don't need them. Screw them and their worship of normal. I fold my arms across my stomach, looking at the wires in the ceiling. I'm not saying they would welcome me with open arms, during the initial reaction anyway. But I do sort of want to see him again. Maybe. My kid's not going to have a grandpa, or a fun uncle, or a grandma who makes him cookies. They would be accepting of a weird alien hybrid baby as long as it was related to him, right? Right, I answer myself sarcastically, leaning forward in my chair again. What do you call this one? The camera? Avielk says, moving one of the viewports to the center of our field display. Yeah, that's one of the ground surveillance cams. I know it's hard for them, not understanding my words for anything, but at the same time, I don't want to baby them with simple explanations either. Aviok is a smart guy, probably smarter than me. We also call that a window sometimes. Makes sense, right? Yes, he says, doubtful. And how do we make it go back in time? I tap on the bottom edge to bring up the controls and then show him the slider. We move off the live feed to an image of what the bugs were doing as we were taking off. I see that my timely launch was almost 2 minutes too late. Bugs scrambling for the door and getting caught in it. I see them swarm around us, and I open up more cameras, zooming in on the tree line. A multi-perspective movie plays of our incoming doom. When they come out of the jungle, it just looks like spreading darkness. Like someone opened the dam on rushing, billowing sludge, only with thousands of eyes and gnashing teeth. Once they saw that their nightly offense worked, they didn't hold back. The short, fat ones came running out first. They're the younger bugs, which look kind of like tortoises that walk on 2 legs, very clumsy. They go down fast, trampled and killed by their own parents. Bug parents aren't very good. I chuckle, amused by the show, and interlace my fingers to give him a good stretch. We've beat them, Aviok says, in a good mood also, but still nervous. Belatedly, I notice it. I thought he was the scholar with balls of steel, more in control of his shit than I am, but I think maybe I've just been self-focused a lot. For now, I say. For now, he agrees, and I tap the command on the display to put all cameras back on the live feed. The display is not a windshield, so cameras are all we've got to see where we're going. That and the topography map. The AI handles most of the ship's functions once we're in the air. Taking off in the various systems requires an actual pilot to interact with the computer, but very basic cruising maneuvers are built in. We'd already be off course if I wasn't here to readjust. I close down the small camera viewports and pull up the big live display. Trees rushing by underneath us. Oh, spirits! Aviel grabs the edge of his console as though to stop himself from falling. You all right? I ask, and before I can reach for him, one of the Priory warriors is already here. It's one of his mates, actually, the one who takes notes for him. He purrs and murmurs something in Aviel's ear. And I'm feeling decidedly lonely as I avert my eyes and mind my own business. Fleophaki culture is imprinting on me, and one thing I've become accustomed to is that purring is sort of like public kissing. It's not taboo or naughty per se. It's not even sexual, but it's not something you want to look at too closely either when someone is purring for another. I think about changing the display to something else for him, just so he can reorient. Flying a ship, looking at cameras, and getting what is basically virtual reality of free cruising over some treetops has to be some high-grade stress. But this is not the training simulator, and Avielk is no longer a trainee. We're both official Fleophaki pilots, the only ones we've got, and I zoom in on the horizon, looking as far as I can. We're on a new mission now. Find the cave, be efficient. An hour lost up here looking for a suitable place to land might mean that we run out the clock, and the battlecruiser finds us anyway. I'm counting on the bugs being a little bit stupid. We'll vanish, they'll scan, and they'll have no idea which direction we took off in or what we did with our ship. There's a lot of planet to look at, and we're going to be one well-hidden speck. But that relies on us backing up into a rock to hide from scanners, cameras, and whatever else they've got. Heaven forbid, in future years, they realize the area where most of their scouts disappear might be the same area we're hiding. I don't think they're organized, so I'm hoping it's cool. Avielk's mate has stopped purring and being cuddly, though he does stand near, and Avielk takes an interest in a bug compound that we pass over, grabbing a screenshot with a gesture I taught him and blowing it up to examine. It's blurry, since we're moving so fast. Cages, he says, and points to some blurry squares. The bugs use heat lamps at night, summer or winter, but these unlucky slaves have been left out in the cold. Pykh hate the cold. The spiny crust that reaches halfway down their backs means that sweaters and even blankets are uncomfortable. Cloaks have to be worn crest flat, which I imagine is sort of like keeping your head down all the time. Imagine not being able to look up all winter. That's why they hate the cold, and would much rather live in the tropical jungles where the harsh winter is only endured a few weeks. The muds are pretty mild, I'm told, compared to the mountains, which are white at the moment. But even without snow, we've had some days with everyone under a blanket or cloak. I imagine whoever's in those cages can only be cold, sick, and miserable, and I don't feel so good flying away from them. We have no time to help. Chapter 9. Seal. We're in a large metal box, being tossed around by machinery that we cannot comprehend. My Omega is behind all of this, guarding the ship, but also I'm used to a stifling amount of fear. Fighting in the mud all this time has brought my youth back, my resilience, my instinct. So while I hold tightly around Pykh, no matter what, even if his flat crest scrapes against my arm enough to make me bleed, I'm ready to face whatever lies beyond the doors when they open again. Another horde to storm inside and kill us, maybe. We don't know. I said we would sit out the fighting if that was the case, and I meant it. But I will be there with Pykh, guarding the gun. It is a strange sensation as we fall, like my stomach is lifting inside my body, like I'm going to vomit, though I'm not nauseous, and there is a constant changing of pressure in my ears. Something is always not right. But then the flying smooths out, and we're almost convinced that everything is normal. The floor levels and hums with the power of the thrusters underneath us. For a while it is like that. And then the massive shaking starts again. The floor tilts, and I worry that maybe my smart Omega has made an error, and this will be a fatal one. I hear him whispering to himself when he thinks he's being quiet, and he's lost in thought. Carter talks when he's nervous, and I wish I could be there now to wrap around him and purr. Holding him, Pykh and I are also holding our son, and I long for more of those moments. As one of the invader cages tips over, an important strap coming free, and it lands with an enormous bang on its side. The invader within screeches and scrambles to get free, but the young ones nearest to it are already moving, carefully, holding onto the nets and ropes like there is a storm. Those warriors all have the punishing rod, and they use the poison end to subdue the creature before they've even managed to shut the door. Pykh wants to help, and I keep him here with me, giving him a quiet growl so I don't have to speak. Otherwise, I hold my breath watching all of this take place, and now the ship is tilting slightly in the opposite direction, as though Carter has lost control. Pykh and I will not help the young warriors struggling to get back to their place, not in a way that puts us at risk. We have to rely on the young warriors to handle themselves. We do have our part, though, and I know it's coming up as the floor levels again. My Carter has done it. And though the floor still shakes, it is balanced. There's a noticeable jerk as the ship must slam into the ground, but it's not as bad as I would have thought. Not even as bad as falling out of a tree, which all of us have done at least once. It's not long after that we hear Carter's voice coming from the ceiling. "All good in there? The engines are winding down and I'll be opening the doors. I don't see any invaders in this area yet. Some might have seen us fly out this way, so they might be coming. Get ready." I have the urge to purr and promise him I am ready. To be a father, a warrior in everything he desires. To Pykh and the others, I say, "Get the straps off! Pykh, get your swords!" Eothuth takes over the rest of the orders, separating the young men into rows who will spread out and clear the beach in teams. Carter's court is in charge of the gun, as I asked it to be so that our family takes the least risk. We are not warriors anymore. We are fathers. Eothuth will be told so soon enough. The doors part, machines in the walls whirring, and at once a cold breeze slips through and charges us, like a solitary master fighter, here to test our straps and cloaks. We are found wanting, warriors in the back retreating to distribute bedding and cloaks, which can be attached to our shoulders by small hooks. I feel my body answer with an increased heart rate, my skin heating up the way Carter's will when he gets sick. Pykh and I have passed some blankets by Teal, Auk's thoughtful mate. The land outside the door is dark and shadowy. Trees are thin and grow closely together like reeds, bending with the wind and rustling as though they're already teeming with the invaders. But as we brace for the attack, and Pykh, Affek, Auk and I heave the gun to the middle of the ramp, nothing comes out of those trees. No eyes, and no clicks, no screeching. With Eothuth's order, the young men move out. 2 teams first, to scout our perimeter, and the main force behind us waits, crowding onto the ramp in case there is an incoming attack. Eothuth steps beside the gun, looking about, his tail held high. He is absent, any cloak, and I know he's waiting to hear sounds of battle. An expected scream and the clash of swords on invader shells. It's not easy being the leader who must risk a few to save the most. I am inhaling gusts of frigid wind, dissecting it for smells. This is a new place, different than anywhere I've ever been. The muds has a smell, and it is not pleasant. This also has some unpleasantness. Something rotten, maybe. Something dead. But on top of that, strongly there is freshness. Rain. There is rain. Water, lots of water. Like a lake in the jungle, but with a cold mist. It sounds like there is a waterfall nearby, but the splashing recedes and grows again, like breathing. Then Eothuth loses his patience. "What do you see?" he calls out, going down the ramp in front of the gun. He stops at the end, his gaze pointed far off, and his yellow cloths whipping around him like flags. He is silent, frozen. I use tail signals to command 2 young warriors at the front to break formation and join him. I wait with the gun, ready for anything. But while there is a lot of rustling due to the trees, nothing comes out of those moving shadows. Far behind us, inside the cargo bay area, I hear the smallest door to the rest of the ship opening. I know who to expect, and I am anxious. Fearful, almost. Nothing could happen to Carter while he was flying the ship. I hope. And there he is, my little warrior, with a stern expression and determination in his eyes. "What are we doing? Waiting for an invitation? There's no time for sitting around here. Anno, and all of you, help me clear a way to the lower cargo deck. The rest of you, get this shit out of here. We need to clear a path down the ramp." Chapter 10. Carter. The excavating and freight machines contained within our mining ship were much too heavy to operate as rains began to make the mud even slushier and deeper than before. Technically, they're engineered for a variety of terra and atmospheres, but 1, I didn't want the bug queens to guess what we were up to, and 2, even though I might technically be able to fix a machine, there's no way in hell I was putting our equipment at risk. We've been practicing with the equipment in the closed quarters of the cargo bay and in the lower cargo deck where the excavator is kept. Fortunately, the excavator has a training mode also. You never know who might kick the bucket on a long-distance ship. And we were able to dig pretend holes and practice everything on a virtual screen. The under compartment is pretty dark, however, and the warriors now stand back, eyes glued to the machine they're seeing in full for the first time. 14 feet high, treads composed of 3 independent height-shifting wheels on each side, and the giant claw for scooping dirt and rocks. The beast rolls out onto the sand without a driver, and then waits in standby, all lit up for us. Trust me, I had fantasies about driving this sucker through a big pack of bugs, swinging the claw everywhere and just going haywire. But that wouldn't win the war, and this is a mission of stealth. Getting the Pykh trained on all this stuff, in secret, while learning to fly the ship and teaching my co-pilot, who's never even used a coffee maker before, has been why I'm in need of sleep nowadays. Why I'm frantic and stressed out like I'm under the wire, even though this mission has been happening over the course of months. And now, we're at the end of it. The last, most important moment. I smack Seal twice on the shoulder. You guys can stare at the sea later. Shayas, one of Avielk's mates who followed me out here. I'm going to run through the basics with you again in the cockpit. The excavator will drive itself for the most part. You just tell it where to dig and take over when you have to. We're going to do a practice dig first, just to make sure you've got the hang of it. Shayas says with awe, not even paying attention to the excavator. I've never seen anything so vast, Seal says, and Shayas nods. I sigh and try not to tear my hair out. I care very much about my guys, and the fact that they are mind-blown by looking at the ocean for the first time. But we didn't come here for walks down the beach, which several warriors have begun in the name of patrolling. In truth, they're trying to come to terms with being so close to the sea. Affec told me that you can look at the blue haze through a spying scope at the capital city on top of the mountain. It's one of the touristy things to do. But no one in this generation has actually been to the ocean. The trail to the beach was lost when a valley was taken over by bugs long ago. We're hoping to use our tools and our drilling laser to open the trail back up. But that's long-term. The waters must be so deep, Shayas says. Some of the monsters in our stories might actually be real. I don't want to find out, Seal says darkly, and Pykh adds, it's a new place, like the muds and the mountains. It is a world. Then he asks, there are no Pykh living out there? Not anymore, Shayas says. Seal nods. Everything except the mountains is overrun. I would like to go out there, Pykh says, gesturing forward with his tail. But then he holds himself in a way that Pykh never do. Hands on his arms to rub away the cold. But not in winter. Then, Seal, do you think I can swim very far? Is it dangerous? I pick up the nearest tool I can find, a ratchet from the machine's quick repair kit, which is easily accessed by flipping up a panel. There's replacement tires, replacement engine parts, and all sorts of things also contained in the lower deck where the excavator just rolled out of. When you're on a long voyage, getting new parts at a garage isn't feasible. I bang on the side of the excavator. My inner drill sergeant makes me mean. You want to write me some fucking poems about it? I yell, and they startle, their tails ducking between their legs. The three of them are all business after that. Seal and Pykh move on, carrying the drilling laser to higher ground. Auk follows with him so he can get the lay of the land with the spying scope. They'll be on a ledge, high up, but if we're swarmed or attacked on one of our blind sides, I may get to see my fantasy of Pyle driving through the bugs acted out. Though, I won't actually be driving, so that's a shame. I have my own task in all of this, after Shayas is put to work. We are on mission again, hollowing out this cave using whatever means possible. Back in the cargo bay, warriors are clearing the area around the ramp, and Altean, one of the Priory guards, a smart one, comes walking down on the Spider, which is a common freight-loading machine, a seat built atop four legs that become arms for any purpose. It doesn't have a place in the mining process, but we can use it to carry some rocks, maybe. It moves with uneven steps like it's driven by a drunk man. I gave Al the ship's tutorial, but like all the equipment, it was too heavy to actually take out and practice in the muds. He's managing fine for now. I hop into the cockpit of the excavator with Shayas to go over the basics with him for the 30th time. The excavator is an important job, and this time, it's for real. You got the gear shift, here. Foot on the brake. Press the big, glowy button. Oh, shit, not that one. Okay, it's okay. Nothing bad is happening. The cockpit spins round and round at a slow speed. Shay is trembling like he's about to be killed. Everything's fine. We just engaged theme park mode. I laugh. I want to pat his shoulder to put him at ease, but omegas don't really touch males who aren't mates. I've picked up enough of the culture to naturally sense that's not appropriate. His hands are shaking so bad, and he grimaces because his head is squished up against the ceiling of the cockpit and his tail is bent unnaturally to the side because of the seat back. Fliafiki don't have armchairs. They have stools, pillows, and tree logs. I wonder what the first Fliafiki vehicle will look like. And briefly, I have the certainty that this excavator will be redesigned. It might even be one of the first things Fliafiki make advancements on. But there's no time to ponder. With gentle guidance, Shayas takes us out of spinning mode and we drive toward the cave, a short way up the beach. I grab the wheel to stop him from steering us into a small boulder. His all-out panic when the collision sensors beep overriding his common sense and training. Man, I wish I could do this for him. I wish I could clone myself into 6 Carters and just tell these big aliens to make a campfire on the beach. Instead, I've got to rush him through this. I've got the big job, actually operating the drill, and I need to get to it. It's all right, I tell him, just laughing some more, knowing how easily we're fucked. Sometimes shit gets so fucked, you can't do anything else. Here you go. I'm gonna put you in park for a little bit. Behind us, Al on the Spider has the legs so spread eagle that he can't take a step forward without toppling over on one side or the other. He's the mechanical version of newborn Bambi, about to come crashing down and possibly break the machine and hurt himself. Take all the time you need. Go through the motions in your head first and pull the levers after. You can let the AI do it for a bit if you want, but I need you to take over and practice digging manually as well, all right? Yes, Omega. There you go. You got this. And I leave him to rescue Al. Outside of the machine, I squint up at the rock, into the darkness, and find the little red standby light of the drilling machine. Auk and my guys are up there, looking over us. They'll be up there all night, while I'm down here trying to get a hole dug. The hardest part is left for me, and I'm new to it all too. I'm not magically a miner because I have an engineering degree. Jeez, who knew I should have got all the degrees and shit before coming into space? If I had known what I was up against while I was preparing for life as a space marine, I'd have stayed in school until I was 50. I'd have like 6 PhDs. Sighing, I return to the ship, doing a jog at first, but then I'm not sure if that's good for the baby. I go with fast striding instead. The drill is a symbiotic machine, folded into the side and attached by several braces, some high-powered magnets, and metal shields around the crane that protect it and help it blend in. When it comes out, the ship won't look symmetrical anymore, and I'll be driving a giant drill bit, essentially. Don't touch anything, Al! I call up, grabbing onto one of the Spider's mechanical forelegs to hoist myself up to the seat. I can't sit alongside him, but it has a pedal where I can stand and hang on. I'm not suited for this, he mumbles weakly, pleadingly. Neither am I grin. Let me show you how to brace again and go into 2-legged mode. Then we'll swing the arms back underneath and be crawling in no time. Chapter 11. Seal. In the end, there's no fight in it all. Not from swords and simple warriors, anyway. The battle is fought with machinery, and the victory is keeping the ship safe. Carter is many months into his pregnancy, and if it weren't for the stench of the muds, and now the fresh but overpowering scent of this place, he would have been noticed already. I've let the pup stay a secret, but now that the ship is finally moved and we've not seen an invader all night, I think we can tell everyone about Carter's condition very soon. And leave. It is necessary. even if my Carter thinks he is still a warrior. Omega warriors? It is almost as crazy as a Fliafaki invader ship. But here we are. The mining machine is massive, almost an entire building to itself. Our ship looks like a giant piece is missing. The machine was attached to it this whole time, and we didn't know. The sound of rock breaking is enough to damage our ears, and the muffled I think that is what Carter said, do not fit on our heads. We must wear the strap under our chins. Everything made for Carter's kind does not account for a crest. So, I'm wearing such an uncomfortable contraption as I approach the mining machine, climbing its enormous, ridged feet first, which are not moving at the moment, then opening the door to a transparent room with a lot of levers and controls. Carter faces a window which is like the screen inside the ship, language I cannot comprehend appearing and moving around in places. From in here, the large drilling claw of the mining machine is outlined in orange light, and projected squares and other symbols are aligned with the sides of the cave. I watch for a bit. I assume these are drilling targets. Then I realize the noise is not so bad in here, so I removed my mufflers and let them fall to the floor. There's nowhere else to put them. Carter turns with surprise on his face, and I hold up the warm mug of tea I've also brought. How's it going? It looks big enough to me. Carter shakes his head and he ignores the tea. I set it down in a place without so many controls and levers and things. You see these blue lines with the crosshatches? Such a strange word, and it doesn't make any sense, but I see what he's referring to. Those are the depth meters. These lines are near the orange squares, and there are several. Somehow they are in place with the real rock outside. The machine is intelligent, like the ship. I have to drill enough to get to the end of those depth meters. See, when the crosshatches go away, that's how much I've drilled. The crosshatches that are left are how far I have to go. I see. Even a simpleton like myself can understand more of what I'm looking at. One blue line with X symbols is at the back of the cave. It has the most depth to be drilled. It seems Carter has been widening the cave first, and then we'll drill to the back. There is quite a lot left to do. Will we make it? Huh? He asks, and hastily takes a long sip of tea, which then turns into several gulps. As I thought, Carter has forgotten to take care of himself again. And our pup. The warriors have a camp ready, and breakfast will be available soon. It is time for you to come outside. No, I can't do that. I knew he would say this, and I make a sigh, though it is quiet and he will not notice. Carter is still the same as he was when we escaped as naked slaves, and he would not let me watch over us as long because I was injured. Carter is a trying Omega. I'm starting to sympathize with the regular males of his planet. I think that perhaps they are just as good and honorable and selfless as we are. Their Omegas are just giant thorns in the ass who do everything to protect others and not themselves. Suggesting such a thing is sure to have me tail whipped. Carter lashes with his tongue, since he is tailless, and it hurts just as much, if not more. But I must. I have already asked Barbarian to wake Audiobook from his sleeping shift. You've done what? By now I can tell when the ground is soft and I'm about to trip into a spear pit. I purr to soothe him and save myself, even knowing that it will not work. I have asked Audiobook to take a shift. Breakfast is done. Look behind you, Carter. You will see that all the warriors are lined up with their bowls. Your stew is already waiting, and I would have brought it, but I want you to come back to the ship, and I'm not leaving. Put the stew in the refrigerator for me. Tell Audiobook to go back to sleep. I'm good for another 3 hours, maybe 5. I'll eat when I'm done. Better to stay hungry. His tea is gone, and Carter already has the stern expression that means he is focused, and I am about to plunge myself onto the spears now. I try a different approach, moving in beside him, putting my arms around him, even though I do not have permission. In a lot of ways, Carter being different from one of our Omegas is a good thing. I'm grateful for it every day. Except for this one element, his warrior's stubbornness. If you could see yourself now, you would know you need a break. I say this very quietly. The words are practically part of the purr itself, and I brush the back of his neck, which I always do as part of our grooming ritual before bed. Performing this ritual on him now might remind him that he needs sleep. Subtle manipulation is a fact of life when you are an Omega's mate. You cannot directly tell them what to do, so you must be like a scout sneaking across dry leaves. Except my sneaking gets no response. When Carter is focused, he might as well be blind and deaf. I glance backward at the camp and the ship behind it. Audiobook has not appeared yet. Barbarian is still gone from where he was by the fire pit, though the mining machine itself is a marvellous advancement for us, more than any warrior can comprehend. We are just as enthralled by the sea. There are not so many warrior gazes pointed at us. My crest lifts as though I am going into a battle. It is one I will fight many times. I will not avoid the spear pit. You are not just starving yourself. You are starving our son. Carter glares at me, and then goes back to watching the window. He moves the mechanical machine arm. He can stand and miss a meal, it won't kill him. And besides, this is for all of us. If I don't dig this fucking hole... He mumbles something about us all being ruined in a word that makes a musical click. Barbecue? His language is impossible, but pleasant. Very different from the grinding rock and machine noises all around. Near us, Shayus is operating the large mechanical shovel, which is like a bucket with teeth, scooping and moving large debris, and Al moves whatever rocks he can reach safely. Audiobook will continue mining. We will not stop progress, and you need sleep, Carter. On the back of his neck, my claws poke his delicate skin a little more than they should. I need to take his focus out of the machine. Our family is more important than this war. Nothing is more important than this war, idiot. Yes, but my son is not a warrior. And neither are you. Yes, I am. No, you're not. My claws dig a little deeper, and I move so I am blocking his vision now. I speak calmly, but firmly. In a regular Omega court, I would be whipped and taken to the Omega Council for abuse. I meet his narrowed eyes, shadowed with exhaustion, and his expression is like he would swipe his claws across my face, if he had any. I purr, loudly. You are thinking you are alone in this, but you are not. Pykh must save themselves from the invaders. It is not sustainable for one person to fight an entire war. Trust me, I can tell you more of my story, if you like. He has already heard quite a bit of it, so he knows what I'm talking about. I did not let others lead the important battles. Soon, they would not even make a stand if I wasn't there. I thought it was good that I was a symbol. I thought I could stand on the battlefield and will it to victory with my presence alone. But I needed others to stand with me. Generals and even the Omega Council. I should have been a part of the Invader War or the Great War or any other name for it. Not Seal's War. His firm expression does not change. I get what you're saying, but let me just... He rubs his eyes. He puts a hand in his hair and grips it in a way that means he's frustrated and he's thinking hard. I have so much to do, and Audiobook doesn't know how to use this machine. He's watched the same tutorials that you have. You admitted you've never used a machine like this before, and you are as lost and inexperienced as any of us. When? He asks harshly, attempting his own growl. I am humble, not smug. You admitted it when you were whispering to yourself, like you always are, because you are so tired and you need to come home. Pykh is already waiting for us. He is using the cooking box to keep our soup hot. Carter, Audiobook has already slept a few hours. He knows you cannot do this alone. He knows that you shouldn't. He mumbles, pulling levers to move the machine arm again. I could if you would stop fucking babying me all the time. But then he lets the machine be inactive. His head hangs, and he's quiet. I wrap my tail around his ankle, and I choose not to say anything, though I am thinking. It is not babying. I've let you take on so much already, and it is only because I know that you can handle it. But it is time to come home. The war must be fought by all of Pykh, not just one man. My patience is rewarded. So is my purring and petting, and everything I've been doing to mimic our nightly routine. Carter makes a great yawn, and he leans into me. His eyes drift to merely slits. And, lastly, his hands let go of the controls. He touches his stomach and thinks about our child instead. Yeah, I guess you're right. Chapter 12. Carter. I sleep fitfully, my reality warped into some crazy dream. Dead warriors are all around me. I'm in the cargo bay with Seal and Pykh, and no matter how hard I try, I can't get the drilling laser turned on to save our asses. The bugs are always out there, swarming the ship. Sometimes I look up and they're crawling up the ramp, their large pincers clacking hungrily. And then the key is missing. The power source is malfunctioning, and I'm on my knees, the machine open and its guts around me, my hands shaking while I squint into a light and scrape a circuit board to cut off a pathway. I wake up, and then I'm clinging to Pykh, who snarls softly, menacingly, trying to scare away the monsters in my dreams. And then I'm back to sleep, crying in my dream, telling them both that I'm sorry. It's all over. I fucked up. I couldn't fix the machine. Seal in my dream says, Carter, you're pregnant. And then, somehow, for a while, we're living back at my dad's house. My parents aren't there, but me and the guys are sitting on the back porch and eating macaroni in front of the TV. And it's weird, but it's peaceful. I look at the hall where pictures are hung up of me and my brother as kids, and nothing really happens, but there's a warm feeling. I wake up again, and that feeling fades fast. What time is it? Have we been attacked? And is there a missile from the battlecruiser flying through space right now to light up our asses? I sit up before my eyes have focused, kicking at the warm, heavy legs covering mine so I can leave the bed. It's not so easy, since there's two guys and they're huge, and crawling over them would put me in contact with the spines that have already torn the mattress in a few places. I have to crawl down the middle and scoot off the end of the bed, and as one foot is making contact with the cool floor, I discover Seal's tail, tightening around my ankle like a warm shackle. What are you doing? I slur sleepily as he shortens the length, pulling me back to him like an octopus and making my legs stretch far. I am looking after you, Carter, my Omega, my love. Come back to bed. There is nowhere you need to be. What fucking time is it? Since I've turned on this room's living assistant, an AI voice answers me from the intercom speaker in the ceiling. The time, it reads, approximately 1400 hours, is a big oh shit moment. Fuck. I pull, and Seal matches his tail with his hand, making me practically do the splits. Let go of me, jackass! I don't have time for this! I'm aware that my language is unnecessarily harsh, and I instantly regret saying it. Then I am guiltily glad he doesn't know what a jackass is. though he can certainly tell it's an insult. You don't have any more responsibilities to attend to. Audiobook is leading the operation here, and he's seen to everything. He's very capable. Not this again, I groan, and I grab my knee to pull my foot away from him. I glare, wishing he was still treating me like a real Omega, still towing the line and showing submission at the first utterance of a firm tone. I could have that if I wanted it. I'm careful because I don't. I have to reason with him instead. Pykh makes a great yawn, waking up as I say, "A bomb could be headed here right now. I have to get out there and scan the skies, or we could be. We cannot run the scanner or the ship will see us for certain. You are tired, Carter. You yourself explained this to Audiobook a few days ago. We have to wait until night time to scan again. The missile should be curving around the moon, and that should give us enough time to see it if it launched. We will leave the scanners on all night, just in case. We will only have a short time to react once we spot it." "Yeah, I remember saying that," I say before Seal is finished speaking. I rub the sleep out of my eyes. I would have figured it out before I flipped the scanners on and killed us all. "What about the cave, then? What progress have we made? God damn it, Seal! Why didn't you wake me up when there was still time?" "No more time is needed, my love," Seal purrs. He's trying to be sweet with me. My guys mistakenly believe that since I'm pregnant, I have a temper. Psh! Pregnancy hormones have completely skipped over me. And trust me, I'm totally self-aware. This is just a stressful situation, that's all. Audiobook parked us in the big cave already, Pykh says, picking at his teeth with a claw. He blinks dumbly, looking especially scruffy and relaxed. He has a big boner, too, which is tending the blankets before he moves them off his lap. He stretches with his arms back and his chest puffed up, groaning. He's like a big, dark lion. And I'm reminded that pregnancy hormones haven't completely skipped over me. I have been horny a lot more lately. But for fuck's sake, we're in the middle of a strike zone. How did he get the ship parked by himself, I ask, crawling back into the bed since Seal hasn't let go. There's still a lot to do. Currently, my brain is reaching for more problems like a toddler screaming for candy in the checkout aisle. Let's see. There's the fact that several bug encampments saw us pass overhead and could guess that we were headed for the ocean. Could probably guess also that we weren't going to skip over to another continent. We flew in a zigzag, but if they all communicated together, they could figure it out. We didn't have time to cruise in circles around the continent and confuse everybody. Then, there's the fact that our drone got shot down, so clearly there's some kind of bug activity out there. Audiobook has been watching you closely. There was some difficulty. A lot of difficulty, actually, Seal admits. I was going to wake you, but in the last attempt, Audiobook managed it on his own. You should have seen him jump out of his chair and cheer. He was beaming like a child. I stayed and made sure you didn't roll off the bed, Pykh says. So all of you have been awake, I mutter, and I feel something like an angry snake coiling inside me, ready to jump out and bite. My tongue is already hot with what to say. I am the most important man on this mission, and the only one who can act fast enough in an emergency. And we have been left out of many things up to this point, Seal reminds me, petting my leg. We ask how we can help, and you tell us to be quiet. We ask you to come to bed and sleep, and you tell us to go away. So, no, we did not wake you. And now, the mission is over. It is a success. There's still a lot to do, I interject. We're not nearly done yet. But you, I swear to God, if he says pregnant, you two are always fighting, Pykh says in a sleepy, low voice, and he gets off the bed. Seal and I watch him yawn again and scratch the back of his neck, claws raking through the base of his spines. He moves with thudding steps towards the bathroom, ducking his head under the doorframe. Seal and I both look like we're waiting for the other one to say something first. I'm not sure if we're arguing or not, but half naked like this, wearing only my sweatpants, I can't deny that I look, well, Extra pregnant. Like, a lot. Like, where the fuck did my abs go? I used to have abs. Now I'm all doughy. In the stomach area, anyway. My arms are still buff, but even those are looking softer than before, and every once in a while I've been prodding my pecs, half excited but also dreading what I'm going to find. The Pleiophyci are mammals. Baby mammals only eat one way. I bring my arms closer to my body. Seal has not only seen, but also licked every inch of me, pregnant or not, so I shouldn't be self-conscious. But I am. Pregnancy was cool in that, oh, yes, definitely, I want to have kids with my guys, sort of way. Actually looking at my body in the mirror, though? Well, I kinda don't like it. When Seal tells me I'm beautiful, it still makes me blush. But when I look at myself and I'm alone, I wonder. Seal and I hear the shower turn on. Long showers for 3 different guys takes a while, so we have the same policy for ourselves as the Pleiophyci warriors. Always share a spigot. I lift up my arm and sniff. Yeah, it's been a while. I also have to piss like a racehorse, my back hurts, and I sure am looking forward to standing under the hot water. Also, whether a missile is cruising for us or not, I'm longing for our usual routine of sex before breakfast. He better not be jacking off in there. I jump off the bed to catch up, taking Seal with me. Chapter 13. Carter. The water is already running, but Pyke's been waiting for us and he smiles to see me. I take off my sweats and hop right in. Well, after checking the water first. Pykh likes his shower super hot. I'm also in the mood for steamy, but it's a different kind. You lured us in here for one thing, didn't you? I try to sound accusatory, but it's more like a statement of relief, my hands roaming his body at once. And Seal's clawed fingers pet down my back as he gets in behind me. I open my mouth for Pykh and welcome his tongue slipping atop my own. I sigh and moan and lean into it, bracing against his shoulders. And then, I can't really say where or what exactly we're doing. There's so many hands, so many tails and kissing, both of them purring against me. I turn for them several times, kissing Seal next and then Pykh again, while the one who's left behind will nibble my neck until he gets attention. Somewhere in all of this, my older and more responsible lover hits the shampoo dispenser and globs soap into our hair for all 3 of us. For a minute, breathing heavily, we take a break to actually get clean. The ship recycles water, but that doesn't mean we can be wasteful. We have hundreds of Pleiophyci warriors who need the water supply also, and detoxifying water takes time. The ship is not meant to be the life support for this size of a population. We've run out of clean water before, and we have to postpone showers some weeks so that the ship can keep up. Not all the water can be saved. At some point, a fresh water source must be found, so we can't just fuck in the shower with the hot water running, which would be so nice. We have to finish business first, then play. Body wash is hastily applied, and we don't have a loofah, so we just scrub with our hands. I enjoy turning Seal around and scrubbing up and down his back. His crest is flat, so it doesn't poke me. And then I get on my knees. I'm a space marine. We've perfected the art of the efficient shower. I make sure his muscled round rump is ready for duty. I get under the tail, since that's important for Pleiophyci. I get sweaty under there, and I ignore Seal, who gently swats me for doing such a thorough job. I make him spread his legs so I can wash between his thighs and under his balls, too. He takes a shuddering breath, and his tail smacks the wet tile floor harshly as I inspect the goods, slowing down to caress and reaching around to get his cock all soapy, too. I kiss one cheek of his ass, and he makes a growl, bracing himself on the wall to stay standing. Soon, I chide both him and myself. I've selfishly stolen an extra gallon or something, sure, but I can't forget our fight for survival. I spread soap up and down his legs and turned to Pykh next. He's smartly been looking after himself this whole time, using his tufted tail end like a rag to spread soap on himself where his arms can't reach. Very useful when you're as big as he is. My hands find all the places he missed, though. And with mischievousness, I get soap on my hands and jiggle his ass like he's in a booty washing machine. We rinse, and then Seal shuts the water off, leaving us with just the steam. And now we can do whatever we want. I stay on my knees, as nice as it is to have both of them inside me, one after the other, and sometimes Pykh a third time so I get as much as I need. It's been a while since we did something different, something fun. I want both of you, I say with a grin, for my morning coffee, with cream. Kneeling between them, I take a cock in each hand and suck on Pyke's head first, sampling him for now. They don't know what coffee is, but I've explained to them that it's a drink, like tea, that it's very addictive, and they don't have it on this world, so their cum will have to do. It's not coffee tasting at all, nor is it sweet, and with our present diet lacking in nutrients, it's not particularly great tasting either. It is them, however, and I'm so horny all the time my baser instincts don't really give a shit what my prissy taste buds say about this experience. Their cocks are beautiful, hard for me, wet, and starting to self-lube with a lot of pre-cum, a Phleophaky trait that's incredibly useful for taking a giant cock up the ass with little preparation. Something I've gotten used to. Our days are hectic. I want it quickly. Their cocks are bright pink when they're hard, a suede sheath peeling back when they grow to their full length. I switch over to Seal and poke him against the side of my cheek like a lollipop, my tongue sliding around his ridges, feeling up one of his big veins. So manly, so big, so gorgeous. I make sure to pump Pyke's cock with my other hand while I give Seal the rest of my attention, testing the control of my gag reflex as I bob my head up and down. He makes another frustrated, lusty growl, and then Pykh steps in closer. He makes that dominant sound too, and then, in a low, purring voice, says, "Come here, cage mate." Above me, I hear the sounds of them kissing. They used to never kiss on the mouth, but Pykh has been practicing it. Without food this time. His first attempt was a disaster. And the next thing I know, I hear a groan above me, and the two of them are touching each other. Pykh holds Seal and moves his hands down. I tilt my head back and watch as Pykh expertly grabs the base of his tail and gives it a hard yank upwards, something Phleophaky enjoys sexually, since it exposes them for penetration. Seal's cock twitches in my mouth, and soon I've got buckets of hot cum to swallow. Not all of it'll fit down my throat since Phleophaky comes so much. Some of it spurts out onto my chin and drizzles all the way down my neck, ending up in the middle of my chest somewhere. Somehow a bead ends up on my nose. Secretly, I'm counting the seconds like years until he's done, my jaw aching, my cheeks turning red because I'm mostly holding my breath. And I'm fighting a cough in the back of my throat. It was unexpected timing is all. But I'll be damned if a gay space marine can't swallow for his alien guys. I tip my head all the way back and make my throat like a funnel, guzzling as much of him as I can. I keep one hand on Pyke's cock. I refuse to neglect him through all this. And with the other, I squeeze Seal's knot as much as I can, not sparing an ounce of strength to be gentle. It's like I'm lifting weights or something. I really wring it, and he loves it. His cock becomes like a fountain, shooting extra when he should be done. Then it's Pyke's turn. My poor guy already has cum spilling down my arm, apparently finishing while watching Seal and me. I switch quickly to correct my mistake, keeping one hand tight on Seal, inhaling a big breath of air, and guzzling my new favorite lolly. It spurts and floods right into my stomach. Pykh finally relaxes, boneless, his hand dropping from the wall where he's left 4 deep, monster-like claw marks. He grabs the back of my head, too, not wanting me to leave. I let go of Seal's knot, since he's done, and use both hands to squeeze Pyke's bulb at the base of his cock, making sure I get every drop from my patiently tortured lover. Then it's just me down here, my mouth feeling wider than before, cleaning my chin with the back of my wrist and feeling delightfully satisfied. And full. I grab myself to jack off, knowing that they're too starry-eyed and tipsy to reciprocate immediately. And I'm almost over already. It doesn't take much. It's like water rushing over dry, cracked earth. Rains refilling a basin. It's been a while since I had this kind of cure for the tension, and I can feel at once that I haven't been able to think. Not clearly. I've been all wound up. But the ship has moved. We're in hiding. Now I can finally stop worrying so much and figure out what our next step is. Chapter 14. Seal. I feel like I've been asked to sneak into the graduation room and play with the real weapons. Pykh says as we slip into the piloting room and I tell the door to close behind me. Carter showed me how to make it lock too. But thinking on Pyk's comment, I wonder why I should feel like I'm sneaking into some place I shouldn't be. We are Omega Carter's mates. Audiobook and his guard are outside right now, but if they or anyone else should come in, we would be the least suspicious persons in this room. Your typical warrior is probably not aware that I was never invited to keep watch over Carter in here. In fact, Carter never requires anyone to stand over him, so that is not a personal slight, and he rightfully pointed out that this room is not built for so many tall Pleiophic guardians watching over smart little Omegas at the controls. But it feels like we're not supposed to be in here, and I feel a bit like I'm stalking Carter's back, overstepping my bounds. But we cannot stay on this war front for long, and a guardian's duty is to protect without weighing the cost of most decisions unnecessarily upon the Omega father of the household. A guardian mate is a very powerful position indeed. So, I'll leave the door unlocked. It'll be less suspicious that way. Truthfully, I'm only concerned that Carter will find out what I'm up to before I'm ready to present him with the most logical solution going forward. Carter tries to do more than an Omega should, tries to look after all of us. It is time for his court to look after him for once. So I tell myself as I look at an abyss of strange technology, eerie green glows, and slowly blinking red lights everywhere. I'm more like a baby pup who snuck into the graduation room than an apprentice in training. One of these'll turn on the large money too. I suppose I use one of Carter's words to make myself sound smarter. Pykh makes a vague sweeping gesture with his tail, indicating, "You first." He has his arms crossed like he's unhappy about all this, and, like the apprentice I once was, I get the sense that he will pin this all on me if it goes wrong, even though he agreed wholly that something needed to be done, that we should be doing this. He is a coward. My tail slinks between my legs as I find the largest, most intimidating button. It brightens and dims, as though it is breathing, beckoning me. I'm sure this is it. I think I've found it, I tell Pykh, and I wait to see if he has any logical objections. That is important, in case he has any. But he does not, and he has not left his place at the wall by the door. Useless idiot. I'm going to push it. But as I approach the ominous button, the massive screen in front of the 2 chairs suddenly lights up, startling me, and I stumble a few steps back. Just a few, and my crest is up like I'm facing an enemy invader. Chills crawl down my back as I look around the room and at the ceiling, remembering that the ship is intelligent. He knew I was here. He knew why I was here. The same way it sometimes answers Carter's questions out of thin air. It is like a ghost, always watching, except worse. It is an incomprehensible being. Carter has assured me it's not actually intelligent. Specifically, he said, it has no soul. It's not a person or anything. I'm sure he meant that to be comforting. It's on. Get over here, you frightened shoelack, I tell out over my shoulder, and I approach the screen with my hands. I make the peace gesture first, my claws down, just in case. Then I put my hands on the screen and watch it respond. Carter did not allow us inside, and said he was uncomfortable with us breathing down his neck all the time. He shouted it, actually. He's been quite furious and under stress lately. But I did learn how to do this by standing outside the room for several long hours, over many days, before I suggested Carter carry a blanket with him to Audiobook's piloting lessons, and then he promptly ordered Pykh and me to assist Eothus with tasks outside the ship. He is trying, my little mate, and I will be in such a spear pit if he catches me doing this. Carter is not incapable, but neither am I. I would like to prove it to him. You know how to use it, Auk says with awe, stepping away from the wall. I thought you were bluffing. I thought you would have blown up the entire ship already. I huff with mock indignation. I'm only mildly surprised myself. The screen coming on is the only part I wasn't sure about, I say with inflated confidence, yet my hand reaches for the monitor, like a pup curious about fire. The maps are like this, somewhere. And for a while I'm a toddler again, given a musical instrument. I pluck a thing here, tap a thing there. Various screens appear with language written on them that I cannot read. I know how to make them smaller, how to move them and stick them to different parts of the area. Some of them I can close. Some of them won't go away. But, alas, I do stumble onto the right melody. Not entirely by mistake. I suppose I did not memorize the sequence for getting to the map perfectly, but I recognize the right steps to take once I'm there. Auk is impressed with me, coming closer to examine the screen and clasping my shoulder in congratulations. This is all of us, all of Pykh, I say, moving the map like an expert. This part I am comfortable about, though a few of those stubborn windows won't go away. I hope I haven't done anything disastrous. The mountains, I was taught as a child, are like the curved back and raised crest of a Pykh father, guarding his children. Under his back, between the two mountain ends of the curve, is the land we call the Peaceful Valley, where once we raised our children, where once there was a trail out to the sea, where we are now. We thought it was safe, since invaders have never taken much interest in the sea. We had guards along the trail, and it was not attempted very often. Only Omegas with the most expensive coats and many skilled guardians would try it, and never with their children. It was a high-risk adventure, but one that was considered worthwhile, a once-in-a-lifetime achievement. I remember that the honor to be included in one of those journeys was out of reach, even for most court-dwelling men. Then the guards along the trail started falling back. It was very sudden, and we did not have the communication boxes back then. Some Pykh ran until they died or nearly died of exhaustion to bring news of the terrible wave coming. They braced in the valley with as many warriors as they could find in time. But there was no gate, no wall, not between the two ends of the mountains, where everything was safe out to the sea. We considered the mountains themselves to be protection, since an attack had never circled around them before. Our enemy is dumb, and we took this for granted. The battlefront along the valley was so spread out, the position was impossible to defend. Every warrior making the stand died that day, and their only goal was to stem the attack long enough for the evacuation to take place. They succeeded, and here we are, at the northern end of the crest, I say. I discover with consternation that the screen does not respond to my claws, only to the soft pads of my fingers. Carter has marked the area in the machine somehow, which zooms in and shows me a detailed view once I touch it a few times. We are actually not that far from the Chalul Gate. We go around these cliffs, and it's flat land all the way there, see? It is quite a distance, but a diagonal path is doable in 15 days, maybe 20. The hardest part of the journey is actually right here. There's no easy way through these cliffs. I nod. And there may be caves we discover as we travel through the cliffs. We should take a scout from the warriors, who can report back as soon as we've cleared a path to the jungle. They may need an evacuation route. We will take the communication box. Carter said he can make it communicate with the ship. That will be good, I agree. Though I am using the map, Auk is more used to technology like communication boxes. The Priory scholars were inventing things during the last 3 years before I was captured. I did not pay much attention to it back then, generally regarding the scholars as fools. Claws beat wit in the situations I faced. Or so I thought. I was the fool. Now I will do better. Of course, I say. This is the blood season for the Chalul Gate. The valley is made up of grass and boulders, so there is little food available to the invaders, who do not farm, no matter what season it is. The invaders at the mine will eat their slaves first, when the food runs out, and then resort to cannibalism. The solution to this, decided by the invader Omegas, is to send more and more invader warriors to the mine, and to let them eat each other to survive until the snow thaws and transport is easier. Omega queens, as Carter calls them, are in the jungle and are fed year-round. But they are the breeders. They do not stay at the mines through winter, and so Chalul must withstand a mindless, massive horde every winter. I stare at the map. Chalul is closest and easiest to reach, but I wish there was another way. I would say our efforts have provided a great distraction from their usual purposes, Auk says, and then shrugs. But you know them. They can make numbers for both efforts. They don't have to dwindle themselves the way we do. The General will use the Marnin laser to reclaim the valley and re-establish the trail from there to the sea. But I'm afraid my pup may already be turning 5 when that happens. There must be a path through here, to Chalul Gate or Seal Ear Wall further on. Auk snorts. Our pup will be 6 months if we go to Seal Ear. Seal Ear is west, and quite a distance from Chalul. In fact, the distance between Seal Ear and Chalul is the greatest distance from any outpost to another. There are 9 gates total, and the high rocky terrain of the capital mountain means that the only other gate next to it is the one facing inward at the valley. I won't even consider that one. It's far too dangerous. So, we must go to Chalul. That is the only way. I will not see my pup eaten or snatched out of Carter's arms. I move my hands in a spreading gesture, positioning Chalul near the bottom left corner, and our position in the upper right. Carter says these are real images of what the drone flew over 2 months ago. Our enemies will not be in the same position. But you are the scout. Maybe you can predict what they're up to. We must find a path this way to Chalul. Chapter 15. Pykh. The air is so cold. I must wrap a blanket under my legs and protect my rump from this tiny metal seat. These are the chairs we have brought out from the ship, and like every seat made for Carter's people, it has an annoying back part that sticks up for some reason. Carter says it is so you can lean, but I am so big, if I lean, I'll go backwards. These chairs are not as annoying as other ones on the ship because they are tiny, so the up part doesn't block my crest. And there is also a hole between the up part and the seat, which must be specifically made for a tail, even though Carter laughed and told me it wasn't. In any case, These are the only seats I like from within the ship, and they are all scattered out along the beach, being used by the other Phliophaci because sand is just as annoying as mud is, if not worse. Mud does not sweep up in the breeze and go under your groin cloth to stick to places, and if I get too dirty, mud doesn't itch and irritate my skin. I cannot decide which is worse. I think I would prefer sand if the breeze were not so cold and wet, and I think I would like it here more if the sea was not so noisy while I am trying to think. It is constantly tumbling, rushing, making so much noise out there that Audiobook must speak to me loudly. It is the sound of the wind and the water both cold and relentless, and I miss our quiet lessons in the muds. We could go inside the ship, but everything is tiny in there, and Audiobook wants to be outside all the time to study the sea. We sit on either side of a crate, turned sideways to make a table, and a flat surface of new bark is held down for me by heavy rocks. I am learning to write the old way, making scratches with powder on my claws. There is not enough paper for me to write the way Barbarian does, on a paper pad that is tucked in a leather pocket. Barbarian is nearby, his rump resting on another crate, his arms crossed because of the cold and mostly watching the sea. I eye his leather pocket jealously. He can write so easily. I wish I was like him. I struggle to make even a simple word. This is the phonetic, Audiobook says. Home. You see how the breath is here, and the chest is here. Breath is up, above the line, and chest is down, below the line. The word home is written very big for me. Real Phliophaci writing does not have the line, but it is added for me so I can break the words into pieces and try to redraw them. And growl is deep marks, and purring is light, I say, shifting on my uncomfortable tiny seat. I pull the blanket tighter around me, but I must also have my arms free so I can write. I wish the wind did not blow so much. Sort of, Audiobook says in a tone that means I was wrong. But we'll get to that in a later lesson. I don't want you to worry about inflection just yet. Only simple words, their meanings and where they come from. Now, we have the phonetic spelled out here, but we can change the meaning of the word to say what kind of home it is. Remember the ancient symbols? Yes, but not all of them, I say. I can really only remember one or two. They were a lot. Audiobook told me there are hundreds, but he gave me 50 or so to memorize. I haven't done it yet, but I don't want to tell him that. Well, do you remember the one for tree? That is like this. And he draws it. I remember now, that is old tree, I say, feeling a little better. Old tree has 4 branches and little tree has 2. You're getting it. Well, if this is an estate, which is a very big home, you will put old tree inside the phonetic like this. Now the word has 4 dashes on top, angled outward and opposite each other. Or, if you want to, let's say invite your friends to dinner, you can add the old symbol for fire. See, I like to write it like this. He writes home and adds a squiggly upward shape on the end, which is the picture for smoke. Now, when I say, Pykh, come to my home, you know that it is for a warm meal, and not to discuss business or tributes. Barbarian makes a low growl, but not a serious one. I am claimed by my Omega, so Audiobook calling me Pykh is just because we are friends and he knows I prefer it. Barbarian and I are also friends. Kind of. I'm not as close to him as I am Teal and Affec, but he pretends to be jealous sometimes, and Audiobook smirks in his direction but ignores him. Can you write it, the whole phrase? I ask, and now Audiobook tilts his head and frowns. It is too soon, but yes, here it is. I lean over the new bark and stare intently. He goes so fast. I think I've got it mostly, and I stare hard at the symbols when his hand has left. wishing so much that my brain won't forget the marks. I claw at the dusty rock, which I am using in place of ink since it can be wiped away. This new bark is already covered in my scratches from previous words. I have made so many bad ones. So I must try. Audiobook catches my wrist. What are you doing? I am writing. I have not told you to practice the phrase yet. Billionaires watches me with a sideways glance, and my chest feels tight. Audiobook is not mean, but it is more fun to practice writing with Teal. He does what I say, and I can practice writing sentences and things that actually say something. I don't have to learn symbols and all about which parts of the phonetic go above or below the line. Words are to make messages, I start to say, but again he speaks. Do you know what happens when you rush forward? He does not continue, so I must answer. No. You start a path of failure, and the learning takes twice as long. It's not enough to simply mimic phrases. That won't teach you why words are written the way they are. You might mistake a formal word for a friendly one. I will figure it out, I say, but I hang my head. I cannot speak back to Audiobook as much as I would with Carter. There are things I would say. Not mean things because Audiobook is my friend, but I want to tell him I am not as stupid as he thinks. You do not have to feel like you are catching up to us. Nobody learns to write in a few days or a few months. The fundamentals will actually help you learn faster in the long run. I do not have a long run, I say miserably, but I realise I'm being childish, so I straighten myself and try to say in a confident tone, I can learn more quickly if you let me. But what is the rush? I have no answer. Thankfully, he starts speaking again. If you wish to write love notes to Carter to impress him, I assume, just make some word-looking things on a pretty piece of bark and tell him they mean whatever you want to say. He'll believe you. Audiobook laughs. Carter is brilliant, but he can't read. In fact, you know more than he does. I hadn't considered that. I feel bashful, like receiving a compliment. A part of me thinks this will be a funny prank to play later, one that Seal may be amused by as well. Carter is so smart, I know he will figure it out, but he will laugh and be delighted with the words I choose to make up. But I do not smile, even though I may plan to do something like that tonight. I tap my claw on the dusty rock and wonder what I can say to make Audiobook believe me. I have to learn quickly, because, I try to think, because we will leave, but not before summer, Audiobook says dismissively, and I will be going with you anyway. I guess I didn't tell you that. My father is practically screaming into the communication box whenever he speaks to me. Well, it's the opposite, actually, but the intent is there. He shrugs and explains. Usually my father is a raging mess. Now he is quiet. Distant, almost. His messages are formal, and he is rather curt. That means he doesn't say many words. He just says what he has to and asks me how I'm doing. Then he cuts off. In the beginning, Audiobook sounded how he always does, playful, unconcerned. But in the end he is less so, and staring off at the water. After a moment he says, I asked him if he had ever seen the sea. He just repeated that they had supplies gathered for us at the Channel Gate, but with the most recent snowfall they had to redistribute them. He meets my eyes again and he smiles, but this time it is fake. I think he's written me off as another one of his dead sons. I am sorry for him, and I am wondering how Ruar can be such a bad father. But I am also thinking about those supplies and how Carter has hoarded a small supply of medicine tablets that he says will get him the nutrition he needs while we have only meat and no plants or fruit for him to eat. He is running out of those tablets. Supplies are not coming. Not for 2 more months, I think. We thought there would be a break in the snowfall. It seemed like the weather would be nice, but that only made our enemy more determined, and the supplies never left. Also, I think my father may have held them back purposely, missing an opportunity because he thought we would not make it here with the ship. I whisper so Baraid will not hear. I might be about to make Audiobook angry, but I must ask, how can you love your father? And how does he not care about you? What happened? I do not want whatever it is to happen to me and my pup. There are two parts to my father. He scratches on the new bark like he is drawing a map, though it is only idle, meaningless lines. The calculating politician. And his brow comes together as he seems to think. The real part. The heart of him. But he is not a man with a very big heart. He laughs, like he is trying to cheer himself up, and he folds his hands in his lap again. That part of him is rarely seen, but it is there. You just have to get through all the verbal scat pits and political manoeuvring to find it, and then it will be very, very brief. He seems to have recovered. His eyes meet mine, and he seems stronger again, even as he says, his doting love for me is part of his political image, you know. It is real, some of it, but he flaunts it too. It's not as genuine as he pretends. With a quick pause, all emotion boxed away, he continues, How much of that did you understand? Tell me what words you missed. They are forms of the same word, I say. Politician and political. Of course, it'll be a hard concept for you to understand, but a politician is someone in power, in government specifically. Only omegas can be politicians at the highest level, although we do have village leaders and smaller councils who are regular males acting as politicians to their villagers. We consider them to be more like servants. You remember all these concepts, yes? Yes, I say. But it is still hard for me to understand the difference between a servant and a slave. A servant is a slave without a cage, and one who follows out of their own free will, and is not beat. Yes, I don't understand. I would never have served my masters if I was not beat. I want to teach you a new word. Scat pit. Smiling, he draws it largely and adds the line to help me see which part is chest and which is breath. And for now, just know that a politician is someone who leads with words, and with reputation. If you appear to be a strong, brave man, who has many warrior sons who have died in the war, who gives them up still out of the goodness of his heart, and who has a great unbreakable love for his wayward Omega son, then you will convince people that you are the greatest Omega of Omegas. He sighs, and by doing so, you will be their leader, until the end of time. Chapter 16. Audiobook. I expected you to cuddle him to your chest and whisper in his ear, Baraid says as I step alongside him, my hands clasped behind my back as I regard the sea. I can't stop staring at it, wondering about what's out there. To me it represents the vastness of this world, and how much our ancestors knew and how much we have lost. And Carter's world is just above it, a vast, endless sky meeting with the world of my ancestors, combining to a newfound knowledge, which will spread across both remarkable territories. Baraid will help me with the words later. I was never fascinated with poetry until I met him, and I'm afraid I am quite the pup compared to his skill level. I decide to tease Baraid a little, though I can't let his flirtatious jealousy become noticed, so I must stop. But for now, I say, if he were not claimed by the other Omega, you would say, Audiobook, shouldn't we find another guardian good with the spear? And look at him, I bet he knows the skill. Baraid tosses his head and scoffs, but I know him better. My brooding Baraid will pour his heart out on paper, and then become the most stoic man you've ever met. I read a lot. Nothing fascinates me more about a written piece than the brilliant mind that wrote it. I must admit, I selfishly and impulsively claimed Baraid soon after I met him, much to the man's great terror. He was my first. Growing up in my household, distant men are not off-putting to me, and I can see Baraid's desire very plainly, even if he is aloof and polite whenever Pykh is near. So now it is time to put an end to it. There are many reasons Pykh is off-limits to him, and to me. If Carter was not the most brilliant Omega that ever lived, you would be encouraging me to pull a coup and claim that Pykh is the perfect stud for my first child. One more barb, I guess. His secret affection for Pykh is too funny. He's just like one of these young warriors giving him bashful eyes. You would whip me if I said such a thing. He wraps his blanket to cover us both, and my tail twines with his loosely. He has been watching the sea too, so I know he will write about it in his journal tonight, which now has scratch marks so small on the pages that I wonder how he can read it. He files his claw tips carefully to the sharpest little points each evening. You would risk it for him? I am quiet, imagining a different world where such a handsome barbarian could be mine for the taking. It is a silly fantasy, of course. Pyke's only attraction for myself is that Baraid has noticed him. Baraid does not notice anybody, except for me. I am not open with him because I want to bond him to me, I say, taking Baraid's hand and leaning into his warmth. To me, he is like a child, say a pre-adolescent boy, one who is an orphan and needs a father to teach him many things. My openness to him is because, as someone with a child's mind, he cannot determine what is truth and what is a social nicety. If you are nice, he will assume you are his friend, and if you are distant, he will assume you are mean. I have to show him what I am, without any barriers. Once he knows truth, he can start to understand his own people and what is presented to him. There is a reason we are open with children. If you close them off early, they do not make good adults. I know you want to adopt him, Baraid says. But you are being rude to Carter when you touch him publicly. He kicks some sand with his foot. I know very well that he likes to see the flirting moments between me and Pykh. That is his interpretation. What if the little Omega notices? He might not be so nice then. And he commands all those dangerous machines. You should treat him with respect, even if he is unaware of Flearthaki ways. Carter is very, radical in regards to the rights of regular males. I'm looking forward to my father meeting him. He will need the machines at his back. Maybe, I say. Maybe not. Carter has a secret weapon. I lean and whisper in his ear. And nobody knows it. Chapter 17. Carter. My sensor nodes may feel cold, says this stupid machine that I'm getting sick and tired of. Nothing particularly bad has happened today, but I feel like punching something. Or someone. The battlecruiser still hasn't found us. It's still all I can think about, even while I'm getting this very important, super overdue baby scan with Seal at my side. I am learning about your baby, the AI voice says in a soothing tone, and I hear the short beep and slide of the door opening. I get up quickly, my left arm trapped and the finger-like appendages of the machine being sturdier than I anticipated, prodding my bare stomach as I jerk and try to get up. Carter, please recline and lay still so I can perform this procedure, says the unendingly polite voice, one suction cup coming free with a sickening pop sound. My wide eyes meet Pyke's in the doorway, and Seal exhales half a breath as a growl. But it is all for nothing. Pykh quickly taps the console behind him, which tells the door to close and lock. I gave him admin privileges to this room a long time ago. I guessed where to find you, he says, answering our unspoken question, and I lie back down, much to the machine's delight. It doesn't say anything, but the mechanical arm makes a whir that I'm sure equates to the AI happily sighing and proceeding as normal. My lesson is over, Pykh says unnecessarily. and he comes beside Seal, taking my hand. "Is our pup okay?" "That's what we're going to find out," Seal answers for me, and he does it in a much nicer way than I might have. I take a long, slow breath and remind myself that I don't know why I'm mad. Everything is according to plan. The skies are empty. We haven't noticed a missile with a long smoke trail in the sky. It's good. I'm good. But the fact that I can't scan the skies and get the bead on the battlecruiser is really pissing me off right now. I liked the idea of the battlecruiser not being able to find us. I didn't account for the fact that I had to blindfold myself as well in order to hide. "Congratulations, Carter. Your baby boy is growing normally. I detected no abnormalities during this scan. I have updated your timeline and added new nutrition requirements. Would you like to view them now?" "No. Send my results to the monitor." On a long-distance ship, everything is redundant. There would only be a small crew here, so the big monitor built into the wall is pretty pointless, and usually it's hidden. Now a portion of the wall slides back, and the same UI I was staring at with a holoscreen over my eyes shows up on the monitor. I take the holoscreen off. I button my shirt up over my big belly, which reminds me of my dad's gut in an extremely uncomfortable way. I can remember him kicking back in his armchair with a beer, watching the game, and I've got the same form, but none of the jiggly. I wonder what he'd say about me right now. You know, I don't think it'd be anything bad. I think I've topped any sissiness I started out with, so I'm good. Maybe he'd just stop talking to me completely, but I don't think he's that cruel. He's always been my dad, there for me and whatnot. He saw that I wasn't getting along like my brother and tried to correct it. I think if I could vid call him right now, he'd realize we're just too damn different, and leave it at that. I approach the monitor, taking Seal's arm to help me off the chair, and I'm not so annoyed anymore. Wow. Look at that. Look, he has a face. I swallow. It's been 3 weeks since I had a scan. I didn't expect my boy to change that much. He already seemed mostly developed in my eyes, but before, I'm now realizing, his features were smudged, soft and gooey like someone was messing with clay. Now he has a face. Not just a face, but a him face. He has lips and a nose, and they're distinct. A little fist, too, curled up under his chin like he's thinking. I search, I spin the image and see if there's a better angle. It doesn't matter, not at all, but I am curious about the other dad. Wouldn't you be? But who cares? He's Fleophaky, certainly, with dark stripes all over, and those feet. He has longer feet than a human, good for climbing and running. Oh, and the tail, of course. Boy, I thought baby kicking was going to be weird, but try to imagine that tail winding around. It started early, and it made my morning sickness even worse. I don't know why they call it morning sickness instead of puke everywhere all the time disease. I lean back and find Seal there, purring strongly. I guess I tuned out the world again. I've been so scattered lately. It's like I'm sleepwalking all the time, only I'm awake in my own nightmare. Pykh blocks my view of the scan, getting close to the screen, but then I notice something over his left shoulder. There are 2 orange highlights in my baby's profile. Timeline and nutrition. I bump Pykh out of the way. He's positioning his arms against the screen in a cradling manner. I assume it's to see if the baby will fit. He'll be much smaller when he comes out, I say with a laugh. The picture is blown up. The meaning provided in Fleophaky by my brain bot is exploded. No, not that. I mean enlarged. The picture is bigger than the baby really is. It's amazing what little stuff I forget to tell him. I know, he says, smiling. I was just imagining him here. The back of one of his claws touches the screen. Fleophaky claws don't work on touchscreens at all. I pull up the nutrition profile first and give it a read. I'm mostly okay. It looks like I could eat more of those vitamin tablets, but I'm not deficient in anything yet. There's just one worrisome note. An unvaried diet increases your child's risk of illness and early complications. Try eating a variety of food from your child's environment to build their resilience. I tap the X to make that go away. What does it say? Nothing gets past Pykh. He's made me read all these screens to him several times over. I shrug, initially trying to play it cool, but then I wince and remember that they're dads too. Carrying this kid has made us all fathers in equal ways, and I can't start the bad habit of lying. I can't protect them and take on all the problems myself, even if I'd like to. Says I should probably eat some greens. I'm not nutritionally deficient, though. Those tablets are working. Just says eating greens would be better. We can make a stew with leaves, Pykh says, looking to Seal for help. He's just spitballing, and Pyke's cooking ideas are always creative. I don't think that'll work, I say. Humans aren't meant to eat leaves. Besides, Trial says you aren't to come near the cooking fire again since the last time you made something. The other orange notification is the timeline. When it first loads, it displays the old information for a quick second. 24/36. That was before we left. Now it changes again. 27/36, which is scary enough. But then the denominator changes also. 32 now, instead of 36. I was upset the first time watching it drop from 40. Now I've lost another 4 weeks? What is happening? No, I murmur. Then louder. Seal, what is this? What? I tap the number on the screen, wishing an up arrow would appear next to it. Tell me what's wrong, Seal says, taking hold of my waist again. I think the Pleiophaky gestation period is a little shorter than the human one. I'm failing to do basic math now. 27 minus 32. No, the other way around. 5 weeks from now. I have 5 weeks. I had 12 last time. Or I'm having a very abnormal pregnancy, I say, and I start tapping and shuffling through data screens like mad, looking for the hidden link to the info that explains why my due date is approaching from both ends. Heart rate normal? Development normal. Nutrition could be better, but I'm working on it. My baby moves. It's an unsettling but comforting feeling. Weird to describe. Proof that he's healthy and active and safe in there. But also a bit like I've eaten a really bad burrito. Feeling his tail slide from one place to another is the weirdest. But right now, I think he's stretching, shifting his position around. Am I on a shorter timeline because I'm human? Because it's a hybrid? The baby is coming, Pykh deduces from my scrambling phrases. When, Carter? Seal asks, turning my face away from the screen. Tell us what the machine says. 5 weeks. That's like... Oh boy, I hate this number even more. That's 35 days, give or take. That's not very much. Seal nods. But it's enough time. Barely. Time for what? I'm confused, but only for a moment. We've been over our options before, and Carter's court all agreed that the ship puts a big target on our backs. I wish the Pleiophaky well, and I hope I've given them the technology and the weapons to turn the tide of the war in the long term. But being a father has given us new priorities. If a missile comes curving around that moon, I won't be here to stop it. And that worries me. Of course. Always. No, we're not leaving, I say, grabbing for my hair to brush it back and finding that I sort of miss when it was longer. I found hair clippers on the ship, and I've kept it short. We have to. As soon as possible. Tomorrow, even. We should start packing. Carter, you have to tell everyone at the next meeting. 5 weeks. I hold my arms the way Pykh was a moment ago. Little Pykh and Seal Jr. is going to be here in 5 weeks. And I don't have a crib. I don't have a baby bottle. I don't have toys. Oh, fuck, I am not ready for this. I break away from my guys and stumble to the medbay chair. Stop panicking, Marine. Shit. Fuck. Panicking solves nothing. I've got a baby on the way. My baby doesn't have a home. Or good food supplies. I'm gonna name him Battlecruiser, I say with a grim expression. But now I've got my eyes on the real target. This whole time I've been obsessed with what's in the sky, not realizing the real torpedo is the one growing inside me. And I face my guys again, understanding that I can't shut them out of this mission. This is our baby. All right, real talk. I can't go anywhere because I need the medbay. Also, there's no time. No, Seal cuts me off. Carter, we need to leave. We need that more than anything. Why? Pykh joins us, purring, and Seal holds us both. We are all first-time fathers. The only other Omega here has never had a child. Carter, we need help. Not just with nutrition and the birthing part. We need to go to the Chowel Gate. Alk and I have already plotted a path. I thought it would take 20 days, but I will get us there in 15. I promise. My level-headed one. I'm scared of this baby coming. But Seal will be there, and Pykh was always meant to be a father. Chapter 18. Alk. The carriage has been neglected and has some dust and dirt gathered on its surfaces. I rub a spot with my finger and pull the curtains back, inspecting. It still has bars on the windows, which I never thought to ask Enel or Geb to extract. We have the tools to do so now. But I examine the possibility from all sides. These bars might save Carter's life if we become overwhelmed. It is a horrible thought to consider, but I will not ask anyone to remove them. Just in case. A journey like this with an Omega, and a pregnant Omega at that, cannot have too many precautions. Perhaps I will make an offering to the forest spirits as well to keep us safe. It can't hurt. In the cargo bay area, clawed Fleophici feet on metal make it easy to be aware of one's surroundings. But I am impressed that Eothuth has managed to take 3 steps on the grated metal ramp without me noticing. I think he might be making it a game, or contest to sneak up on me. He always fails. Are you looking for pillows? He asks, taking heavier steps now that he's been spotted. He wears his full golden armor, and he reminds me of one of those machines presently parked outside. He's certainly big and massive looking. His tail makes a graceful swish as he moves, too. I catch my thoughts. I've not felt so enamored since I was a boy. I have a big, comfortable one you can use, he says in a voice that is not quiet, even though there could be several young warriors nearby. We are alone in the cargo bay area for now, but they could be outside. It is on my bedroll, which you will also find is warm and sand-free at the moment, he adds, a bit disgruntled. If the winds don't pick up. He brushes the backs of his armored claws down my arm as he comes close, and steps even closer, the golden waist belt bumping against my hip. Carter has given back all the jewelry he was gifted when he became sick in the carriage long ago, and Eothuth's hair also glints with expensive jeweled beads. He pretties himself, even on a battlefront, I think primly, remembering how much I used to despise his vanity. But now my face is warm as a quieter, but truer notion speaks inside me. He pretties himself for me. I've not been this flustered since one of Dieter's older students returned to him for a visit, and he joined the basic morning training with us. I think you'll find that a good pillow and a good bed should be shared, don't you think? He whispers in my ear, smirking. And I have found the most impressive technique for a good night's sleep, which I must show you. He turns me so that my front is against the carriage, and now I lower my crest quills so they don't scrape against his armour. He presses into me. You will sleep best if the indentation of your form is made in the cushions. I will help by pushing into your rump. What do you say? I wish my laugh was not as breathy as it sounds. Eothuth has been making a fool of me, and he thinks I'm too love-struck to notice. This is not the place, I growl, and I make sure that no desire is in my tone. Some little warriors might be listening. Oh, but I think a demonstration might be necessary. And I've made sure that every warrior here, including each of your mates, is presently occupied on some task. I am a very good general, after all. I have finally, after many years, succumbed to one of the greatest difficulties of being an elder warrior. I have too many lovers and not enough time and energy to please them all. Up to now, I escaped the dilemma by simply being loyal to Geb, and then Geb and Enel, and then Teal as well, and then lastly Afek, who was a gradual affection for me and was not expected. But they all attracted each other first before me, and so I found myself with a comfortable nest. That is not normal. A Fleophaki warrior usually sleeps in many places, and by the end of their life they must have had at least half as many lovers as they have acquaintances. Relationships develop, but a truly exclusive one is rare. Our exclusivity has been mutual among us. Until now. Teal does not care for Eothuth's brash behaviour, and Geb is too dutiful to become playful in the general's bed. Enel is curious, and only Afek and I are smitten. So now Eothuth competes for my attention, and that's probably why this rude and bad attempt at flirting is having any effect on me at all. I am sorry for him. That's what I will tell myself. Meanwhile, my tail wraps 8 times around his, practically giving him permission to lift my tail base up. You gave tasks to the Omegas and their entire courts? I am impressed. I say in a clearly not impressed tone despite my actions. He is breathing on my neck. He is so big in his armour, and I love it. His groin pushes against my arse. But we must not. Not here, anyway. They could come in at any moment. Avielk is council leader Ruar's son. This is not professional. They are somewhere. Not here. So he has lost his ability to form a witty response. And I have plenty of indignation, professionalism, and the authority that comes with old age to scold him. But then he handles me instead. He growls deeply into my ear, letting me know that whines of protest will not be heeded. He tugs on my hips to position me, and then I hear my back cloth be unclipped. I look around myself wildly, dread weighing against my desire that I'm certain this will be a terrible mistake. It's broad daylight, and the ship's lights are on. We leave them on all the time now since the cave is so dark and we don't want anyone stumbling. There is no way I could convince anyone we're not doing what we're doing if they walk into the cave. And worse still, the door to the ship where Carter, Seal, and possibly a priory guard or two are often working, it can come right open. In an instant. We should not. He bites my ear. I half growl and whine. Be good for me, Master Scout. You have to serve your general. And besides, he yanks my tail base up with his fist. Even if he stopped now, my cock would poke up from my groin cloth in a ridiculous manner. He's ruined me, my stupid general. I'm showing you a technique for better sleeping. This is an official exercise. He pushes inside me. Eothuth is thick. My first night with him I felt an unfamiliar twinge. And now that stretch always makes me pliable, boneless and weak. I have to be, for he will use all of me. That's a good scout, he says, and moves in and out of me, tugging my tail base with the same rhythm, for he demands so much. I give it all. I moan and bite my lip, wishing I did have his pillow under me so my teeth could clamp down on that instead. I like Eothas' pillow very much. I've bitten and panted and clutched onto it. Avek and I both have, oftentimes the two of us together, and it is only the general behind us, giving us the same pleasure. Neither of us has tried to take the dominant position, not with Eothas. He is too good. And while memories of me in the past would reach out and shred me to pieces, if they could, submitting to Eothas is a wonderful experience. He purrs for me, and it reverberates inside his golden armor. His armored claw tips on the carriage next to me are so beautiful and powerful, and on his other hand I feel them as he grabs my shoulder, pricking my skin, holding me steadily in place. But so much care and attention goes into that hand that touches me, compared to the one that leaves new gouges on the wooden carriage. They will just blame it on the invaders if anyone notices. And then he licks my nose quickly, his chin parked on my other shoulder, and I can feel his golden armor against the spines of my crest. All that golden power encases me. I never cared for gold or pretty gemstones, but when it comes with a cock like this, I've developed a little bit of Affect's mule when he is taken, which I've always loved. And a little bit of Eothas' humor is unfortunately creeping into my personality as well. You are a bad general, I say, and one hand grabs his arm so he won't leave. The other grabs myself under my groincloth. Not that it's very necessary. He already feels so good, and I would want him to do this to me for hours if it was dark and private. You are my scout. So stubborn. He rams me very hard. And again. And again. My mess is contained underneath my groincloth, fortunately. I would be ashamed to have to wipe my seed off Omega Carter's carriage. Eothas' pace becomes selfish, fast and greedy. And then his heavy weight is pressing all around me, pinning me against this carriage as he makes a sighing, grunting sort of growl. He will make such a mess if I don't let him not inside of me. That is my excuse. I don't want to be wiping a mess off the floor of the ship either. Puppy, my thoughts sneer. His knot stretches me even more. It's impossible to move now. Now, if we're caught, we'll be disgraced and stuck. The warriors will sing of it for years. He's a filk idiot. You better hope no one finds us. Scout ahead and tell me what you see. A wall. The carriage has been stowed here for some time in the back, in an out-of-the-way area. Carter knew he would need it again, so he sent us to fetch it shortly after the first battle, and it has sat here out of the mud ever since. It has been looted of all its cushions and blankets. I purr for Eothas. I would have gone to find him even if he hadn't come to see me. In moments, I will have to tell him we're leaving. Chapter 19. Carter. Carter's day off, imposed by Daddy Seal, ends with dinner time. And surprisingly, my overbearing guardian mate lets me go outside and join the warriors to eat. I think maybe this is to assure everyone that I'm okay, since there seem to be many relieved faces and whispered well wishes for my health, their eyes down and their heads bowed. The warriors have gotten used to having Omegas around, and the ones closest to Pykh seem to sense that they don't have to be as careful around me, but they can't completely ignore all their culture and training. I'm getting more comfortable with it, but only because I have Avielk and my guys. Around them, I don't have to act like I'm anything special. Unless I'm saving all of our asses, of course, and then they need to fall in line. But sitting outside on the beach, on a log that is dragged over for me, it seems like the Fleophiki got on just fine while I was snoring away. And Seal's insistence that I rest all day, only letting me out of the bed to go to the med bay and get a checkup, doesn't seem like such an overbearance anymore. Now that I'm gonna be a daddy. 5 weeks. Holy shit. And God, I hope my baby boy is healthy. Looking around, I can only notice that Seal is right again. I'm not having my kid homeless. I'm not raising him on an open beach where we'll be overrun instantly if the bugs find us. And while I do have the ship, and I'm very reluctant to leave that medical tech behind, I'm not willing to risk that battlecruiser showing up to chase us all over the planet. Just because we can hide doesn't mean we can hide forever. If the bugs use intelligent tactics, it'll be easy for them to flush us out. A massive drone army, if they have the tech, could swarm the planet and find us. They're probably not that advanced. That kind of shit is high-level, expensive tech. It seems like most of their equipment so far is 100 or even 300 years back. They have a lot of garbage. But if the battlecruiser wants to play cat and mouse with us, I'm not raising my kid inside a tiny metal mouse. There's just one thing I have to find out so I can be sure about leaving. I want to talk to Audiobook, I say, and my guys nod, putting their plates down. They didn't get as much as me, and I'm not complaining about that either. Throwing a fit about unfair treatment is only justified when it doesn't put my baby boy's life in danger. And let me just say, as we're walking down the beach and then up a grassy knoll, where I suppose Audiobook has decided to make his camp so he can get away from it all, the elegance, beauty, and grace surrounding this whole pregnancy thing is a total crock of shit. I pass gas on my way to Audiobook's camp as soon as I can safely do so, and I think the warriors all the way to the cooking fire have heard me. I'd probably be given some high fives back on my battle station, regaled with jokes about oxygen masks and opening up the airlock, but I only look down and avoid the subtle glance Seal throws me. My baby bump is still small enough that I can hide it under a heavy layering of clothes, but most recently my gait has taken on a small waddle. So, I'm a waddling, fat, farting, totally not ripped or sexy space marine. Seal doesn't have to convince me that I don't belong out here with the warriors anymore. I just have to get some information first. Hey, Audiobook, I say after Seal and Pykh have done the whole bowing ritual and Audiobook's mates have bowed back. Inside the ship, we have our own culture that is more like what I'm used to. Hallways are cramped, especially for Pykh, and it's best to just hurry up and get wherever the fuck you're going without bowing for someone or blocking the doorway. Out here, it's more traditional. Audiobook doesn't mind how we do things on the ship, but he has explained to me that both Pykh and Seal need the practice. They're new guardians, and I'll be surrounded by traditional Pykh soon enough. Can I talk to you alone for a minute? Of course. I think I caught him at just the right time. They don't have each other's clothes off, yet, but Audiobook was purring for his mate Shayus, and I know what that means. There's no embarrassing discomfort yet, however, and he only straightens his groin-cloth a little bit as we walk a ways down the grassy knoll. Alone does not mean out of sight from one's guardians. I, have to tell you something. I rub the back of my neck. It's weird as a guy to admit to another guy that you're pregnant, but Audiobook and I are such good friends now, it's not as weird as it could be. This is a dude who's been very comfortable with my alarming human ways. Even Seal took a while to transition to human Carter, but Audiobook only asks a few questions about my culture if I do something outlandish. So, listen, man. I'm having a baby. I get the words out quickly at the end. I would have told him at the meeting in the morning, regardless, and I know that sitting there in front of the general and the new acting leader of the elites, I would have been a lot more nervous about dragging out those words. But I'm not as scared as I should be. It's just us out here. The warm firelight far off and the giant moon casting the beach in an unending evening glow, with only a few clouds in front of its crescent face. Pretty. Audiobook doesn't say anything for a few seconds longer than normal, so maybe I finally shocked him. I suspected, he says, but I wasn't sure. You smell so much like Seal and Pyke's claim scents all the time, it's difficult to sense you at all. He flicks the end of his nose with one finger. You hid yourself well. I assume this is because you knew General Eothuth and the elites would band together to defy our orders and carry you to the Uan Gate anyway. It was a wise move, Carter. Thanks. In truth, just simply not wanting anyone to know was most of my motivation. And then, yes, I realized that I didn't need anyone babying me while I was trying to teach 3 Fleophiki men how to fly a goddamn spaceship and operate the excavating equipment. I take it you have made the decision to leave. His tone is friendly. His words are mild, but his tail is rather high, and makes a single S wave on the end that tells me there's something upsetting on his mind. You should stay. Almost every gate is safer in the winter, except for Chalul, where I assume you'll be going. During this time of year, all the food is dead, frozen or moved on. So the hungry invaders going to the mine will throw themselves against the gate over and over, hoping to eat us. Chalul is the most dangerous gate to travel to during any season, but the invaders are less numerous and less motivated to attack in the spring. You should stay with us until summer, if you can. There's a lot of training and studying we can do together. I want to spend every day with you, Carter. As easy as it is to flirt with a Fleophiki male, Avielk's words are completely platonic. Fleophiki of the same gender and social status are not as closed-off and gruff as human space marines. That can't happen, I say with a sigh. At least, well, that's what I came to talk to you about. I have to ask you some weird questions, personal ones, if that's all right. They might be gross or taboo. I don't know how Fleophiki are with these things. But Seal and Pykh, well, they don't know scat about having babies. I've been wanting to talk to you for a long time. He sweeps his tail above the grass, which means that we should sit. I'd rather not. The ground is damp and cold. But such things don't bother a Fleophiki rump, and it's just nice to get all this off my chest for once. Besides thinking up baby names, puking, watching my belly button stretch, and ripping massive farts, I've pretty much been ignoring this whole pregnancy thing. But that's changed. I'm going to be a dad. I'll be a dad forever in just 5 weeks. I start babbling quickly, relieved to get some of this tangle out of my head, while also explaining the med bay and how I've been getting checkups and images of my baby with the ship's computer. I have to see all this. I nod. You can, but something worries me. When I got my first checkup, the computer said I had 40 weeks, but it keeps changing and getting smaller. So I'm wondering how long the Fleophiki gestation period is. That word didn't translate. How long does pregnancy last for you people? The ship says everything's fine, but it went from 40 weeks to 36 weeks, and now it's only 32. I've lost 2 months from my people. I tell him, and his tail flicks by our feet, seeming to draw Fleophiki numbers in the grass. His claw tips seem to mark the air also, and then he answers, "No, that seems normal. How many pups are you expecting to have?" I'm sorry, how many? 1. Isn't that the normal answer? So we play our game of you tell me what's normal for you, and I'll tell you what's normal for me. You tell, Avielk says, which is the short name for our game. Whoever says the phrase first passes the first turn on to the other person. Humans have 1 kid at a time, typically. 2 is sorta common, but not really. Triplets are rare. That means 3. And I'm pretty sure 4 is either a miracle or a mistake. I wonder if it's because of your small size. Or do your kind simply not care for litters, given that omegas account for half the population? I'm sorry, litters? Did you say litters? Seal didn't act surprised to find out he wasn't having 6 kids. Also, I would have not been so comfortable with attempting the male conception surgery if I knew there was a possibility I'd be pushing 6 kids out of my ass. Which is clenched very fucking tight right now. My eyes are huge. I love my baby to pieces, but the only thing I can think of at the moment is I may have made a mistake. I sense my womb expanding to explode. Litters? As in how many? Like 6? 7? Avielk laughs and puts an arm around me. Omegas can't flirt with one another, although they do sometimes develop relationships and share mates. It's very rare and sort of kinky with them. Avielk just wants to be my friend. and he starts a purr that is erratic because of his laugh. In this context, he's playful, pretending to be one of my guardian mates as a jest. He even licks his own nose, which would have been the guardian kiss intended for me. Oh, it can be done, and the Omegas who take on such a feat are honored with extra wealth from the council. So it can be a smart thing to do if you're from a small family and you're having trouble acquiring wealth. But no, we do not have that many. That is extremely unusual, since it's almost impossible to do. You would have to be very fertile and, ambitious. If my mood was a gauge on the ship, you would have seen it plunge into the red, the nose of the vessel taking a steep dive, emergency lights coming on in the cabin, and then, magically, the meter would shoot back up into the green, systems functioning normally again, the ship leveling out. Mayday to thank God in about 12 seconds. So, like 5, I asked dryly. I'm hopeful that for once I'll get some good news. No, he's still chuckling. No, that's very unusual. 2 is most common, though. My father and many Phleophaky Omegas think 1 is a waste. In fact, they treat 1 like it's no pregnancy at all. You're not doing your part if you're having them 1 at a time. You'll get only the minimum allotment from the council each month, and you might even earn a personal visit from a councilman if this goes on long enough, with a physical examination to determine whether you're defective or just lazy. That's harsh. Avielk hasn't had any kids yet, though he wants them eventually, so he doesn't get any allotment at all from the council, and he's basically an Omega criminal. He's revolutionary, despite being the son of a council leader. I think differently than my fathers, but I can't deny that Phleophaky would have wasted long ago if we were having them 1 at a time, like your people. 3 is still pretty common. I would say almost half of all pregnancies are 3, and 4 is rare, but not a miracle. A miracle would be like 6 or 7, up to 9. 3 is almost half? Oh my God. I hold my stomach, afraid to imagine it. I guess it's not so bad after the scare the word litters gave me, but it's still a lot. Damn, imagine having 3 kids for your first kid. No wonder you guys have so many mates and court members as fathers. Phleophaky are different, so I shouldn't judge them. But I have felt badly about how the men are raised, given away by their Omega fathers. I felt a little better when Seal explained that he was loved and spoiled as a pup, even though he hardly knew his Omega father. He was just the man with sweets in his pockets while Seal was growing up. Seal was raised by 2 court members who weren't even mates to his Omega father. He might have been conceived on a courtship night, which is basically when unmated members of the court get the chance to spread their genes. I'm so glad that my guys and Auk and Affek are okay with me being different. Well, yes, you need at least 3 fathers, Avielk says, tilting his head. He finds human Omegas, also known as women, to be very interesting. They don't make sense at all, not even to an open-minded radical such as himself. I can't imagine an Omega father and a single mate raising 1 child alone. He might go hungry. Unless you went to another court and asked for a temporary arrangement, you and your mate should only ever try to have 1 at a time. Or if you're willing to put Affek in your bed, even if it's just to sleep, then you could maybe have 2 at once. But I wouldn't risk it. Auk is elderly, and 5 for 2 is the appropriate measure. I try to figure this out, but nope. It's all alien gibberish. You tell. He makes a huffing snort. I'm surprised I have to. Humans don't have them with teeth already, do they? I shake my head, smiling, and stay quiet. It's his turn, and I'm dying to hear this. Avielk holds an expression of disbelief as he plays his turn in our game. You have to have 3 fathers to make enough milk, just in case. If someone doesn't make enough or they dry up early, you should have another, and it's easier to rotate that way anyway. How did you think you were going to feed him? All by myself? His expression of incomprehension is enough. You would lose the child if you had to feed him all by yourself. That is why 3 is the minimum. And if there is an emergency, if, say, 2 Phleophaky men dry up early and can't produce enough milk... Ugh, this is weird to talk about. I feel like my father. But if that were to happen, you must rush to another Omega quickly. Babies nurse for a long time, so there will always be another male available in a large court. And all that stuff about Pykh sleeping with me, I take it that has something to do with who produces milk and who doesn't? Oh, that's right. In your last 20 days, you must choose the fathers. In the old days, that would just mean you and your mates. You would spend nights with them, and so the process would happen naturally. But in this new world, every mate would run out of milk if they had to feed the entire supply of all their Omega's babes. So you must take an unmated male into your bed and let him sleep there next to you. That is the best way. Another common method is to give the father your bedding, and your scent should be strong enough to convert him to nursing. But it doesn't always work. He shrugs. That's how it is for Pykh, anyway. It doesn't matter how you do it. Don't let my father or the council tell you that you are not valuable because you only have one pup. You owe us nothing. And if there was a debt to be paid for taking you in, you didn't repay it with your pup. So, don't let my father or the council bully you. He taps a claw on my knee, solidly enough to poke. I will make sure you and your court are well supplied. Thank you, I say, taking this all in. We would have been okay since we were doing things naturally on our own anyway. By mistake. But what if it was just Seal and me? Or me and Pykh? What if one of us, say the human, turns out to be defective and I couldn't get help from another Omega court because I'm all the way out here? Not talking about this before now has been a huge mistake. I have to be better if I'm going to be a dad. He'll be small when he's born, won't he? Along with the timeline and nutrition and everything else, there's also my baby's estimated weight. Right now he's a little over 2 pounds, extremely small. Carter, have you ever seen a baby before? Maybe he thinks since we have 'em one at a time that human babies are super rare. I pat my friend's hand to comfort him, but really I need a security blanket right now. Seen one? Yes. Held one? No. I was the youngest in my family, and we were only 2. I have one brother, that's it. Some humans have big families, but mine wasn't. You have to go to my father, then. Every new Omega father must be looked after and taught. As a new father, you will be appointed a teacher, a mentor, I guess. The council does not let you do things your own way. Not at first. You must let them into your home, and one of them will stay with you. Usually I am against this practice, but I think it will help. You also need a physician. They are trained in excess and distributed freely among the courts. If you are pregnant, my father must give you one, and they can help with your questions as well. I nod, and both of us are quiet for a while. Right now there's nothing left to ask. Nothing that matters anyway. Avielk says, "You're further along than I thought, aren't you?" Yep. I've got about 34 days left, including tonight. So, 33 as of tomorrow morning. And we're moving out. Quickly. Maybe tomorrow night, I don't know. Whatever Seal says. I'm not going to hide behind vague math anymore. 5 weeks sounds mighty nice, doesn't it? 1 week more than a month, plenty of time to procrastinate. But I'm close enough to the end that I can count down to my baby's 0th birthday with days now. I will miss you, Omega Carter, my friend says, and I agree. But I'm happy for you as well. For Seal most of all. He should have a son as beautiful as you. Chapter 20. Pykh. My head is down as I walk, my thoughts existing somewhere else. In an imaginary land, I'm asking a suitable tailored craftsman to take me on. It is more than just begging for a charitable tuition. Carter is new, different, and alluring. One of his guardian mates is Seal. I'm sure I can get someone to take me on. But there is also the task of getting someone to move with me alongside Carter's court. They would have to change villages, possibly offending the local tailor who is already there. You can't just move anywhere you wish. You have to meet and be accepted by the village leader. For normal people, that's fine, but any kind of business owner will have to be approved by the small local council. So I will have to appeal to the tailor, wherever we end up. Or one will have to follow. Perhaps I can get an apprenticeship from one of my father's tailors. But I'm not hopeful. Aye, a Pykh. I'm not serving as a Mud's warrior because I'm a favourite son. Craftsmen are only shared to Omega's sons coming of age. I was a Mud's warrior, I should say. I'm still getting used to it. While my head is down, I bump into Sindur, who reminds me, well, if it isn't the little Pykh. That is not a voice I've had to answer to for a long time. The best thing about Carter and his Barbarian and Seal showing up was that my brief nickname was forgotten. Pykh of the Muds. It was started by this man, who is neither ugly nor poor nor horribly untalented as far as I can tell. There's nothing wrong with him, just like there's nothing wrong with me. And yet, this is just how he is. Always complaining, always sneering. A poison thistle, Geb calls him. And I agree. His nickname for me, the Pykh of the Muds, comes from Teal's loving words, which he overheard one day. The beauty of the Muds. I never asked him to stop, but I'm glad Teal did. Somehow, he just knew that Sindur had ruined it. What? No hello? Not even a nod? Are you too good to acknowledge me, courtesan Afek? I should not let him get to me. I should keep moving. It is a large beach where the warriors spread out in a sprawling camp. We have been tired of being kept in close quarters, I think. And he is not alone. His smarter, calmer, less annoying companions are nearby, watching with bored interest. They will always call out to him in exasperation when he goes too far. But lately, there has been little entertainment, little good food, and no word at all on when we will get an opportunity for new assignments for those who don't wish to stay. Or when this craziness of being led by two Omegas on a historical yet suicidal mission will ever end. They will not rein him in if he chooses to spar with me. I am acknowledging that I am foolish, even as I use my breath to answer. You are correct this time, Sindur. I am on a task for Omega Carter, and I'm not strolling or lounging on the beach for contemplative pleasure. I have such important things to do. You wouldn't know. This is where I intend to turn with a swish of my tail and continue down the beach. This is where it should end. I'm too old for apprentice puppy fights. About 3 years too old to be exact. I have far exceeded my station and the expectations of my fathers, thanks to sheer dumb luck. But it feels good to stand here and narrow my eyes at him, watching his anger build. I've heard the new whispers. Afek wasn't there in the fighting. Did you see him at all? Where was he? I was fighting. We were there, you and me, remember? But where was Afek? Why did he only show up after the battle? It's as if he found an empty crate and crawled into it. The warriors do not take him seriously. Everyone knows I was fighting with Carter and Pykh because I've told the story many, many times. It's not stopped his whispers, not even once. Something strange happens. He was going to lash at me. I could see it, the rage building. It took some time, because even a poison thistle like Sindur knows that attacking a court member might as well be attacking the Omega himself. He was only trying to figure out if I should be treated like a real courtesan or not, if he could get away with it, and how much I would let him get away with. A physical confrontation would be reported to the general for sure, but I would never report his insults. That would make me look weak in spirit, even though I could if I wanted to, because Eothuth is my lover. Sindur knows I won't do that. But his snarl never comes. He turns, his crest high, his tail arched, and goes back to his friends with a sort of swagger, as if he won, even though I showed my teeth last. Then a heavy hand comes on my shoulder. It looked like you were trailing some scat back to us, Geb says. On the bottom of your foot. But don't worry, I got it off. Of course, I'm disappointed. No one respects me unless I prove myself to them. My family is both a blessing and a curse. My life has been easy, it's true, so everyone assumes I'm too oblivious to notice their slights, too useless to actually be of any help. But I don't have to prove myself to Sindur, and a confrontation may have ended in horrible punishment for him. I am disappointed, but also grateful. Geb was helping him, not me, I tell myself. Geb knows I could have handled him. It is difficult to rise above my puppiness and prove that I'm worth my position in Carter's court. Thank you, I say, twisting my tail with his and leaning into his side with a purr. I look over my shoulder at Sindur, who seems to have forgotten about me, but I say loudly enough for him, because I guess I am not so mature. That stank like a dead fish. I'm glad to leave it on the beach. I can hear his growl from here, and at once I dart in front of Geb with a playful dance and skip. We laugh, and pretty soon I'm surrounded by Teal and Enel also, who lead me behind one of the boulders on the beach where they've set up their bedrolls to stay out of the wind. Here I see that they have a fire going, too small for more than a wisp of smoke, which is caught and whirled away by the air. There's a small animal on a stick suspended above the flames, and my heart sinks. It is a tuvud, a rodent, a pest, which scurries under dead leaves and can be captured with one hand. There was not much meat on it when it was alive, and now I see two more skeletons on the ground which have lost their heads and feet. Teal's posture is low and sheepish. You don't mind if I eat this last one, do you? I assume Omega Carter has kept you fed pretty well, and, well, we did not find another one to share with you. He's usually my most selfless mate. Watching him ask to eat an entire tuvud is heartbreaking. Carter has been keeping us well fed. I thought my mates were okay since Auk and I both have been sharing with them. But it is also hard to only share with our lovers when so many hungry faces are watching. We've begun to share more with other friends, and I guess it has been at the cost to more than our own plates. This explains why they disappeared so quickly when they got their rations from the cook fire. They were worried they didn't have enough to share with me. I already ate. This is yours. I hate myself as I pick up the stick from the fire. The only person worse at cooking than Pykh might be Enel, who watched Teal get very sick from a meal he prepared once. Now he will cook every meat until it's a dry husk to make sure it's safe. It is done, but it won't taste very good. Already I have plans to make my next plate in the morning into fourths. Or maybe I can go without. Auk will share a couple bites with me. I'll give you all my morning meal, I promise, and Geb growls at me. We are warriors, Pykh. We do not steal from the plates of Omegas. Oh, Geb, my wonderful but also most annoying mate. This we are warrior stuff is not because I've joined Carter's court. He was saying this long before Carter ever arrived, such as when I noticed some extra tea had somehow found its way into Eoth's supply, and I was receiving the shipment. He will never notice it's gone, I had proclaimed proudly when I brought it to the barracks. Geb made me take it back when I was still a warrior in training in the muds. I could not understand why someone who seemed to like me was also being horribly mean to me as well. Now I know that Geb does not care for anything, including himself, as much as he cares for honour. The rules must be followed, for they are designed for the betterment of everyone, or so Geb believes. The Omega is well fed. He eats the least of everyone. But you do not win an argument against Geb, not when there are rules. He is exhausting. For a while our conversation turns to the usual matters. Did you bring your repair kit? Enel asks me. I've broken this. And he shows me an emerging hole in one of his pockets, where his claws must have caught on a thread as he was reaching for whatever he keeps in there. It has old stains from berry juice, and now it keeps freshly stripped sticks wrapped in sweet-smelling grass he found up a hill. Again, I've repaired this pocket at least 20 times since I met him. It was one of the first things he said to me, in fact, since he cannot afford all his armour repairs, much less the pockets and little things on his uniform. You are good with thread. And just like that, we were friends. I smile, though, as I fix the pocket and listen to Ennel's newest gossip, derived from many whispers about the camp. Chile is in a disagreement with his present lover and has found his way back into Saldor's bed. Yet again, as always, he's a mess. And I missed a small brawl, which usually would not be noteworthy, except that this one happened outside of the camp just as Aethoth was going there to relieve himself. Now, 3 embarrassed warriors are tasked with cleaning the Ealify cages alongside the juniors. Truani and Doveath will be telling one of their amazing stories, changing their voices so they can depict many characters. Their stuff has become a lot better lately, telling stories of amazing adventures in other worlds, instead of the usual warrior kills 100 invaders and gets the pretty one type of tales. I guess it's all the same thing, actually, but the settings are interesting. The stories are more about the worlds themselves than the characters in it, and we listen raptly, dreaming and seeing those possible places. And then it's my turn for gossip. It comes around quickly while I'm still stitching his pocket. So, how are things inside the ship? What can you tell us? Only share what you're allowed to, Gib reminds me. I guess seeing my near spat with Sindor did not instill him with confidence in my courtesan ability to keep secrets. He is right. I've shared too much already in the past about what it's like to fly a ship, but they were so curious I couldn't help myself. I gave in and described it to him, in the best words I could. Now I have sad things to say, and my voice is quiet, but not trembling. Yet. We will leave. Soon. Tomorrow night or the day after, I'm not sure. But very soon. I'm tugging the thread up, tightening the stitch into place, and Ennel's hand catches my wrist. I meet his eyes reluctantly, but there is no hate or surprise, and only a little sadness. I look around and see the same solemnness on every one of my mates' faces. This is not like when Pykh left us to follow Carter out of the muds. That was unexpected and a blow. I've already left them and stopped being a warrior even while I'm here, and we've already talked about how our lives will go on when we separate. Break one of the carriage posts, Ennel says, but he taps his nose with one finger quickly, smirking at Geb. This gesture is only for Geb, to let our serious mate know this is a joke. Then you will get to stay. And when it is repaired, I will break it again. They will have no choice but to send all of us to the capital, as criminals. We will take turns. Now he becomes emotional, his breath heaving, and he leans away to get his drink where it is sitting in the sand. He brushes the heel of his palm against his eye, and he's breathing calmly but deeply as he looks at the fire. I've stopped sewing, but I take it up again. I did not come here to weep. I sought them out to beg, but it must be done subtly, for I've tried everything else. This does not have to be goodbye. I'm not leaving you or anyone else unless it is what you want. Teal speaks. You don't have to feel bad. I'm glad you're going, actually. We need someone to look after our elder mate. He would be lonely without you. Filk Teal. He's a dirty betrayer, and the only obstacle preventing me from getting everything I want. I am certain that if I could get him to agree to join Carter's court, the others would fall behind him like the shadow of a large tree. He is a game piece, and somehow I must trap him in my corner. My mates, there is not so much danger here. We haven't found an invader or encountered any signs. So far. We have been lucky, so far. My love and my opponent are the same thing. My tail twitches once, but I lower it. No one needs any healing, at any rate. And if they do, Carter's ship knows how to fix everything. Oh, but it's not perfect, as he always says. The machines are guessing because the ship doesn't know Fleophaki medicine. What if the wrong remedy was given and I had to intervene? He's on to me then, and he's sad too, but in his downcast eyes there is also the hint of a smile. There is pride there. I know Teal. He's happy to see me fighting for him. But he's still not coming with me. Now I cannot hide the arch of my tail, and I stitch quickly and perfectly, narrowing my eyes at the pocket. Will you come up with any reason? I'm needed here, Afek. I'm a healer. Not to come with me. The council will send reinforcements here. There will be better healers. And I am not useful as an Omega's healer. I haven't learned anything about children or how to help an Omega with their pregnancy. I've only learned we may need you. About cuts and bruises and broken bones on our journey. Enough! Geb growls the word. His voice seems deeper lately. He's much closer to being an elder than he is to being a youth. It's hard to believe since Eotheth has always looked older and bigger in every way, but Geb is only 2 years younger than him. He takes a drink from his cup of broth, his tail flicking with his thoughts. He got that from Pykh, who must have picked it up from another. My elder fathers back home are chatty and pestering, but here among the warriors, elders act like ancient sages. They must know it makes them attractive to pretty fools. Oh, knock it off, I say with a growl and snap the thread with my claw. The pocket is done. That'll be the last time. My voice grows softer as I realise my words are not only angry, but true as well. I'll give you some coin before I go, to pay for repairs once I'm gone. Enel touches noses with me. I purr and mew and press mine against his harder. I hope you can forgive me, Teal says, his tail wrapped around his knees and the tuft in hand. He's not crying yet. I just feel like I need to be here. I feel like I need to look after everyone. I can't leave them without a healer. I love you, Teal. Enel. Gabe. They are my true family. My old one was too big and crowded, full of pups. Everyone always says how great it must have been to grow up as me, to come from a rich family with so many Omegas. We take the highest allotment of resources from the taxes every year, all because we are prolific, and apparently our blood has the Omega fire that produces many Omega sons. But I'm not one of them. I'm one of the many pups who are not talented or special enough for apprenticeship training. I was proficient at everything, gifted at nothing, and there are a lot of brothers just like me. I don't feel like I'm truly saying goodbye to you, I say when our kissing ends. Not yet. We were meant to be together forever. This is just a break for a long journey. You're supposed to be with me, Teal, and all of you. Someday you'll come home. So, this isn't goodbye. This is just a journey. Chalul Gate. Chapter 21. Seal. I trudge across the open landscape, snow up to my knees, and Pykh walks with me at an easier pace, since he is so tall. I check behind myself every few breaths, making sure that the carriage is safe, and I don't see the dark forms of the enemy running towards Carter across the open landscape. The invaders hate the cold, it's true, but unlike the mud, the snow is not our friend. The invaders avoid the mountains because there's no food to harvest or precious mineral to mine out of the earth. Otherwise, they are better suited for this terrain than we are, especially in winter. They can climb and cross the rocky plains faster than we can, and while they hate snow, and the cold seems to make them sleep, they can fight their instinct if they must and scuttle atop it. They can even burrow under and tunnel if they prefer. Truly, Chalul is the most dangerous gate, but it's the only one we could reach, in time. I just hope we picked the right day to wade to it. We are out of food. Carter is consuming the last of our supplies, while the rest of us make do with a nightly broth. Yet despite this, I feel strong and full of energy. We are escaping again. Starved slaves, desperate with hope, but we are escaping for the last time. And this time I'm bringing my son. If the entire invader army appears behind us, I will kill thousands, and Pykh will as well. He has a way of carrying his battle axe so that the handle rests on his shoulder, and the blade is behind his back with his crest. I've never seen the stocky guards in front of the Omega Council do such a thing. They always have the end on the ground, and they grip the weapon firmly with both hands. Pykh makes it look casual, light, and he never once complains about the weight as he carries it with him day and night, even laying it beside our bedroll while we sleep. Like a fourth lover. Like Tenol, I have the urge to take out my light sword and hold it in front of myself as well. Let the forces come. My energy is boundless. Seal, Pykh says in a tone like he is pondering the colour of the sky, which he did several times as a slave, and I never had the answer for him. Are those rocks the houses we're going to live in? Carter can't climb, and I do not have very much practice either. What if I can't get up there? Rocks? Houses? It takes a moment for me to see the landscape in a new way. The way Pykh does as a man seeing civilization for the first time. The rocks are the great pillars spread out in front of the gate in an uneven fashion. They are partly a natural formation, crumbling rock spires spaced distantly throughout the area. But we have built them up to very tall heights and added supports to keep the spires from collapsing. Some of them even rise up higher than the wall itself, and they are manned with over 30 Fliafaki archers each, who will shoot off the top of the platform or out of the sides. When the snow finally melts in the late spring, the land before the gate will be covered in discarded arrows. We have an entire industry to make hundreds of thousands of them, and commoners will come out during the spring when it's safe to collect and resell any shaft or tip that isn't broken. But Pykh does not see archer outposts like I do. He sees rocks with roofs on top and the wooden houses we've built. They're still tiny in the distance. No, Pykh. And I explain it to him, adding, bows and arrows are not very good at killing the invaders, and that's why the Muds doesn't train any archers at all. But the invaders are stupid, and the pillars are a distraction. See how the bases are steep? They cannot climb up. But the invaders will throw themselves at the pillars if they are not directed by their Omegas, so a large portion of the force will stop attacking the gate and try to climb the pillars instead. Otherwise, the gate may have been lost long ago. The gate is that big cliff behind it all. And now I realise that Pykh has never seen a gate before. Goodness, what will he say when he sees the city on the other side? The gate itself is actually behind the wall. You will see. There's a tunnel, and then the gate that lets us inside. Inside of what? Inside the city. I try to articulate what a city will be. I try to imagine what a city is like for someone who grew up in a cage. The city is just like the Muds, only bigger, much bigger. Remember the ruins we stayed in while Carter was sick? It's just like that, sort of. And there are many, many people who live in all the homes, and this part is very important, I am only now just realising. There are different types of people, Pykh. You know how there are masters and there are slaves? He nods, and I check on Carter. We trudge onward. And there are free Fliafaki, I say. And there are generals, and there are Omegas, and there are elites. Well, a villager is also another type of Fliafaki, the most common type. They might also be called peasants, but that is a rude term. That is insulting, so never use it unless you mean to. Okay. There is only a small pause. I knew there would be a question. What do villagers look like? What do they do? This part will be most difficult to explain. For a man raised as a slave, there are simply not people allowed to exist without chores and service to someone or something. Even Carter has a purpose in Pyke's mind. He makes pups. And he is our master, which Pykh understands very well. Villagers do many things, whatever they like. Some of them become merchants and sell items. Already I have stumbled onto an advanced concept. Nothing is sold or purchased in the muds. It's all government-provided or scrapped together by raids. The muds is its own sort of village, but this will be different. In this one, there are many, many people, and they can do whatever they want, but certain tasks will be more valuable than others. Like gathering wood for a fire, let's say. If you are a wood cutter, you will receive money for this task. Money is tokens. Audiobook has explained this to me some, Pykh says, but I can tell he does not understand. You will figure it out quickly. Money is not that complicated. I am just bad at explaining. My breath is deep from talking and trudging at the same time. Coils of steam rush out and spiral around me with every exhale. What you will see is that villagers decide what they do for money, and then this money is exchanged for everything that is valuable. Food, a house, clothing to wear, baubles and jewellery. If you want something, and you've earned enough money for it, you can choose to give your money for that purchase, or continue to accumulate it for something else. There. It is not one of Audiobook's excellent lectures, but it is a start. And how to explain the city. On the other side of that gate, which the invaders never cross, there will be thousands and thousands of Pykh who are not fighters, who have no master and no omega, and no family. So they will live together however they like and do whatever tasks they like. They will earn as much money as they want to for the things that they need. Explaining the differences of wealth is beyond me at the moment. For now, he only needs to expect the population he will see. There will be so many homes. It is like a forest of buildings beyond that wall. There will be so many faces and new people it might frighten you. It is like the invader mines, but everyone is free. The cages are all large homes. Every home is large when you're Pykh, and there will be no omegas besides Carter. Omegas are rare and live in special places. I pause here to trudge and think. You know that there can be bad Pykh, I say. Yes, I know. And he takes his axe off his shoulder for a moment, holding it with two hands in front of him. Well, we will not be attacked when we enter the city, but you will see them. The bad Pykh. You will understand. Chalil Gate is lively and beautiful. In the summer, before the first snow, the wealthy will relocate to the other side of the mountain that faces the jungle, where it is warm for another month still. The ones who stay are mostly the warriors who protect the gate, and the impoverished, who beg them for scraps. Chapter 22. Seal. The spires are taller than specks now, as tall as the trees where we just came from, and still a party hasn't been sent out to meet us. I begin to narrow my gaze and resent my people. At first, I could understand their pragmatism. This close to the gate, the invader bodies are not completely covered. Their stick-like limbs resemble the reeds of the muds, at first glance, though scattered and sparse. Now we occasionally see a head or an invader torso poking out of the snow, and odd-shaped mounds make up the otherwise flat landscape. At this distance, these are the wounded who were killed and consumed, rather than allowing them to heal and regenerate their parts. And there are many. For them to leave this much mess behind, the battle from the night before must have been all out. Pykh must have come out from the gate and forced them back while it was snowing on the battlefield. They told us to wait for a break in the battle over the communication box. That was 4 days ago, while we were camping in a distant cave, the only shelter to be found for miles. We relayed our condition every day, at dawn and dusk, to tell them we were still alive. Auk perched atop the cave, camouflaged in his cloak, coming down once a night to drink his broth and tell us the state of the battle he saw through the spying scope. He did not mention that they had left the gate, but the path in front of it is shallow and widening towards us, like an iced-over river, and so there must have been a deadly charge out of the gate. Why do they not come for us? Won't they meet us halfway? They know we are starving. They know Carter is pregnant and that we are fighting for the survival of our son. They are cowards. Or perhaps they do not believe Carter is a true Omega. Maybe they picture that we have been enslaved by some 6-legged Omega, that the enemy has worked some magic to trick us. Would I hold my men back if I was the general here? I try to think about it in the fairest way possible. We have always known that the invaders keep many types of slaves, besides Pykh. We have seen them with the collars and near the cages. But I've never actually been close to one until I was in a cage with Pykh. I suppose I always understood that these were survivors from other worlds, but I never thought about it much. In my world, there was only Pykh and the evil invaders. So maybe I would be suspicious. But would I hold back this long? My lip begins to lift as we trudge ever closer, and I think about the warriors in those spires. No, not if I knew there was an Omega with a pup approaching in the carriage. He has been described and confirmed by Audiobook's reports, which are relayed by the communication box and now the ship. I would be out here with the entire battalion. But they are safe, huddled in their nests. Anger requires energy, and it is a long, bleak walk. I go a little faster, eager to shout them down and rend a few of the warriors with my claws. The distance between us and Carter's carriage increases, but I will not turn back. Gradually, even this fury ebbs out of me. When I was with them, the Pykh were brave. We won many incredible battles. But first, I had to teach them how to fight again. We were used to hiding and cowering, holding defensive positions only. We were like children huddled with our crests flat, waiting to be hit and slashed and whipped. I taught the Pykh how to stand and growl. I gave my rage to them. But when I was taken, we fell back to the old ways. I do not hate them quite as much as the trudge goes on. And on and on. We are never safe. We are never rescued. It just goes on. And then Pykh calls out, "Seal, look at that! What are those? What are they doing?" I can't believe it. Finally, the bridges come down. Pykh has never seen such a thing, so I must explain it to him. Those chains are called bridges. See how they attach from one pillar to another? Pykh archers use them like a road, crossing to different positions. That way they never have to touch the ground. And now they are dropping new bridges, see? They do that with a wheel at the top, like rope. Warriors will be climbing down to help us. In most places, one long chain connects pillars together, but sometimes 3 or even 5 crisscross to different places and back to the wall. New warriors have a strap they can attach in case they fall, but confident climbers know how to wrap their leg and catch themselves. High winds and ice make bridge climbing a difficult skill, and legs can be badly bruised or even lost to amputation if a stranded warrior is left too long. But, of course, the strap requires slower travel, and there's always the risk that it will break. Invaders will try to shoot you down if they see you climb amid battle. Many warriors are climbing to the pillars closest to us, and from those they have dropped the additional bridges to descend to the ground. We do not use those very often in winter. Their features are indistinct because we are so far away, and the wind blows snow around in a mist, but their red uniforms are bright and plain. They follow one after the other with almost no slack between them, mirroring each other's climbing movements with perfect grace. And soon they begin to cluster at the base of their respective pillars. They begin to walk out towards us. "Pykh, come!" I want to run, but I look behind myself and I'm reminded that true safety is still very far away. We've left the most important part of us further behind. I am torn between whether it is right to run forwards or backwards. I've never been so close to home before. The mountains, Pykh. We are here. The snow makes it impossible for me to run. Pykh probably could. My pace is slowed by uncertainty and necessity. I want nothing more than to get behind those gates, with Carter and everyone we've brought with us. But also, I am starting to see many red warriors coming toward us. Not as much as the entire Muds battalion, I suppose, but these are strangers, with weapons, purposefully striding. They take on a formal formation, the general at the front and 4 columns of Pykh warriors behind, and they are adding to their numbers still, men continuing to descend from the chain bridges with no pause. Safe? I'm not certain. My worries from when Carter was waiting to first meet General Earthuth returned to me. Will he be caged? But he is not an animal. These are my people, even if they look like strangers at the moment. I put a hand on Pyke's wrist. He has brought the battle axe in front of him. No, Pykh, these are not the bad Pykh. They're here to help us. And I keep my uncertainty silent. I wish I could trust every Pykh, like a brother. That's how it should be. And this is my own government, the one that I served with my life. The closer they get, the more I have the urge to bow, all the way to my hands and knees to beg them to take us in. Should I? It is not proper. I am Carter's guardian, and I should outrank the general and everyone who has come to meet us. But I feel like a beggar asking for scraps, a man desperate and willing to do anything. I've stopped approaching as they close the distance towards us. Their faces are solemn and hard to read. The general wears red leather armour trimmed with black fur and pressed with the image of a snarling beast. The regular warrior uniform is plain leather and red cloth, but fancier than that of the Muds, embroidered with delicate black flowers and leaves, to symbolize their mourning and the ones they've lost. The general wears a large gem pendant on a cord, wound underneath and over a buckle so as not to lose it while climbing. And I am haggard, my ribs visible through my skin again, like I was when I was a slave. Their march ends. The warriors have finally stopped reinforcing from the pillars, and a long line of them have travelled to us. The general approaches Pykh and I with 2 others behind him, and I notice he gives Pykh a cautious look. But none of them draw their swords. The warriors behind him have hands on the hilts, but their eyes scan the landscape. Not us. "It is ye," says the general, and he smiles. He is young. Absurdly young for a general, and I notice that he wears the short scrap of a tribe cloth on his left shoulder, which he should have discarded when he entered the warrior apprenticeship. But it is from Aphych's family, who flow from a great Omega line. That must explain his age, and the tribe cloth remnant on his shoulder must be to grant legitimacy to his position. I start to introduce myself, bowing my head even though it is not proper. I am... But then he closes the distance, embracing me before I've said my name. Pykh does not react at all, only holding his battle axe and watching. He looks upon the warriors with awe, and the general holds me for a brief moment. He is strong, smelling a little of leather polish and more of a male scent, enhanced by fragrant oil. He steps back from me, his expression friendly and his face as young as some of the warriors I've commanded at the Muds. My demeanour is stiff as he regards Pykh and takes a step toward him. And you must be the mighty Ivrir I've heard so much about. He gestures with his tail, and now the warriors march towards us again. It is a short, amputated tail, with black cloth wrapped around the end to cover the ugly deformity and give the appearance of a tail tuft. He is young, lofted by status and breeding, and also too pretty-faced to be a general in my opinion, but he has seen battle. You are most welcome to our fires, Guardian Ivrir of Omega Carter. His embrace is short and cautious compared to the one I received, possibly because Pykh has to shift his battle-axe to one hand to receive it, and Pykh towers over the general, even though Ofer is taller than me. Pykh is also nearly twice as wide, and built with muscle rather than bones, it seems. I almost chuckle, though I am too exhausted and scared for that. Carter is still so far away, but now the warriors are marching around and past us. Many among the ranks carry wide, flat shovels, and they go to the front. These will be much more efficient than the normal ones the elites are using to help our carriage bearers. The snow clearers put their shovel heads on the ground and push. It is heavy work, snow constantly being flung and emptied to the side, but they will get there quickly, much faster than we were moving. I am so grateful and happy. Tears are gathering in my eyes. But I have not forgotten my rage. Why did you not come out to us sooner? Can you not see how desperate we are? Could you not spare anyone to send to us? But I must stop speaking. I sound like I'm about to weep. Somehow I am vengeful and relieved and sad. I'm so glad they've come. But why not sooner? My eyes have to say it, because my voice cannot without breaking. I am trembling. The general returns to me and clasps a hand on my shoulder. He begins to lead us behind the men and toward Carter. You cannot see it, but many on this battlefield are alive, just sleeping. Your fate has weighed on my conscience heavily. You have not been alone. We have been watching, ready to rush out to you if it looks like it's necessary. I hear a blade used. There is a scuffle somewhere and something is cut. By the time I lay eyes on it, the invader is dead, and a warrior cleans his blade on the snow. Your small party is better than a large one. They will all be waking up now. I am realizing that the snow mounds Pykh and I avoided as we walked are mostly coming alive. The invaders are sluggish and clumsy from waking up. Most of them are already injured, but it seems others have simply stayed behind or been forgotten. They probably ate their injured and dead until they fell asleep from the cold. Winter slows them down, but it doesn't stop them. A small battle is waking up all around us. Chapter 23. Carter. I've got 11 days. Soon to be single digits now. Pykh has been marking them all for me on a carriage post inside here where I can see. 22 scratches are all stacked up. I thumb over them, feeling the ridges, wondering what I'm gonna name our son. Seal and Pykh are up ahead by themselves. I can't see them since the windows are only on the sides of my box, but I trust that they're okay. I hope. I hear Rilda's voice, the newly appointed leader of the elite guard, since Captain Arad was killed in the battle for the ship. Eyes up! Dry your weapons! Something moves in the north! That's behind me. I pull the curtain back to check, and I see just a blimp of something dark-colored before it's out of view. Opening the carriage door to stick my head out would be an unnecessary distraction. I keep Avielk's words to me in memory, told to me for that first battle. You will only make them worse fighters. They'll try too hard to protect us. Daddy Carter is a much more tamed version of myself, but I call to Afek, who's close by. What is it? He comes near. Thanks to Avielk and I both, the guards and carriage bearers have learned to pretty much ignore everything they know about Omega customs. Usually he wouldn't be allowed to approach without, I don't know, a summons and a ritual bow or something. We're all too tired for that crap. An invader is waking up. I guess it was sleeping under the snow. It's just one on it. Ahead! Calls one of the elites toward the front. Eastward! Affect takes a few quick steps to get a better look. Another. Just two so far, Carter. Seal and Pykh? I'm sure they're fine. I'll ask Auk for the spying scope. Poor Auk. He's got the worst of it. Marching in the snow has been hardest for him, and he's always last in our formation. Seal has been strongly against me, offering him rides and the carriage to rest. I suspect it's more for the old scout's pride than anything else, but I warned Auk that if he fell behind, I would force the issue. Surprisingly, he hasn't had a problem with keeping up ever since. He's just consistently last. So, I wonder if I've done more harm than good. Affect jogs by my window again, moving towards the front and out a ways. He has the spying scope to his eye as we catch up. Eastward again! Look, I think it's 3! Okay, I do open the door and look out then. Just to make sure there isn't a horde coming towards us. Carter, get back in the carriage! I make Rilda's life hardest of all, I suspect, even though I've been on my best behavior. He lowers his head and crest in a quick bow for me, acknowledging that he spoke out of turn. But I don't care about that. Up ahead, there are 3 invaders. The regular warrior kind, which are sorta smart but not so good at working together. They shake themselves off like dogs, their butts lifting high in the snow. And one of them has the head of another invader in its mouth, turning, tasting, and licking it. His jaws have been damaged, I think. One of the sharp blade-like pincers hangs crookedly. Another one tries to take the head from him, and instead of advancing on us, those two end up in a backward circling dance. The other is gonna come straight for us. I can read their body language enough to see that by now. When he comes, a flurry of snow kicks up from his legs, and he's not impeded the way he would have been at the muds. He comes so fast he might as well be on skis. And sure enough, I hear the sounds of weapons being drawn all around me. My own short sword has not been used since the day I got it, but I locate it in the blankets as I shut the door. It feels strange and possibly wrong to rest the killing weapon atop my baby bump as I sit back, both hands gripping the hilt. But so be it. I will kill 100 of them for you. Imagining it is not nice, though. Engineer Carter is definitely not that good with ancient close-quarter combat weapons. I'm imagining the fight I had with one, kicking it in the face, stabbing it through its mouth and out the back of its head. Only now I'm trapped in the freezing snow and also pregnant. But it won't come to that. That panic is clawing at the back of my brain, which always comes on when the bugs are near. Seeing them caged and helpless for Avielk to study has been some sort of therapy. It made them less of indomitable monsters and more like worthless creatures that I could almost feel sorry for. Still, my mind is going places. What if I'm helpless? What if I'm captured again? What if I'm eaten and my baby ripped out of me? Northeast! 1! East again! 2 more, I think! I can't tell! West! Just 1, I think. Far off! That is Auk's voice. The count for the east grows higher and higher. First those 3, then 4, 5 to 7. I lose count. Rilda gives instructions. Carriage bearers, double up! We move forward no matter what! He starts calling names. Merquin! Stagwas! You are the tip of the spear. Elder Auk, you are the only guardian at the back. Do not fall behind. And then he addresses those who are already moving out to intercept enemies, long before they reach me. Affect! I call out, realizing he never answered me about Pykh and Seal. The Chalul warriors are with them. It's all okay. He answers hurriedly and passes the spy scope through the bars before running off with the elites to take a position. Something comes alive under his feet, and he's nearly knocked off balance, but he manages to correct himself and get his sword up at the same time. He saves his own life as jaws lift out of the snow, snapping, but Pykh angles and wedges his blade against the invader's face so that they can't close all the way. One foot traps a sharp jaw to the ground. The sword point goes into the ground too, and the hilt is wrenched forward like a lever. The creature hisses, then shrieks, and tries to backpedal, but Pykh keeps it trapped, until a sickening snap crunch happens. The elites do not even move to help him, and they don't have to. Pykh finishes the kill by stabbing it in the chest, twisting the blade, and then runs onward like nothing happened. "Forward, no matter what!" Rilda orders, and I put the spying scope to my eye, looking out the bars as much as I can. Soon I see it. Seal does not approach directly onward from the direction I'm blind to. He rushes toward a massive pile of invaders waking up, where that side of the spear might be in danger of breaking if they come toward us. He is fucking fast, and the lightsaber moves with him like he was born to wield it. You can't even catch a glimpse of the blade as he's using it, just the blur of light. He's become an expert at turning it off and on with his movements, so he won't accidentally hurt himself or someone else. And then there is Pykh. "Roar!" I hear distantly, followed by a familiar chunk. He appears with two red-clothed strangers who look like teenagers standing next to him. He sets the axe on his shoulder, letting one of them finish the kill more cleanly, and lifts a hand while looking back at me to say hello. I lift my hand to him as well. They think human waving is a funny thing to do that only makes sense if you don't have a tail. Then a new invader is trying badly to claw out of the snow, to run away rather than attack, I think, but Pyke's attention is redirected. He could let these new warriors finish off the bug, but he likes the sound and impact the axe makes against the exoskeleton of his old masters. Many days ago, he told me after chasing and murdering a baby bug that somehow wandered and got lost, "Tenno is angry, that is why." But his smile was peaceful as he said it. The axe has been a form of therapy for him, the way the caged invaders have soothed me. More warriors in the red uniforms show up. The sides of the spear are reinforced. Several of them approach closer, having no other invaders to kill. And I begin to attract a lot of indirect stares and wondering, then turned-away reactions. I have the curtains wide open, which I guess is something Omegas never do. Also, I'm an alien. I close the curtains except for a sliver on either side. I slip the sword back where it goes along the wall, and then I tap the sides of my stomach, sighing, saying internally, "We're going home. We got a new place just for you. And any bug that tries to eat you is gonna get a lightsaber shoved up its ass and a battle axe through its fucking skull." Chapter 24. Pykh. It is strange to be around such new faces again. I feel like the unwelcome Barbarian once more, who might get locked in the barn. But this time I have a very big axe, and the new Fliarthaki and I become like cage mates at once, working together to defeat the masters. The stupid, weak, pathetic, a new word I learned, masters. Seal has been sad lately, becoming his old growly self once again, and I have worked hard to hide my true feelings, trying to be the happy, normal Pykh for him and Carter both. My mates are alike in that they spend a lot of time in their heads. Sometimes I have to poke and prod them out. But now I am that happy Pykh for real as a master's head comes flying off, spinning free of the master's flailing body, and I cut him in half again where his torso is thin right before his rump. Another master who used to beat me. Dead. Gleefully, I run as fast as I can to another, far off. When I am there, I slice off an arm before I've even stopped, swinging the axe up high and bringing it down on his back. It doesn't matter where. The thing screams and falls and bleeds in the snow. I put my foot on its back since the blade is stuck, and then I step on its head, smothering it. There is no reason I need to listen to its pathetic cries as I lift my axe again and finish the job. Beast! Beast! I hear a master wail in its hissing voice. It is another who is trying to get away from 3 new warriors with an injured leg. He is attacked at all sides, but he is running from me. I have been hungry and miserable for days. Grinning, I run again and finish the kill for these warriors. They did not need me, but already I scan for another, twirling the axe handle in my hand just for fun. But I guess that was the last unless any more appear. "You fight well," says a meek voice beside me, and it is one of the younger warriors, eyeing Tenol at first and then plainly examining my groin-cloth. His cheeks are dark from either exercise or lust. "Thank you," I say, and I do not try to hide myself. I find it funny. I love little Fliafaki warriors, even if I am claimed by Carter. And you are a good fighter as well. Thank you for injuring him first. His cheeks become even darker as his eyes dart up to mine, and he breaks into a shy smile. His tail twists around itself, like it is trying to tie into a knot, a giveaway that means he imagines twining his tail with mine. But I have no interest. I make a slower run back to Carter, and my beautiful mate is safe inside the carriage. I will be a father soon. I grab the window bars to his cage, the carriage bearers no longer snarling at me and trying to enforce other Omega's rules. That was a long time ago, and now they know that Carter is different. We are all finished. Now we are going to the place we will never leave from. Seal says we are home. That's good, Pykh. I hope it's everything we need. My Omega crawls close and kisses my cheek through the bars. This is the thing he does to make up for how useless he is. That is not what I say, but it is how he sees it. Our journey has been long and unhappy, especially the last few days, but there are parts like this that I love. Carter does not have to hide his stomach anymore, so now he coos at our son sometimes, and often tells me the things that are going on. Then Seal is here as well, telling Carter we are safe and will be inside the gate soon. I know enough language now to say that he means past the gate. That is how I would say it. But I am watching and listening to something else, far off. "Brother!" Afek calls, and runs badly through the snow toward the general called Ofer. My young court brother is caught in a deep snowbank up to his knees, and Ofer comes over to him as well. He is a lot faster and sure-footed in this icy fluff-like stuff. "You have not grown at all," Ofer says, laughing, and the two of them embrace like lovers or very good friends. "Brother is a pup you were raised with," Seal explained, and Ovielk told me some more about how brothers share an Omega father, so they come from the same place. Same fathers, same home. I do not have any brothers, but my son will have one when Carter makes another pup, so I am watching closely, wandering a few steps around the carriage to hear better over the wind. "I am so glad you are here finally," Ofer says, and he offers Afek a paper packet from inside one of his pouches. It seems to have some dried food. Afek pushes it back, shaking his head no. "Not until the others eat first. We are all carrying food for them, and especially for your Omega. Do not worry. Eat. I've never seen you so thin, little brother." Indeed, I now notice the exchange between Seal and Carter, and I return to them quickly. Seal is subtly growling. "You must eat before your guardians, Omega. I won't allow it otherwise." "Seal, this is all for you. You've been starving for days now. Your son and I are just fine." "You are nutritionally deficient, and when your guardian says you eat, I intervene. You cannot disobey your Omega, Seal." I pick up the food from him and put it in my mouth before he can stop me. I am very hungry, and I feel almost like I could tackle Seal and steal the rest of the food, which I have had to do to others as a slave. For a cage mate during a bad time, once or twice. But the hunger does not overwhelm me, and I only take the packet so that Carter can get his way and Seal can be brought back in line. You have forgotten how to be a good, obedient guardian. I touch his hip with my tail, an extremely fake swat that won't be noticed by anyone. Then I say to Carter, "Do not worry, little Omega, I have punished him." Being distracting is how I can end their squabbles. But also I am very hungry, so I would like this argument to stop. Eat now. I give Seal the next piece. Then Carter will eat all of his, as he promised us. Of course, I am making the last part up. Both of my mates can be dumb. I do not wait to see if they will listen to me this time. I search these new faces for the warrior who said I fight well. It doesn't seem like he's here, and I'm reluctant to approach anyone. I don't feel so safe to talk to Fliafaki when they are new. But I cannot be afraid. I am Guardian Avery. So I search until I spot another who is young. Younger ones don't seem so scary. I approach him and ask, "Do you have food for me?" Not only does he give me a paper packet from his pouch, I am offered 3, then 5 more from the other warriors who are around me. Everyone has a lot, and this is good food. This is food how it was back at the Muds Battalion before we were fighting masters. It is so good, and I eat lots of it, growling with delight and relief. But while I am chewing and swallowing as fast as I can, the hunger of my mates weighs on my mind. I must share. So finally I stop and look back. They are offered more food as well. Thankfully, this is all for me. "I can eat everything?" I ask, just to make sure. We walk together, others holding packets I haven't opened yet because I cannot carry it all. "There is plenty for everyone," says the warrior closest to me, patting my shoulder. "Welcome home." Chapter 25. Pykh. "Welcome!" Ophir calls, his arms up to the sky as we walk into the shadow of the giant rock Seal calls a gate. I suppose describing it as a rock is not quite right. A rock is something you can pick up in your hands. This is very tall and steep, like a wall, but there is no circling around. It just goes forever. We have been climbing upward for a long time, but here it is like the mountain finally begins. The mountain is like an enormous ship, almost. Like it landed here or dropped out of the sky, and it is made of dark rock that doesn't gleam even when the sunlight hits it. It is impressive. I was certain the gate would be big, even if it was simple. But this is a cave with an entrance more like a crack that widens at the bottom. The crack goes high, and the only reason I didn't see it before is because the rock blends into itself. The space we have to enter is narrow, like one of Carter's human tunnels. There are no LED lights, though. I feel some discomfort as the front warriors in our line step inside the dark place, and we are following steadily in their path. Ophir walks just in front of me, and he glances backward a lot, like he is either watching the carriage or me. His tone is friendly and his eyes are kind, so I will trust him as long as Seal does. I wish his broken tail didn't bother me so much. I understand the pain of having part of you eaten by the masters. I have lost others. He is lucky it was only a tail, but it is odd how the cloth-wrapped ending waves and jabs abruptly. The gesture's not complete because the real tuft is not there. "You may feel like we abandoned you in your darkest hour of need," Ophir says, "but trust me, you have been at the centre of our hearts since before winter. I feel like we are family, and I've long been waiting for you to come home." He gives Pykh a nudge. Pykh is beaming, holding his brother's cloak around his shoulders, and I've seen him lower his nose to the cloth and inhale. He loves Ophir. I would be the same if I could find one of my little lost cage mates again from when I was small. I would be very protective of them. We enter the dark tunnel place, and the Fleophaki warriors around us turn on lanterns, but it does not help much. The rock over our heads and at our sides is still black, and the tunnel turns so we can only watch people disappear in the darkness. We can't see the way out. Ophir's voice is loud in here, like he is yelling, but he is not. "We have been preparing for you to come home since summer, and it has been a tumultuous one. Every Omega in the land was here at one point. Chalul is important, but usually we only get busy for those few weeks when the weather is especially nice. You'll be staying in Idul's estate, the very finest there is, but it is kind of small since he is only here a few months out of the year." Our line is turning. This is Carter's ship, but worse. There it was all lit up. You could feel a breeze if you put your nose to the vents, and there were so many interesting, colourful things. I hope we are not going to live in a very dark cave. I see how it is safer, but I was hoping we would live somewhere like the Muds. Even the sandy ocean was better than this. The villa is certainly not anywhere you can raise your pups, but it is only one step on your journey, and we will make it a comfortable one. Idul said you were welcome to stay there for as long as you wish, and even seemed to imply that he would be happy to host you for years. But I am in no place to speak for him, obviously. I only mean to say that you can rest for as long as you like, whether that is days or months. Now our line turns the other way. I still have not seen any gate, only this long dark hole, and I'm beginning to feel like the air is stale. There are so many of us. We're walking closer together now. He is quite proud to have bested the other Omegas in elegance. There's been a surge of reconstruction and artistry. I thought I had left high society behind several summers ago, only to get the promotion to general and find myself steeped in it. Chalul, if you can believe it, has become the epicentre of culture and artistic competition. Light, at last, and the fresh air on my face feels amazing. The tunnel is opening up, and far in front of us, in a bright place, is a structure. I'll be able to see it more when we get out. Of course, you are a latecomer, but that is a good thing, I say. The clouds have been chased off. The cold and the war did it for us, and now I get to present Chalul as it really is, a stronghold, a place of spirits and resilient people. There is no safer place to rest, Omega Carter. No safer place to be. If it was not so cold, they might put the capital city here instead of on top of the mountain. He adds with humour, looking backwards. But after the summer I've had, I'll give thanks to the spirits for the winter storm that finally drove them off. He had seemed to be talking to me, but he has been talking to Carter this whole time. I suppose Carter has been listening. Now we step into the light again, and I see a real gate. This is like the bottom of a pit with rock walls all around, going up high. But the walls are sloped like a bowl instead of straight up. There are narrow steps and ledges all over, going to caves and walkways and places. There are a lot of warriors standing here in a guarding pose, and they all begin to kneel for us, spears and swords striking the ground once before they go to one knee, their heads bowed. Their crests stay up, aggressive, and every warrior bares their teeth at the ground once, making a short growl. One would be too quiet to hear. Many are like a song, not all at once, but continuous, carried from one warrior to the next. And because they cover the walls, hundreds and hundreds of them, it is like a growl coming from an immense, invisible warrior. Seal, there are many of us. I know, Pykh. We are like... I do not have the words. I want to say tribe, maybe, or battalion, but bigger, much bigger. We are a nation, and also a people. Maybe those are the right words. I do not know nation, so maybe that is it. We are tremendous. We are stronger than the masters. Not quite that strong, but yes. I sense that he is also feeling too much for words. The gate before us is wooden and heavy, made out of poles and logs that are sharpened into spikes. An arch is constructed over the gate, and hanging down from it is a snarling head, just like in the ancient cities, only this one is wooden and badly built. I wonder if the invader masters have ever gnawed on it, because it has decorative cloth hanging down that might have looked nice at one time, but it is torn and shredded. Parts of the head are either rotted or gnawed off. But it is Pykh, unmistakable. Its eyes are holes that go through, and its expression is furious. On the arch above it, there are enormous wooden spikes that go up higher and higher in the centre to make the silhouette of his angry, raised crest. And now I see what the tunnel is for. There is no snow on the ground here because I think they've cleaned it for us. If they hadn't, there would be blood and parts. If we were the masters, this is the trap where we would die. Chapter 26. Seal. The gate opens outwards. Many heads and crests and tall pointed spears of Pykh warriors blocking my view of the city. But I can see the familiar buildings rising up above us, all on the other side of this gate. They are exactly how I remember them, in the details. Sloped rooftops with a flat outer rim for perching. Many ragged, cut-up logs are for sitting, climbing or crossing from one building to another without having to drop into the street. It's important to save the streets for cars in the winter. The roads have to be cleaned because of falling snow, so the paths are narrow. What I did not remember is how big everything seems, and I'm sure I haven't grown shorter over the years. It's all so magnificent, towering, complex. Whereas in my memory, I always thought of Chalul as a rather grey and dull place. What Ulfr has said might explain some of the differences. When I was here last, I remember the battalion banners being faded almost to nothing. The designs were more of a shadow on the fabric, and even the deep red had faded. These are brand new, plainly. This must be their first winter. The red is as deep as blood, like it's supposed to be, and the white lines plainly depict a Pykh warrior standing guard with his sword. They've even added finer lines behind him to show the silhouette of our mountain homes, and a yellow gleaming sun is brand new in the design, surrounding his head and complementing his crest. Chalul doesn't care for paint on the buildings the way my childhood village did, but all the wood gleams, more than it used to. Maybe they've polished everything. Or maybe my memory just isn't the same. Maybe I never noticed how magnificent everything usually is. We're here, I whisper to myself, and then I look at Pykh, taking his hand, watching his expression. What do you think? Pykh has his studious expression on, which is not as plain as the furrowing of his brow or a new frown, but there is a light in his eyes, an excited joy, and a listening quietness that he gets, which is very brief, and will be accompanied by an avalanche of questions. He has not had a question for me in some time, saving them all for Ovielk and his studies. Something to do with healing is over there, Pykh says, gesturing. From the pathways on the rooftops, signs hang down to either give directions or label the district. The one he's noticed is blue, with the old symbol of health. A barren tree with deep roots. It is down that street, yes. O'Fir speaks over his shoulder, smiling at Pykh like he's an old friend. Up front here is mostly the defences, the armoury and the barracks. It is strange to see a general that is so much younger than me. When I was a warrior in Chalul, the generals were decades older. They seemed ancient to me then, but I'm recalling that they were about my age now. 1 year at the gate ages you 3, is the common warning told to new Chalul warriors. You are invited to a full tour of Chalul defences whenever you like, Avrir. I would personally enjoy showing you everything we do and how the warriors live. It is part of the summer tour activities anyway. If you wish, it is even possible to buy a seat at the gate defences and watch Fleophaki warriors slay the enemy. I will give you a free entry this summer, when the fighting is more spectacular and lives are less likely to be lost. What practice is this? They did not do this when I was a warrior. The military did not put on spectacular fights. We kept citizens as safe from the fighting as possible. Yet another element of my people and my culture has changed without me, while these buildings and the streets are all the same. I suppose a part of me believed the entire world had been put on pause while I was gone, and it was just waiting for me to get back. You say lives are a lot less likely to be lost. Does this mean that sometimes warriors are killed while on display at one of these spectacular fights? O'Fir loses his smile. Our training, objectives and strategy do not change to make the fighting more entertaining, if that's what you're thinking. Although, sometimes we do single out a special kind of invader and kill them there in the pit, like the long-jawed hunters. Then we play drums and make a big show of it, but those fights are heavily outmatched in our favour, and we pack spectators along the walls to see. Otherwise, the seats for regular day-to-day fighting are very few, and we will cancel them if we have even a suspicion that our spectators may not be completely safe. It does not seem honourable to put the deaths of our warriors on display. I used to agree, but he shrugs. It was my idea. This is how I became the general of Chalul, and lives have been saved thanks to the tourism business. I got Ruar's approval to put all the money and resources from the fights into our defences, our food, even our health and living spaces. I'm going to get that ugly wooden beast replaced with real stone someday. Lives are better and our losses have gone down. Many of our warriors even love it. Valassi is making a name for himself. Oh, here we are at the market. This has not changed. It is a wide open circular area. I see cobblestone lies under our feet, and no buildings are placed close enough to create those elevated pathways of bridges and platforms. This is to prevent thieves. The cellars will vary day by day or season to season, so they have temporary tents and covered booths. The area expands during the summer when Chalul is populous. Right now, it is a rather meagre, sad-looking collection of tents and carts, and the wares are locked away in crates, not set out. No one is selling today. I guess O'Fir has closed it for Carter's arrival. It is usually more interesting, I whispered to Pykh, who seems to be saving his questions. You can bring a pouch of coins and trade them for any of the things you see on the racks and tables here. When there are wares out, of course. I will show you someday. You'll think it's quite fun. He smiles for me and touches his nose with his tongue, perhaps to make me laugh. There is still a quietness about him, like he is not only taking this all in, but studying it as well. If there is one thing Pykh is extremely good at, it is picking up a new skill. I suspect summer may be the last season I see Pykh as anything but a completely normal, fully capable and sociable man. I need to get him a new tutor to replace Ovielk soon. Ofer can help me with that task later. At Chalul, the general has great political power, more so than any other gate general. They are both the military leader and the city governor. It is because Chalul is usually such a frozen, unpopular place. I don't remember it being this big, or having so many homes in the far-off distance. And now, we are at the place I was thinking of when I warned Pykh about the bad Fliafaki men. Every gate has a rough crowd, but Chalul is infamous for its deep trench. It is a natural formation, and in the very old days when the first tribe sheltered here, the trench was the only defence against invaders who waited on the other side. Now, it has wide, elegant bridges built across it, solid stone and arched. Very pretty. Everyone knows the bridges will be blasted and broken if the worst should ever happen. Towering rock cliffs and crags make this mountain nearly uninhabitable, and the Fliafaki, who cannot afford homes up here in this limited space, well, they live in the trench, where they might be forced to stem the onslaught someday. Enormous stalagmites make the city interesting, almost like the many-storied buildings of our ancient ruins. But they are natural formations, and we just use them as best we can. The homes are laid, clustered, and always seeming to slant backwards onto the spires for support. There are platforms, railings, or simple rope ladders to get from one building to the next, and not far off is a winding road that climbs steeply up through some sparse trees. A few of these paths where we are going will lead to Omega's homes. But first we must cross the trench. And it always stinks. Sure enough, Pyke's gaze is soon over the wide bridge and looking down. Today it smells of smoke. Dirty canvas drapings like rags are strung across in some areas to protect the homeless from snow. Most of them, even though they're barely clothed, do not have a tent. They huddle on stone ledges, together, wrapped in whatever blankets they can find, and they are a miserable, gnarled bunch. Not the healthy, polite warriors Pykh is used to interacting with. We are unlucky. As we pass, I hear the scrape of claws on rock and wood underneath us, and a younger but wiry man climbs over the railing at the front of the line. "Who is it?" Pykh asks, as the warriors point their spears and Ofer leaves formation to go to the front. "I ordered everyone to stay in their homes. I didn't hear no order." He makes the peace sign with his hands and moves backwards. Meanwhile, others are climbing up behind us. Chalul has a constant guard on the bridges and strict curfews. The ravine might have been a good idea before we had a better wall, or when there were less people. But now, it only lets organised crime find strength in numbers. "It is nothing to worry about," I say to Pykh. "The warriors will drive them off, and we will keep moving. This happens sometimes." "I have no food," the young one is saying. "If you give me a little of your rations, I will go." He is met with spears, and behind us I hear more of the same. "Should I give him this?" Pykh asks. I guess he kept some food for later. "No. This is hard to explain, but they are beggars, and they are making a dangerous mistake. What are they thinking? Holding up an Omega's carriage like this is sure to mean a public whipping. Much more of this, and the punishment will be death." But on another bridge, further along the ravine, an older beggar with nothing but a tattered groin-cloth climbs to a perch on the railing and sits there. He just watches. I feel like he is responsible somehow, and sure enough, Ofer spots him as soon as I do. He taps the shoulders of two Fleafaki warriors who leave our procession at a run, their spears held purposefully. The old beggar waits. With timed precision, he begins his descent without panic or too much hurry, but he will be gone by the time the warriors have their feet on his bridge. All the gate cities are layered, socially. Chalul is just more representative of it. Ophir is likely not the only leader of the city here, though it would be rude and outrageous to suggest it to his face. If they are hungry, I have had enough. Pykh is making the situation worse. The ones behind us, which would have been driven off, now insist. He wants to give us something. He has a right. You do not rule over Omegas, and his guardian offers us something. Pykh, just give it to me, Affet says, and then he goes to the back. The carriage moves forward again, and I tug my mate along. But Pykh keeps his head turned and sees Affet throw the scrap onto the bridge. The beggars back there pick it up, and they shout praises for us as we have finally passed the ravine. They will pay for this later, Ophir assures me, breathing heavily after chasing the wiry one off. He resheathes his sword. I recognize the one on the bridge over there. I bet you do, I keep to myself. And behind us I hear, Omega Carter! Blessed one from the stars, merciful! I will have to explain to Pykh that if he wants to cross this bridge, unaccosted, he had better get used to saying no. He needs to learn that not every Fleafaki is his friend, and that goes for the wealthy ones too. I retreat back to Carter. These warriors will not notice me pulling back the curtain without an invitation just now. There are better cities and villages, I tell him in a quiet voice. We can live anywhere, Carter, and the Priory is nice, remote. Gate cities have to take in all Fleafaki who have been banished elsewhere. This means the non-violent criminals, thieves and such. A village can simply stop them from entering, but at the gate, the right to residence is promised, regardless of record. Because in a worst-case scenario, if the gate should ever fall, they are pushed to the front. That earns them their right to be here. He nods. He doesn't seem too troubled by it. As long as we get home, we're almost there. Chapter 27. Carter. Oh my God, this bath is amazing. I let myself sink in the warm water, all the way up to my neck. I was a little dubious about the experience when I saw a Chalul-style bathtub, which is like a very big, very round pot that they stick you in, almost as though they're trying to trick the human into boiling himself for dinner. It's even got carry handles on the side. And it seems to be made out of bronze, though who knows what the actual mineral is. If it is a trick and Seal and Pykh are about to produce the bronze lid to go on top and cover my head, then I am an extremely dumb human. The pot bath is put in a sandpit inside this giant room, and fire coals are stacked around the bottom to keep the temperature as hot as I'd like. Seeing uncertainty on my face, the warrior left behind to attend us explained that a regular bath and a regular tub would lose heat too quickly. Then he put down a box so I could climb in, and he's left us alone for now. Ophir didn't say much to me before he left. He kept his head down and welcomed me to the food and told me I have the run of this whole place, which is a big, luxurious home, by the way, and both Daddy Carter and Baby Carter are wonderfully stuffed. I haven't had good food in a long time. My stomach aches from being overfull, and I'm still eyeing dinner, thinking I can squeeze in a few more delicious bites of everything before the warrior comes back to take it away. But first, I have to enjoy this amazing hot bath. No rushing to conserve water, no waiting yet another day under a rocky overhang with icicles and knowing that underneath 6 layers of clothes, I fucking stink. Oh man, the soap smells good. With a big breath, I go under the water, scrubbing my hair, my face, everything. I come up with a happy sigh. The cooler air on my warm skin is awesome. Steam and coils of smoke rising all around. The bubbles were already here, and, I'm going under the water again. For a while. I come back up, relaxed and refreshed. The air smells nice again, too, and I see Seal curling up beside Pykh on the couch. Phliophaci don't really have couches like humans do. Every chair and sitting thing is backless because of their crests, but they do have sorta human lounges, a long bench part in the middle and two slopes on each side. Nothing is padded like a couch, but they have plushy carpets draped over and sometimes cushioning mats and pillows. This is a very fancy couch. A regular Phliophaci couch is a horizontal log, usually part of the building structure, and you bring your own damn pillow if you want one. I've only seen a few fancy furniture things, and those were all in nicer neighborhoods, which, in Shalol, means that you climb the mountainside up these narrow, winding paths, and there's actually trees here. Scrappy ones, by Phliophaci standards. Kinda stubby pine trees that they can't climb, but it makes good scenery, I suppose. The lower part of the city has cleared them all to make room for houses, I assume. We are staying in a mansion. As a college student, then a space marine recruit, and then an alien bug slave, I don't think I even have a memory of staying anywhere as nice as this. Maybe a hotel once. This could be ours someday, is a wispy, hopeful thought. But I'm not expecting to stay. It's holding on because I've got baby Junior to think about. I'm already wondering what it would be like to have a tiny, chubby Phliophaci toddling around this awesome place. But, our luck. We'll see what happens when it happens. I watch my guys twisting tails, looking excellent in their fresh new shirts. A simple kind since it's evening, and in a few hours we'll be getting ready for bed. Phliophaci don't have to bathe as much as humans do, since they don't sweat and their skin doesn't produce oils. They just get dusty. They usually love bathing, though, and playing in the water. Tonight they were too tired, too serious, too hungry and distracted by the savory smells and tastes of dinner to bother with a bath themselves. Are you thinking about the young man on the bridge who asked for our rations? Seal asks, his head resting against Pyke's shoulder. Yes, Pykh says. Then, why is that one different from me, or Afek, or any of the others? What makes him a bad Phliophaci? How can we tell? By the way his eyes flash to me, I get that he's basically asking whether or not he can spot a defect in our sun. I wash my other areas, keeping my soapy head above the water for now so I can listen to Seal's answer. You don't have to worry. Our children will not end up like that. Carter is too special, and I am the great and noble cage breaker. He wrinkles his nose like he smells something bad. Avielk chose the most ridiculous title for him in his reports, and it's stuck among all the warriors. Our children can be anything they want to be. Their origins alone will be enough to get them most opportunities. I suspect all of our children will find courtships easily. He looks contemplative. I think they're going to start new trees for Carter and I. Maybe for you also. You are unknown, so you should get one since you are founding a new bloodline. A tree? Phliophaci make trees? And so, Seal explains the tracking of bloodlines that isn't entirely based on blood and genetics. They also want to keep their heroes going, so certain men who make a name for themselves, especially famous war heroes, are taken from the vine of the tree and become a new seed. Phliophaci track their children diligently, even if it does seem sometimes like all the non-Omegas born are disposable. I go under and rinse again. It's so nice down here, dark and cozy. My tired limbs are weightless, and the ease is felt in my mind as well. I try to imagine giving away Baby Junior when he's all grown to some formal and stuffy Fliafiki court who really just see him as another servant capable of producing valuable offspring. Or myself just kicking him out the front gate with a lunchbox and some coins saying, "See you, kiddo. We gotta make room, so here's some food and only come back when you're starving, okay? Hope you make it." Yeah, that's not happening. I come up fully rinsed and cleaned, and discover that pot baths are hard to climb out of when you're not Fliafiki. I suppose the rungs etched into one side are for crawling, but my human feet are not going to make use of those. Pykh, I'm stuck. I'm like a kid myself when he hoists me up. My feet are set on a plush carpet that protects me from the frozen floor below, and I'm a steaming but shivering mess as Seal meets us with a towel. And then a blanket. I'm wrapped and mostly warm without lifting a finger. It feels good to be pampered sometimes. You don't have to worry, I tell Pykh, standing on tiptoe to kiss his cheek. Any kid of ours is always going to be welcome back home, so they'll never have to sleep outside ever. We'll look out for each other. He'll have lots of brothers to help look after him as well. Let's get some rest, okay? I want a big family, a close one, like I never had when I was a kid. Chapter 28. Carter. I'm standing in my old room, my backpack slung on the back of my computer chair and the 2D holoscreen projected above my desk. I was looking for something. The answer to a quiz or something. I don't know. Clacking away on the keyboard 1 second and scrolling. I turn in my chair and there he is. The thing I was looking for is in my arms suddenly, and I cradle him close, cooing. He has the cutest, poofy hair like a fluffy mohawk, and a little face like Pyke's. Slowly I wander around the room, pacing from the wall with my whiteboard and homework schedule back to the window with the curtains open and the yellow sunlight streaming in. Something keeps tugging at me. I'm almost awake. I know I'm not really here, but I don't want to leave. My dreams aren't always this nice. In fact, inside this dream, I can remember that moments ago I was running through the hallways of my old battle station, constantly plowing forward and looking over my shoulder the whole time. Somehow I got out of that and came here. I don't have to rationalize it in the dream. My little dude is shaped a bit like that chibi nibbler, pudgy and round and fat. He has his knuckles up against his mouth, and he's wearing a white diaper, even though his tail is also free, wrapped a couple times around my elbow. I'm dreaming. So I marvel at how perfect he is. Am I psychic now? Is this a vision of my future? I tell you, he's as real as I am. His skin burns hot the way Fliafiki do when they sleep. I can feel the weight of him in my arms, and it's so important to support his big, round head. I lean down and touch my lips to his temple. I have to do it carefully because I shouldn't wake him. I don't know jack about taking care of babies. Mom will help me with him later. This world is brief and fake, but that seems like a normal thought to have. I've got to come up with a name for you, I murmur. Then I'm looking up from him and going to the window. Something is out there. It's dark. I hear that distant chittering sound which followed me down every hall of my battle station, no matter how fast I ran. No, they can't find me here. The front door is open. The window is open too, and there's a dark shape moving across my lawn. Yep, I'm up. Wide awake now, though tired as hell. And I'm in that between state where if I close my eyes, I'll go back to my baby and try to fight the bugs. Try to hold him off somehow. It still feels important to me. I can't leave him alone in that place. Or I can't keep my eyes open. It's hot as hell in this bed with Pykh and Seal burning like furnaces on either side of me, and I'm covered in a thick, plush blanket. No wonder I'm having nightmares. And the air is bitingly cold, but it feels really good on my slick, sweaty skin. Helps bring me back to reality. I start crawling my way out of this place, which is like a giant, shallow bowl atop a stout tree, nets draping down at a 45-degree angle to the floor. The nest part of it is where I sleep, with whatever mates I choose, and the nets are where the less favored guardians and mates sleep. Sometimes, so many, Seal says, that you can't twitch your tail without smacking someone. My nets are empty, of course. It's a good thing I don't have to vomit or piss really bad, because this human does not find it super convenient to crawl around on a jungle gym to get to the floor. I drag my blanket with me. I might have been hot up there, but it is fucking cold. I put my feet in my big, unlaced boots. Thank you, mining ship. And I go to the big door that slides open. We're 2 stories up, just like I was in my bedroom in my dream. The door opens to a balcony that surrounds the place and has no railing. There's a flat platform for me to walk around on, and logs continue outward in all the corners for a Pykh to sit. I step outside, but I stay back by the walls. Sometimes the weight of the kid makes me pitch forward clumsily, and I don't need to break my neck. Staring down at this dark, unfamiliar place, I scrutinize the shadows for movement. He was so real in my arms. If I'm psychic, I won't ignore the vision. But heck, the only thing moving out here is the grass and the bushes, and I could easily put myself in a state of paranoid psychosis if I let myself believe the bugs are out there. I go to the side of the house that faces the city down the hill. There are no streetlights in the Pykh city. They have a giant moon, so the residential part of the landscape is lit, but dark. They have LED lights and flames where the gate is, though, and there's a cluster of tiny bright dots visible from here. I hear a new sound again. It disturbed me a couple times while I was sleeping, but I forgot about it. It's a horn, old-fashioned, like straight out of the medieval era. And I listen, but the only clashing swords are in my head. The screeching, clawing, scraping, and ripping are all imaginary, too. Even at this distance, I swear, I'm so trained to that chaotic blend of noise I should be able to hear it. It blows my mind that I can't. Maybe if I stop breathing so loud. And then I hear footsteps on the floor and a big, sleepy yawn. Seal's found me. I'm ashamed to say my first inclination is an irritated, snide comment. I've always got to have a problem, I guess. For some reason, I lash at him harsher than I do Pykh. I think it's because I know I can, and he's resilient. That, and, sometimes he really is irritating. He purrs as he comes upon me, his tail snaking around my leg before he's even in arm's reach. I just know it's because he wants me on a leash, to be in control of my every step. His super sleepy, deep voice makes me smile, though. "What are you doing out here, little Omega?" That's to admonish me. Once upon a time, Seal was so timid around me he was like an abused butler awaiting orders. Now he's an annoying guardian that puts his foot down constantly. I love him. "What's happening out there?" I ask, and nod my head in the direction of the lights. "Huh? Where?" "That sound. What does it mean?" He's preoccupied with seeing that the blanket is brought over my head and wrapped securely around my front as well. It's sort of sweet how he winds the flaps around my baby bump, like he's tucking him in. And then he draws me into his arms, and already I'm growing warm again. Even my knees. He's good at looking after me. The horn sounds again. "Oh, that." He makes a smaller yawn and parks his chin atop my head. Even though I'm wrapped in this blanket, he puts his claiming scent there. Constantly, he and Pykh keep doing it. Well, that means we're under attack. He's sleepy and not concerned at all, but then more alert when he speaks again, as if he realized his words might be alarming. It's just to wake the warriors up and call them to their positions. It'll stop soon. His claws tickle my cheek. Is there anything we should do? Like what? He puts on a rare half-smirk, finding something funny. I don't know. Should we get supplies together at least, or... This is a pretty big city. It's not, my Earth city or anything, but it's not some village either. I wouldn't even call it a quiet stronghold like Ophir did, although it's very quiet. Right now? But there's gotta be at least 50,000 people here. Heck, maybe I'm way off and there's 100,000. They live in their version of Pleiophaky apartments, 3 to 5 to a house. This is a big place. They wouldn't be here if Pleiophaky warriors can't hold the gate. I guess that's stupid, huh? No. Seal parks his chin atop my head, and he's looking at the lights far off. No, I feel it also. These echoes will fade over time. Sometimes they take a long while. I just woke up and I knew we were under attack. I knew the bugs were out there. That might be reaching a bit, but I swear to God I should be able to hear them. I should be able to hear the entire battle out there, even if it's distant. I can hear it all so well in my head. The screeching, even the growl of Pleiophaky warriors as they fight. Why is the night so goddamn quiet? I hate not knowing what's happening. I wasn't allowed to join the fight after we secured the ship, but you better believe I was outside holding a sword. And I was running supplies to whoever needed it. Avielk and I both were helping to drag the wounded back if the bugs got close enough to us. I hope they're all safe. Seal purrs, and the quiet seconds tick on. I have something building up inside of me, and I don't know why. I'm blinking rapidly at first. Then I make a quick sniffle. And then I'm wiping water out of my eyes even though my thoughts aren't really that troubled. I don't know what's happening. And then I realize, goddamn, we really fucking did it, didn't we? Seal pulls back to look at me and tilts his head. We're fucking safe. I'm crying, but I'm smiling too. If Seal gave me the go-ahead, I'd get my short sword from wherever they put it and start jogging down the hill. Heck, I'd probably jog all 20 miles back to the gate. I still feel like I belong out there. I'm a space marine and a Pleiophaky warrior both. But shit, I'm here in a fancy house and everything. We don't have to run through the jungle and fight anymore. I'm not gonna... I take a big breath so I won't break up. I'm not going to see one ever again, am I? I try to make myself laugh. Unless it's from one of Ophir's spectator seats anyway. Do Omegas get to go to those? I better not. I might get a flashback so strong I try to join the battle. Most certainly not. But who knows? He shrugs. If Avielk can convince the generals to open the gates for him and let him travel outside, I suppose they do put on shows for the Omegas. Do you want to go? I shake my head fast, side to side. I never want to see a bug again for the rest of my life. His smile is soft and agreeing. His nose touches mine, and then he adds a lick. I hold him tight because he feels so good. And I just can't believe we made it. Thank you for helping me. 'Cause, he purrs and tilts my face up. We kiss. Chapter 29. Affect. Like going into the council hall, there are a lot of ascending steps leading up to the great double doors of the place the warriors tell me is the general's home. They must be mistaken. This must be a home and maybe a war room and also a barracks as well. I shake my head, rejecting the last thought. The warriors and the general wouldn't live so close together. But this is as fine as an Omega's estate, in my eyes. Windows near the ground imply that there are lower rooms too, as if 4 levels going up wasn't enough. Chalul's wall basically is a fortress, holding a maze of caves and rooms within. Some buildings are carved from the wall itself. Others have a wooden structure built in front and the rest goes into the rock. Who knows how far? My brother's home is like that. Stone steps extend down and then a wooden mansion is built on top. It can't all be his. He must have an apartment within. My brother appears from a door up there, calling out to me with open arms. Pykh, come up here. I've been waiting for you. And so, under the stoic eyes of warriors keeping guard, I make the easy climb up the walls to where he is, and we go through 2 more halls and climb up twice again to get to his personal chambers. His house is a labyrinth. This place is enormous and complicated. Do you ever get lost? I go to look out the lone window. A reed curtain is kept down now to keep out the wind and snow. Up here might be as high as I've ever been. I do not even think our Omega father's house is as tall as this. For the first year or so, yes. He chuckles, preparing tea for us and dragging some pillows over to the table to sit down. We constantly have to pull wandering puppies out of the holes. Some places we hang red curtains so they know not to go that way, or they will be lost forever, where the tunnels go very deep. And not all of them are made by Pykh. This place is a natural maze, so the twists and turns don't make sense. He invites me with both his arms and his tail. Come, sit. Haven't you had enough of the outdoors and the snow? So I let the reed curtain fall down and leave the view. It's not as tall as being on the hillside where Carter is staying, overlooking the city, but this is the nicest place I've ever seen for a regular meal. Aethos's house looks like a hut by comparison, and I liked it quite a lot. How many servants do you have? I ask with mirth as I kneel on a pillow and take the tea. A big blanket is soon set over my shoulders, thick and soft. Oh, this is his cloak. Ophir was always the best brother to have. He had about 16 of us little brothers mixed together who toddled after him as we grew up. Usually the older pups were too busy for us, but Ophir loved to play the silly games children do, and he never fought or teased. He's what a big brother should be, and I've always been jealous of his litter mates who share the same fathers. They must be very special to him. I always wanted to be exactly like Ophir. But goodness, this place. This might be too good even for him. Servants? He asked, confused. Well, there's the juveniles who come through and dust everything. And quarters for your lovers, I presume. And maybe even a love nest for your court. He snorts, getting the joke now, implying that a regular male of any kind lives like an Omega is very funny indeed. And then I see his tail end make a lazy swish across the rug. I lower my cup with a frown. Spirits, I've missed tea. When did that happen? The tail moves out of sight. He is still drinking, so his answer takes a while. Then he says somberly, looking down at his cup, It was right after my promotion. Thankfully. I don't know if Nevod would have supported me if I was disfigured. You know how he is. Nevod is probably the most powerful Omega in my family, and that's because he seeks it. He's the leader of our family for now. Whenever somebody wants ties to my family, they want ties to him. He's been eyeing the seat to Ruar's right for a decade now, and I'm honestly surprised he hasn't found some way to poison Silhar already. He's that kind of person. It was my first winter as the general, and I was determined to prove myself. We'd already decreased death and disfigurements thanks to better armour and equipment, paid for by the tourism that Seal hates. Some trouble passes over his expression. It cannot feel good to disappoint one of your greatest heroes. But, of course, decreased does not mean eliminated. I was extremely vigilant. The start of winter was good, and when the droves began I was actually in high spirits. But that was a trying year. One of the worst we've had in a dozen years, as a matter of fact. I found that out later when the snow finally melted and we counted the invader bodies. At the time, the snow and our injured piled up higher and higher around us. I wondered if the new general was to blame. And one day I dove to the front of the line, where I wasn't supposed to be. His breath is shaky, and he uses 2 hands on his cup instead of 1. He mumbles to the rim before taking his drink. There were a lot of temporary reinforcements. They didn't know what they were doing. It's a good enough explanation, and I shouldn't have asked for it. I was an idiot to think that he had a brave story for me. Maybe he saved somebody's life, I thought, and maybe he really did. But the author of old would tell war stories, real or imagined, with jubilance and lots of play growling. I did not expect this sombreness, and that was foolish of me. I am sorry, I say sincerely, having to dip my head to meet his lowered eyes. I want to trade these bad memories for a laugh, perhaps with something Eothoth might say. But I think you look better without it. If you scowl a lot, you should get young men pulling up on their tails as they walk in front of you. Disfigurement is not attractive, per se, but there's something irresistible about an older male with vulnerabilities. Many types, especially the healers I've noticed, become hissy little guardians over their war-torn lovers. If only Teal felt the same way about me, I think impulsively. But I can recognise a self-piteous thought. It's not a real one. I'm just feeling pangs of separation. Scowling makes you look older, I clarify, since he looks confused and inquiring. Then he accepts my apology with an easy laugh. So, tell me about you, he says. How did you end up with the rarest Omega in all the land? And court brother to the Great Seal? Back from the dead? His eyes are wide with admiration. I can't help my tail position jumping up a bit, though I force it down quickly and lay it out of sight. My shoulders go back and I sit up straighter. Ophir idolises story heroes. I knew he'd be jealous of me meeting Seal. Proud of me too. And I start to tell him my story. Chapter 30. Seal. I am truly the most magnificent warrior that has ever lived. The best guardian, too. The luckiest, most spoiled, most doted upon lover to an Omega the world has ever seen. And I'm not even doing anything. Better, I say, giving Pykh's rump a sharp smack with my tail, even if I do not have the length and the momentum to make it sting. I'm laying down in bed, my quills forced flat, my thighs spread widely on the pillows, and Carter is laying atop me. His cheeks are lit up pretty pink with the pleasure Pykh is giving to him. My rowdy lover presently buried face first into my Omega's rump, teasing him with his tongue. And I have one hand on Carter's back, caressing his soft skin, while my other hand is in a dessert bowl. I am. What is better than blissful, more than greedy, and also incredibly satisfied? I am the Pykh of this world, deliciously doted upon, and while there are bleak days behind me, maybe more in front, who knows, I am certain the world gives me this moment as payment, and I am rich. Carter pushes up on my chest, twisting to one side, trying to get Pykh to hit a certain angle. His little cock has a bead of white slick on the tip, and he's lost in the throes of pleasure like an Omega should be. Carter usually has a sternness to him, Once in a while he giggles with Pykh, or the two of them tease me together, and then I am reminded that both of my mates are adorably young men. The rest of the time, Carter is more like a general than an Omega mate, planning battles and assigning positions. It's good to see you at the mercy of your mates, pretty tyrant, I tease and give his nose a lick. It twitches, and he rubs it with the back of his hand to dispel an itch. We can keep you here for days, you know. I'm only half joking. We are on Pykh lands now. There are Pykh rules. Omegas don't need to be fighting wars or looking after their guardians. Just the opposite. I think you need to be pampered and pleasured to the point of exhaustion. Pykh and I need to teach you a lesson. That gets his bright eyes to focus on me and narrow. I knew it would. He's easy to prod, and I'm convinced that human Omegas must drive their guardians absolutely mad. You can't say no to them, not directly, and their fierce loyalty to their guardians goes both ways instead of one. You're a jerk, Carter says, flicking me with an unclawed hand, and I appease him with a syrup-dipped morsel. No, lick it off of my claws, too. The syrup is part of the dish. I keep my fingers still. Carter picks up my entire hand, and his wet mouth closes over 2 of my digits. It's ticklish and slimy, but then he moves his mouth up and down like my fingers and my cock. He sucks and moans in the back of his throat, and suddenly I'm not so content to just lie here lazily and let Pykh do everything. My arousal felt nice before. We are clean and comfortable and safe. I can't find the next thing to be unhappy about, and that has never been true. Even when my spirits are lifted and my mood is not despairing. There has always been another problem. My son will be here soon. That is our new mission, and it is a joy. I will want another. Up now, Pykh, I say, and give him another smack. It is my turn. No, Carter says, holding my hand in front of his face. An Omega has to be pampered, like you said. So, no taking from me. This time, I take from you. He reaches behind himself, grabs my cock, and he sits downwards and back. Carter can't purr, but he makes a subtle moan that is the human equivalent. My wet fingers are abandoned, and Carter braces on the bed around me, rocking his hips. It is good, but it's not my favourite. I like to see his pretty pucker stretched around my cock. I move my hips slowly upwards into him as much as I can, but Carter stops moving when I do. So there is no winning. My little Omega dominates me. I almost want him to have a large court, just so that I have more companions to complain to. Do all Omegas do it like this? I do not think they care about the experience of the regular males so much, so there's less emotion when mating, but I cannot say for sure since I've never been in those circles. I do not think other Omegas are as devious as him. Pykh, get up here. Carter pauses on me to beckon and guide our third mate to where he wants him. I groan impatiently. My tail swats blindly and smacks Pykh on the foot. I want badly to grab Carter's hips and force him to keep moving, to pick up the pace. But I know I shouldn't. I also shouldn't poke holes in his pillows with my claws. Suck, Carter orders, and Pyke's scent is all over me. I open my eyes to his large cock in front of my nose. What a sight he is. His cock is the largest thing about him at this angle, of course, but there's still all that towering muscle and form, topped by broad shoulders and a handsome face. He grabs my hair and forces my mouth onto him. Now I find myself suckling a new kind of dessert, one that is bitter on the tongue, but I think I can make it turn sweet as well. I will whisper a secret in Pyk's ear, and we will see that the fruit bowls are plentiful. Carter moans and licks his lips as he rides my cock. It's cute, He can't help it. I try to lift from Pyke's head and give him more of a show, but my impatient Pykh forces me back onto him, filling my mouth to the brim with delicious hot meat. I purr around his cock, my eyes drifting shut. Carter rocks on me with his small, tight body, his muscles squeezing up and down my length, stroking me. He leans forward and arches his back as much as he can, with an expression so blissed and kissable, his lips parting open to pant. Carter's rhythm gets even faster. Soon his thighs tremble, and he sits up high, his rump planted firmly on top of me. He rides me only with his insides, and the tremors make me buck my hips to thrust deeper into him. I leave Pykh alone for now. He can growl and swat me if he wishes, but my focus is entirely on Carter, and I pay no heed to the training I've had to be submissive in an Omega's presence. I take Carter's hips in hand and slam him down over and over until I can stop, until I can breathe. He makes little cries, little squeaks of pleasure and effort, and then we both sink into stillness together, my need finally satisfied. Carter ends up finishing Pykh in his mouth, with a lazy mew first, and wiggling his butt on my knot. Then he tends Pykh dutifully, and I get to watch all the sounds and smells and sights so close. Again I snack from the dessert bowl. I wrap my tail around Pike's thigh, the tuft tickling underneath, and my hand, not plucking syrup-covered treats, grabs his ass. That abused, frightened seal is behind me. He comes back to me sometimes, especially at night, and reminds me of who I was, what I've been through. But my life now is for my lovers and my son. My life is good. Chapter 31. Pykh. To Mara. I am practicing my syllables. Audiobook told me to do this every day, and I have listened, even finding time to do them while looking for wood for a fire, or following the carriage last with Auk. It is difficult to read and walk at the same time, I discovered, even though I thought I would be reading all the way here. Audiobook gave me sheets of big words for me to copy and practice when I have the time. Not every day, but I have been doing those every day too, with my claws in the snow. Snow is perfect for learning to write, and that is the only good thing about it. Besides how pretty it looks, I suppose. The jungle was prettier. And you can bundle snow up in your hands and eat water, so I guess there are a couple good things. But my feet are always cold, and I don't like that. There, all done. I roll the sheet up quickly and tuck it into my shirt strap. I bring out another which I took off a table while no one was looking. I'm standing out here at the gate, not the Chalul gate, but a home gate, I guess. Just a normal gate at the front of our big home, which is like a tiny fancy muds battalion, having a lot of little homes and buildings with different purposes. I am waiting for Affect to appear and tell us when Omega Roar is coming. We need him to come soon because my baby pup will be here. He'll be little and cute and hungry, and we need instructions so we don't mess up with him. Roar. These symbols are strange, but I know all the phonetics. I know some of the old symbols too, so maybe I can read something. Gra. Oh, I go to a different word. Leaf. Leaf of payment. The old symbol for payment doesn't make any sense. It's like a tent, Audiobook told me, but I don't know why that would be. I scan the words for anything else I might be able to read. Over and over again, my eyes admire the symbols I can figure out, even though I don't know what they mean. Omega is there. Also, puppies, I think, and there is a date, but Ovielk didn't want to teach me those yet. What are you doing? A new voice says, and I take the paper away from my nose quickly. I was so focused on reading, I didn't see this person appear out of the woods. Pykh, Ofer, and some others are standing a ways behind him, so I am not alone with this stranger. But it is alarming how my ears and eyes can stop working if I am reading while keeping watch. This could have been one of the bad Fliafaki. Reading, I say, rolling the paper. And I'm noticing that this man is different, the way that Ovielk is different. He is tall for an Omega. His face is not so soft, but it is very pretty, with some age lines and weariness. His eyes are unusually wide, circular. He seems surprised by me, and unfriendly. He frowns like he doesn't like me. He has the crest of a regular male, or so I think, raised aggressively all atop his head. I start to shrink, thinking I've made him angry. But actually I see that the crest is fake. It is beautiful, gleaming bluish silver in all this pretty sunlight, but the spines are metal or rock only. He has almost nothing of a real crest. I am trying to make a bow, but I can't take my eyes away from him. I want to see how these fake crest spines are connected and how they stay up. All the bottom parts are hidden by his hair, which is the purest black I have ever seen. Not even Ovielk or some of the prettiest warriors have hair as perfectly night black as his. For his age, it seems like his hair should be more brown, like Auk's. He seems to be about Auk's age. All his clothes are pretty with complicated designs, and they drape around him. A lot of grey, but sparkly, with some blue and white designs. He is very beautiful standing out here in the snow in front of the woods. But his eyes are still wide in an alarming way, staring at all of me the way I am staring at all of him. The very moment that Ofer starts to step toward us, and I wonder why he has stayed so far back, the stranger turns his head and widens one hand at his side. He barely moves, and yet General Ofer does not finish his step. This must be Ruar, the Omega we have been waiting for. Pykh waves his tail wildly to get my attention, and then makes a very fast bow. I am making a horrible mistake. Hello, I lower my head and crest all the way like Seal taught me. I am Avery Pykh. No, that is wrong, but it is too late now. He will think I'm stupid if I don't know my own name. I am pleased to meet you. I should have also said that I am a guardian. I have made 2 mistakes. I wince because introducing myself is supposed to be easy. More and more time passes, and the Omega does not say anything. It is all quiet out here, and my cheeks are beginning to feel very warm. What is he thinking of me? Why hasn't he told me his own name yet? What am I doing wrong? I want to look up and see if Pykh has any more clues, but I'm also afraid to not be the perfect guardian for Carter. We need his help for the baby. I hope this one does not want me to kneel in the snow, but Seal told me that only courtesans and regular people have to do that. Guardians and mates do not. He takes such quiet steps toward me, like he is sneaking. I would not hear them if it were not for the snow crunching. Who are you? He asks, and he is very close now, closer than I ever get to anyone who is not a friend. I am having a hard time not stepping backwards, but I don't want to be rude to him. If I look up now, we will almost be nose to nose, and I also can't help noticing that he smells very nice, in a flowery way, not the way that Carter smells nice. I can't even move, or I might touch him or sniff him or do something bad. He does not care about unintentionally sniffing me. He isn't holding his breath. He extends his neck as he examines me, his nose close to my chin, and I have to pick my head up and pull away, or it will seem like we're kissing. I am Guardian Avery, I say strongly, even though part of me is terrified. I know how important this Omega is, and I want him to like me. Actually, I want him to ignore me. If he tells me to go and bring Carter to him, which is why I'm out here, I will happily turn around and run to the house. I am claimed by Omega Carter. I am in his court. I am also his mate. He snorts, clearing my smell out of his nose. I am not trying to flirt with you, giant guardian. But then his eyes are on my form again, not my face, and he raises one hand that makes motions as if he is touching me, though there is space between us and his palm only hovers in the air. If you touch me, I will have to swat you. His eyes are where they're supposed to be now, and for a second I think I'm going to be swatted, or swiped at, more likely. But then his nose twitches and he breaks into a smile. Now he especially looks like Audiobook. You have no fear of me. That is unusual, but not unwelcome. Behind him, everyone has been getting nervous, especially Pykh, and there is a lot of shuffling. The Omega makes the pause motion with his hand again, something I would barely see if I didn't know to look for it. And the fancy warriors who must actually be guardians make swishes with their tails over their heads, a sign that they are warning me. And also they are annoyed with him. But they will obey their Omega, and Ophir looks quite calm. He is the only one who stands with an unraised crest and no shuffling, his hands behind his back. Audiobook did not describe you to me. He only said that your Omega had taken 2 Fliarthaki slaves as his mates, the ones that were trapped in the cages with him. He told me that one was Seal, of whom I've heard quite a bit, and he told me that one of them was you, a strong male who survived a lifetime of imprisonment, and that you are learning our ways. He did not tell me that you are... you. The awed look is disappearing from his face. He seems calmer now, even uninterested, though his fake crest always makes him look angry. It's supposed to make you nervous in his presence. You are healthy and handsome. I show Fang. I know I can't make the entire expression, and I'm not supposed to threaten to swat him either, but I will have to do something if he's going to flirt with me. Seal told me how to make a greeting. He did not tell me what to do when Omegas flirt. My Omega should know you are here, so I will go. Walk with me into the courtyard. Your Omega will notice and join us soon enough. Chapter 32. Carter. What do you think about names? I ask Seal as I'm sitting by the fire, drinking my warm tea. I'm basically just like a tribal man all the time now. A heavy blanket over my shoulders and another one in my lap. We did have some all-terrain suits on the ship, but they're supposed to be recharged and reoxygenated every day, and the bugs had started eating a lot of the wardrobe when they were on board, whatever they could pry out of containers. There was a lot of chewed-up things, and some of it Pykh repaired, or some of it I ended up wearing anyway. For our son, Seal says, I haven't thought of any, except for what I'll call him as he's growing up. Fathers always give titles to their sons, either to describe who they are as a child, their truest self, or who they will become, in hopes that they will fulfill some destiny. Really? What have you come up with? I turn away from the fire to look at him. Seal has helped put away the dishes, and he took a bath with Pykh this morning, but now he says he never wants to leave the nest again. He's way up there at the top of our bed, looking down at me with a sleepy, happy face, like a kingly house cat. Gift. He makes a displeased face and shrugs. That is all I can think of. Pykh will probably call him something amazing like, I don't know, Flower of the Jungle, or Jumping Fish. Jumping Fish? I was called that. Oh! I'm glad I didn't say it was terrible, because that was my very next thought. Let's not call my son Flower of anything, okay? No flowers. What were you thinking? I was thinking. I feel shy now. My idea for a name sounds dumber than his idea for a title. Well, see, sometimes in human culture, you can name your kid Pup after one of your parents, or someone else important in your family, or someone that you really love and admire. So I was thinking about calling him Josh. Seal makes a face. Or Daniel. Both of those names are impossible to say. That's his polite way of telling me they're terrible. Well, I could Fleophify them. This is the really dumb part I didn't want to tell him. Fleophify has no translation, so I repeat myself. I can make him sound more like Fleophiki. So Josh could be Josh, and Daniel would be Carter. His voice has lost that lazy, happy tone. What is it? Without having an actual thought, my drink is down and I'm getting up. I'm looking around the room at all the reed-covered windows and the open balcony. I'm realizing with grave certainty that this is a bad place to withstand a bug invasion. He's here. Oh, good. Javier can help. Nope, because I'm not where I think I am. It was only a moment, but I feel lost. Tipsy almost. And I'm trying to catch up and pretend like everything is normal, as I say. Pykh was supposed to let us know so we can get ready. Something must have happened. Orua was already planning to meet us, and Afek's request was needless. The council leader is outside talking to Pykh. Seal swings down from the bed, making a hop from the net to land on his feet. He laughed at me this morning, saying I rolled out like a pup who could barely crawl. I think the bed is like a fun tree fort, but I'll probably have my own version of one built someday. Pykh and Seal didn't seem to mind the human bed on the ship, except that it was small. Great. I've got to meet the president with my fly unzipped. Seal didn't understand any of that. Afek is always more than happy to make adjustments for me, but I've gotten bigger and bigger while we were traveling, and it didn't occur to me before we left that I should have explained the concept of pregnancy pants. I did think about asking him while we were camped outside the gate, waiting for a break in the fight so we could come in, but I also figured, the baby is going to come soon anyway, right? Why waste all that time? And nobody was in a good mood, and I was trying to be the least demanding as possible, all while eating rationed but relatively full meals right in front of him. I pull on an enormous shirt, which is basically like a giant muumuu. I did ask Afek to combine 2 t-shirts to basically make a dress, and Roar doesn't know what human clothing looks like, so why should I feel like a weird hobo? For all he knows, this is royalty fashion right here. But my thumbs are twiddling circles around each other as I look around our pitiful pile of garments. I go to the closet area and open it up. There is a separate one for guardians, and Seal is almost ready to emerge from his, looking handsome and professional by both Fleophiki standards and mine. Ofer told us that Idul got Seal's measurements from one of his old preserved uniforms. Every other Fleophiki warrior only has one set of straps, but Seal was gifted with several for specialized and brand new armor designs. He wasn't wearing standard military fare. Apparently his old straps and armor are treasured like celebrity memorabilia here. One of those is in the back of the closet on a Fleophiki-size bust. Seal snorted at it when he found it and made a swish of his tail that meant, "Who cares?" Pykh and I haven't mentioned it since. Mostly because we've all agreed that we're tired of talking about bugs and war and death, and it's time to talk about our baby now and how we're going to make a home for him. In my closet, there are 3 other empty busts, and the rumors of how tall I'm not have been greatly exaggerated because they're all about the size of a 4-foot kid. Fortunately, No one has wasted time dressing up the mannequins for Hobbit quarter. My closet looks like a fabric store, with lots and lots of materials hanging from pegs, the same way you would drape a pair of pants. They have a rack that goes up in a spiral all the way to the ceiling, of smooth sheets and colors that fade from one to the other, and all different kinds of patterns. There's fabric folded and stacked up on shelves, and that's the sturdier kind. Affec has already raided the place, grabbing the plainer things in black, brown, gray. The guy knows me. I asked him to throw some blue and red in there, too. And heck, no one's gonna know. I gave him one of the glittery white cloths. I think I'd look fine in. If I was the kind of guy who usually thinks about that sort of thing. I was picturing like a pirate shirt. Throwing a shiny white fabric over my shoulders in place of the blanket doesn't make my cobbled-together muumuu look any better. And I got a smudge of breakfast sauce on it. I lick my thumb and try to scrape out the stain, and then Seal comes behind me and gently lifts the material off of my shoulders. He's purring, but it's not in that super obvious way that gets to me when I'm in a mood. I admit it. I have moods now. If Rua doesn't include a tailor on loan from another Omega's court, make sure you ask for one. I don't care what I wear. I just want him to take care of me. I chuff a bit, pretending I made a joke. In reality, I'm having my baby in, a week or so. 10 days, exactly. Maybe 3 or 4 weeks if he's late. But the baby is a-comin'. And giving birth all by myself, even if I'm squeezing the hands of my caring but also equally clueless mates, is about the scariest thing I can imagine right now. The only thing that scares me more than bugs is being rejected from this place. Seal puts the blanket back on my shoulders. It won't happen. I would ask, but what if it does? But as he says it, his eyes meet mine in the mirror in front of me, and I can read a promise in them. It's a bit dark, maybe even murderous. He's someone I can count on. Chapter 33. Pykh. I thought Ra would want to ask me about Carter, but after I tell him about Audiobook and that he is doing good, and also he is looking forward to those supplies Ra said he would send, he now asks me what I am reading and why. So I take the scrolls out and explain. These are the letters and words I am studying so I can read better. This is my son's handwriting, he says, taking a sheet from me, running his claws over the marks. Is this yours? In the spare space between Audiobook's markings, I made a lot of my own with dust stone so it can be rubbed away later and I can write again. That is just me practicing. I'm embarrassed. Audiobook's marks are so precise and perfect. He knows exactly how to move each claw together and make the words appear. When I scratch, it is one claw at a time, and it seems like making one mark moves all the others out of place. Simple words I can do, but even easy marks are wrong-sized. I am new at writing, so I can't do it correctly. You are better than some, he tells me with a friendly expression, and I cannot respond because I think he might be flirting with me, but I cannot tell for sure. Maybe he just wants to be my friend. I don't know. I feel like he is extra strange. I look toward the house, wishing Seal would appear. Sometimes I see movement in the windows behind the curtains. And this is what you're trying to read? He exchanges the sheet of phonetics for the paper I took off the table. His eyes read it quickly and quietly, and I'm jealous. Audiobook says I will read that way someday, but I always have to sound out words. Do you know what this is? It is a sheet of words. It is more than that. Look, I will show you. The way he holds the paper between us requires me to take a little step closer to him, just so I can be in front of the letters. I am curious about what the words say and why someone left it on our table. This is a statement of the account. In this case, the account owner is Omega Idul. The statement says Idul is paying for the goods and services out of his allotment from the collective fund. See? He reads slowly, each word by itself instead of squished together in a phrase. His claw tip singles out the phonetics for me, and even the big words he says slower than usual. This is turning out to be a very good lesson. I don't know why he makes me uneasy. I suppose Ovielk and Teal and many young warriors have helped me also. Maybe I am just afraid of him, and that is why. I've never seen anyone dressed up so fancy before. Do you know what this part down here says? I don't know any of it. Well, this is a contract of honour. It is one of the core tenets of our society, which a lot of our laws and customs are rooted in. It says that in the event Idul has overspent, and there is not enough left of his allotment to pay for the goods or services, items that are required for the well-being of the children, here it says sustenance, will be provided at the expense of the merchant entirely, for our survival necessitates children, and all regular Fliafiki men agree to be fathers. He taps below the words that are written with such extra decoration I can't see the symbols or the phonetics very well. Here is the signature of the merchant agreeing to the statement. If an Omega courtesan presents him with a leaf like this, it is illegal not to sign. I do not know all of his words completely. I will ask Seal later what a lot meant means, but I think I understood most of what he is saying, and illegal means it is something you are not allowed to do. What if he does not sign? Do you think he shouldn't? Something tells me he is not exactly being friendly anymore. There is something dangerous about him. Or maybe it is just the fake crest raised up all around his head like he is constantly angry at me. No, I think he should. But what if he doesn't? Is that how some men become one of the bad Fliafiki? I tell him about the ones who asked me for food. Ah, yes, it goes like that. If a merchant refuses to sign, he will not be a merchant any longer. No Fliafiki who disagrees with this core tenet will be allowed back into society. They will have to be a low-wage earner only. If he is reported selling or making too much, I will take the shirt and silver off of him and sell it to put it into the collective fund. He is proud of this, and I am wondering if I like him. He's dangerous, but not to me. I will always give my last food ration to Carter, a pup, or even a normal warrior who is littler than me. That is a good thing, I say. I think he is starting to like me too. Maybe we will be friends. But I always thought from Ovielk that Ruar is mean. We hear a door open, and it is Carter and Seal coming out at last. What took so long? I want to shout at them across the garden, "You left me alone with this stranger!" But we did not know Ruar would be coming back with Afek so soon, so it is not their fault. Also, they are dressed, and they were naked when I left to keep watch. Carter is wonderful when he is naked, but it's impossible to practice reading if he's like that. So this is all sort of my fault for wandering off, since it was my suggestion that I keep watch. "This is my Omega, here," I tell Ruar, puffing up my chest. Now he will see it is impossible to flirt. He is very pretty, and having my son. Ruar is staring and quiet. So he is. Chapter 34. Carter. I have to massively rip a fart right now. I'm a giant, pregnant, bloated balloon that's going to deflate slowly to the trumpeting sound of my ass. The stone-paved pathway throughout the garden is slick, frozen, and uneven, and I can't see my own feet over my giant hippo belly, so I have to take these dainty, gradual steps, which also really help hold a fart in. I imagine I have a bit of a screwed-up, concentrated expression on my face, and that can be attributed to carefully walking and balancing, touching Seal's arm just in case I trip. Really, if I slip and fall, I'm going to land on my ass with a comically loud explosion like a startled elephant. By the way, that is not how you want to meet the highest-ranked government official of an alien planet. Imagine the first impression intensity of a job interview amplified by 1,000. When you meet an alien, or vice versa, you're not just noticing how they dress and how they speak. You're also noticing everything about them biologically. You don't want to do any embarrassing sniffs, scratches, or orifice picking when you're meeting the alien president. In Space Marine boot camp, they teach you what to do if you really, really have to sneeze. Interestingly enough, they don't tell you not to fart. It's just implicit in the training. "Hello, I'm Carter," I say and give my head a nod. Omegas don't blatantly bow to each other, but a quick incline is respectful. I also have my asshole squeezed so tight it's like a pressure valve, gradually, easingly letting air escape so I don't explode. I tell you, if he didn't move so much, I'd swear this baby was nothing but air. "Carter?" Ruar nods and inclines also, pausing briefly in it, which is an even greater sign of respect than the one I gave him. With Fleophaky, physical language and body posturing says as much as the actual words do, so this is no small innocuous gesture. Awkwardly, I repeat my bow again to mimic his. I'm an alien, so some strangeness and stumbling should be forgiven. "I'm pleased to meet you, finally," I say. "Then I shouldn't have kept you waiting. I wanted to be at the gates when you came in, and to walk beside your carriage. I understand you would have been weak and disheveled after your journey, but my general convinced me to let you recuperate first, so that you could meet me with dignity." Oh yeah, this is super dignified. One of my eyes squints as a tiny, probably inaudible squeak escapes before I close it off. Fortunately, attention is off of me for a moment as Ruar addresses Seal, who has kept his head down. "My old friend, I feel like I'm standing in two places at once. Seeing you again, it is like we are living 10 years ago, and everything between then and now is the loop as two ends of a rope are joined. We are back where we started." Seal has a subtle smile, and I'm glad for him. Forgiveness isn't easy. All of us understand why Ruar left Seal for dead, even though he was alive and in slavery. Rescuing slaves has always been an impossible mission. They've tried before and failed repeatedly. But that doesn't mean he likes to think of how he was abandoned there for years, while dreaming of hope and escape. "I feel the opposite," Seal says, not breaking his bow. "The world has changed drastically since I left, and I'm the rope piece that just dangles." Well, it was poor symbolism anyway. He makes another nod for Seal, no different than mine. Technically, bowing longer for him than the Omega standing right in front of him would have been an unspeakable offense. I'm human, but I'm noticing many Fleophaky things now. "The people still welcome you just the same," Ruar says when he straightens up. "Only the politics have changed. As you can imagine, my enemies have grown and swarmed around my back since you've been away. Traditional ways are perceived to be the best since they've kept us alive this long, and I am unwilling to give up my seat to any of the fools seeking to take it. I've done what I've had to do to make the most good in this world. You understand? I've never stopped fighting a war, even when you were gone." "Your enemies won," Seal says in a quiet tone that could be ignored. But he has no anger about him, and also no fear. If Seal can speak up to Roar, then he can't be that bad, right? And I saw him showing Pykh how to read. And he isn't here with any servants or even guards. He's a lot different than what I expected. Also, that internal pressure is gone somewhere, so I can relax my sphincter muscles again. Roar is amused and not offended. They nearly did. But now you are here, and like always, you've confounded and bested even the most determined of them. I think your name is going to become a curse in their families. Heaven help the little pup who starts shouting that Seal is back, expecting his Omega grandfather to be happy about it. And what about you? I feel rude cutting in, but I have to. We don't want to cause any trouble, but we also don't want to be hidden. We just want to have a place. We need a home to raise our son. It can be far away somewhere. I don't care. In every alien contact ever made, the government gets involved. Tests are willingly submitted to, and we evaluate each other as a culture and a species and a resource. But human E.T. over here just wants a house and a yard. Roar tilts his head, noticing me again. Audiobook has told me many interesting things about your people. Captain Arad did as well. Audiobook believes your people are enlightened and heroic. Arad thought you were all insane. I might be somewhere in the middle. But know this, whether or not you would have a place to raise your son was never a question. Fatherhood is the driving purpose of society, is it not? Well, I'm not sure that, maybe for a species on the brink of extinction it is. Yes, Pykh says enthusiastically, standing just behind Roar. He has his hands behind his back in a general warrior's pose, and a few rolled-up scrolls are poking out from behind his waist. He makes Roar smile. The stuffy old politician Audiobook described to me does not mind at all that Pykh doesn't bow throughout this conversation like Seal does. So, I will open the collective fund to you, and we will make all the necessary arrangements. But I must say, Audiobook said you were only having one pup. He said that was normal for your people. Is that a problem? His eyes widen a bit. Maybe my tone was off. No, it just looks like you're swollen for 3. Oh, well, I'm small. Feels weird to admit that. I've never been small until I came to this planet. We have details to discuss. Maybe inside, where you're more comfortable. You have to agree to enter a state of temporary childhood. You are the first Omega adult I've ever met who is also a complete stranger to me. I will be taking you in as one of my own. As a stipulation, from this moment forward you will not be allowed to expand your court, nor to do anything without my guidance and permission. You can agree to that, or... He looks to where the wall would be, through the trees and down the hill, then back at me, and he frowns. Well, I don't think you have another choice. Chapter 35. Seal. The sun has nearly disappeared from the sky, the moon already present and shining for the last bit of evening daylight. It is full, so this is the opportune time for spirits to come. But even so, our good spirits seem blood-hungry, and I understand Carter's frustration, not wanting to see the little Chulak die. Omega Carter, the spirit man says, dressed in his ceremonial garb, which is full nudity and a lot of jewels and bones. The spirits only come reliably at moments of conception and death. That is when energy crosses into or out of their world, and they are drawn to it. When we pray, we hope that some of them are nearby to hear us, and that they hear our sincerity. But we can't just make demands at the air like we are their masters. The death of this bird is quick. The spirits will come, and then I will ask them to bestow a vision. You know, my people have this thing where spirits are just naturally drawn to us. All the time. Carter shrugs his pretty shoulders. He is bare, except for a newly provided groin cloth around his waist. We have built up strong fires and hung extra tapestries over the windows to make it as warm as the afternoon for him in here. With respect, gracious Omega, the old spirit man replies, we know you are lying. He is patient and bemused. Ruar tells us he is the most reliable contact with spirits among our people, and he has done visions for many powerful Omegas. Ruar brought him all the way from the capital city for us, and it is a great honour to have this respected man seek a vision for our child. I correctly urged Carter to accept this gift, even if I do believe that Chulak's death is a ritualistic waste, and all visions and spiritual communion is hopeful pretend. Ruar believes so too, so he is smiling as he sits outside the circle with me, snacking from a bowl of seeds and letting the spirit man have control of the room. Well, I say he is smiling. I've known Ruar for very long. He's always been a stone-faced man with subtle expressions, but I think of him like a deep well, and even though the surface is silent, he is far from emotionless. I don't want to slaughter animals. Look at him, he's innocent. He doesn't want to die. Ruar snorts like this is funny. He whispers to me, how does he eat? I saw him enjoying flank of rackery this evening. Does he not realize where the meat comes from? It is not the blood that bothers him, I murmur back. It's the needlessness. Pykh is with Carter inside the circle, and two acolytes are completing the old symbols written across his skin, verses of health and prosperity, and the names of the spirits they wish to invoke. Pykh has never been so enthralled, but he has his tail wrapped around Carter's ankle several times, and my two beauties are locked in arms, leaning into each other. I should be there with them, but I have even less tolerance for these things than Carter does. Spirit men tried to perform many rituals for me. If I was successful, they would claim it was their help that made it so, and thus increase their reputation. Even if it was a great loss, they would lie and say that they warned me. Spirit men and their followers were one of the factions that made up my old enemies. And Ruar's. I never thought you would support this kind of thing. I tell him, you never had these visions done for your own children, if I remember correctly. Yes, well. His eyes seem to slant away in shame, but it is hard to read. My early children did. I never took it seriously. Then I was tested. Now it's harder for me to not believe. He is looking intensely at Carter, who is reaching for the Chulak in the spirit man's arms, demanding the little creature. The spirit man holds a ceremonial knife in his other hand and only has to stab the bird in the breast to start the next part of the chanting and finish the ritual. By the way the knife is held, he seems to be contemplating just getting it done, but he keeps glancing to Ruar, as if determining how out of line it would be to slaughter a Chulak against Carter's wishes. He speaks soothingly. Chulak breed and make more of themselves, dozens a season if we don't keep them separate. They are simple creatures who only think about eating and mating. Most predators eat Chulaks because they are fat and clumsy. Their lives make this world bountiful. Preserving every Chulak is, forgive me, it's a ridiculous goal. He kneels apologetic, and also stabs the bird. In an instant I am no longer relaxed, my heart thudding. Blood spills on the symbol he has drawn on the floor, and the spirit man holds tightly the beak of the creature. But that does not silence its dying squeak. You're an asshole, Carter paces, clearly wanting to strike him, and then spits where blood gathers on the symbols on the floor. The spirit man pauses in his chanting, but only temporarily. He has a job to do, whether Carter likes it or not. My mate looks to me as though wondering if what he's done is wrong or right, or perhaps wondering why I don't get up and punish the man for him. Oh, I would, if it was appropriate. Instead, I pointedly nod in the direction of the floor, and Carter sits down, disappointed. Pykh looks willing to commence the whipping for me, but he is pulled down beside Carter also. You know it is appropriate to punish a spirit man for these circumstances, Ruar remarks. Carter won't ask. He is different from our people. That is concerning, and I will try to correct it. That subtle smile again. There is a reason I am sitting with you, for now, and not with him. Omega Seal. He chuffs at his own joke. But I do not. The ceremony is underway again, and all the chanting and swaying starts. My lovers look lost. I wish I had stayed in the circle with them, but if I had, I might have turned the issue of the Chulak into a catastrophe. Tell me about that one, Ruar whispers, but I don't see what he means. A symbol? What? The Pykh. Avria. Where did you meet him? How long has he been enslaved? How many others are like him? It is beyond rude to speak during the moment of a vision like this. Ruar does not believe in any of this more than I do, so I can assume his tested faith phrase was just the political way of dismissing me. I answer as quietly as I can, leaning across the table between us. He was raised with the invaders, among others. Children, all ours. He was lucky to survive, and I haven't met another raised like that. Most slaves come from other worlds, or they are wild men. I only met a few captured warriors. They did not speak to me. Their spirits were broken. Enslaved his whole life. The chanting has stopped. The swaying continues with a hum and some murmurs. We must be silent now, for the visitation of spirits is upon us, supposedly, and they hear our thoughts as loud as they hear our words, supposedly. I put my hand over my mouth to remind Carter and Pykh. Heaven forbid the priests want to re-perform the ritual and put us all through this twice. And Ruar whispers, That's unacceptable. His lip twitches to show a bit of fang. We should have found him years ago. Perhaps Pykh thinks Ruar's expression is for him. He holds his head low and keeps his crest submissive. Carter, with a roving, uncertain gaze, does the same. The acolytes told us to picture a happy, healthy, smiling baby. A pout of concentration comes over my Omega's expression, and I lower my head and close my eyes. I purr for the little one in my imagination, even though I feel foolish right now, and imagining things is not my strength. I cannot picture a child that is mine at all, climbing trees or running playfully, already born. I cannot conjure a pretty future for him. But I have seen his image, and I know exactly where he is, curled in there, blissfully unaware of all this. I send my love and purr for the real child, if that is even a thing, like I do every night with Carter in my arms. Oh well, I am terrible at this, but I try well enough, and now people are picking up their heads, looking around. The silence must be maintained for longer, so the spirit man can complete his vision. But the spirits have listened to all our prayers, supposedly. How many years did you spend with him? I should growl. Now is not the time to interrogate me about Pykh. Even if I am lacking faith, it is a matter of respect for my son. But he is the Omega of Omegas. All of them, I answer quietly, but showing my irritation as well. Pykh has always been at my side. He nods and doesn't speak again. I guess he understands my mood. The spirit man is putting on a good show, swaying, moaning, blinking rapidly, and pretending that he's coming back to his body from somewhere else. It is all so silly. But the acolytes are leaning closer, their ears poised to hear whispers, their breaths held anxiously. He speaks, but he murmurs and slurs his words, stretching out the moment of tension. And it's working. I want to hear what vision he has for my son. I don't care if it's a fake ceremony or not. Fire! Jungle! His head hangs, and he leans completely into an acolyte who supports him. Burning tree! Ruar was taking a drink of nectar from a nearby cup, and now he sets it down with a rap against the table. All eyes are on him in an instant. The acolytes gather around Carter as he stands up, and I have the intense intuition that Ruar is displeased, even if he hasn't said anything. I go to Carter, who is trying to cover his abdomen modestly, as he and Pykh are being ushered away from the spirit man. Burning tree? Ruar says harshly, and even the spirit man's closest acolyte abandons him. The old man falls to the floor with a hollow cacophony of bone jewellery. He is faking, but his stupor is convincing. Ruar is not fooled, and he prods the spirit man in the chest with his foot. I brought you all this way, put you in front of the most exotic Omega who comes from the heavens, and this is how you embarrass me? His tail arches upwards to strike, and Carter calls out, Hey, leave him alone! Ruar looks over his shoulder. First it's the Trulak, and now you stand for the mercy of this! He prods the man with his foot again. The spirit man is wisely pretending that he can't speak, maybe because he's earned Carter's sympathy. I don't understand, Pykh says, but to no one in particular. No one is listening. Is burning tree bad? He seems to ask an acolyte, who doesn't answer him. What is wrong? It's fine, I whisper. It's just paranoid nonsense. It's thievery is what it is, Ruar answers in a loud voice. Fraud! He jabs the spirit man with his foot some more, causing him to moan. I'm beginning to wonder if he's actually faking or not. Unimaginative and lazy, burning tree, he growls. I should have conducted the religious ceremony. I would be a better priest than you unconscionable liar. You really think I would put up with such an uninspiring vision and an obvious scam? My poor mate. I never thought Ruar was one to believe in religion, so I never thought to prepare them for the common drama that follows an unfavourable vision at these things. It is part of the process, I say, trying to be comforting. If you get a bad vision, Omegas can get angry and demand another one. Why does he have to do this to us? He did not even stay quiet during the vision part of the ritual. Maybe he thinks he's honouring Carter by getting angry on his behalf, but he's actually just embarrassing us Fliafaki. If he could see Carter's ship and the things my mate knows, how advanced his people are. This is not the impression I want to give Carter of my people. You have given your last vision to me, Iltu, Ruar growls as his guardians haul the man up. He drapes in their arms, sticking to his antics until the last. I wish also that he did not pretend so much and so well. Both of these men are truly humiliating. And, taking the last coin, I will strip your reputation, and you will never be employed again by the wealthy families you con. How dare you present such a lazy, unimaginative interpretation? It is a burning tree. Iltu picks up his head. His voice is thick, but he speaks well and he gets his feet under him. Ask another priest. The vision will be the same. Maybe I will. Ruar crosses his arms and growls into the man's face. Maybe I will imprison everyone here, make sure they can't speak on your behalf, and then I will find a real priest of the spirits to read this child's future. You have dishonoured your tribe, Iltu, and I will make sure you have no customers except gamblers. See what happens to you when your predictions are wrong then. No. He still has that slurring heaviness. The vision was right. It is a burning tree. We did the ceremony correctly. I told you what I saw. Take him outside. Ruar snarls and the guardians comply. The spirit man sounds perfectly intact and sober, calling out one more time, It is a burning tree. It is an accurate vision. The acolytes are frightened, bowed, wondering what happens to them next. Ruar regards them. "We don't have a big enough prison in Chalol for all the thieves," he says, and nods his head towards the door, his tail sweeping pointedly. Without words, the room empties except for Ruar and a few of his mates or guardians who have watched all this from the sides. "Does somebody want to tell me what burning tree means?" Carter says. Ruar answers, "Unconventional, perhaps rebellious. Someone who challenges traditions or otherwise creates trouble in their household. Don't be alarmed, however. Independent or free thinker can also be good interpretations." His anger is seemingly gone, and he's back to being the deep, quiet well. Don't pay it any mind. He just picked something so easy to predict it has already happened. Obviously, your child will be unconventional. "What's happened to the spirit man?" Pykh asks, worried. I wish Ruar hadn't done this in front of him, and I wish I had a better, enlightened people to bring my lovers home to. Ruar pauses. When he answers, it is softer than I expected. More meaningful. "He is not going far, Pykh. I have to pay the spirit man whether he is a fraud or not. Otherwise the spirits may curse me eternally, just on principle. Spirits don't like it to be known that their priests can be swindled." His expression towards Pykh is kind. "So he will not be sleeping under the bridges, in the trench. The temple will continue to provide for him, even if I intend to see that he never performs a life vision ever again." "Why do you care if it's fake?" I ask. Everyone already knows it is. Ruar retakes his place at the table, rustling his claws in the seed bowl. "I have a particular grudge against that spirit man. His vision for Ovielk was New Horizon. For Pykh and Carter, he defines it, with a derisive hoof, political ambition." Chapter 36. Carter. "What a weird day," I say as I grab Pyke's elbow, steadying myself. Seal is knelt on the floor beside me, removing my boots. I pick up one foot after the other for him. I could get down there and do it myself, but my guys are efficient, and I'm starting not to mind. It's just easier to go along with things. Unless you're a Chulak, I guess. Did the vision ceremony work? Are there really spirits? And if there are they unique to the planet they're on? Are they organisms of energy that we don't understand? Do they hop on ships to follow their people around, and can they then immigrate to other worlds? Your guess is as good as anyone's. What I can say is that very few alien species exist without a religion of some kind, even if it's just the worship of celebrity war heroes in their past. No matter how advanced technology gets, belief in the weird and unexplainable is prevalent in the universe, and plenty of space marines have crosses around their necks. Do you think he really had a vision of a burning tree? No, Seal answers from down there, setting my boots aside and then standing up. Ruar is not a religious man, but religious men have some power in the government. They talk to the people and their visions can sway them. The temple, no doubt, wanted to meet you, and Ruar may have earned some favor by granting the request. And then beating the spirit man and going crazy? I laugh. What happened was not a beating, thanks to you, and I'm sure that will be mentioned when the priest returns to the temple. They will be eager to convert you, if they can. He removes the blanket from my shoulders. The paint they covered me with is dried, and some of it flakes off, but hues of green, blue, and gold seem to be dyed into my skin. I don't feel like a bath right now. I'm tired, but not in a sleepy way. I'm just really glad we're alone again. Ruar is interesting, but his reaction to the spirit man has me stressed out. He's a monarch, basically. He could have imprisoned the whole room if he wanted to. He has no one to answer to, and I don't think the council reins him in. I'm an Omega and an alien, so I have a power sort of equal to his, but I can't be careless. I think he had a vision of burning tree, Pykh says. A few of the acolytes painted him with white vines and flowers, which come out of his natural stripes in different places. He looks very good and fancy, and when the paint flakes off, the dyed lines are still bright and plain on his suede skin. I do not think the decoration was strictly necessary. No one complained when Seal refused his. Yeah, I say absently, scratching a little paint off the side of his hip. My clothes were modified quickly and easily by the tailor Rar brought with him, Affec helping. But Pykh is going to need all new things. His groin-cloth is slim. We're used to it. He looks amazing. I certainly don't mind his firm round ass sticking out the sides of his backcloth. The warriors never complained either. He says, I saw invaders in a cage, screaming, Fleophaki driving them in with light swords. Really? What did you see, Seal? Just what I saw on the monitors. He comes to the other side of me and embraces us both, kissing Pykh first by licking his nose, and then nuzzling his cheek. I'm second, after he rubs his chin across my head, of course. He and Pykh twist their tails up completely, and soon they're purring and petting each other, me sandwiched between them and pretty much ignored for now. This was a lot easier when I was skinny. Now Seal has to reach far, and I can feel my stomach bulging out. A knock on the door interrupts us. Just as I have my hands on Seal's belt, my fingers snug against his hot, soft skin, meandering toward the goal of dropping his groin-cloth to the floor. All of us just sort of stare and pout for a moment. Who could it be? Why now? Seal stops his purr and reluctantly leaves to answer the door. Pykh turns me, so I won't be gawked at, I guess, though I'm not any more naked than I was for the ceremony. Maybe it is our arousal he's shy about. On the other side of our door is a man I've never seen before, his head bowed and his crest flat. I am Kaz. Ruar has provided me as a nurse to your son. As a what? I whispered to Pykh, still pretty unhappy about the intrusion. And still hard. Damn, I can feel Pyke's huge cock against my thigh. I really don't like to think about baby stuff when I'm horny. This is us time. I see, Seal says, looking back to me. We have about the same expression of dismay. Pykh, go get him the blankets, I say, and gesture at the jungle gym that is our nest. No, Omega, says Kaz. Affec and Alk should get your blankets and pillows to see if they convert to your scent, but I am to stay in your bed. I will not be intrusive. No way. I have to extract myself from Pyk's warm limbs so I can talk to him directly. I'll just have to be cold. It's so freezing all the time now, I think I'm getting used to it. You can have the blankets, and we can, I don't know, hug or whatever, but you're not staying here. I point outside. Take it or leave it. Kaz looks mightily confused, and then submissive. He holds out one open hand, and I'm frowning, trying to figure out if he wants to lead me someplace or what, when Seal picks up the blanket I wore during the ceremony. It was forgotten on the floor by my feet, and now he passes it over to Kaz. He leaves without a word. I'm glad to have the door shut. No sleepovers, I say, and pull Seal to me for a kiss. Sleep over what? Pykh asks, crossing the room, putting his arms around me the way we were before. Soon I have my hand under Seal's groin-cloth. He's hot and heavy under there, balls like boulders, and I love how they fill my palms. Pykh kneels and is presently kissing, licking, sometimes biting the back of my thigh or on my butt cheek, making me jolt with ticklish shivers. The knock this time is different. Demanding. We pause with widening eyes because we know who it is. We do not entirely right ourselves, and I do not entirely give a shit one way or the other. This is my goddamn room. I'm shouting in my head already, wrenching the door open before Seal can get to it. The sight of Ruar tames me quite a bit. He has narrowed eyes, crossed arms, and a tail arched highly, twitching with irritation. My mouth is open, all intellect sputtering to a stop, and pathways being rewired to more gently assert that I am perhaps seeking alone time with my mates. He speaks first. Kaz is a proven nurse who has provided for almost all my sons. Yes, well, we gave him the blanket, and, all I want to do is fuck. Pykh and Affec are already, converting, so that's not a problem. He can use that. When we started sharing the blankets, I was beyond embarrassed that Pykh and Affec would be able to smell whether or not we had gotten busy that night. Now, I officially don't care. The need gets bad, and Pykh is willing for a bit of fun no matter what kind of mess we're in. Kaz stands behind Ruar in the shadows, looking down. Ruar pushes past me into the room and then gestures him inside. He obeys efficiently, moving to stand against the wall. My tongue pokes the inside of my cheek. As a space marine, I have a healthy tolerance for bullshit. We're trained for it. I'm willing to partake in rituals I'm not super enthused about, and I let his physician touch all over me, even though he clearly doesn't have any scientific medical instruments. He asked me a bunch of personal questions, including how often we're intimate and what kind of cycles I have. I've had about enough is on the tip of my tongue. We already gave him the blanket. Pykh and Affec are converting as well, so we have plenty of... His tail strikes the floor between us. Not with any violent amount of force, but I take a step back. Fleophaci have thick skin, and a lashing can really hurt them. Pyke's arms are around me at once, even though I instinctively try to push him back. I have the sense this is something an Omega settles himself, and Ruar has to learn where the boundary is. He speaks first. The only Omegas here are the ones too stubborn and old to move. You won't find a nurse among them if you go begging, and in this snow, we are many weeks from the nearest village with an estate which may or may not have a suitable nurse to lend. I appreciate the concern, but we're sleeping alone. He has the blanket, isn't that enough? Perhaps, but I want him converted quickly, and I don't see why we should expose ourselves to a risk. Do you realize what would happen if you had a child and no nurse? Your pity for the Chulak frightens me. You would die of heartbreak. He's not wrong. But is he only trying to frighten me into submission? Ruar's mates and guardians are better behaved than the military, and I don't want him to have so much control over us. Avielk said 2, possibly 3 nurses is enough. I'm one of them, so we have 5 men converting. 6 if he sleeps with the blanket, I say with a quick gesture toward Kaz. They are not proven. Ruar drags out the word. He looks at Pykh, and then at me. Also, nursing is a skill. Your men have never cared for a babe, neither have you, and Kaz has cared for dozens of them. He is your tutor and your nurse. I won't allow you to say no. Once again, I am grateful, but he is clearly thinking about striking me. Or Pykh. Or Pykh might be threatening him. I don't know. I can't see. But his gaze keeps shifting between us. I don't want a stranger in my bedroom, sleeping with us. Why not? Well, obviously. Is that it? He huffs and his aggressive posture relaxes. Kaz is a claimed male. We've been together 20 years. He won't want into your nest, and even if he did, you won't find a man in my court who tries to force his way up. Well, it doesn't matter. Why doesn't it matter? He echoes clearly, not understanding. I guess in the world of polyamorous relationships and courtesans, privacy with lovemaking isn't a logical concept. Because I don't want him listening, or smelling, or just being around. I don't care if he's participating or not. I need me time. Sure, I'm blushing a bit. It's not every day a space marine stands up to the president to assert his need for sex. But that's what I'm saying. It gets that bad. A lot of times I wake up just Pykh in the middle of the night because Seal can't keep up with me. Is it true your kind only keep one maid per Omega? He seems perplexed, doubting. Yes, usually, but sometimes it's different. I glance apologetically at my guys. I don't want them to think they're less special or anything because they're not human. And only one nurse is needed for your tiny little pups. Yes. Actually, contrary to what he believes, human babies grow to be a lot bigger than the Pleiophyki newborns at birth. My kid is going to be 3 pounds, maybe less. I'm terrified about it, but Seal, Avielk, and Affec have confirmed that it's normal. Pleiophyki newborns are very, very tiny. Likely this enables them to have multiple pups at once. But I'll just let them continue believing human babies are super small, since that's just easier. Then you must find my insistence to be tyrannical and frustrating. I'm sorry you're feeling that way. But you, by your own account, told me that you are having a Pleiophyki child, not a human one, and I am clearly the expert since I have had many Pleiophyki children. This is your first one. Pleiophyki body language has imprinted on me. Ruar is old, and Omega crests are never impressive to begin with. But when those thin spines raise up with real emotion, not the fake crown of sorts that he was wearing earlier, I feel smaller and foolish. It is a bloody winter in Chalul already, without adding the death of your child. Kaz stays, and in case you're worried that I've put a spy into the private areas of your home, we'll add a condition. For all purposes, besides sex, Kaz is now a mate in your court. He looks after you when I am not available. He helps raise your children. And he sleeps in your bed. Pykh growls back. He has one arm around me crossing shoulder to shoulder, like a very good scarf. Ruar glances at him, but he's not intimidated in the least. His focus on me is not redirected or diminished. And while I'm sure I could keep arguing, my thoughts are roaring mad. We have enough. We've done everything Avielk said. It would be selfish of me to put my kid in danger over this. Something so stupid. I nod, pressing my lips together and then doing my own version of showing Fang once he turns his back. He addresses Kaz before he leaves. What I've said is law. You are his until I ask for you back. He puts a hand on Kaz's chest and says back to me, Do not even try to flirt with him. With more amusement, he adds, You are pretty, but you are not irresistible. Brains are desirable too. Then he pets Kaz twice where his hand rests, and he leaves. I take an extra second to breathe, pushing Pyke's arm off of me, and I wait until Ruar is truly gone. Running a hand through my hair, feeling hot even though it's cold out, I let out the curse I've been holding inside. Fuck! Just because it makes sense, and Ruar was right and I was wrong, does not mean I have to be happy to have Kaz here. I can't even get mad at Kaz because he stands as silent and unassuming as a statue, probably willing to help me whether he was ordered to or not. They're good people. Such fucking good people. God damn it. Chapter 37. Auk. I enter my room. What a long day it's been. Rather uneventful for me, I suppose, given the mayhem and stress that the Guardians must go through. But being forced to stand at attention for hours on end is no easy feat either, and my old bones have not fully recovered from the journey here. I have not said anything to anyone, not even my mate, but I have been sick while traveling. I'm just now getting better. Sleep and food are the best medicine there is. I'm ready for another long, warm night with my mate curled up beside me. Perhaps it will be enough so that I won't wake up feeling old battle wounds in the morning. Affec slips into the room and tugs on my hand instead of joining me. Come, I have a surprise. I grumble as I'm dragged back into the elements, but my clothes are warm, clean, and new. My old warrior leathers are gone, perhaps tucked away for good. We shall see. These new clothes make me feel like I'm dressed up to give a report directly to the council. But I can't scorn them the way a warrior probably should. I don't feel the cold as Affect leads me with both hands clasped over mine, his tail coiling playfully, and far too energetic for the hour. What are we up to, pup? You'll see. We go to the front gate, where newly emptied carts are being arranged for transport back down the hill, and roars, richly dressed court members are commingling with the warriors. Those who aren't guardians are softer, plumper, and easy to smile. There's not so many of them compared to his full-size court, about 30 people together in all, and we are now a reliant but fully staffed estate. Affec already has lessons with a master tailor starting tomorrow. It is only now occurring to me that I'm like a cart without wheels. What good am I for? Where will I fit in? It is not a question that causes me despair, but I must answer it soon. Men move, and I see Ofer in his general's uniform, going over a list with someone who must be one of Ruar's accountants, the other man making changes with the paper pressed up against the cart. Affec draws me to a stop, and we wait a while longer until the young general tucks the list beneath his leather breastpiece and comes to us. He glances sideways, and his expression is reluctant. "Little brother, I'm not sure. You promised," Affec says. He looks around like he does not want to be heard. "It is not meant for personal matters, and a lot of Ruar's court is here. If we get caught, tell him Carter ordered it." My tail twitches. I do not want to be an authoritarian with my mate, but Affec must be warned if he's going to lie about Carter's orders. Perhaps my place for now is just to make sure my mischievous mate acts the way a proper court member should. Presently, I will let the moment be forgotten. Ofer sighs and looks around again, but he is giving in. What is my surprise? "Did you bring it?" Affec asks. Ofer relents with his head hung in shame, but showing a chagrined smirk. He gestures us forward and leads us into the garden. Behind the cookhouse, there's a small shed with some gardening tools. "It's in that box there." He holds the door open, and inside there is only one box, conspicuously set in the middle of the floor. It's about the size of a... "Be sure to use it here, not in your rooms. There's a lot of people settling in. And be quiet. Affec, your lie works for you, but I will not have an easy time explaining to Ruar how Carter requested military technology and I did not tell him about it. Carter has not earned Ruar's trust yet." "You should not have done this," I say. I am right, though I think I know why it is here. My mate is misbehaving with good intentions. Take it with you. I'm sorry for the trouble Affec has caused. Affec gestures with his tail that I should be ignored or dismissed. Ofer shrugs ambivalently and says, "It'll be harder getting it out now than it was sneaking it in here in the first place. Use it if you want, or don't. It sits here until morning either way. When the warriors return with supplies, the box will go with them." "I'll find a way to pay you back," Affec says, lifting the top. He does not look at his brother at all, excited and focused. "No need." Ofer leaves after a moment with a friendly smile. "Have fun," he says from somewhere beyond the door, and Affec and I are stuck in the dark until one tiny blinking light blooms into a lit screen. Now we are in a blue sort of darkness, with Affec's handsome face being the brightest thing. "Okay, we have to be quiet like he said." "You're going to land me in prison, pup," I grumble quietly. But what I've said isn't true, most likely. From what I've seen, Ofer is competent in his position and well-liked by his men. He'll have an easier time getting away with this than a typical general would, and I would tell them all they're idiots. Yet I am equally complicit as I kneel beside my mate and look at the small screen. "Okay, that's the right... notch." I supply the vocabulary. "Frequency." "Yes, that." He extends the speaking device, called the horn, which looks like a little stick, and says into it, "Hello?" like a scared pup. I huff, amused, but I repoint the horn towards myself before he can do any more damage. "Who is this? Did someone speak just now?" says a stern voice I don't recognize, but the frequencies will change the tone of anyone speaking over them. Communication boxes are unsettling devices, like talking to ghosts until you get used to them. I assume this is one of Audiobook's guardians, unless they put a warrior on duty for the night, or the early evening. Distances also do strange things to me. This is Auk Dridis Alfi, scout for Carter's court, reporting on our successful mission. I look at Affleck and he shrugs. We should not be doing things that are illegal and dangerous. It is not my job to report anything anymore. Audiobook and the General will have heard about our safe arrival from Ophir himself, as well as the Council, Ruar, and anyone else who should be informed. I see. And what is the report? Let this be a warrior and not one of Audiobook's guardians, please. I hope there is still some spirit about, because I cannot say no to Affleck's anxious and wishful eyes. The report is addressed from Carter to General Earthus, with a closed door informally requested. A real report of this nature would be eyebrow-raising for sure, especially if Ruar got wind of it. So I add, uncomfortably, it is a letter of recognition and appreciation. He is the sole audience intended for. The new voice I recognize very well, though it is hollow and different. Auk Dridisafi, how is Carter doing? Did everyone arrive safely? Was there any hardship? So I spend a short time summarizing our trip for Audiobook. The warrior or guardian must have sent for him right away. And my father, are they getting along? About as well as can be expected. But what did anyone expect? That does not answer the question. They are. I think of how Carter's eyes are tolerant but sharp as he complies with Ruar's demands. Testing each other for now. I think they will form a friendship, a professional bond. That is optimistic. Ruar has handled him for now. That is the most honest way to say it. There's a short silence on the other end. There were no explosions. What did they say exactly when they met each other? I recount it as best I can for him, but it is all quite rote. Both Omega leaders were stoic with each other. I see. Well, if there is nothing else to report. Another small pause, as if I've not said enough. Your general is here. Thank you for telling me directly, Auk Dridisafi. It is nice to hear the report unfiltered. Carter is my friend, and I can't be sure what my father will leave out. You are welcome, Omega Audiobook. My chest warms. I've never heard such direct praise from an Omega before, not even from my own Omega father. Maybe this was not such a bad idea after all. But then, as he is saying goodbye and stating that Earthus will take his place, and the first part of what he said comes back to me, making that warmth turn into embarrassment. Your general. So he knows how improper this was. Or maybe he believes that Carter really had a letter of achievement, and the possessive implication was just because he knows about our relationship. Auk, you're being especially old-fashioned today. Joining the court of an Omega foreigner from beyond our world has challenged my aversion to risk, and then finding out my lover, in fact, wasn't dead, when I was very sure that he was, made me promise that I would not be so stringent. But I am like a man that wants to be made into stone, especially when I am scared or hurting, something Earthus pointed out to me once. Just before I left, as a matter of fact. His voice through the box's distortion shakes me, even though I am steady on the outside. Auk, Affleck, it's just me now. Are you alone, or... Now I am the one who answers like a scared pup. It is us. Only us. Affleck points the horn towards himself and babbles away quickly. Aethus, there's so much to tell you. My brother has been made into a general, and we're finally safe behind the gates. It's not such a hard winter, my brother says, and I think the enemy has no idea where we've taken the ship. Seal was worried that we'd meet a battalion of them as we headed out, but they were only spread out and starving until we came here. Is it so on your side as well? Have there been skirmishes? For a while we are relaying information to each other. Teal and the others are fine. Aethus looks after them, he promises, though not a single romantic exchange has occurred. I want them intact, I say. Now I know he can't promise this. You don't have to worry, my scout. Geb is like a father to all of them, and not a single warrior wanders off alone, not even to scout. We are scouting for supplies to build another outpost here, and don't tell Ruar about this. Audiobook has become a bit of a rogue. We're making plans to forge a permanent path back to you, one that does not involve getting a magical machine off the ground. We have the laser for protection, and we're only waiting for the snow to melt. We may not be in Shaolul when that happens. Do you not want to see me? I can hear him smiling. I'm just being realistic. Carter will either go to the Priory or the capital. He will not stay here. I suppose I should just say what I'm thinking and get it over with. We are in different worlds. I'm glad to hear from you again. But, oh, I yelp because Affec's tail on my rump is unexpected and unnecessarily harsh. That hurt, pup. Oak is spreading his gloom again, dear General, Affec says, narrowing his eyes at me and cupping his hands around the horn to protect it from my words. He purrs for the General to hear, even while he goes for another swat, and I bring my arm up to defend. It does not land. He shows me Fang, and right after he says, "We will be here for you when you come. A general always deserves a warm welcome in the pillows. For my two beautiful men, I should say so. What is Alk doing now?" "You shouldn't be saying things like that over the box. What if they overheard us?" "He is admonishing me. He says we shouldn't say naughty things to each other." I frown, since this is true. "It's improper." "He says it's improper." "And bad for his reputation." "And bad for your reputation." Communication boxes are such a pain. I get the horn back from him. Both of us press closely together, and I try to admit that perhaps I'm feeling more vulnerable and soft than I pretend to be. Perhaps I'm missing him so much this is making me feel sick again, only with emotional pain. I would have you with me. I don't want you to think. I was saying that we shouldn't expect a reunion. We are not in control of our own lives. Carter isn't either. We are under Ruar's command for now, and you are following Audiobook. A warrior does not get to choose. Alk, you are all wrapped up in the future. I go quiet. He is using that purring deep tone. I'm here with you right now. I suppose, in a way. No, I am. Affec, kiss him for me. I am not playful like Affec, Aethus, and Enel. Many times I've gone back to Teal and Geb to get away from this kind of rowdiness. But then Affec's nose is near mine, and I'm touched with a soft little lick. I reciprocate the action, and like a good scout, since Aethus cannot watch us, I report. It is done. Aethus laughs roariously. I guess it was just a joke all along. But then Affec is practically in my lap and whispers into the horn, "What else should I do to him?" "Lie him on his back." "This is not... No." Affec pushes his nose near mine again and gives me a kiss. "Do what your general tells you." "We are not..." I scramble for logic. "Together, this is not... We are not doing this." "I am right there with you, Alk. It is the magic of the machine. I have my hand under my groincloth. Do you know what I'm doing?" "Not there in the command room, you're not." "Okay, I'm not, but I will later. Close your eyes, Alk. Do as you're told. We are together. You will see. Chapter 38. Pykh. My Omega is very upset, gnashing his teeth, pacing around. I almost bring my tail up to protect myself. If Carter had a tail, it would be high above his head and ready to lash out. He is petite, a precious kind of small that needs to be protected by a big, strong guardian. But he has the fierceness of a master that enslaves masters. His spirit, if we could see it, is probably much bigger than mine. And Seal must feel small as well. His crest is flat, his purr is timid, and his tail is low, sunk to the floor. He tries. I can ask the physician for a special kind of tea to help us go straight to sleep. Don't bother, Carter growls in his cute way. But he is not the cuddly kind of cute right now. He says a lot of things about fucking raw and fucking claws and fucking baby. I don't want to be fucking pregnant anymore. And then he starts climbing to our nest with his hands and feet, going up rope by rope like a wobbly pup. I watch Cos closely with narrowed eyes. Seal will already have a storm on his hands. A mild snort or laugh or even a chuff from our new court brother will make sure the storm has claws and teeth. Poor Seal hangs his head further as I stroke his arm and gesture that he should follow Carter up. He has a look of irritation about him as well. Seal is better mannered, I think, because he is not an Omega, and so he has learned to be obedient to one. But they are both ornery mates. That is one of my favourite words for them, which Teal taught me when I expressed my frustrations some time ago. We will be like that again. Carter will be unhappy, he and Seal will fight, and I will barely manage to make them pleasant enough to live around. In bed they do not stay angry, but even a moment after or before will become an argument. Unless I can fix it. You will wait outside, I tell Cars, who seems nice enough. I don't know anything about him, but he did not laugh or even come close, so I feel he must be good. When we are done, you can come in and sleep. Seal looks over his shoulder with hope and appreciation for my solution. He waits on the net and makes a much slower climb than Carter. Not because he is that afraid, but because he does not want to insult our pregnant, and thus plump, Omega. When he is in this mood, he will be furious about the silliest things, like waddling, gassing, or being round and clumsy. Truly, he is adorable and beautiful, but he'll never see himself like that. I especially like that while he is pregnant he is not so strong and often needs someone to pick things up or balance him. For Cars, however, I am doing him a favour by putting him outside. But he says, I must be here for the entire night. Ruar has ordered me to stay, and if he sees me outside he will. I already know what Ruar would think. Ruar is not my Omega. He has given you to us, and I am the biggest guardian mate. You are underneath me, so I am in charge. I don't see what size has to do with it, tall guardian, Cars says in a completely dull tone. If the Omega insists or passes the order to you, I will go. But others in the court will see that I have not been accepted. Ruar will be called again. And I suggest that does not happen. His head stays down, but his eyes glance upward toward the top of the nest. Then at me. I think there is something he is not saying about Ruar returning again that I would not like. I do not know if I like Ruar either. Carter obeys him, but seems to frown and hesitate a lot. I don't like it. But it is also true that Ruar is doing so much for the baby. I am relieved that he is here. I am even relieved that Cars is here. When we are not in the bedroom, I will ask him many questions. But for now, I use my intelligence to come up with another solution. You will wait for us in the outfits room, then. I gesture to where the clothing is kept, which should be more comfortable than being outside anyway. He should be happy, and I will go to the nest with 2 loving mates. The tilt of his head and downturn of his eyes is apologetic. I have not only been tasked to sleep here, Guardian. I am not a bedmate. I am to become a nurse, and it is best if I stay close. If, my body, only my body. Perhaps I'm getting frustrated as well, and it is showing. I'm not really angry like Carter is, but I become aware that I am looming over him. Cars is only here to help my child. So I lower my crest, relax my posture, and he speaks. There is a physical process that happens. If my body thinks that my mate, Ruar, will have a pup soon, I will convert quickly to make milk. But my body must be convinced. I cannot change myself by willing it or wanting it, or even imagining it. I do not know why. For me to be useful to you, we must act as though Carter has taken Ruar's place. It is pretend only, but it is very important. He does not smell like Ruar, so my mind and some of my body are fully aware that this is fake. We must pretend as completely as possible, or I might fail in this task. He looks up at the nest again. I do not want to fail your pup. I feel like he spoke directly to Carter. Just let him up, Pykh. I hear from up there, and I'm happy to notice that Carter is letting Seal look after him, removing his clothes and getting his shoulders rubbed. My mate leans forward to let Seal knead the aches in his back, which is a good sign. But I make a hand-out gesture to stop, one that we learned from Carter, which briefly makes Cars recoil at the sight of my claws. Wait here. I should say sorry, but I'm too focused on my solution as I go to Carter's room of clothing materials. I am brilliant. My mate and my pup will never have anything to be troubled about. I will be a good father, just like the ones who follow the contract Ruar told me about. Soon I will be able to read, and I will write my own name, and I will have many important things to say about the enemy and their language and Carter's kind and his machines. There it is. Some of these materials for clothes are so thin, they are for decoration only. But this light blue one is thin and difficult to see through. It is most likely for a summer shirt, Affect said, when I suggested it for Carter's next clothes. I come back with a lot of it, and I throw it over Cars's head. No, you will keep it on, I say firmly, like a guardian mate should as he tries to dig out from underneath. You will not pretend with your eyes, only your nose and ears. And, I will lead you to the bed now. Perhaps I should have cloaked him second, but no matter. The bed is only a short ways away. Cars has his hands out wide as if he is balancing, and steps with me after grabbing my arm. We could have fashioned a blindfold if you did not trust me this much, Cars says, sounding a bit like Grumpy Alk. But I would not have looked all peaked. I will be in the bed, not up in the lover's nest, obviously. It is not for you, I say quietly, as Carter looks down and starts to laugh. His smile is like relaxing into a hot bath on these cold days, and Seal is showing one of his rare grins as well, though they haven't been so rare since we arrived to plenty of food and a warm, safe bed. The bed is here, I say, touching Cars's hand to rope. Do not accidentally climb to the top. I will be very unfriendly if you do. My mates are whispering something about me and chortling even more. I do not mind. If I have made my furious little mate happy, then I am the most genius guardian of all. And Seal too. Seal deserves happiness even more than me, since he was always so miserable as a slave, and even the good days were bad to him. I place one foot on the net, my toes curling around the rope, my body sinking for the spring, and then I am up in the lover's nest with my mates, which is like a large padded bowl with lots of blankets and pillows. Cars down there must feel and climb carefully, like Carter has to do. and with a sheet of fabric on his head. "Are you pleased, my pretty mate?" I asked Carter with a rumbling purr. If he was furious, he would snap at me for calling him that. I know, it doesn't make sense. "He looks like a lampshade," my mate says with a laugh, and rewards me with a big wet slurp on the nose. He almost never does that, since we all prefer his kisses anyhow, but it means he is in a good mood again. Sometimes he is quick to change like that. For once, it is in my favour. Chapter 39. Auk. "The ground is cold," I complain, and then Pykh is lying down with me, pulling my head against his chest. His feet bump the stick end of some tool propped against the wall. Metal sliding and clanging about reminds me of the outside world beyond this cramped, dark shed. The entire court has probably heard all the embarrassing whispers my lovers have made. "It's time for us to go, Pykh. We can finish this in our room." "Okay, but first, we'll get started right here." His expression, brightened by the screen, is excited. We're trying something new, but if we're caught, it'll be the end of us. "Is he complaining?" Earth's voice says from the box, and I lower the lever that makes him quiet. But then we can barely hear the next thing he says. "Do not let him get away from you. This is good for you both." There is a crackle. "I think," he says. "I haven't had anyone since you left." But his voice is overtaken by creatureless hissing. Pykh turns him back up and repositions the device so that it's above our heads, the horn hooked and pointed down at us. It's very distracting, like a mechanical eye peering closely at our faces. I say, "I know you two are trying to be cute, but I cannot be comfortable enough for this. Tell me how he did on the journey, Pykh. Do not hide anything from me. I know Auk would not tell me himself. I want to hear about every little scratch. How is he?" I huff and avoid Pykh's eyes, and puff my arms tighter around myself. "If he's giving you trouble, you have my permission to swat him." Pykh chuckles and purrs. "No, he's just being grumbly old Auk, as usual." His hands run along my body. His eyes glance now and then to mine unabashfully as he makes his examination in the dark. I am noticing again, up close, how he always looks a little older in the face than he is in my mind. Always a pup. He is well, Earth, strong, built like a stone mountain, and if I scratched him, I'd break my claw. My stoic expression softens, and I blink rapidly. He's just flattering you. That is not the answer I expected him to give at all. He was well on the journey, then? No trouble? Not a scratch even when there was trouble, my general. He was the strongest of all of us. He didn't even sleep most nights, and he looked after us. And he walked for days, keeping up with all of us. Liar, I hiss mildly, but I keep it quiet so that Earth won't hear over the horn. He won't take compliments. You know Auk. He only has the worst things to say about people, especially himself. He holds everyone, and himself, to an impossible standard. Would you like to bring him down a bit? Show him what it's like at our level? Yes, Pykh says with a boyish smile. Not a drop of maturity to go with his age. We are playing with military equipment like it is a toy, I remind them both. You are my toy, Earth says, and his rumble, if anyone else hears it, will make me blush darker than I have ever been. I don't like it when you call me that. And how dare you utter it outside of the bed? Is he lying? His cock is coming unsheathed, and I haven't even touched him. They think it's a great joke when my cock gets hard just from hearing this phrase. I don't know why it does. This only works when it's from him. Pykh has tried it, and while it was cute, it didn't make my blood so hot and my mind blurry. How do you do this to me? I groan, a phrase I've said into his pillow before. He's right. This does feel a bit like he's here. Because you were my scout. And my toy. And I know how to love you. Pykh, I hope you've removed his groin-cloth by now. Not yet. Doing it. Actually, it's pants. These are annoying, but comfortable for the cold. As a regular citizen now, I'm not expected to mount every young lover that throws himself my way. I have dignity, and I'm not just a toy for you younger mates to pleasure yourselves with all the time. I never say anything like this with my other lovers. Why does Earthuth bring out the worst in me? I am the silent, wise, noble one. But many months ago, Earthuth began to tease me. Do you know how sexy you are? Do you know how much I want you? The things he says, the way he plays around, makes him sound like a raunchy pup courting his first love. So I decided to play the part, pretending to lord my attractiveness over him. I meant to appall him so that he would stop. Instead, he liked it too much. And now we have a game that is for Earthuth's bed only. I made Pykh promise me 3 or 4 times already not to tell any others. He plays the same game too. It has bonded us more, in a way. But we don't do it alone, together. And not with anyone else, only with Earthuth. We are his beautiful men. Pykh, put your mouth around my toy. Be good for him. Pick up one of his legs. Hold it high so that he's exposed. He likes that. I moan and my eyes drift shut. If I try, I can almost pretend that he's right here. His voice is so close. I put a hand out and feel along the ground, just to remind myself where I am. We had many sexual escapades behind some crate on the frozen mud ground, so this is not so different from when I had him. Press your knuckle into him. Work it deep inside. I'm imagining that Earthuth is with us, that he's breaching me. I let out a heavy breath. There it is. My general sounds proud. He should be much more pliable now, my beauty. Roll him onto his stomach. Pykh pulls away, and I'm already moving to comply. The ground is still cold, but I hardly notice. Pykh spreads me and presses his cheek to my rump down there. His tongue gives my pucker a lick. I'm definitely not opposed to that kind of pleasure, but it's usually something the older male does for the younger man. We serve. It's part of why we are especially wanted in bed. Earthuth's games equalize us. We both become like Pyks, and he is always the dominant male. Do you want it, little love? Yes, we answer in unison. He has trained us for this. Then put your rump up and ask for it. I'm already doing as he asked because the ground is too cold for my engorged cock. I do not imagine for a second that I am to Pykh what he is to me in this position. But the first time we did it this way, he finished quickly. And now he is immediately fast, immediately selfish and impatient. I love it. I was not always exclusively dominant, but for several years now, up until Earthuth, I have been. My mind drifts to Geb and the others, and that night behind the ship when I was submissive for all of them. They've demanded a few more nights like that. I wish they would accept Earthuth as well. Maybe if he was not a general. Maybe if they knew the other games we play. You are not making enough noise for me, beauty. It's all quiet and lonely over here. What kind of noise should I make? I ask as Pykh leaves me briefly. I'm too tight still for the kind of rutting he wants. He pushes his cock tip against my hole, wetting it. Pretty ones. Aren't you worried about the state of your arousal as you leave the command room? There must be a guard outside, maybe listening to all this. Are you having annoying thoughts again? You're supposed to be relaxed. Pykh pushes inside me once more. For a Pykh, Pykh certainly feels well endowed and capable on this end. His cock does not make me feel younger and inexperienced, like Earthuth's does, but it has an odd little bend at the end, a bend that everyone likes. and he's purposefully forcing my knees wider than they want to go at this low angle, holding my rump up practically by my tail alone, and thrusting into me with his mad speed. Now my flesh makes slapping sounds against his. He strikes me lightly with his tail, repeatedly like I'm not giving enough. There is not anything for me to possibly do when he is moving so fast, except pick up my head and mew, which is exactly what I do, eventually. I hold out a few more moments, cringing at the impropriety of it all. My moans and the sounds of our lovemaking are going to go out into the air, broadcast across the whole world for anyone to pick up. Why, what if there is a secret room of communication boxes, each one tuned to each possible frequency? What if some scientist is out there listening to me right now? I imagine something Eothas would say, deeply next to my ear. Make it good for him. My beauties, I hope you don't neglect each other while I'm not there. It seems you two are equally sulky and secretive unless someone is there to take charge. It is true. Pykh and I bonded through others before we liked each other. I dismissed him on account of his prettiness, wealth and age. I did not expect him to be a determined, hard-working young man. Whatever Pykh does, no matter how unsavory the assignment, he does it well. Apparently, that work ethic applies to all things. Even this. How am I this close already? Surely he can't. No, I'm wrong. Maybe I have been getting more used to it. Maybe it is just this night and how badly I want Eothas. I'm feeling vulnerable. My climax is coming. My cock is aching and nothing has touched it yet. Usually it takes more than this, much more. Usually I prefer to have Pykh after he has me. Or Eothas has me and Phykh's mouth does it. Some order of things. But I need someone to stroke or suck or sheathe me. Now I am. Any second. No. I am stuck. Insatiably somehow finishing and not finishing at the same time. That bent cock keeps pounding against the same place, nudging past it, making me wish he was bigger. If he were thicker, maybe I could go over. For the first time without someone touching me. I need you, I say, opening my eyes, half expecting to see Eothas purring over me. But instead it is that obtrusive metal horn. I'm right here, lovely. No! I want you now! I sound like a child with a grown man's voice, and my thoughts are just as petulant. How does a race as smart as Carter's somehow manage to make a flying magical machine and a blade that can cut through metal, but they didn't invent a door that can take you across distances? No portals of any kind? What are they? Idiots? Eothas, I know you're a general, and right now you're the most important general of all the Fliafiki, but I need you. I don't want to live without you. I don't want to be alone here. Please find a way to get to me. And stay. I regret these words already. I am never this emotional. Or honest. Pykh has stopped, and he lays on top of me, carefully so as not to scrape himself too badly on my flattened crest. Oh, I think he finished. Maybe I will get what I need after all as his knot stretches me. But my mind is no longer focused on it. Eothas does not choose to leave us. He is oath-bound to look after the Mud's battalion until his death, and Carter is forbidden from asking another man to join his court, so it is impossible twice over. And I, perhaps, have made my distant lover miserable. I'm sorry. It was just a moment of weakness. I don't mean those things. I want to see you again, that's all. Maybe someday you'll be assigned to a gate, and then Carter will choose to live there, and then maybe... He is so silent on his end. It is Phykh's fault. He was making me miss you too much. Pykh chuckles atop me, but his hand covers mine on the ground and squeezes around it tight. He purrs and nuzzles the side of my neck. You will not be alone. Eothas' voice is different. The communication box always makes it far away and scratchy. But this is different still. Controlled. I love you both. More than anything. Affec leaves me and helps me sit up. He rubs my arms and chest and the places that I am mildly cold. Then his head tips down to my lap. He is experienced and quick about pleasing me. Eothas must not be able to hear the suckling noises he makes. I will cut a path to you soon, Auk. I promise. I might be there this summer, before Carter and Ruar leave. My voice is gravelly, and I'm trying to focus for dear Affec. My cock is less interested now that my fantasy has passed. That is good. And not likely. We will see each other soon. It will be a season or two, that is all. Yes. Are you still? Yes. He laughs. I'll leave you two beauties alone, then. No, don't. The guards are wondering what kind of letter Carter could possibly have composed. I don't think Shayus, that handsome one, will let us keep this up much longer, even if Ovielk thinks it's romantic. Does he know what we're doing? Of course not. He probably thinks we're discussing battle tactics. I find that doubtful. Affec picks up his head. We miss you, Eothas. Get back on it, pup. I was almost done. Again I push on his head to give him some encouragement. A few more goodbyes, empty promises and purrs, and I switch the communication box to off. I wish we didn't have to. I finish in the dark with my love, but it is lonely. We're missing pieces of us. Cuddling Affec afterwards, forgetting to dress because I'm not cold anymore against him. I make a promise. Carter may not be able to expand his court now, but we will see our general soon. They have to establish a supply line, and the warriors will be brought home for relief. Then, if I can convince Carter to tell Ruar he'd like to see Eothas, he might be put in charge of escorting Ovielk, and that brings them all back, for a time. Carter can tell Ruar he and the general were friends, or I can convince him myself that Eothas should be added to the escort. I have a while to think of something. I will make a plan. He draws comfort from me as much as I am depending on him. We are like two Pykhs, equally lost and longing. And then we convince Teal to stay, Affec says. I'll think of a plan too. They can't stop us. Chapter 40. Pykh. The best thing about my mate while he's pregnant, how he smells. As soon as I am up in the nest and I've made sure that Kaz has finished climbing to a comfortable sleeping spot, his head still covered, I bury my nose into Carter's neck and take a long inhale. How to say it? I've learned a lot of words, but I don't know all of them. I don't know one for this. I would die for you. Pykh, shh. I taste his skin, inhaling still, and move my nose and lips towards the front of him, down the centre and towards his heart. Seal is behind him, tending to his nightly grooming duties, and Carter's hands come up to stroke the sides of my head where his fingers won't be harmed by quills. I would say more. I would tease him a little, though it is not truly teasing. I can do that because we are not like the others, but now we have one of those others here, and I worry that he will say I'm a bad guardian if I talk to Carter the way I usually do. Usually, when Carter tells me to be quiet, he really means that he would like more compliments. He is just being ornery again. Seal, Ruar said that Kaz is our court brother, right? So that means he must learn the ways that Carter is different from a regular Omega, right? I do not whisper the question, so Kaz will hear as well. He is silent down there for now, and I'm aware of every slight movement either from the sound or a shift in the ropes. I suppose that is true, my mate answers. He is focused on Carter's back, where he is prodding and rubbing. He says he can feel where the knots are, which makes him better at the job than me. Also, when I rub Carter's back, I end up taking him as well, before the job is finished. But you should be aware that everything you say and do while Kaz is here will be known to Ruar eventually. No matter what sort of oath the council leader has made, he is subject to no law. So, for him to make Kaz his spy, he only has to change his mind. There is a growl from Kaz, not a loud one nor a real one. My ears can tell the difference. It is more, "Hey, you are about to make me upset." For Kaz, Seal says, "I must be blunt and honest with my Omega, even if you don't wish to hear it. He doesn't understand our ways." "Of course," Kaz says from over there, and I have the urge to tell him more rules. No more growling in front of my mate. Carter does not like him. I can tell by how he looks away while Kaz is speaking, like there is an annoying sound. But I know that if he was not feeling so frustrated, he would actually be happy that Kaz is around. I will be, when the pup is here. So I must be Kaz's friend, if I can. It will be much easier if I can pretend that he is not here and be alone with Carter the way I always am. I try a small offence, something I am not supposed to do, which Seal used to scold me for when he didn't know what kind of Omega Carter would be. With a play growl, I pull him away from Seal and put him on his back. I am forceful, but it is only show. There is no pressure on his tiny wrists. My claws will not even poke. And if Carter shoved against my shoulders, I would roll away as if struck by a great force. He makes one of his high-pitched squeaks, "Ugh!" and thumps me on the arm with a fist that is not even noticeable. But after, he makes a deeper, seductive laugh. I am so used to him being an angry, powerful warrior all the time, one that the others bow to like a general. Now I get the sweet side of him, the little beauty with pale limbs and an alluring scent, who wants my big hard cock. "You are mine." I pick up his leg to open him up. I can be ready for him just by looking at him with the right thoughts. But when he smells like this, it is deeper than a claim scent. It is like another claim that I have made, and he wants me to make it again and again. We both make moans of pleasure and relief as I go inside him. He wants to be opened up, but he is not ready for it. I have to be shallow and gentle with my movements. I am already leaking so much seed for him, so much fluid to make him slippery. Kaz spoke about the body knowing things. My body knows that I have a little mate I would like to make love with as often as possible. Carter's head is thrown back. His throat exposed and his grip on my arms becomes lazy. "Oh, yes, my love, sing for me. Your songs are so beautiful." His eyes open wide with alarm, and then he makes an actual fist and pounds me on the arm. "Shut up!" He looks fearfully over to the side where Kaz lays. We cannot see him over the ridge of the love nest, but I know that if his head was not covered, he would be horrified and angry the way Seal was long ago. Seal used to protect Carter from me. "He is ours, little mate," I croon close to his ear, stopping the poking for now until he is feeling safe again. "You don't have to be afraid of his reaction. We can do it our way, and if it makes him unhappy, he can go back to Ruar. He can say he failed." I nuzzle Carter's cheek. The reason he does not want Kaz anywhere near the bed, even if he cannot see, is because Carter does not truly get to be himself unless he is alone with Seal and I, and a little bit with Ovielk. But Carter is mostly a private person who doesn't quickly make friends with anybody. He and Ovielk only bonded because of technology, I think. And Seal is that way too. I am the only friendly one. So now I will teach Carter how to not be so afraid. Look at me. I am your guardian. Do you think I would let him humiliate you by talking about what we do here? He is right, Omega. Seal picks up my tail from the base, and my hole is exposed to him. Although Rua could go back on his word, it is highly unlikely he will be giving away bed secrets. That is taboo, and also not useful, and Omega's bed is a sacred place to be. With a huff, my mate rolls his eyes, but there is also a sigh. Impatience, I think. He is wondering why I have stopped. Maybe he doesn't want to speak. Omegas are different in bed than they are out there. I promise everybody is. Guys, stop talking. Yes, Omega. But of course, what he really means is, I want your big cock inside me. Yes, my love. So, I push inside him again. All the displeasure disappears from his expression. This is how I've learned the things he really says. And he wants it so much, he grabs his own leg from me to pull it higher. His other is lifted up and out, and I pick up his hips to have access easier. I am just about to get to the best part. His impatience has warmed him up, and he's ready for all of me. But then, I forgot about Seal back there. I thought he was just giving me a nice rump rubbing. His hands have gotten very good at it. But now, I feel Seal nudging inside me. What are you? Crest? Flat? Seal says lowly in his pleasure voice. But I am... Oh! I go deeply inside Carter, while Seal is going deeply inside me. I still, sort of, wondering at this new sensation, while Seal moves for all of us, going slowly in, then out of me, adding extra push at the end so that I will thrust into Carter. And Carter, while at first looking delighted as though he and Seal are telling another joke about me, soon lets his eyes drift closed and relaxes into the bed. His pink lips open up. He starts his love song to me. Little sighing moans of happiness, irregular, but a song nonetheless. A poem just to me. You are as beautiful as an oocard played by my hands, and I am a master musician. Pykh, seriously, not tonight. Just do me. Seal in my ear growls. Listen to him, and he becomes demanding. It is hard to decide where to put my attention. In the back, Seal makes me feel full and open. He is keeping my tail up to watch. I like it. To be a good submissive partner, I have to show more of my rump to him, and he'll keep pounding it, rutting as deep as he can, as deep and fast as I want him to. I would love to do it, but also that would take me out of Carter, who is having the exact same pleasure I am, and he's moving his hips with me, trying to get more. But I cannot really thrust with Seal moving in and out of me. I go deep, but it is not that satisfying. It's not what he wants. Let me do it. I turn my head to speak to Seal. It takes a moment, but he stops. My mates, I think, as I kiss Carter, reposition my knees and shove a pillow under his hips. You always make me do all the work to keep you two together. I'm happy to do it. Even though this is work, for Carter I am all the male he could ever desire, rolling my body with my hips, thrusting deeply into his heat. And for Seal I am the greediest submissive there ever was. My rolling motions push up to take his cock like I'm hungry for it. If I only get half of it, it is not enough. I am a better lover than that. I make sure the motion is complete, loving both of them at the same time without holding back. But it is a lot of work. I open my mouth to pant, resting my head near Carter. turning my mouth so we are breathing each other's air, and then his eyes open to loving and dim slits. We are being taken at the same time, my mate and I. My beautiful, pregnant mate having my baby. I am first, but my job is not nearly done. While I am buried in Carter, gushing into him, watching him take all of my seed, Seal takes up his own pace again. He does not care if my rump is up or not. He pushes us all deeper and deeper into the pillows. His tail smacks the bed somewhere hard. He is close, but not yet finished. And I stroke the side of Carter's face with one finger. So pretty, I say, and push my lips against his cheek with the type of kiss that he likes. With a lick, too, since I don't understand how lip pushing lets you taste anything. He's getting ready for my knot, squirming a little in the bed, since moving is about to get difficult and he has to be comfortable. I reach out while Seal is still thrusting and drag his favourite pillow to put under his head. And then I give Seal a sharp and encouraging slap on the rump. I do not mind if he takes his time usually, but I would like us to knot together. I get my butt up further, picking up Carter's hips to keep us together. My knot is building quickly now. The Seal is finally done, and now he empties inside me, while I am already stuck and sated inside Carter. The perfect circle. All of us together. Chapter 41. Carter. I'm not real good at apologies and admitting that I'm wrong, especially when the guy I ought to apologize to is a total fucking prick. You're required to submit to measurements so my tailors can produce a wardrobe for you, Ruar says this morning, on my porch, standing in my doorway with a haughty and smug expression on his face. Maybe you could say assured and commanding, if he wasn't so damn irritating. Royalty is a pain in the ass. Who knew? Come in then, I say with a smile that feels like chewing on screws. It's a weird morning, and my mood is all in a funk. I don't know if it's pregnancy hormones or not. I feel stupid for overreacting last night at the addition of Kaz to our family. I also am a bit humiliated, shy, whatever. I don't like that I wake up in the morning with all the hot feelings gone and I have to look at this guy, a total stranger, who heard and smelled us get up to everything last night. I just went with it. I thought we were quiet enough. Looking back on it now, though, with a clear head, he might as well have had perfect night vision and a sensory helmet on. After throwing a fit over modesty at the theoretical expense of my baby son's life, I proceeded to behave like a total slut. Your guardians will be unnecessary, Ruar says, taking my invitation. He's dressed about the same as he was yesterday, but without the spokes sticking out of his hair to give him a crest that isn't really there anymore. He has such few natural thin spines that it almost makes the top of his head look human. Did he skip the ornamental crest today because I've lost some standing? I shouldn't be thinking like this. I should just be grateful that I'm allowed to stay on this side of the wall, and I shouldn't expect too much. Hell, as far as first contact experiences go, the Fleophiki are saints. And I'm no real Omega. Not in terms of, being the same species. So I shouldn't expect the same sort of respect and deferment. But maybe I'm no longer a mysterious and powerful force who captured an enemy ship and earned some kind of gratitude, regardless of my reproductive capability. I know it. I feel it. This guy thinks I'm an idiot. Or maybe just very irresponsible. And if I wasn't having a kid, I might just throw the fucker out and tell Pykh and Seal to pack up. We're striking out on our own. Anything is better than putting up with this guy's attitude. But I am having a kid. I have so much to lose. And so I'm silent and accepting as Ruar starts throwing orders around. Kaz will find you something to do outside the home, he pointedly tells Seal, ordering them both. I notice that Kaz turns his eyes to the floor and takes the long way around the room, passing closest to me rather than Ruar in order to slip out the door. He covers his mouth and nose at the last moment, so I know it's not because he's afraid of Ruar, but because he likely wants to trick his subconscious into thinking I am his mate in order to produce milk for my son. I can rein in my fury. I think being pregnant might make me a little hot-blooded. Maybe. But I'm a space marine, for fuck's sake. Ruar might not even top the most arrogant commander I've had to listen to, so I can struggle through this. Pykh doesn't move, standing somewhere behind me. I don't look at him, but I just have the sense that his tail is held rather high for this calm and casual conversation. I know that because of how Ruar is looking at some point past me. Though when he addresses Pykh, he doesn't sound cautious or impressed. "Your protection is not needed, big guardian, unless you're afraid your little mate will suffocate in the clothes." He makes a soft chuckle. "We'll send for you next, I think. When you're done taking lessons from cars, we'll need to order significantly more material to wrap around your frame." Pykh must not give any indication of leaving, and Ruar is impatient. He barely waits 2 seconds before saying, more firmly, "Go until I send for you." "Let's leave, Avery," Seal says, stepping past me, and I'm at attention like I'm back on the space station. It's difficult to not snap, and I'm wishing I had asked the medbay to change my biology so I could spit acid or something. But we are the guests here. He is the head of government, and respect has to be shown if it's to be earned, like it or not. Paying it on my end really sucks. "Do not be disobedient," Seal whispers behind me, and then I see him taking Pykh to the door, 2 hands on his arm. Pykh is obedient, but reluctant, and the train of onlookers, guardians, and servants waiting outside all have alarmed eyes, watching his behavior. Even mild-mannered Kaz looks unhappy from where he's standing outside the door, and I give my head a quick, definitive jerk. And since I'm in Fleophiki land, I follow it up with a sweep of my arm to mimic the tail motion for "get lost." Pykh dips his head and marches out after that. I take a long, steady breath. Crisis averted. I don't like that I have to be that kind of a mega, but unless we're alone, I suppose Pykh needs to follow the customs of his people. At least while Ruar's around. When we get out of this, we're gonna get a big house on a big hill, far away from everybody. I'll cover him in kisses tonight. It still doesn't feel right dismissing him like that. "How are you?" Ruar asks, stepping in front of me, and I'm surprised to find that his face actually looks concerned. Genuinely. "I'm well," I say stiffly with a nod, and I have a strong urge to add, "Sir." He does not look convinced. Ruar extends his neck towards me a little and makes a quick sniff, thankfully staying well out of my personal space. Whatever he senses about me must not be concerning, for he immediately gestures at the others, who all come inside. Everyone knows what to do, apparently. The door to my dressing room is opened. Afek meekly steps inside behind an older man in nice clothes, as fine as Ruar's in material, but not as complicated in design or dress. Afek shoots me a quick smile, and I do the same for him. But otherwise, he's focused on being the older man's shadow, who, I assume, is the master tailor. Another person approaches me with a long, rectangular book, which he holds opposite the normal way. Without saying a word, he opens it to a page, and there is a vague figure of me, baby bump and all, sketched in pink ink, with more detailed and solidly colored clothes drawn on top. The art is impressive. Individual pieces are drawn separately on the top page, with close-ups of some things, while the figure of me wears the outfit in a couple poses on the bottom. I'm shopping, I guess. After a minute or so, the man holding the book glances at me and flips the page. I suppose my silence was a decline. That's okay. I didn't feel like wearing a cocktail dress anyway. Man, they make pregnancy clothes sexy. The next outfit has even less material. Drapes of cloth hanging down everywhere and covering almost nothing, coming off of my wrists and elbows and such. "No," I say, shaking my head. "That one was for summer," says the well-dressed man, not looking at me, and he makes a quick forward motion with his hand, gesturing at the book holder to hurry up and flip the page. The catalog guy rebalances the hefty book and goes several pages ahead to a drawing that almost looks acceptable. At first. It's like what Roar wears now, a robe with long sleeves and a closed front. But Roar's robe has an open V in the back to make room for his crest, then glittery chains hooking across the scoop, mostly covered by his hair. What they drew for me has a big old shaggy stripe down the back, and it goes up onto the hood too. And I think those are some feathers on top, poking out where the back of my head would be. The next one is like a striped onesie with a regular Fleophiki outfit on top. Yeah, I don't think I want to dress like a stripper tiger panther anytime soon. The master tailor gives Affec a ribbon dyed with many marks and then asks me to hold up my arms in a T pose. By the way, Affec looks straight down at the floor, a giant smirk on his face. I know he knows of my suffering. I feel his huff on the back of my neck as he pulls the string across, and the book holder shows me a new picture. This is a form-fitting, long-sleeved dress. It's better than all the others, but it has puffiness on the back where my tail is supposed to be, and a rigid collar that comes up over my head in a triangle wedge shape. Lots of little spikes stick out everywhere, giving me a fake crest, but not as natural-looking as what Ruar wore yesterday. I can tell they really like this one, because they stay on it for so long even while I'm frowning. And when I meet the catalog holder's eyes and give my head a small shake, he glances toward the master tailor first, as if he knows the older man might become upset. "What do you think of them?" Ruar asks. He's standing by a window, looking out in the direction Seal and Pykh have gone. Oof. Military obedience be damned. I don't want to wear any of this. They're awful. His head swivels around like he's offended, his mouth open. But when he sees me, he relaxes and even smiles a little. "No, not the drawings. I was talking about them. Your mates." Affec's hands are somewhere under my butt and at the back of my knee. He quietly murmurs a number to the master tailor, who scribbles it down on something that looks like a scrap of bark. The master tailor looks like he's been shaved recently. No crest or tail in sight. I feel bad. It must suck to make all these drawings and hear me say that. But I forego the apology because Ruar continues, stepping away from the window and coming closer. "And Fleophiki men in general. What do you think of us?" Well, Fleophiki men are, I'm trying to think fast, while not looking like I'm thinking particularly hard about the answer. Ruar's face is impassive, always, and sometimes the lighter color of his eyes is unsettling around his darker face. I can't tell if he's judging me, reading me, or simply mildly curious. It could be all of those things. But I have his attention now. I would be dead without Fleophiki generosity. I say with what I assume is a respectful nod. I have no complaints. And, I mean, if I have to, I can make this work. I'm talking about the clothes again, of course. I suppose that brief twitch of his lips might be an amused smile by the tone of his voice. "No, I think you're right about the clothing. Master Sir dismissed the suggestions of your youngest courtesan. With age comes pride, after all." He looks toward the master tailor, who bows more deeply than warriors do to their generals. "My apologies, makers. Suitable clothing will be designed in short order." But he's not entirely submissive. His gaze is downward, but he's frustrated. His brows are close together and his mouth pulls into a frown. And he glances at the book with a disappointed sigh that he tries not to show. He thinks the clothing is just fine. Stylish, probably. There were so many little details and adornments drawn over everything. I know it took him a long time and he put a lot of thought into it, but all I saw was girl clothes. Thank you. I really appreciate it. "Do not thank him. He disappointed you. He wasted our time and did not take seriously the suggestions of the apprentice who may become your tailor. Did you not hear what I said?" Oh my God, what a fucking prick. Don't lose it again, Marine. Remember? Decorum. I think the clothes are nice. In fact, I take the book and flip through it. I try to land on something decent, but it's all terrible. This one. It's the cloak with the shaggy stripe. I like this one, without all the feathers, though, and maybe listen to Affec more for any future designs. You appease him. Ruar is blank, like he doesn't care either way. The clothes are amazing. They're just not for me. My tailor is looking like he has a spine again. He collects the book and murmurs quickly, "I am honored that you say so. Affec will be given high regard." Then he retreats, his head still bowed, and does not fully turn away until he's at the walk-in closet full of clothing material. Affec skillfully remains in his shadow, at an angle that'll keep him mostly hidden from Ruar. But I catch a glimmer of his eyes, and he seems pleased about all this, though not smug. That would describe Ruar. Still impassive, seemingly bored and indifferent, and yet so annoying. You never answered my question. Clearly you don't think much about fashion, and intellectually you think us inferior. I do not. You do. My son has said that your species makes us look like animals. And you have no respect for my guidance. You have no respect for the master tailor. You have no respect for the physician and no respect for the priest. Yet you do pretend, as you just have. Why is that? His designs weren't that bad. On the one hand, I was happy to give the man his self-worth back. He was given a difficult task to design acceptable clothing for a picky alien, and I didn't like how Ruar talked down to him. On the other hand, I'm seeing a whole different version of myself in Ruar's words, a version that is not entirely incorrect. Look, I'm sorry if I offended you. I should have said it earlier. It's how I feel. I was remarkably stupid last night, and I should have been grateful. I was emotional, I guess. I don't know. Well, you wouldn't be the first. He glances at my stomach, but I can tell, I think, that he accepts my apology by the lighter tone of his voice. Then he says, "Still, I am curious. What do you think of us? Are we physically undesirable to you as well?" Absolutely not. Okay, maybe I came off a little impassioned. There are several quick smiles around the room, particularly on two of Ruar's guardians by the door. Fleophaky and humans are different, but we are physically compatible also, and I do not think anyone is inferior. Aviok is brilliant. Your son learned how to co-pilot a spaceship by memorizing symbols that he can't understand. I've learned a lot of things from Fleophaky since I've been here as well. How to survive, for instance. I'm shit at that. The mention of his son makes him glance away from me quickly, almost as if he's embarrassed to hear his name. Or maybe he's overcome with fatherly emotion. Who can tell with this guy? But I suspect it's the first one. Yes, survive. He continues looking away from me, so maybe it had nothing to do with Aviok at all. There's an uncomfortable conversation we must have, and I've been putting it off for the sake of your pup and the circumstances. But I must ask, delicately due to your emotions, you can answer at a later time if you prefer. I am grinding my teeth so fucking hard right now. What is it? Well, he seems to be interested in the window again. It is rather miraculous, isn't it, that you just so happen to be enslaved with two suitable, good men, who you would choose, of your own will, as you're supposed to, as your mates. Okay, now I see what he's getting at. Slow-talking bastard. When I first arrived at the Muds Battalion, I was separated from Pykh and Seal and had no idea where they went. I can't smell them, but claiming sense matter, and I guess being claimed for a while triggers a bonding chemical in a Fleophaky Omega's brain. I don't know, it could just be cultural, but Omegas found with strange males they may have not claimed themselves will be isolated until the bond is broken in order to test whether the choice was made of their free will. You're right. It's miraculous. I'm so lucky to have found the man I'm supposed to be with in my darkest hour. And see what happens if you try to take them from me. My tongue pokes the inside of my cheek. I suppose I should give something of an honest answer. Ruar is annoying, He's not like Audiobook at all, who is curious, smart, and more importantly, he's generally compassionate toward all others, regardless of Omega's status. Just don't interrupt him when he's truly focused on something. He'll ignore you or grunt, and if you really press him, there will be grumbling. Ruar is more like I initially imagined Omegas to be before I met one. Snooty, entitled to everything. But he's giving me a roof over my head, feeding me, helping to provide for my son. Human Omegas do not bond the same way Pykh Omegas do. We do feel the emotion, all the time, love, but we're always free to choose our mates, even if Seal and Pykh scent marked me every day from the beginning. And I think they did, though I leave this out. It wouldn't matter. I still chose them independently. I can't smell scent marks anyway. I had his attention briefly as I gave my explanation, but he looks out the window again, and soon one of the tailor's helpers touches a claw to my arm, asking me to follow him into the dressing room. Chapter 42. Seal. You should not have done that, Kaz says as we walk down the garden path towards one of the long and single-story buildings where the court members stay. Avery didn't know any better, I start to say, but Pykh cuts me off with a switch of his tail. I do not need you to speak for me, and I am not sorry. I know how I'm supposed to behave, but Carter doesn't want that. Seal, you know this. He's right, whether it's allowed or not. Ruar is the council leader, Pykh. He is the Omega of Omegas, the ruler of us all. You cannot. He is not my Omega. Kaz makes a small huff that might be a laugh. Maybe for Pyke's absurdity. I do not find my mate to be particularly amusing. Despite the rift that exists between Ruar and his son, Ruar is known to be a compassionate leader, one who rescued me from the prisons before I would have been physically punished and almost certainly put to death, one who brought me back and made me half the legend I am today. The other half is thanks to Carter. I regard Ruar tentatively as my friend, though I fear him more than I care to be in his presence. He will have his limits with how much possessive behaviour he will tolerate from Pykh. He will expect myself or Carter to step in, I think. His correction will be swift and permanent, if it is necessary. You cannot step between Omegas without direct permission, Pykh. And even then there may be some moments where you have to accept Ruar's authority over Carter's. These are the rules. I was behind him, not between them. Practically snarling, Kaz says over his shoulder, but his mood has changed. He seems amused. Maybe he realizes Pykh is only making a mistake and doesn't actually know the level of disobedience he's shown to a very powerful man. Carter was nervous. He wanted me to stay. Continuing to scold him will not lead anywhere good, and Kaz will be here to listen to every word. I'm troubled by this, wondering what I'm going to do. Carter will have to intervene first, since he's the only one Pykh will listen to. But Pykh is right. Carter did want us to stay, and Carter doesn't want Pykh to be the perfect guardian in terms of obedience. Me neither. We're both like that. We like how we are without Pykh customs. What a mess. I mumble as we step under the eave of the courtesans' quarters. Low-level courtesans will be staying here. Only masters and fathers will have a separate dwelling to go to, and there are not many of those available at this estate. Suitable building sites are hard to come upon in Shallow Hills, since it's entirely steep, rocky cliffs. The view beyond the house is amazing, and inside covered archways go down in a long row, a bit like a barn. Each room is a small apartment, and there's a shared scat pit behind the door at the end. It is nicer than military barracks, I suppose, and it is warm. For courtesan standards, though, it is only functional. Omega Idul must have assumed that Carter's court would be small enough to stay in the lover's nest with him, and that he would want to keep Alk and Afek there. I pause at my court brother's door, the first one, and nudge the curtain slightly. but he is not there. Pykh is with a master tailor, and Auk may have been called to do chores somewhere else. Kars whispers to me before moving on. He may only be like this because of the pup. Sometimes it is natural, especially when the birth is near. And then he speaks loudly to Pyke's back, for my mate is curious about the charms they've hung over a window. I have a special gift for you. Let me show you. Pykh is suspicious. He lets me follow first, and then loosely loops his tail with mine. We're using this last apartment as a storage place. Kars flips the arch covering over itself on the rod above, so it will stay out of the way. And when I see what's inside, at the very centre of the room, I feel like I'm staring down from the top of one of these steep cliffs. My balance doesn't seem so certain anymore, and I reach for Pykh. Here it is. Kars is not nearly so reverent, putting a hand atop the yoke to make it swing. This was supposed to be for Ovielk's children, but I don't know if Ruar will ask for it back. It's the finest quality you'll ever see, though they all function just the same. Is it? Pykh begins, but seems shy to finish. A crib, I answer, and my strength is back. I unwind my tail and leave him to go to the other side of the yoke. It is all well done, just as he said. The ends are carved like two birds. The basket is solid wood, although a woven one would do. Inside is a white fur. I don't know the animal offhand, but its coat is thick and soft. My baby pup will sleep like he is on a cloud. It is like a nest. Sort of. Pykh plucks the net that the basket sits in. Very safe. The net connects to two solid rungs on either side of the yoke's middle point, which is shaped to fit a shoulder. Kars shows him why, lifting the yoke from its stand. You will only have one, so the sling will do when you want to take him somewhere. But if you had a basket of puppies, this is how you might carry them about. Each end of the yoke has a groove, where Kars naturally rests his hand. He passes the crib under Pyke's shoulder, showing him where to grab. And if you want to take him outside, not in the winter of course, you can prop the yoke on a tree branch. Even thin ones will do while the pup's are little, and I would use a full net when you go out. He looks around the room. There's one around here somewhere. What does he mean? Pykh asks quietly, passing the crib to me. A net without this opening on the front, I explain, taking the crib onto my own shoulder. The current net is designed so that the father can reach in easily to tend the babe. It will be difficult when he is older, won't it? The yoke is no trouble at all, but the basket is rather large and unwieldy against my hip. 2 fathers must carry when the child is big, and the basket will only be for napping. You can hang the middle on a sturdy tree branch, if you must, but it will rock that way and could easily slip. I recommend 2 branches at that age, even if you have to climb. Never go far from the baby's side, of course. Of course. I let him take it back, and he puts it on the stand, which has 2 suitable places for it to rest. Curvy prongs designed to mimic tree branches allow the crib to hang with perfect stability, and a notch just behind the place where they meet will let the crib hang from the middle so it can rock. The stand is shaped like a smoothly bent tree, sweeping up and over the child, and it has one more branch that curls in the back, a place to hang a lantern. These are your soiling blankets. He picks them up out of a box. Each one's thick enough so that when it's folded it makes a cushion. They're a bit old-fashioned now, I suppose, but I don't like the swaddling some people prefer. Not for a while, anyway. They're so delicate when they're just born. He hands one each to Pykh and me, and we both open them up. Obviously Pykh has never seen this before, and I can just barely remember a few of my brothers napping in these. Sleeping together in a crib, but each having their own. The material inside is highly absorbent. Your pups will be kept dry as messes are pulled into this mesh. You need only clean your pups with a warm cloth and give them a fresh soiling pad. We'll have a place for you to put the used ones, and courtesans will come to launder them often, especially in the early days. He collects the soiling pads from us again and puts them back in the crate they came out of. Do you think Carter will want to have the babe close to him, in the main house? I answer as Pykh almost begins to speak. Our words would have been the same. Yes, absolutely. Kars nods, going to a rack where some old outfits are hanging. It's common for Omega fathers to keep them close when they're young, whether it's their first or their last. But after a season or two, do not be disappointed if he asks for the child to be relocated. The Omega's fatherly instincts may abide at that point, unless it is a babe he wishes to keep. Carter isn't like that. I must speak quickly, for Pykh is beginning to show signs of irritation, a frown forming. Even so, I did not silence him from saying something damaging. Our Omega is better than that. I might have been thinking it on a subconscious level, but I want to cringe from hearing Pykh say it. Carter's people have children one at a time. They are highly possessive, only keeping one male to themselves and no others. No doubt if a tribe of them were here, we would find them abhorrent, and they would be unlikely to survive. But the mate they chose would be so indulged. It is a man's fantasy to be so highly treasured by an Omega. Even favourites have to share. Even Pykh and I had to remind ourselves to share when our relationship with Carter was new. I shared a little better than Pykh, I think, but he did not grow up in our culture. I wouldn't want to be the father in that case, Kars says, removing something from the rack, dusting off what looks like a small robe. Your child will need you a dozen times a day, and within the hour after he is born. He will eat slowly, and he will eat a lot, and he will eat often. I wouldn't want to attend even one by myself. That sounds like a nightmare. He holds up what looks like a strange shirt, and I realise this is a nursing bib in Ruar's colours. Looking at us a moment, he decides to go to Pykh first, who is standing closer. I tell myself I am not disappointed, and I'm not. But I'm also wondering, will I not be a father in this way? Does Kars sense there might be something not right about me? Will I be one of those mates who isn't useful when the baby is born? What is this? Pykh asks as Kars reaches up around his neck to secure the collar in place. This is an old traditional style of clothing that doesn't match the modern things we wear now. Clothes for regular males could be just as ornate as that of an Omega back then. Pykh looks so handsome in it, I'm both pining and envious. This is your nursing bib. Don't worry, it's been thoroughly washed of any sense. I insisted on it. A father's smell is comforting to a babe, and that is why we will each get our own. Whoever becomes a nurse for the boy must wear one of these. The front of the collar covers his entire neck. I don't know why, and it doesn't look comfortable. Pykh scratches at it with a claw. The rest of it is a wide, circular piece of thick leather, embedded with unpolished gemstones. The Omegas of old were obscenely wealthy. Hanging down the back of both shoulders are the colours of Ruar's tribe, shades of sunset and a mossy green. But it's enough cloth combined to make a robe, whereas your typical tribe cloth hangs approximately from shoulder to elbow. The colours stream off him elegantly. And in the front, from the circular piece, hang two symmetrical banner-like cloths. Leather again to match the colour, but a softer kind, and without gemstones. Only stitches and burned marks make a simple design. The bib is a symbol of honour, Kars tells him, smoothing down the front. I'm irrationally jealous, but only for a flash. Ruar's mate is not interested in Pykh. When you wear this, you're as close to an Omega in status as you'll ever be. If you were to go to the marketplace dressed in this, the crowd would notice you. And if you were to ask a merchant for food, you would undoubtedly be gifted with that and more, and a leaf of payment would be sternly refused. He returns to the rack for another one. It's just the same, and yet also different in its designs and the placement of gemstones. Each one of these is supposed to be unique, and they are made only by a special kind of tailor among the spirit men. I suppose this one is mine, and I lower my eyes humbly to accept it. Of course, these are Ruar's colours. The merchants will be happy for you, but they will also be helping themselves, perhaps to some forgiveness if their tax payment is light one year. It is heavy on my shoulders, but I'll get used to it, and having my neck covered reminds me mildly of wearing a metal collar as a slave. I don't mind this, though. It is like being collared, enslaved, I suppose, but to a higher purpose, not to our evil enemy. On Pykh, the leather banners in front only go to the end of his ribs. On myself they end at my navel on either side. The outward part is normal leather, but underneath is a kind I don't often see. Not fur, but extra soft and textured, to cover chapped nipples, Kaz explains with a smile of mischief as I'm examining the end of one. I'll have you wear these for now. You've been closest to Carter, so I'm hoping you'll convert. Myself and the two others will sleep in ours. It may be a superstition, but there is a belief that wearing the bibs may imbue you with some luck. He stacks a few boxes together. I suppose your Omega will want to participate in the feeding. In the beginning, maybe. Pykh and I look at each other and answer, we do not know. Carter says that his kind usually do feed the baby themselves, even though they only have one mate. I assume they share, but he seemed to imply that either the Omega or the regular male do it. Only one of them. I think he'll want to do it, Pykh says. Then we will have to make something, Kaz says, and then nods to the crib, speaking to me. You get that there. Avery, help me take these boxes up. I'll come back to show the nursing bibs to our court brothers. We'll set up the crib in Carter's room, I think. He is a possessive little thing, isn't he? He'll want the pup close. The yoke fits easily on my shoulder, and the stand I can carry with two hands. I am ever aware of the nursing bib around me. Heavy, but not unwelcome. The honour of it weighs more than the gemstones. I'm purposely not hoping for anything, because I am hoping so much. Pykh will convert, I'm sure. He seems destined for fatherhood. He would have ended up in a court whether he met Carter or not, if he wasn't born a slave. I, on the other hand, am as regular gets. I'm not confident, but I hope. I have many uncomfortable details to share with you, Kaz says as he leads the way through the door. I will begin now, and you should ask me any questions that you have, no matter how physical they seem. We carry the things to the house. Chapter 43. Pykh. Darkness comes soon when it is winter, and I'm remembering how Seal and I would have to work extra when we were slaves to not get eaten. The masters, the enemy, wanted to eat all the time, and the cold made them vicious. Invaders would get ice packed into the spaces where their legs connect, and if they did not lift themselves out of the snow to shake often enough, they would become food. That is why the red-topped cheese make the little masters in the jungle, where they will not freeze and be eaten so easily. I remember when an invader came with a cart of these. I was small and without Seal then, living in a line of cages with many others. All of us were kept alone. None of us knew which cage would be opened and who would be consumed at dinner time. That day we were happy because this invader had stolen these fat little masters and run away with them in the cart. I remember them pulling the little masters out, breaking them into pieces, and watching all the blood and innards spill out into the snow. I was excited, happy same as them. When the invaders are fed, they get lazy and they are always stupid. When our cages opened the next morning, there was a race to get whatever was left frozen on the ground. Now I am eating edulk, the same food Seal and I used to pick for the red-topped shees and the little masters. There is still some sun left, but fires have been lit in special iron baskets throughout the courtyard. Snow is falling into the flames, and they still burn thanks to a special oil applied on the wood. The yard is pretty. My edulk tastes good, and with a stick I found, I have scrawled Avery in the snow at my feet. I'm sitting on the porch of our house at just the place where I can write and not be snowed on. Dinner will not be for a while, but I took this treat and no one could stop me. I am a very important guardian. I compare my stick scrawl to the sheets that Ovielk gave me and sigh. When I hear light steps coming around the house, I know it is Carter, so I don't turn my head. That is until I smell flowers. Then I turn my head quickly and see that it is actually him. Ruah! I look over my shoulder at the window behind me. Seal and Carter's voices were nearby last I heard them. I begin to stand immediately because I am in big trouble. Do not run from me, please. Oh no. I should shout for Carter now. Ruah might be Omega of Omegas, but my Omega is not afraid of him. And I am Carter's guardian. She's the one I'm supposed to listen to. Sit with me, please. Do not go anywhere. I am not yours, I almost growl it. But he does not look so scary or irritating just now. He is as small as Seal. Old, but still pretty, and wrapped up in a thick blanket, just like Carter. His shoulders are slouched, and his tail drapes off the edge of the porch, the end curling back up to keep it warm and dry. There's nothing about him that says he will be annoying now. I do not want to sit with him, but I will probably cause less trouble if I do. So, unhappy about it, I sit again. He will tell me I am not a good guardian. I will tell him he is a bad Omega of Omegas to Carter. I will tell him I am not afraid and Carter is mine to protect. It is a good name, he says, looking at my marks in the snow. Did Seal give it to you, or did you choose it yourself? It was Seal. Well, I like it. The first part, he points, is the root of the old word for hope, Avith. That is a very old language, the ancestors of our ancestors. Nobody speaks it anymore. Only scholars learn it to translate old scrolls. And this part here, Rear. What he says is more of a sound than a word. A mimic of the war cry I learned, but a short-spoken form of it. It means aggression, or warrior, or sometimes in the right context, I hate you, but for you. I believe Seal meant the name to be Fighting Hope. Did you know it means that? No, he did not tell me. Now I wonder if I like the name more. Avery has always been a nuisance. I think of myself as Pykh. I like my friends to call me Pykh, even if it causes some people to chuckle. But Avery is a good name too. I could be Avery. Well, it is a good name, he repeats, agreeing with my thoughts. It fits you. I'm glad Seal found you. I'm glad both of you found your way home. Do you know what this is? I look at him finally, having been determined to ignore his unusual ways even as we are sitting together, and now I see that he has the strangest thing. Something I reach for even though he didn't say I could have it. It seems to be for me, since he offers it over with one hand, and then I am holding it on my lap like a little pup. It is a little pup, a wooden one dressed in fur. Do you remember having one of these? His face is the friendliest I've ever seen it. His features relaxed, and there doesn't seem to be any danger. No, it isn't mine. Its body is a round oval, sort of like some tree seeds I've seen before. His head is almost perfectly round like the edulk I was just eating. He has a wedge nose, a protrusion for painted lips, and his eyes are just painted things. Black dots with brows. He does not have ears, but there are some carved lines to give him hair. His arms are part of his clothes, I discover. He wears a cloak sewn closed in the front, and his arms are like skinny pillows sewn into the sleeves. He is hollow, but something heavy sits inside. If I lean him forward or backward, I can hear a stone rolling inside. Are you sure? Can you think back to when you were very small? All children are given dolls to play with, and I thought this might make a memory for you. I think back, and it is not any different. My earliest memories are of the pen. Is that how the invaders looked after you? For a few years, yes. We were not allowed to leave the pen until we were big enough to work. Why did they not eat you immediately? They did all the time, but the red-topped shes did not let all of us get eaten. I was a useful slave because I could tell the other slaves what their commands meant. The shes always keep young ones like that, but I did not see any more pups after I was put in the mines. He says nothing to this for a while, and I am glad these uncomfortable questions have stopped. The fake Pykh is smiling. His eyes pretend, but his size is right. I put him in the crook of my arm, letting him sit and look out at the garden, my other hand on his stomach-chest area, keeping him secure. I give him a pat. Then I cradle him in my arms and try to imagine what my baby will be like sleeping, where his little feet will go, how he'll hold his hands in tiny fists and need me to protect him. Maybe smell the doll, Ruar says. Children have sensitive noses, and the wood used for dolls is distinct. It's been sanded and oiled for smoothness. There aren't too many doll makers, so each one tends to pass through a similar process. Is this so I remember something? I ask, and give his head a sniff. He does not smell much like anything. I was raised by the invaders. They did not give me any dolls. I never had fathers or a house or brothers who loved me. I wonder what it would be like if I had. But it is impossible. I would be like Seal, I suppose. Very smart, always knowing where to go next. Don't you wonder how you came to be? I am certain I was born in a cage. My fathers were eaten. I am lucky to be alive. Maybe I did have fathers like Seal Carter and I, but I don't like to think of their suffering. As I try to give the doll back, slightly sad that I don't remember anything, Ruar holds up her hand to refuse it. No, I brought it for you specifically. Your babe won't be old enough to play with it for a while, but you should keep it in the crib with him, so that he has a litter mate to sleep with. I will. Thank you, Omega Ruar. He is part good and part annoying, but he has only been good to me so far, and I don't like that. So I am not very friendly in my tone, and I purposely turn my head another way to indicate that I don't care how he receives my thank you. I intend to put the doll away, but I can't resist perching him in my lap again and touching his baby nose. In reality, he is an ugly bald thing, but in my mind he is beautiful, the way my child will be. And then, I say, though I am not thinking about this very much, my fathers must have kept me hidden and stopped me from crying. I must have stayed alive long enough to learn how to eat. And then eventually I was taken. You are right. I was lucky to not be eaten. And then somehow I survived in the pen. I think it's because I was the biggest pup there. If there was a fight for food, I would win. And I was taken out of the pen sooner than all the others so that I could do work. He has a serious face when I look back at him. There is a reason I do not talk about slave things, and I try not to think about more than the present day. I would be dead already if I thought about stuff like Seal, and maybe Carter too. I am always strong, but it is harder when you are a lucky guardian with nothing to do. Harder still when several Fliafiki warriors have asked me about my childhood, wondering where I am from. Ruar is not the first, and I am almost a father, so even I have thoughts that used to not trouble me. Ruar looks off at the fire for a while, and then speaks with a solemn tone. I'm sorry that happened to you. I don't know what to say, so I shrug. I stay focused on the happy doll and picturing my son just as happy. So I am happy. Bad thoughts are not happening here right now, so there is no reason to be unhappy. Do you know how I met Seal? He went to you to start a war. I realized Seal did not say very much about how this war started. Only things about after it began. Sort of. Ruar pulls the blanket closer around himself as a breeze comes by. I do not notice it much. It was my idea to start the war, actually, and Seal is lucky that I removed my father from his seat a year prior. I don't think an ambitious Omega could have been elected. My father was too old, and the people longed for stability. I was his son and the extension of his will, his personality, even. And then Seal came through the Capitol doors, angry, shaking. He had to be subdued, and no one thought I should listen to him, especially after the fires. But I always understood the plight of the regular males, their purpose, too. It is not their fault they are born a certain way, and society needs them to provide for children from afar, to dedicate their lives to the sons they cannot see, cannot hold. He pauses a moment here, and then picks up again. So, anyway, Seal was ranting and raving about how we were cowards, we were weak. He might have called me tailless, only good for rutting. He smirks because he knows I will be thinking of Carter. Is he insulting Carter? If he is, I'll leave. But then he continues, and his humour is gone. I should have bled him in the execution square, and every Council Omega wanted it. They wanted revenge for the fires. At least 2 of them wondered if my father's weakness was not only due to old age. Instead, I went to see him in his cell. I sat with him a full day, and we shared our souls with each other. Through the bars, of course. He looked like a madman. He smiles again, but it disappears. Do you know what we had in common? No. Of course not. Why does he always start with a question? He lost a lover in a terrible attack that happened 2 years before that. And I lost pups. All the Omega children made it, thank goodness. A whole generation of them killed would have been unthinkable. But the others... He shakes his head. The males blamed us. That's what started the fire. They said Omega fathers did not feel the loss. They said we didn't try to save the regular ones and we only saved ourselves. Now I have forgotten where I am, absorbed in his voice and learning all this. I see fires in trees and invaders. I hear pups cry, though it is only imagined. I showed them no mercy for endangering our lives and accusing us of the tragedy. But they were wrong. I was enraged by the loss. Pykh, I hear from the window, Carter's voice, and then the door opens. I'm not sure what to tell him. I'd rather go inside, but Ruar's story has become interesting. Come in when you're ready, Carter says, and then he leaves the door open despite it being so cold, and I'm sure it's not an accident. Now he will hear every word. And that must be Seal's shadow lurking close to the doorway. I won't keep you from your family. I prefer to go back to my hearth anyway, Ruar says, once again pulling the blanket tighter over himself. I only wanted to tell you that I think you were one of those pups we lost long ago, and I'm glad you returned to us. I fought a war for you, and all those that were lost. It brings me peace to know one of those pups may have come home. Chapter 44. Carter. Seal is being especially annoying today. So much so that after hearing him whisper about me behind my back, to Kaz of all people, I put on my new cloak and boots and gone to sit outside. By myself for once. Blessedly, I'm alone. And it's a frigid day, even though the snow has subsided lately. There's still a thin layer of it on everything, and this stone bench under my butt should be like an ice cube. Thankfully, this cloak that the master tailor made with extra input from Affec is one of the nicest things I could have asked for. I forgot what it was like to wear clothing that wasn't cobbled together, made for someone else, or made for warriors with utility over comfort in mind. Soft all over and well-insulated, I like to keep the hood back unless the wind picks up, and my new leather boots, more like moccasins, are waterproof and keep my toes toasty. Yes, sirree, I can sit on this frozen bench in pure comfort, alone with my thoughts. Finally. And yet, I grimace as another tightening sensation in my gut comes over me. This sucks. I thought a lot of things sucked, especially in the year leading up to this moment, but this sucks. I pucker my lips, puff out my cheeks, and let out a long, slow breath. That helps, and my inner monologue is something along the lines of, fuck, shit, fuck, the occasional interjection of motherfucking fuck as the contraction reaches its peak helps. I'm not really at the fetch the doctor moment, I don't think. I need a few more minutes out here. An hour, alone, in the cold. I like the cold. The contrast between my cozy cloak and the frigid air on my cheeks is a nice distraction of physical sensation to focus on. And then there's Pykh and Ruar down the hill a little ways and off to the right. Besides dressing warmly, the cold air doesn't bother the Fleophaki too much, and they have the coverings pulled away from the windows and the doors enough that I can see them sitting cross-legged in there. I see the pages they hold up sometimes. Today, Ruar is reading to him from a scroll, and recently Pykh was gifted a lovely journal with extra large pages for him to write in. He worried about messing up the blank sheets with his handwriting, and Ruar promised to replace the journal indefinitely. He told Pykh that he only gets better by practicing, and he should fill up all the pages and start another as often as he wants. Narrowing my eyes to help me deal with the painful part. Focusing on Ruar and Pykh always provides enough distraction to make me forget about impending labor entirely. What is with Ruar's fascination with him? A couple weeks ago he gave Pykh a doll for our child, and then for no reason at all that I can figure out, he's taken over Pyke's tutoring, which used to be done by Audiobook. Don't get me wrong, I'm happy for him. Seal and I would have asked somebody, or Seal might have started teaching him himself once the baby came and things calmed down. Pykh needs a teacher. But Ruar? I'm highly suspicious. I even wonder if he's doing it just to irritate me. If Pykh is gone too long, I'll always ask for him back, and it's out of this paranoid need to protect him from whatever Ruar is doing, which appears to be teaching him Fleophaki folklore and children's tales. I've grilled him on these lessons, and there doesn't seem to be anything happening to warrant my suspicions. Kaz claims that Pykh needs to learn about his people and his culture, and it's Ruar's intention that he'll pass this culture on to my son. Seal says that Ruar is generally known as a fair leader by everyone except Avielk and his enemies, though regular males will do a lot to avoid him. The council leader is dangerous. Among the Omegas he governs, Ruar is seen as being soft on regular males compared to other Omega leaders in the past, I guess. So, the lessons continue, and so do these contractions. though I breathe easy now. Another one won't come for a little while. Ah, yeah. Just a great day out here in the cold, and there's nothing going on whatsoever. When is it gonna be time? At what minute will my baby officially be due, like really due? When do I go from being an expecting father to having my son in my arms? And who am I to think I'm even ready or capable of that? I'm a kid. I don't know shit. I've only babysat like 2 times in my whole life, and Pykh is coming out of Ruar's place, his journal in one hand, and then he sees me. He seems to pause, and then returns inside. I wince and grit my teeth. These contractions have officially gone from interesting, annoying to, okay, maybe I should go get some help with this. But not yet. I don't really want to do all that pushing and screaming and bloody stuff. But more than that, I don't want anything to change, you know? Besides a few annoying comments from Roar, it's been good lately. Peaceful. Like I've gotten my life figured out. I've only just been starting to think, hey, maybe I'll get to teach my son to play catch, like Dad and I used to do in the backyard. And now my kid is coming like I've proclaimed myself ready for fatherhood. I haven't even learned how to change diapers. When I asked, Kaz said that would all be done for me. The pain is bad as Pykh reappears on the porch again, wiping ink or dust on his thigh. He carefully tears a page out of his journal before closing it, and folds this paper in half with a precise crease. He comes towards me with long strides, and I turn my grimace into a forced smile. I'm on the down part now, but that was a particularly bad one, and the aftershocks are lingering. Pykh pauses to swipe the stem off a plant. I guess in the springtime I'll be teaching the universal don't pick the flowers rule. He shakes moisture off of it, gives it a long drag up the side of his nursing garb that he wears all the time now, and then he presses it into the folded paper he's bringing me. My lower back aches and my gut is swirling, but I smile as he continues up the hill towards me. I'm going to receive a card. What's this? I ask, pretending to be clueless, and Pyke's grin has me smiling wider. He's got that playful, loving manner about him. And also, I think there's a part of me that wants to keep this. Just us. This is the last moment of just us. And I don't know what I'm going to be doing for the rest of it. Apparently, everybody around here knows how to raise a baby except for me. I keep that smile even as the waves are creeping up on me again. The contractions are getting closer together, though I try to relax and drag this out longer. He gives it to me without ceremony, and then throws himself down on the bench so that now I'm surrounded by hot and heavy Pykh, him leaning over me with an arm around my waist. I try to stay focused on the card, as my baby indicates that he's coming whether I'm ready for him or not. It says, I climbed the entire mountain and bowed down at your feet. He makes a little snort, and then lovingly bumps his nose against me, running his chin over my head as well. There aren't any flowers this time of year. The stem he picked is a rather bedraggled-looking thing, but it's yellow on top and green in the middle, so he might have thought it looked nice enough to give me. The card, however, is rather perplexing. I don't think he wrote enough to say all that. On one half, there's a picture of a mountain and what looks like the 3 of us at the top. 2 figures with tails and one without. Then a sun up high and an empty cage down low. The door is open, so I guess that's the cage we walked out of. There are words on the other half of the card. Just not enough to say what he meant, I think. Plus, he's grinning like a loon, so he might be stretching the truth a bit. Thank you, Pykh. It's beautiful. I find myself short of breath, and Pyke's poetry has nothing to do with it. I have my arm wrapped protectively around my stomach, but Pykh pulls it away, oblivious, and slides down from the bench to talk to our child. I am going to tell you the story of 3NDR, who founded the city of Drolls and tricked every tribe to join his city with clever words. In the forest, before there were invaders, Oh, Pykh, not now. I push his hand off my stomach and replace it with my own. He's heavy, you know, and he's making it worse. I take a super long, slow breath. What's wrong? I don't want him to know. I want to be stubborn and lie to him. But at the same time, I want Pykh to take care of me. Pykh is always good at taking care of me. I don't say a word, and I let my eyes communicate alone. Pykh is smart. He'll figure it out. And then my guy's face gets excited. Right in front of me. Is he coming? Pykh asks with a new and wondrous tone. He puts his nose very close to the baby, right by my hand, and then turns his ear to listen, but without touching me. Yeah, he's coming, I say grimly. Maybe I overestimated Pyke's ability to guide me through this. But then my man stands. And let me tell you, Pykh is as tall and strong as a tree. Should I carry you or help you walk? He offers his hand. Chapter 45. Carter. I don't want to do this anymore. Get off of me, I say, and shove the medicine man. Zahath is his name, but all those soft syllables in the middle are more than I care to say, so I'm calling him Zeth. And fuck him if he has a problem with it. I need to check how far along you are. It could be your time, and you will need to begin pushing. It's not my time. It's never my time. I've been walking all goddamn night, and it hasn't done anything except make me tired, and you're not a real doctor. I don't know what a doctor is, but I assure you I've delivered hundreds, if not thousands, of pups. Exactly. You're a veterinarian. Fuck him anyway, I suppose. You have to understand that being examined by this doctor is especially humiliating. The baby comes out of one place, and they don't have stirrups for men or whatever the equivalent is. I'm sure anything would be just as humiliating. A bed? Nope. Nah, not for males giving birth, let me tell you. I get a table to bend over. So the doctor and whoever else is in the room, Ruar and one of his mates who keeps his head down, can take a look at my dilated ass and check that it's wide enough. Okay, they don't all look, but still. I hate this. I'd love to chuck a chair at him and go at it WrestleMania style, but after a whole night of walking back and forth in this room, being assured that it would make the delivery quicker and easier, I'm weak, exhausted from the ebb and flow of pain, going the entire night without sleeping, and now trapped in a room with people I hate. Pykh and Seal aren't allowed in here for the delivery. Guardians make too much trouble for the physician, I was told. Well, now I know why. Because if I had my guys here, I would get my fucking way. Zeth makes the peaceful, hands-down gesture, but he's clearly irritated, and I'm reminded of the spirit man right before he killed the Chulak. If you would just consent to one more examination, I could tell you how much longer you have of this until birth. Bullshit, I say, dragging it out. I'm hunched over and panning. My back hurts like it's going to break, and I grab the table for support. But no way in hell am I bending over it. You said it wouldn't take that long. You said only 2 more hours. That was like 10 hours ago. It was sometime when it was dark. Hell, I don't know how long it's been, but the sun rose and then it got bright outside. So, as far as I'm concerned, it's been 24 hours. It's natural for births, fast births especially, to have a slow progression. I'm taking a break, I say, and let myself sink to my knees on the floor, still holding onto the table above me until I'm all the way down. I could collapse. I thought I was strong this whole time. I spent most of the night hiding any sort of discomfort or pain I was feeling, especially after they kicked Pykh out of the room. But as the night has worn on, I've just stopped giving a shit. I pitch myself forward, my hands braced on my knees. I sit on the back of my heels, my toes arched against the floor to prop myself up, and I breathe with my lips puckered tight like I'm trying to blow out candles. Zeth keeps telling me I'm breathing wrong, and if I don't take longer breaths, I might pass out. Did you know you can breathe wrong for birth? As if pushing the baby out wasn't hard enough. Do not sit down, Zeth almost yells at me, his tail waving wildly. Where do you think the baby is going to come from? He grabs my arms to pull me up, I presume, but I'm ready for him. I've had enough. I wrestled with my older brother enough as a kid that I can break just about any hold put on me. Zeth gives up quickly, but that's not why. Fighting a pregnant Omega is most certainly taboo. Maybe beyond that. Maybe an evil beyond evils. And I glare at him and show my teeth too. Just like an animal. His crest flat, kneeling on the floor with his head all the way down, he says beneath me, Please, Omega Carter, please get up. Labor has almost begun. This is just an early stage of it. You'll say anything to get me walking again, I snarl, but it ends with, Oh! I am trapped in several long moments of hell. My limbs are shaking, my legs especially. It seems like I'm not going to make it. If this isn't the real birth, I might be done for. Fine, I won't check, though it will leave us unprepared and will make your labor last longer. But please, stand with me now and start walking again. Fuck you! Not for the first time tonight. I think I might start crying. I curl up over my stomach, waiting for the worst part to go away. But it seems like the worst part lasts forever. And it's much, much worse than before. The Omega has asked for a break, and so he will get one, Ruar says, coming to the side of both of us now. The doctor gives Ruar a lingering, sort of wide-eyed look. He doesn't like the order, but he moves away, standing, and then complies when Ruar makes a tail swish, indicating that he should go farther off. There, Carter, Ruar says, squatting next to me. He pats my shoulder. You have a break. Everyone knows that babies only come at the time their Omega father has chosen. So you can relax now and stop the birth until you're ready to begin again. Why does he have to be an asshole and have a point? Regardless, I'm just happy to be left alone about the walking thing. And not be examined again. I just want to sit here and be in pain until I die, apparently, or pass out. Maybe I'm not breathing wrong after all. I would just like to point out, Ruar says in a tone that is both patient and calm, that this is why it is far better to have your children 2 or 3 at a time. You see, the pain leading up to the birth will always take just as long and be just as awful, regardless of whether you're having 1 pup or 6, the actual birthing part. I wince greatly and close my eyes, crying out a little. Maybe I do need to be examined again. Maybe this is the part where I need to push. But no more walking. I can't do it anymore. Doesn't take that long. So, you see, you cause yourself a lot more trouble and pain by being lazy and having them 1 at a time. You will need more men to feed and raise more children, of course, but it's something to think about for the future. Ruar, shut the hell up. The only reason I don't say it is because I don't have the breath or the energy to. I really don't care what he says. I'm thinking more about curling up on the floor, and I'm so hunched over, I'm almost down there anyways. I realize this is not the time for a lecture, but this kind of pain is easily forgotten, no matter how terrible it may seem right now. He still has a hand, patting my upper back like he cares about me. Just keep it in mind. It's easier to have 2 and so on than it is to have 1. And just when I think I'm going to hide under the table like a little kid, he says over his shoulder, Go fetch his mates for us. Bring them both, unless Pykh causes too much trouble. He stands and I watch him. Do I want Pykh and Seal to see me? Hell yes. As awful as I must look, I want nothing more than to be next to them while I'm in pain. But also, why would he help me? Why would Ruar care? The guardian Ruar speaks to, the one by the door, says, I don't, and he's interrupted by the doctor. They will be dangerous. Omega, Ruar, respectfully, if there is trouble and I have to... He hesitates, looking at me briefly, but he obviously calculates that whatever he has to say is more important. I knew he was being over-optimistic about a lot of this.
Turn the babe, or anything else. Guardians may get in the way when seconds matter.
Now I want to cry. I feel small and helpless like a little boy. All that tough space marine ego feels like a hollow shell. Ruar must see. He bends down and continues stroking my back while addressing the doctor.
Babies know how to be born, and it is Carter's choice when and how your help will be accepted. It is his first child. He needs...
Ruar's tone becomes vicious and loud. In an instant,
he needs a healer who can compel him to listen. This is no ordinary Omega, and you should have prepared for the challenge. You did not build trust with him.
The Guardian approaches, a hand on the hilt of his sword. Ruar addresses him next, in a firm but softer tone.
Fetch them now, please. Bring them to the door, and I will speak to them both before they come in.
Whatever the guard wanted to say before, he no longer tries to. He makes a silent nod and dutifully leaves. Is there something wrong? I ask in a trembling voice. My mind is going to all the worst places. Is he getting my mates because there's something horribly wrong with me? Is my baby okay?
I'm sure he is.
Ruar's voice is warm, and his arms are all around me.
You need your strength now, so you will have them. Everything you desire, you will have.
He looks at the doctor as he says that part, then at me.
Would you like to let the physician look at you again? Your mates will be here soon.
I wish they were here now. Just knowing they're coming is calming me down quite a bit. Also, I don't want to cry in Ruar's arms, for God's sake. I don't want anyone to see me break down. So, I take one of those long breaths the doctor is always harping about, press my trembling lips together, and nod. Several times. Good. And Ruar gestures for him to come forward. Chapter 46. Seal. I am certain of only one thing at the moment, that Pykh and I will be here, however long it takes. I'm ashamed to admit that earlier, when we were invited to come in, I wasn't sure that we should. Pykh had been trying to talk to me all night about every little thing, and I only wanted to be alone in my brooding thoughts. My mind is too eager for an opportunity to punish me, and though I have not fallen into despair for a long while now, I began to have thoughts like, what if I had killed him all that time ago when we first met? What if I had stolen the lives of not only ourselves but our pup too? And possibly a whole lineage. Wouldn't it be fitting if now it all goes to scat? I felt like I had been summoned to witness my own ruin. But then Carter was so grateful to see us. Those thoughts vanished like ripples on the water.
It is time,
Zahath says, and then in a calming tone,
take a moment, stop pushing. Fathers, hold him here, like this.
We've been holding Carter's hands and elbows and supporting him that way, but Zale shows us to bend and grab his thighs instead, letting him hook his arms around us. He's supported totally with barely his toes touching the ground, and Zahath prepares a soft, thick towel to catch the newborn.
He is here now. Take a big breath and push.
It is not so easy. A push lasts several long moments, and my love gets much encouragement through it. The assistants who would have taken our place stand nearby with nothing to do, and I can only say that I'm glad Pykh and I were brought. This is our place, not theirs, and birthing the baby has been hard work, mostly for Carter, but for all of us as well. Pykh and I should be the ones helping him.
You're almost there. The head is out. You're already done. Just push.
There's nothing that I can see. The physician is in the way. Carter leans his head against me and cries. But what I can say The reason my despair does not touch me even while I'm in pain for him is that my mate never loses strength. Not once, even through all of this. My son will be born, and everything will be fine. You can do this, I say. 4, 3, 2, 1. The counting helps, I think. I noticed Carter would start to count before the pain became too much, and so now I've taken it over. Thank goodness we are at this stage. Finally, as strong and proud as he is, there's nothing I wouldn't do to give him some comfort now. He can't do this forever, and it's time for the little one to be born. I am impatient. Perhaps that worry is eating me another way. One more, I think. Deep breath. Relax. Very soon. You are doing perfect, Pykh says, though Carter is in tears and likely does not benefit from our encouragement much. It is hard to tell. Deep breath, my love, I say, though I'm only echoing what Zahath told him earlier. You're doing great. I think he's beyond words at the moment. Again, one more push. We all echo it. Zahath becomes insistent. Push! Push! And all at once, there is an entire person cradled in his arms. A tiny person, but a person all the same. Little legs, little arms. And he's not too pleased about being brought into our world, though he is handled with love and care. Carter tries to look behind himself, but it is difficult. What? How is he? I want to see him. He is lovely, I say. He's strong, Pykh answers. And of course, this is true. He is stronger than any of us after his ordeal, probably. And he lets us know it. He has a small but furious voice. Everyone is busy around us. The physician checks him physically and wipes him down. A healthy, regular male, he announces, sounding distracted. Ruar helps the assistants bring a nest that is low to the ground and angled to be comfortable for the Omega father. Well padded too, and blankets are ready to keep Carter warm. Before my baby is detached from his umbilical cord, the physician brings him for Carter to see. At the same time, Pykh and I are guided by the assistants to let Carter recline into the nest. There is room only for him, and my love gets to rest, our son in his arms. I want to touch him badly, but I don't want to get in the way. He is so small and angry. A smile comes over my face just to see those little brows drawn down and hear his furious shriek. He's not just making the normal sounds of a baby crying. He has Carter's temperament plain as day, and if he knew the words, he'd be screaming, "Fuck!" and who knows what else. Something about us, no doubt. Then Carter coos at him, and his angry face smooths out. He quiets. Though his pout makes him seem doubtful, his eyes open and make a slow blink, gazing at Carter's face. When he breathes in, it makes the tiniest little ah, like he's surprised by Carter's beauty. Behind me somewhere, I can hear the physician telling Ruar the pup seems normal at first glance. Seems to be a healthy weight as well, and I hear the physician remark that he even has a tail. Normal length at first glance. My own tail makes a lashing gesture, and regardless of what he might say to me later, I make sure Ruar sees it. It is odd to have so many others around us, and rude of them to speak like this, judging my son so openly. Their noise is interrupting such a precious memory for us. His life will be wonderful, and I can't break away just yet. My baby opens and closes his mouth, making a smacking sound, and I have such an urge to touch him that my hand clings tightly to the edge of the nest. "Look at him," Carter says with nothing but love and adoration. We have the same expression. And then Pykh comes over me, sniffling, his tail twisting with mine so completely it makes a rope. His purr rumbles so loudly through both of us, I can barely hear the others any more. "What do you want to name him, my love?" I ask. We have talked about it a lot, but Carter was always uncertain and never showed any preference. Pykh and I were particularly bad at giving him options. Daniel. Chapter 47. Pykh. My son looks right at me with alert and beautiful eyes. I have to rub away moisture from my cheeks and take a calming breath, so that he will not see me sob. He needs fathers who are strong and smart, like Seal, who is mostly holding me up right now. "Hello, Daniel," I say, and curl my fingers so that my claws won't protrude. I offer him just one to see if he wants to take my hand. He is inspecting all of us quite a bit. He waves his precious hand around, opening his mouth at the same time, and lands all his claws upon me like a strike. But then his little hand is grasping, exploring, meeting me. And his eyes are so intelligent. It's like he's saying, "I know you." We are not strangers, this babe and I. I have spoken to him and saw his pictures months ago on the computer screen. And now he is here. And I am so happy I will finally get to look after him. I have been preparing for this for so long. I feel as though I am ready to do thousands of things all at once. And yet when Carter leans forward and asks, "Do you want to hold him?" I shake my head with wide eyes and pull my hand back. He is so tiny. I could hold him with one hand and probably not even realize it. But Seal answers for me, and he has only desire and overwhelming happiness in his voice. Yes. Our son is gently and carefully passed into Seal's arms as he's kneeling, and Seal does not get up as he brings him close, likely fearing as I that any fumble will be deadly. Also, perhaps he is weak, like I am. I have lost my sturdy mate to lean on, and I am trying not to appear that I need him. He needs strong fathers. I am always the strong one. I would give my life for our tiny pup, now if necessary. Ruar comes, and I am uncertain. He makes Carter uncomfortable still, though we have known him many weeks. I am mostly easy about him now, though I am never open with him the way I can be with Afek or any of the warriors from the Muds.
He is the most beautiful pup ever born,
Ruar says, and touches Carter's shoulder. To Seal, he says,
"He needs skin-to-skin contact now. You can put him under the bib or flip one side over your shoulder. Let him do as he will. Do you feel any changes?"
Seal shakes his head, and I say, "Well, maybe."
He needs to eat, often, and anyone who is a potential nurse needs to sit with him at all times the next 2 days. 2 nurses are necessary, but I'll feel better if you have 3 or 4. With only 2, and possibly both of you being new at this, I'll move us on to the roads immediately.
He rubs Carter's shoulder, though I feel he shouldn't. Carter should rest without Ruar around.
You need a larger cord, young man,
he says, bending low, and I'm taken aback when he kisses the top of Carter's head. It is just the nudge of his nose and an accompanying purr, but I'm certain there should be no more interaction after this. My mate needs to recover. What he has done took everything. You must go now. Seal does not refute me, but we do share a glance right before he drops his eyes to our pup. I think he wants me to do this for us. Carter needs as much care as the babe. Our love is too weak for Ruar's personality today. Ruar gets a look about him sometimes, almost always with Carter, I've noticed, though now it is directed at me. It is the look that I am stepping on soft ground, which is a phrase I learned in stories. But Ruar does not get angry without listening first, and this look has taught me that he can be spoken to. Carter does not want so many others around, I say, though I really mean he does not want you around. I will bring our court here, and Kars will show us how everything is done. If he disagrees now, it will be Carter who must insist if I am to speak again. I am learning new rules all the time. It is so different with other Omegas. Ruar seems to be proud of me, but I do not know why. There was danger, and now there's friendliness again. He is a man who hides much, but I have learned a lot from him.
Then it will be as it should be,
Ruar says, standing, and Carter sighs.
We will come often with fresh bedding and meals, but we will respect your privacy and your home if we don't have to go on the road. I'm certain Kars will prove himself again, and I think you may as well.
For some reason he smiles wider at this, and then he leans down and touches Seal.
Congratulations, friend. You've claimed an honor you deserve.
Seal nods, but barely looks from the babe, and Ruar leaves. The healer and his assistants begin to gather themselves as well. One looks at me and points to where a pitcher and cups are waiting. And, gradually, we are left alone. Ruar's words sit with me. He means that my little boy has Seal's nose and brow, and everything about him is clearly Carter and Seal. I consider this. I am not troubled, not one bit. In fact, I feel that my son should look like my mates and not like me. This one, anyway. He's just as he should be, made of the two people I love the most, and, to me, the prettiest little pup in the world.
Capital City. Chapter 48. Carter. Our son looks like a gentleman today, wearing a soft shirt of felt-like material, with simple cloth strings, replacing any straps that might have been made out of leather or chain. He only has a thick, dark stripe of hair on his head, a natural mohawk, so a regular shirt would do, but I prefer him learning Fliafaki ways, even at this young stage. His diaper, however, is my invention, a rather disgusting one by Fliafaki tradition. I've seen more than one father cover their nose. Fliafaki children usually use the bathroom outside, and in this sense, they're usually potty-trained at a very young age. I have been quite radical, requesting a custom-made potty pot that I drew up the schematics for myself and telling Ruar I'll teach my son all about it when I'm damn good and ready. It's been a struggle with Ruar around sometimes, but for the most part, Ruar and his court have accepted that some things about me will always be strange. I will say that it makes his baby groin-cloth look ridiculous, having to hang from pudgy, exaggerated baby hips, but so be it. My son is just lucky we don't have cameras here, or I would have 1,000 cute and embarrassing pictures of him. I've been wondering if I can take my son back to the ship somehow and get a video, and a health scan, of course, before he gets too big. I've been thinking about the shed Avielk had in the muds, full of tech, and wondering how I can go about cultivating a new collection, since that has been lost. Surely I can rig a portable camera out of something, somewhere. I've been thinking a lot lately about tech, possibly wrangled together inventions and new stuff I could make if I had the proper tools, chemicals, and alloys. I've been wondering if our boy is going to be the greatest inventor of all Fliafaki time, past or future. But I'm probably getting ahead of myself. Right now, my little engineer is mastering his motor skills by properly digging a hole with his trowel and filling a bucket, all while slobbering on himself and occasionally bleeding. Peepaw! I couldn't be any prouder. And I don't mean that in a sarcastic way. That is one mighty fine baby dug hole. And I've noticed my son is practically a mirror image of me when he smiles. There's something about his eyes, which are blue and bright. When he smiles,
His face lights up and all his features are me. When he's grumpy, on the other hand, there's a reason I sometimes lovingly tell Seal to deal with his son. Pykh is usually the one that calms him down, though, by giving in or singing to him, seemingly for hours. Pykh spoils him so much that I sometimes worry it'll create long-term problems. For now, though, he's too sweet and innocent and cute to do anything about it. And he's got me twisted in his tail as well, to use a Fleophiki saying. Good thing, too. My constant attention means that I pick up the very moment that my genius-to-be son holds up his trowel in triumph, and then, after a slow blink, opens his mouth wide and uses both hands to tilt the dirt-covered end toward his reaching tongue, like he's trying an ice cream cone. Omega Dad over here swoops in like a professional, and at this point I am one, pointing the trowel downward again so the hole-digging can resume. As a result, my ears are met with the familiar shriek of a baby who does not like criticism. And all the while I'm telling Seal, he just wants to get to know you. You're his son. You're a pretty important guy. Maybe he feels like he missed something. He doesn't know who I am. The fathers I cared about are gone. He should spend this year with the sons he knew. The problem is Seal's Omega father. But I should back up. It's a very busy day, and we're all at the Capitol building of the capital city. I've noticed that modern Fleophiki names of places are direct and simple. I visited a place literally called Two Roads. The town was built on an intersection, obviously. The capital city is a modern place, by Fleophiki standards. There aren't so many old names here on the streets and among the businesses. For the most part, the houses lay in neat rows, and they're similar to each other. The gardens are placed and planted and manicured, and there's more of a cohesive city feel, whereas the other villages and towns are each built different, with a menagerie of home styles. It's an interesting place, still. It's a bit like traveling back in time, since any scraps of invader tech don't make it out here, and the sounds of war are too far away to be a reality. A lot of days in recent months, I forget to even think about the bugs. Besides a fast-traveling light in the sky now and then, every night, it's like they don't exist. That is until Ruar announced that Avielk was returning home and would arrive in a couple months. Now it's all I think about. I've been lost in 100,000 happy memories. First smiles, first laughs, my son uttering, "Dada!" and every day revolving around his routine, his needs. It's been a relief, actually. Every day is a litany of challenges I can solve. Poopy diaper? I've seen and smelled it all at this point. Crying at night? We have a system, and we stick to it. Somehow he still manages to exhaust all three of us. Baby bored, tired, hungry, fussy? Please. Welcome to every hour of our existence since Daniel was born. I don't have time to think about the unsolvable problems anymore. The bugs are still out there, the slaves are still out there, and the future of the Fleophiki is undoubtedly doomed in the long run. All it would take is for that battle cruiser, if it's still there, to make a simple scan of the planet, determine that this is obviously the hub of Fleophiki civilization, and aim a cannon right into the center of it. They wouldn't even need the big guns to wreak havoc in this place. Annihilation? Easy. And so Aviel coming back has been a pretty big deal to me. It's all become real again. He's already in the city, but he officially arrives in a ceremony today. I haven't seen my friend in over a year. Chapter 49. Seal. My son's puppy voice has become a call to my body, which reminds me that it's time for another meal. He's been a picky eater lately, completely refusing Kars's good gesture of weaning him. He says that it's time, and Daniel has a few teeth to show for it, but he's still so new and tiny in the eyes of all of us. Pykh gives in quickly when Daniel refuses the baby meal left to us. Last night I noticed this with a frown. And now it is my turn to be a complete hypocrite. For while I do carry some baby meal in a small container in a pouch, I know that giving it to him now will only make a mess and a further fuss. I'm supposed to give him some on my claws now and then. Instead, I gather my round pup in my arms, purr, touch his head under my chin, and then tuck him under the nursing bib, where his stubbornness soon dissolves into blessed silence. For now, I sigh, eyeing the door to this sanctuary, which stands open. The capital is used to having young children around, given that this is where Omegas may come to express their concerns. We are in a beautiful room, hidden in the halls that I never had access to, even as a great warrior. Above us is a lattice that is designed to catch the worst of the weather and leave this place relatively protected from the elements, and yet it allows a tree to grow here. One from the jungle. It is rather short, with thick, sturdy and sprawling limbs. It is an Auk Nema Fi. The nearest translation would be Tree of the Blessed People, but the modern term for it is simply Village Tree. We would find these often in central locations of the ancient towns and cities. I had no idea one even existed among us in the mountains. Someone a long time ago wanted to make an impression and brought this rare gift. It is not thriving in the mountain climate, no matter how the gardeners tend it, but it is persistent, nonetheless. A symbol for the Fliafaki people, and puppy scratches are all over its rough, impenetrable bark. Below is sand, leaf litter, and a special kind of moss that is more picky than the tree. Gardeners come at intervals with pitchers of water and tools, and they double as guardians of the children when necessary, wearing a tribe cloth that puts them among the same status as the elite guard, two of whom always stand watch outside this place. The capital is their home. Carter and I have been given privacy for the moment. Capital affairs are being conducted elsewhere to give Ruar time and space to welcome his son. Also, I heard a whisper from Auk that Ovielk is known for irrational outbursts, and the council agrees that it is embarrassing for their leader to be arguing openly with his Omega son in the state halls. Auk has fit himself in well with the court members of other Omega families. He is our only social outreach, more or less, though Afek's ties to his family have been beneficial also. I am more like Carter than I am like them and Pykh. I am wishing that my feeble old Omega father would find something else to do than bond with me. It is a conflicting emotion, I suppose, given that I cradle my own son, and I know that he must have done the same for me at one point. You are my Omega. You can require my services for anything at any time and save me. Seal, you have to spend some time with him. He travelled a long way to be here. He is nothing to me. My fathers are gone. They were all older than him, and none of them were his mates. I think I was conceived on a courtship night because I had a lot of litter mates. When we age out of our house, we don't go back. Omega fathers do not track down their regular sons if they are not favourites. This is highly unusual. If I was a better person, I would see things the way Carter does. Perhaps I would see some ancient man with affection for me who just wants to spend the last years of his life getting to know me. But all I see is another hill climber. There are plenty of them here in the capital city. It is fitting that the capital was built on the peak of the tallest mountain. And here is this strange, old, toothless man, who I'm now supposed to call Omega Father. It is not right. You can tell him his visit is over. You are the Omega Carter. You rule our estate. I check the door again. Pykh is sitting out in the busier area, reclining on a perch with a scroll. My Omega father has been brought in his basket, a movable seat, and he has 4 mates as his caretakers. They are old as well, but stronger and healthier than him. Since no one is looking this way, and the elite guards are facing outwards, I subtly give Carter a swat on the back, near his rump. He smiles, and I fall in love with him all over again. It is like this often. I've become far more emotional since adapting to nurse my son. I lean toward him, and he kisses me, tilting his head to fit his mouth over mine. Feelings stir that make my pup inconvenient. Lately, we get a little more time to ourselves, and we make sure to use it. Now is not such a moment, and the kiss ends quickly. I don't think we'll be here much longer anyway, Carter whispers. I'm curious, and somewhat worried. We are entirely dependent on Ruar's estate and his court. Kars, though he did not convert to nurse, has helped us many days. What do you have planned? I asked, wondering if he's conspired with Auk. My court brother often gives him updates on gossip and lets him know where we are invited, though we never go unless Ruar specifically asks us to. Carter shakes his head. Nothing yet. It's too early. But we have to move out sometime, right? I'm not so sure. I'm perfectly happy to go, but Pykh's basic education is incomplete, and Ruar is graciously overseeing his tutoring and paying for all of it. Perhaps he suspects that Carter has no intention of expanding his court, and therefore he will need his mate to be as capable as possible. I do not know, I say, adjusting my pup before he nips me with his new teeth. It is important to pay attention down there. Pykh is happy with everything as it is. Yeah, we'll see, Carter says, poking the trowel into the sand and twisting the point. Father life is not all that it takes to make Carter happy. I understand, but it is not the same for me. Carter seeks to use his brilliance. Pykh too, though in a basic way. Ovielk represents an opportunity for him, possibly in the Priory City, possibly among scholars who like to leave the safe walls. I do not agree, but I won't say so just yet. We fought so hard to get here, and Ruar has been charitable. I'm happy to do nothing but look after pups and enjoy fatherhood. When has fate ever been this kind to me? But then it did send me my Omega father. With the help of two mates, my father gets up from his basket and in his slow, shambling way, approaches the door to the nursery. He smiles when our eyes meet, and I smile back. It is forced, but not as much as it was when he first arrived. Regardless of knowing him, my Omega father has a way with pups, and he and my son have become fast friends. I will say in his favour that he does not annoy Carter nearly as much as Ruar, and sometimes Kars. He defers to Carter in conversation, never interrupting, and takes the approach of learning about him, rather than teaching us all how to raise our son. Perhaps I judge too quickly. Carter tilts his head and makes a motion with his eyes, body language that is subtle without a tail, and a language Pykh and I have learned well. Sighing, I stand with my son and go to welcome him. If only my Omega father was not so old. Sometimes he forgets where he is, and old memories seem new to him. It happens often enough to be worrisome. Otherwise, maybe Carter would have a shelter from Ruar that does not involve whatever rebellion is going on between him and his son. Chapter 50. Auk. If only me of 2 years ago could see me now. If the image came to me from some spirit man's vision, I would assume that the worst of all my nightmares had come true. I had not only been put into retirement, I had become sponsored as some Omega Court's pet. And in addition to my regular duties of walking in parades and marches, I would abhorrently be expected to attend dinners and talk about my memories for the amusement of others. I would have run. I would have run into the jungle and never looked back. Instead, now, not only am I growing softer and spoiled, I'm also working harder than ever, and I find the games at the capital rather enjoyable. I've not learned to be charming, but I don't have to be. Carter's exotic origin and solitary nature have turned my silence into a weapon capable of cutting through anything, and anyone, much like Seal's Sword of Light. For instance,
Today I am absolutely gloating, on the inside, over the chest of spoils I secured for Omega Carter, from Affec's own Omega grandfather, who gained a position at the ceremony thanks to Carter's wishes. We are an extremely odd court. Carter has little patience and no training for traditional Omega duties. Every one of us acts on our own and pretends to do so with his guidance. I've begun to suspect that Seal may be the real Omega of this family, unless Carter speaks up. But regardless of who is in charge, we act on behalf of our smallest member, a tiny fat pup clinging to Carter's shirt when he walks in, following Ruar and several others. "There is Big Fire," Affect says with a subtle disapproving flick of his tail. Big Fire, Firestorm, Thunder, and Carter's favourite, You Little Monster, are the chosen monikers for a sweet-faced baby that can only grow into the most elegant Fleophaki ever born. Truly, I believe he will be petite, like Carter, and with eyes like that, he's likely to get anything he wants out of life. I imagine he'll be a dancer, something that requires beauty in a perfect form. His fathers have other visions of him. They've taken the spirit man's reading to heart. I've kept to myself how wrong that fool is. Ruar rightly called him out, and now that I understand more of the politics in Capital City, I realize that the spirit man was trying to stir up trouble and earn a regular customer by giving Carter a bad vision. Burning Tree is someone who betrays his family. There is no end to the stabbing in the council. Among the halls of this building there is an intellectual war that spares no one. I intend to make sure that we exist outside of it. I think we should call him something normal, Affect says. It's bad for a kid to be shaped by a vision like that. This has been weighing on our minds. The pup's moniker has become more common as he's begun noticing his world and asserting himself. I would call him Lightfoot, I say. No, Affect disagrees with a groan and a smile. Everyone is getting in place, but no one notices us because we are on the upper floor, watching from the railing. We are in Carter's court, and Ruar has been generous with Carter in all aspects, but we are not important enough to be down there. I have picked just the place where Earthuth may look up and see me. He needs something stronger, but warm. I think Big Brother is a good one, especially for a firstborn. Say, what was your puppy name? That is a secret, I say, faking a growl. Certainly no warrior remembers that they ever had a puppy name. I give it anyway. I was Little Scholar, and don't you ever tell him. He knows who I'm referring to. Affect laughs, almost too loud, but then he covers his mouth. I knew. If he betrays me, I intend to inflict retribution. I was Sharp Fang, of course. Oh, of course, I say sarcastically with a mocking scowl. I touch my tail to his hip. This is far too inappropriate a place for real play, and I draw him into my arms, licking his nose once. I'm becoming a puppy again. I am not acting normal. Just the thought of seeing Earthuth is having its effect on me. I think I hate it, but I also love it. He's like a tonic to me. I can almost hear him huskily whisper, "My scout." I am hungry for old memories. It's no wonder Affect went to his bed so willingly. I don't think or worry about any others he may have had since I saw him last. When he sees me again, we will be together, no matter who else may be with him now. Chapter 51. Pykh. What did you think of the scroll? Ruar asks me, turning around and ignoring his place at the front of the formation. We are all waiting for Earthuth and his warriors to arrive. My family has been placed behind the important Omegas so we can be part of the ceremony. Well, now I am waiting alone.
The little one made a mess in his diaper right as we entered the hall. I haven't finished it yet, I answer. I am having trouble with a word. I intend to leave it at that. I can always ask him later, at home. But now Ruar notices my tribe cloth is out of place and leaves the formation to fix it for me. I did not realize when I left my perch that the cloth had swooped down over my front instead of falling to the back. My nursing garb made this easy to miss. I smile, but I feel foolish. Everyone here is important, and no matter how hard I try to fit in, I am always making some mistakes. Even with my clothes. Thank you, I say with a formal bow, befitting when speaking to an Omega of his size? No, stature. Language is such nonsense, but I have fallen in love with how things are said as much as what things are said. I may never reach Seal's level of knowledge, but I have come a long way, and I'm proud of it.
Which word is the troublesome one?
He asks, instead of returning to his place. And I'm about to say something inappropriate, but I catch myself. I'll show you later is not the way to respond when the Omega Council leader makes a request. Ruar himself has not taught me these things, but his mates, and particularly Kars, have all been giving me a peculiar, different sort of education. One that I never intend to use with Carter, but I have to learn for others. I dig into my waist pouch and pull out the manuscript I was reading. It is a short piece, but one of 6, describing the importance of intertwining canopies of trees, and how the old ways of only bearing children for your mates will result in withering families over time. It is written by an Omega, and he says the courtship nights are very, very important. For every seed that dies is a certain tree that's gone extinct. This is a copy of an old manuscript, and the word I have trouble with is colony, Ruar says, pronouncing it for me.
Back then we did not have villages because, well, there weren't enough people to make them. There were tribes, political factions, and some would run away, and some would return to attack. But in those times our population was mostly concentrated in one area.
Oh, I say, my cheeks darkening. I certainly won't tell him what I suspected the word might have referred to. Colon. I found a section of scrolls about Phleophaki health and inner body parts, including the private ones. But I didn't stay there long because I realized I would have to learn a whole new language all over again. One is enough.
Do you have any other thoughts?
No. It is difficult to answer when Ruar poses this kind of question. I don't think much of the things I read. I just absorb them.
We'll discuss it later, then, after you finish all 6 essays. I want you to explain each one to Carter, once you understand them,
Ruar says, ignoring a single booming strike on the drums above the entrance. Several decorated youths I am fascinated with wander to the door in anticipation. They make chatter amongst themselves as they look down the many steps that Eothuth and the warriors must climb up. I still have not got to ask Seal about them. Their belts are high on their waist, covering their entire midsections, while their groin-cloths are long and slim, and can easily fall out of place with just normal movement. They don't wear shirts. Their crests are different also, being decorated in ribbons that hang from the tips, making their hair look enormous. Their faces are the strangest part. They are the only Phleophaki I have seen who cover their faces in white powder. They look unnatural and alluring. I could ask Ruar about these strange youths, but I don't have to be so careful with my questions if I wait for Seal.
We will make any allowances necessary for Carter, Ruar is saying, since he is not our people, but he should at least understand us. This is required education of all young Omegas before they build their courts.
Yes, I will read it to him, I say, but I'm distracted. I already know Carter does not want to hear about the scroll, and if I follow another Omega's orders over my own, I deserve to be exiled from his bed. The drums are 3 large cylinders hanging vertically over the door. Holes are drilled into each that the drummers hang from while striking the wood with gilded claws and tails. Often they jump to and from another drum, switching places, making a performance. Every movement makes a beat. Outside, another musician blows into a horn. The costumed youths bring out a metal ball with carved openings on top. They crack it open like a fruit, place smouldering twigs inside, and hang this orb atop a tall pole. The smoke smells like the wood they burned for Danielle's vision. This has something to do with spirits. Omega Silar coughs loudly, and Ruar returns to his ceremonial place. There might be some wondering about me from the slight glances of the Omegas up there, but I don't have to worry because Ruar likes me, and Carter will protect me anyways. I can hear feet on the steps outside now, and the elite guards at the entrance kneel with their spears. But I am at once focused on the sound of a small door behind me opening up and my flustered mates coming to rejoin me at last. My son is in Carter's arms, and I can tell just by his pout and coiling tail that he is not being cooperative today. I knew we would have a tricky day when I could not get him back to sleep last night. He protests, who knows what for, with a grumbling whine, and doesn't care one bit about the ceremony he's interrupting. The young, decorated men lift their arms and seem to pray silently to spirits. My upset pup hits his father and kicks. He doesn't want to be held, but for the ceremony he must be. Wordlessly, Carter passes him to me before I have asked, and I sigh, though I am genuinely happy to have the clean and sweet-smelling puppy in my arms. I press my lips to his ear and make a funny noise, something to distract him, I hope, but his chubby legs are swinging like he wants to run. If I set him down, all he can do is sit and push around on his stomach, but soon I will have to chase him. I will have to find the energy. Seal, who are they? I ask as soon as I can. I purr for Carter and the puppy both. I am so glad my family is small and unique, the way that it is. Speakers? Seal answers. He leans over the top of Carter's head and talks into my ear. The elite guards strike their spears against the ground with the drumming, and the ceremony is underway. Whisperers, you can call them also, but that implies corruption. It's an insult. They work for the spirits, and they sell gossip. My babe is restless and makes sure I know it. After a kiss on his soft baby hair, I add, they are very provocative. It is a specific word, and a long one too, and I am proud to have found a place for it in my natural thoughts. Seal grins, but I know I used it correctly. There are many ways to get a piece of news besides being invited to the capital for it. He lowers his voice because the drumming stops. They're here to tempt the courtesans of politicians. Eothuth appears at last with his warriors, his helmet and crest visible first, climbing in all that sunlight before the rest of him. He is splendid, with armour and clothing that looks new. A bit bony also, I notice, with a blank and serious expression that won't tell me anything. The warriors appear behind him, and they have bowed heads and raised crests. They are an angry, marching force. Not so much time has passed, but I feel like I don't know any of them. They are so different, so empty and grim in their expressions. A great quietness settles over me, and my pup lets out a shriek that is too loud for these halls now that everyone is bowed. except for us and the Omegas, as we are waiting for Ruar to speak. Carter is quick to pull him out of my arms before his tantrum can begin. Shh, shh, he says, bouncing the babe, then kneels and gives him what he wishes, holding his waist so he can stand and look around. Having his feet on the floor to stomp seems to calm him instantly. Ruar sends us a smile over his shoulder before he descends the steps of this area and asks Earthuth to stand up. He assured us that a babe at the ceremony is not only common, but preferred. The warriors will get close to greet him soon. A puppy stays in their thoughts, he said, and keeps them from feeling sad when they're asked to fight again. Chapter 52. Ovielg. I arrive at the Capitol steps after the procession has already taken place. My conversations early this morning have made me late. Looking up at the building, the spring sun warming the face of it, I'm rather surprised that I don't resent it. The Capitol is a symbol of my father, and yet the sight brings out fondness in me, perhaps because of my birth vision, or perhaps because my father wanted me separated from my brothers, who would become warriors, and many would die. I was raised here, rather than at home. My actual childhood home is more like visiting a friend. The stately halls, wide and cold, are more familiar to me. I was raised in the private nursery in the back. I slept in my father's office. I learned many lessons here. Most of all, I found out that even childhood friends can have a goal they're working toward, through me. And now, I am working through them in turn. I was born in this environment, whether I like it or not. "We're late," my mate Vindriel comments. "Your father will assume it's careless, and you should let him believe that." "He will find out soon anyway," I say. "The elite guards are close enough to hear us, and they hear everything spoken at the Capitol. But my father won't suspect me yet, so I have a few weeks to sneak in his shadow. Vindriel is right. It's not time to confront him, yet." "We should take the steps two at a time," Shea says, nudging me forward. "But not too urgently. Everything you do matters now." And the elite guards stare on as blank and solid like they are meant to be stone themselves. Oh well, as it has always been, I suppose. I check that my clothes are straight and everything is in place. I glance at Beread as well, for he has had a dark look about him this morning. He is afraid for me. For us. And up we go, up the familiar steps, to doors twice as tall as they should be, which are opened as we arrive. The smell of Kenna is in the air. Warriors have brought prayers on slips of paper that they burn in the Nadruk, a fire they keep on a pole, burning with wood from a spirit tree. For this, I tap on Beread and point. The last of Beread's paper was scraped clean to carry the prayers of the warriors still left at the beach, who weren't invited to come home. "We shouldn't give them gossip yet," Vindriel tells Beread as they leave to follow my request. "It will make the Omegas nervous if we can't be discreet." "I won't," I hear before their conversation is lost to the crowd. Everyone is greeting the warriors, mingling, speaking, and they are all tall and handsome, their crests permanently lifted to appear intimidating, as warriors should be. The politicians here have not seen the warriors as I have, as puppies who cuddle to keep away their fears. They want vicious men. They don't want to be reminded of how young the warriors generally are. "Welcome home," Omega Silhea says, and skips a formal bow to embrace me. He is like a second Omega father to me, though a distant one. Both of them are distant. But he is my father's second choice, the one with which he shares rule equally when he is away. I am surprised how much 3 years can do to one's face. It's been a long time since I was home. "Councilman Silhea," I say, touching a hand to my tribe cloth and bowing when we part. "It is good to see you." There is barely a tick on the old sage's expression, but he notices.
I am not here as a puppy to stir up some trouble with my father and rant about radical ideas to these traditional men, never predicting the situation I would find myself in. I have done my political reputation a lethal amount of harm. But I will be able to repair that image if I am different from this very moment onward. Where is my father? I ask. Usually he would be on the steps of the council seating area, just a little bit above everybody else. He would have a warm greeting to anyone who approached him, but they would approach him looking upwards. Always. He is under his set's banner, over there, with your newly found brother. His smile grows at the last statement, and one breaks over my face as well. I'll take you to them. I wouldn't want to miss the reunion of Ruar and his other Omega child. Have they been getting along well? I have asked to speak to Carter every week since we established regular communication with home. First, I was told no, repeatedly. Then I was told not to concern myself about it. I demanded to know what father had done for him, what the repercussions in the council were, what people were whispering about, what old enemies were saying about us. I was then informed that military communication was not any duty of a Priory scholar, not even an Omega one. I did notice that my request for paper was filled in double when a supply shipment finally came through. Unfortunately, not even Bereid's tiny script was enough to ration it. He has been writing non-stop, both with my ideas and his. The trail for supplies is rough and unguarded, so supply shipments are not reliable. Yet, I don't know how much you remember about him, Councilman Saleya says, having detached the shoulder of a warrior here and there, for the crowd is thick under this banner. I hear a baby giggling and some cooing, but they get along very well. Carter is resistant to our ways, as can be expected for anyone in his situation. We are patient, and from what I have seen of him and his mates, he is not lonely. Your father is more than happy to keep him in the estate and take Carter as your replacement, if that tells you anything. It does, I say, relieved. I'll be proud to have him as an adopted brother of the family. And then we are standing to the side of Eothuth, who has a bundle carried under one arm. Materials gifted by the council to replace his uniform and personal clothing, no doubt. With his other hand, he is close to touching the cheek of a magnificent baby. Chubby, round, adorable, and held up by his adoring Omega father with the same eyes. He's just one small pup, but I know that he will have a childhood I could envy. Omega Carter, I say, tripping on the pronunciation slightly. His name is easier to say in my thoughts, and I haven't had to make that musical chirping sound in a while. I perform my bow, but Carter does not answer in kind. I did not expect him to. I also do not expect him to know how indecent that is. An Omega bowing to another is a tremendous show of respect. I know that the entire council audience has taken note, and I'm slightly aware, wondrous actually, of the political impact this will have. I am Ruar's son. Doubtless there are several speakers in the room who... My political musings end abruptly as I find my arms full of the human Omega. I'm so happy to see you, man, he says, embracing me, and thumps me solidly on the back, twice, like he's hitting me. The biggest grin breaks out over my face. Those observing are initially confused, shocked, and then amused as well. There are several chortles in the room, and a few coughs from warriors, who find other things to stare at. No regular male who doesn't belong to a court would dare have a genuine reaction to anything in these halls. Even Eothuth is looking serious today, and that's not a common expression with him. I'm happy to see you too, I say, surprised to discover how breathless I am. I gulp, and Carter smells wonderful. Mostly he smells like my home, and familiar soap. He's clean and happy, and he's lost the drawn, always angry expression of a man who's overworked. I could stand to undergo the same transformation. I've lost even more weight from when he saw me last, but it's not because meals weren't offered. I've just been bad at remembering to eat them. Since I've been home, though, my mind has been busy. I've done nothing but feast. You're safe, Omega Carter says, pulling away. It was only a moment. I might wish it was longer. I don't know. Carter is so attractive, but I have to admit it's mostly my desire to study everything about him. Is everyone else safe? Your mates, I mean. Have the bugs found you guys? Is there any chatter on the radio? That green screen with the white line that spins in a circle really fast? Are there any shapes on that? This is important. Please think carefully. I took meticulous notes on everything Carter told me before he left, and he told me a lot. Everything is well, according to the signs you told us to watch for, I say, touching the center of my chest, as one does for a friend experiencing grief. He must have been scared for us, since my father cruelly kept us from all contact with one another. Carter needs to focus on his child right now, I can hear my father say. His voice is grating in my imagination, and no matter how long I've lived away from him, the days I don't live in his shadow are rare. Not for long, though, I think. Fliafaki are due for a change. What about the echolocation? You didn't try it, did you? You remember not to? Only one time is all that it takes. Goodness. I've looked away from his face and found nothing but worried expressions, and concern is growing around the room. How to silence him? No, we have not accidentally summoned the... I can't even remember how to pronounce it. Battle cruiser? And I don't need so many ordinary civilians to know the risks. 2 hands, then, on both shoulders, and I am face to face, eye to eye with my brilliant, otherworldly friend, as I say. I have remembered everything, except bits and pieces of his difficult language. I thought I would hold that better in memory, and all the paper back then was for technical instruction. Okay, I worried, you know. He hugs me again. It is brief, and the second hug would make this scene rumour-worthy, if he was not my brother. Now, which he knows, thanks to my father. I wish I could have been there when he told him. It's all right, brother. I'm going to tell you more in private, of course, and I promise everyone you... I would have told him that everyone he knows is safe. Only a few have been injured badly enough that we've brought them to the capital city to be reassigned to safer duties. Derviath will forever have limited use of his right arm. I have a lot to tell Carter about the invaders finding us and the barricades we've constructed. The ship is still hidden, and we have had to become ingenious with our traps and battle tactics, creating a decoy encampment at a more defensible position. I also wish to tell him of my idea for a beam of cutting light that acts as a fence, if he can build it. I've been studying otherworld technology with greater understanding now, but my attention is captured by my father, pulling us apart, literally throwing me back, growling even, in public, and standing between us so that I can't see Carter, until his surprised face appears peeking out from around my father's sleeve. I did not even get to meet the little one. That was going to be next. Father? Sheas stands close to me, his hand on the small of my back. He does not let his anger show as much as Vindriel, appearing on the other side of me, and Bereid watches sternly from where he stands elsewhere in the room. His attention is more for the elite guards than my father himself. You are creating a spectacle out of this important ceremony. I know him so well. He is a difficult man for anyone to read, except for me. That's why I will be the most effective politician he's ever known. And now I'm confused, wondering if I really saw what I did, that slant of the eyes, that growl before speech. He is emotional. Why? This is to honour the men who have actually fought in the lands beyond the peaceful valley, not for the ones who were vacationing there. Stand straight, be respectful, and be silent. I'm frozen for so long that the warriors around me who were observing the spectacle begin to mill around again. The gurgle of a giggling babe trying to devour 3 of his fingers at the same time brings me out of my stupor and reminds me that my career as a politician has officially begun. Not with the conversations I had this morning, but with this element of meeting my father. Because, always, my life has revolved around him, no matter what I've done to get away from him. He is like one of the sinking pits in the muds, and my head went under a long time ago. I force a smile on my face. Previously, my father and I would be lashing tails at this point. We rarely have kind words to say to each other in person, and our discourse on the communication box was efficient and businesslike before I was cut off. Pleading to speak to Carter was as emotional as I would get. Now I am challenged. I must take control of my emotions and of him. "Father," I say, subtly dislodging Sheas's hand from my back with a step forward. He means well, but I'm perfectly capable of this on my own. "We haven't seen each other in so long. You are in good health, and that is good to see." I lower my crest, purr mildly, and cuddle up under his chin, the way only Omega fathers and sons might do, or lovers. With a regular man, this would certainly be intimate, and I admit I'm too old for this, but an overly sentimental reunion makes for good, happy rumours, and it will go a ways to improving my reputation. First, the man is frozen, but eventually he touches my shoulders and applies enough pressure to push me back. He blinks a few times, looking embarrassed. "I'm sorry," he says, off balance. "I did not mean to. Of course I am happy to see you home safe, Omega son. I did not expect you here, though. I thought we would meet in private this morning. I acted in anger. He's thinking. Thought you had found other activities more important. Secrets in our capital city are traded like currency, but I have at least a week on him yet. I was sleeping. Forgive me. My smile is genuine. Up here, the sun is always too early. And now I am finished with him. I find everything necessary to clear my mind of schemes, cradled in Seal's arms, held in such a way that he sits facing outward, meeting warriors who coo greetings or tickle his feet. "Who am I meeting?" I ask, glancing at Carter and then fixing my gaze to Seal. "Daniel," Seal says, bowing, and the name is unique, yet blessedly easy to say. It sounds right. "Or Firestorm," he adds proudly. "No," I say, my brows knitting over such a strong puppy name. "Did he come out with a spear?" All fathers have identical expressions of pride and happiness, but there is one in particular I must explain myself to. "Pykh," I say, slipping an arm around his back to hug him from the side, watching his eyes widen and his smile fade. "I always knew, but I wanted Father to be the one to tell you first." Carter's voice to my right sounds alarmed and confused.
Tell him what?"
Chapter 53. Oak. "Oak," Affect says and pulls on my shirt straps like a puppy, begging for my attention. Yes, I see Eothos coming out of the upper hall that leads to this place. Earlier, I had also seen Eothos' brilliant golden figure making a meandering, congratulatory line through the crowd as he exited the party. Once the famous father and son were reunited, no one had eyes for him, no matter how splendid he is. He did this so efficiently, he practically turned the moment Audiobook appeared, predicting what would happen. Now he has found his way to this place, which is not so easy to get to. The viewing balcony is not open to the public, but he is here, and unfortunately my attention is fixed on whatever misunderstanding is taking place below. I wish my ears were better, but my eyes are just fine, even at my age. Audiobook inappropriately touched Pykh. In this crowd, with 4 council members watching, even his own father. And most curious is Silhaya, Ruar's confidant, who has stayed a ways out of the fray. He has his arms crossed, regarding this as a serious matter, I suppose. I don't know him, but otherwise his posture, and especially his slouched tail, indicate that he is relaxed. "Oak, he's here," Affect says incredulously, and then he abandons me for his newer, shinier mate. There is that puppy-like joy in my heart still, even as I have both hands on the railing, concentrating on the conversation below. I am eager to go to him, but I can't look away. "You didn't tell him? Why?" Audiobook's voice comes to me as though I am up in a tree again, observing events distantly in secret. "My sweet Pykh," Eothus says, purring, holding Affect to his chest and parking his chin atop the spines. Their tails twine together, and Affect's expression is pure happiness. I belong there too. But this is interesting. Come to my office. Ruar is so quiet it's like a whisper from here. The shuffling and murmuring in the crowd is beginning to mute important voices. "Tell us what, Audiobook," Carter says, and I do believe I see the warrior coming out in him. He's been tame for so long. I've wondered if the baby has permanently altered who he was when we met. But now he not only has his cross, stubborn expression, he also moves between Audiobook and Pykh with boldness he hasn't shown lately. He puts out a hand and physically pushes the other Omega backwards, standing possessively in front of his mate. "What the hell? I mean, I'm not jealous. It'd be normal in my culture, but—" He falters for words. "What the hell?" he repeats. "Well, it is—" Audiobook looks helplessly at his father. "Oak," Eothus says, "you are ignoring me, and it is causing me permanent damage. You know I've dreamed of what I would say to you with every step on our long, long march." "I don't know what's wrong with him," Affect says. "I'm working," I mutter, and I'm slightly annoyed that now I must listen over their voices too. Only slightly. I need two of me so that one can go to Eothus and leave kisses all over his face, and the other can swoop down from the balcony. He will be much younger, and blend into the walls and come up behind Seal to listen quietly. Whatever Ruar says is lost to me, and I can't lean over the balcony any further without jumping off. It's tempting, but I'm too old for this fool. "Father, you recognize him?" Audiobook raises his voice, helping me. "Look at him. I was 6 years old. Even I recognize him. I couldn't believe it at first, but when I got close—" I missed Ruar's signal to his mates. It's possible he didn't give one. In a prestigious family such as his, half the job is prepping a room for what your Omega needs, so he doesn't have to ask for so much. If you are in Ruar's family specifically, I suspect if you wait for an order, you're probably too slow to be satisfying. And now elite guards are appearing at both sides of the council area, striding out from narrow corridors. Audiobook turns his head as though looking for assistance. One of his mates, Billionaires, steps in front of the stream of elite guards to make himself annoying. And now Audiobook settles down, bowing his head respectfully, leaning toward his father. "I thought it was obvious," is all I can hear. And that is because Eothus is not only in my ear, but in my eyesight as well. His enormous armoured figure parking on the railing in front of me and blocking my view. "Am I not special enough to you?" he asks. He phrases it like a joke, like he does with everything, but I know that he is sincere underneath as well. I heave a great sigh. "Of course he would come at the greatest inconvenience to me," I say, and grab him at the neck of his breastplate. Giant idiot, useless filk, plague that robs me of my intelligence, wisdom, and age. I think this as I purr and nuzzle his chin, like a younger man would do, asking for a kiss. I get one, and I position one ear and eye to peek over his shoulder, watching through his hair. The direction Ruar moves seems to be towards his office. Carter and my court brothers are following behind. Once they have disappeared beyond my vision, going to some door down there behind Ruar's great banner, I at last give Eothus my full attention. The crowd's reaction to the drama is not interesting enough. The speakers will be plying the warriors with purrs and subtle touches, circling for information to explain what has happened. Silhea, however, is all I truly need to observe. He is not puzzled in the slightest. If I am unable to break into Ruar's office and join Carter before I leave this place, I will speak with one of the courtesans who closely attend him. There is the matter of Seal's father. He was not in the ceremony and sat near in the common area, near the speakers. He also does not seem intrigued by the drama. In fact, he seems to be enjoying normal interaction with the young warriors more. He smiles, thanks them, and gives them some small gifts he's prepared. He's unlikely to be part of Ruar's inner circle, I decide. He's a friendly but faltering old man. He's a reminder of what I'll be someday. I've had quite enough of being ignored after waiting for your affection for years. My general has become all growly. It was 1 year, I say, and then make some room for Pykh, nuzzling at Eothur's side. 1 year and some months, he corrects. A decade if you count the sleep I lost having to pine and miss you. Pykh fits nicely into his other side. The man is so big, he requires a lover under each arm to encircle his chest in a full hug. His size is accentuated by the armor, and it's the heavy kind. Indestructible. I like its cool touch, and to find my mate's skin burning hot at the parts where he's exposed. I suppose wearing all of this traps the heat? I wouldn't know. I've never worn a metal suit. I can't wait to take him out of it. I'm sorry, Eothur. Perhaps he needs a love name, but I've never used those. I invoke his real name now to let him know that I'm serious. Then again, I'm also not known for joking. You left the floor just as something interesting happened. I believe Ruar's generosity is not as altruistic as it once seemed. Audiobook embraced Pykh, Carter and Seal's mate, as though they were familiar. They would have to be brothers. Or else he is thinking that Pykh can be stolen, but that is too ludicrous. I do not think that Eothur forgot Pykh at all, but it is a little confusing to mention him to someone who is not in the family. We only use his nickname, no matter how close or distant he is with us. Even Ruar uses it, which I am thinking is not such a coincidence. It would be weird if they were brothers, Pykh says, his cheek pressed up against Eothur's shoulder, his eyes dreamy with a lover's gaze. He saw the spectacle too, but there was no effort at curiosity once our general arrived. I suppose he is the right age. Barely. That is incorrect, I say as Eothur glances backwards to gauge the drama himself. He is exactly the right age. I think his innocence is deceptive. He is older than you. He might be about the same age as Teal. Are you sure? Maybe. I suppose we will know soon enough. But Teal's name on my lips makes the subject not that interesting anymore. Why could you not get my lovers into the ceremony? Surely they have not been that useless. It is hard to imagine that they would be useless at all. But the ceremony is not a requirement, and I suspect it could be Teal's humble nature that kept them away. Or Geb may have simply forfeited the treasures and small talk that could be sought here in order to spend the full day in bed. He and I are almost completely alike. Enel, however, should have come. Nothing would keep him away. Except Teal. How could you not get their lazy asses out of the barracks? You knew we were here waiting, lovesick. If they couldn't be motivated to come, you should have ordered them. Pykh blinks, his eyes taking on a sheen of worry, and I am starting to form a conclusion even as I talk about it. Pykh and I were quietly ignoring similar thoughts while watching the ceremony. I was about to say something, but then I was so excited to see Eothur, I practically jumped with glee to watch him use Audiobook as a distraction to escape. On the inside, of course. Now my happiness is punctured, as I realize what was obvious. They aren't here, are they? They are safe, loves, Eothur says, and he has a deep purr and a kiss for each of us.
Safe, I promise.
But they are not here. I sound different. I feel distant. I sense my limbs might be cold, but I'm wearing a sleeved shirt, and Eothas' armor has warmed up from our touch. I'm just trying to process this. They moved on from us. It happens all the time. But I did not expect it.
It's not like that,
Eothas says immediately. His hand has found its way under my shirt straps, and he squeezes us both, holding us close. I remembered Teal's exact words for you. If I leave this place for him, I will never come back, and the battalion still needs me. You know how Enel felt about that. And Geb, well, he is one of the elders now. Close enough to it, anyway. He and I have become good friends. Lovers, too? Afek asks. Hopefully, I think at first. But then, as he glances at me, I think there is some insecurity there. He wonders, like I do, who Eothas might have replaced us with. Eothas shakes his head. I've been so sleepless I could not have performed. It is unlike Eothas to make such a self-deprecating statement. Oh, you liar, I say, and put my claws at his neck. But then I use that hold on his armor to drag him down and make him the same size as me. If it is true that you waited for us, I will make you prove it. I won't think about Teal and the rest of my mates for now. This is not the first time I've been separated. I will celebrate with Eothas for now, and then I will feel what I feel tomorrow morning. I'm certain Eothas has letters for me, since my mates did not arrive.
Chapter 54. Carter.
Father, I thought you would have told him already. It's been so long. Audiobook is cut off by his father. That was highly inappropriate. I thought you told him. You don't know him. You didn't grow up together. He belongs to Carter now. The door here by Ruar's banner could fit someone 3 times as tall. And when we enter, it looks like a library. It's smaller than the library at home. Ruar's estate, I mean. But that might be because it's cluttered as well. Cabinets, scroll racks, rugs, cushions for sitting, and the occasional bench all take up space. And the space continues overhead, with intersecting arches creating an area where someone might curl up and read in the rafters. There's a step down to the second half of the room, and there's Ruar's desk in front of another wall of scrolls. A tapestry hangs in front of this one, as if what's back there might be semi-private. I catch Ruar's almost alarmed expression before he turns his back and faces the tapestry behind his desk. He ran back there like he had something important to do, but now he seems cornered, wishing helplessly that Audiobook would shut up. I try to follow along with their conversation as I wait with my family, all of whom except the baby look as though they aren't sure we should be here. One of Ruar's mates beside us has his eyes closed, his crest flattened, and his forehead propped by the knuckles of a curled fist. What is going on? Seal asks quietly, and the expression I give him is, who the fuck knows? Meanwhile, in front of us, I can't believe you didn't tell him. It's saying that. Of course I didn't. What would have changed? Ruar's tail lashes as angrily as it did when I refused cause as a nurse for my son. But he's never looked at me like that. I actually wonder if we should leave before this escalates. Change? Audiobook echoes. Father, truth is immutable. He's your— Apologize! Ruar yells, slamming the desk. His claws mar the glossy surface, but I see that it wasn't perfect before this anyway. It's an old desk, and I wonder how many conversations it's been beaten for. It's not a secret, is it? Audiobook is more bewildered than angry. Everyone already knows. I talked to Silhar before It was not your information to share. My baby in Seal's arms watches all of this with an absorbing fascination. Neither scared nor thrilled at the moment. His eyes are big, his mouth slightly open, and he's as still as he's ever been all day. Just watching. We all share that puzzlement, I think. I really need to talk to Audiobook alone. Get some answers. And more. But this definitely isn't the right time for it.
Seal puts a hand on Pykh and meets my eyes. This is between father and son. We should not have followed. I'm okay with that. My questions can wait. All of us turn towards the door. Ruar's mate looks like he wants to stop us, and then loudly Avielk says, "What do you mean? He's my brother!"
None of this is your place. I should have never allowed you home. I was looking forward to having you back. Your neglect to visit has been noticed by your other fathers, but I should have known to isolate you first.
Ruar throws his head back like he wants to shout at the ceiling in fury, but ultimately he only fixes his son with an expression that I would be scared to receive.
Why did you come here? You hate ceremonies. You slept in instead of coming to see me and your fathers. I expected to see you at the estate tonight, at the earliest, possibly never.
Taking a breath, he says,
I shall have to make excuses and lies. You've embarrassed the family.
As Avielk is trying to explain that he can't possibly embarrass anyone by stating what everyone already knows, the people in the room who didn't know are still trying to figure it out. Mainly, myself. I am just now processing that Avielk may have been speaking to us earlier, before Ruar went off on his tirade, and that particular phrase, "he's my brother," is still rattling around because it seems like a sniper shot that went off without a target. Who's his brother here exactly? I'm looking around the room, and the more I realize it's probably Pykh, the more freaked out I'm becoming. I never noticed that Pykh and Avielk have identical tail stripes until now, and across their arms and cheeks also. Other parts of them are so different, however. Ruar has delicate features, and Pyke's face is so strong. He has a notable chin, jawline, brow. My man is chiseled, but I'm noticing now that Ruar could be, in some respects, a softer, smaller version of him. There's not a whole lot in Pyke's face that matches. However, I am noticing that his eyebrows might be similar. His eyes definitely are. Avielk and Pykh have different color eyes, but Pyke's irises match Ruar's perfectly. Everything else is different. His height, his build. Pykh is tall, enormous, and stocky. Simply put, he's a truck. Ruar and Avielk are not thin, but they don't have the shoulder width or the muscle mass to seem like they're Pyke's relatives. But then again, as my mind continues cramming comparisons together to make sense of this jigsaw puzzle, I have to consider just how different all of Ruar's children might look if they all have different fathers. Ruar has around 20 mates, I believe. More than a dozen for sure. But then again, it's hard to keep track of who is a mate and who is simply a close courtesan. I haven't met every single person in Ruar's estate. It's massive. And then I have to consider that Ruar most certainly has had courtship nights to keep the gene pool diversified. He is known for many, many children. He's respected for it. And then all of this crystallizes into a single thought. The most important point. Oh shit. Ruar is my father-in-law. Chapter 55. Seal. How can this be? I ask from across the room, and my voice is quiet by accident. I find myself hoarse, but only because, perhaps, I forgot to take a breath as I contemplated what Ruar and his son are arguing about. Ruar and one of his sons. There are two in the room with us. How could you not tell me? Us, him, my mind shouts, because Ruar has deceived all of us, and the grievance is different for each. Pykh gives me a wondering look, and one that is wide-eyed with caution as well. Yes, for him this will hurt the most. His obliviousness to it somehow makes the crime worse. I do not want to make little of Pyke's intelligence. He has run through years of schooling and development in an extraordinarily brief amount of time. A man who's lived through his experience should be a barbarian for life. But Pykh has always shown a gentle, childlike intelligence. Naivety as well. He is my Pykh, damn it all. And the more I think about it, the angrier I get. I approach the desk, and even Carter looks like he wants to stop me, but he doesn't. Cautiously he follows, staying close to my side. Pykh too, but a little behind. He wasn't there that day for that battle. Tell me he wasn't, because if he was, that would mean... I'm still contemplating the scale of it. He's got to be my brother, Audiobook says, because he looks exactly like... Ruar slams the desk. You have said enough! And then my baby comes alive in my arms, letting out a delighted squeal and waving his limbs. I had forgotten I was holding him. His weight is so natural to me, and his constant desire for attention or nursing, combined with his stubbornness to never fall asleep, means that I'm always ready for a nap, and rarely able to get one. Ruar becomes surprised, and then softens. With a big, boyish grin, my baby kicks his legs and swipes at him. I suppose it is all the play fighting. I like to curl around my son and let him wrestle with my hands. He does not understand the context of a real growl, and thus thinks it is time to play. He was moments ago showered with praises and smiles. As beautiful as he is, I give him away to Carter. Old memories are playing through my mind right now, and not even my son's warm light can create happiness within me. This can't be him, I say. I avoid using Pyke's name. I don't know why. Perhaps because I'm waiting for confirmation first. But I am aware that I am doing the same thing to him right now that Ruar has done for months and months. Keeping this truth quiet a little longer. Ruar lowers his eyes. It is not sadness in his long sigh, however. It is tiredness, exasperation. It probably is, Ruar says quietly. No, it definitely is, Audiobook says. Seal, didn't you meet him, Emmon? Ruar opens and closes his fist, but refrains from pounding the desk again. He was huge, from Omega Vridea's line. They're well known for being outsiders. Wayward Omegas, who have perhaps failed to find mates in the traditional way, pledge to join his family rather than the other way around. I haven't heard of him. Either of them, I say. In truth, I am having two conversations. One with myself. The memories are always visceral of the battle at the Peaceful Valley. It was the first time Terai and I were asked to pick up real weapons for the purpose of killing something. Before that, there was only chores and drills. We saw battle plenty of times. We helped with the wounded, or helped mend or clean up. I was a bad influence on him, and both of us seemed to think that life existed so we could sneak off and kiss and make love. Forever. Then there was that day. Several days, actually. The entire experience was terrible. He was at my side one moment. I never left him. Or so I think. I got better and better at the killing as my reluctantly honed skills were applied. I discovered that I had a real talent for it, and I was unstoppable. He must have moved away from me, or I from him. When he called out to me, he was so far away. They tore into him like he was an animal, just meat to devour. But he was alive, bleeding and calling out to me when he was put in a cage. I killed so many to get to him, but I never got any closer. I was covered in blood, a lot of it my own. I couldn't see out of one of my eyes, and at the time I thought it had been slashed away. One of the elders pulled me out of battle, eventually. He forced me to go to the healers, dragged me there physically. But at that point, the stream of invaders, the never-ending attacks and various flanks and skirmishes, had only led me farther and farther from him. When I left the battlefield, he had already been loaded onto one of the ships. I was still so determined to get to him. I told the healers to hurry up with Rap in the Eye because I was going back. Then I was told we were retreating. To think that I abandoned both of them that day on the battlefield. Audiobook continues explaining, and I try to listen.
Almost no one hears of Bridea's line, because they're heretics. Rumours are they have their own little government and everything. They like to be left alone. You know those cliffs between Uan Gate and Celia Wall? They live there, and that's how they get so strong, from all the climbing. They don't answer summons, they don't like outsiders, and it's nearly impossible getting their unclaimed craftsmen to pay taxes. But when the famine struck, Vridea himself came to the capital, offering 3 of his fittest sons in exchange for food. Audiobook looks upon his father with a teasing smile. I would not call it kind. Grandfather turned them away. There was nothing to spare. But father pleaded on behalf of one of them. It was not romantic, Ruar says, finally sitting in his chair and slouching sideways. He looks off to one side, his face partially hidden by his hand. They had been cut off from the collective fund some time ago, which meant that they were the only state receiving absolutely nothing at a time when even regular males could get soup. My Omega father was in a desperate situation, and it made him unwise. But you took one of the sons, Audiobook points out. Yes, I did, to make it fair. Your grandfather in those days was a different man. Reasoning was difficult for him, and he held grudges easily. You do not know what it was like to have a father like him. Audiobook fixes his father with a stare. I can't believe it. They are still farting amongst themselves, even after I, in Carter's stead, I must pretend, have demanded an explanation to what is a very serious lie. Deception, insult, take your pick. It's unacceptable, and I feel a great emotion welling up inside of me, but I'm not sure how to label it. Confusion and anger are the easiest terms to pick, but there's also a great amount of guilt. To think that I was relieved when we weren't asked to go back and try to clear the area while the enemy was still fortifying their position. The pups were dead, we thought. My lover was gone, and I could have done so much to save him, I thought. Everything was helpless, and I didn't have the willpower to fight. Pykh, meanwhile, was going to grow up and eventually toil in the disgusting mine that would be built in the peaceful valley. None of this is my fault. I couldn't have known, and I certainly did try my best to recapture the valley in the years that would follow, losing hundreds and then thousands of young men in the process. If I had been successful, I probably would have found young Pykh, before he had been removed, I hope. I could have pulled him out, hugged him and carried him on my hip to the healers. It's a lot to take in. Pyke's past has always been a mystery. I never imagined that we would be so intertwined. None of this is relevant, I say aloud, and nothing of what I'm feeling makes it to my voice. I am stern stone beside a mildly lifted crest and an irritated, coiling tail. We ask you, Grandfather Omega Ruar, why you have disowned us, while at the same time giving us shelter under your roof. It is very confusing. The title startles him. He picks his head up from his hand, his eyes widening. Ruar must have grandchildren somewhere, but he obviously doesn't want ours. Betrayal might be an accurate term for the sum of so many emotions. Well, it was just pragmatic sense at the start, Ruar says defensively. How do you think it was taking in an invader, Omega? I was finally getting praise from past enemies and old friends alike. I had done the impossible and united the Omega factions, being forgiven for my wayward son, of course. He waves his tail dismissively at Audiobook, who has a face frozen with resentment. I got about 3-4 years of peace. Perhaps while you were fighting a difficult war, you were not aware of the other one happening here, among conversations in the hallways, with shadows dark enough to conceal daggers. Audiobook can tell you about that. He couldn't wait to leave. Don't change the subject, I think, but I decide to keep quiet. Audiobook doesn't speak either, and all eyes are fixed upon Ruar with intense silence. It gets to him.
He might try to hide it behind an ever-calm expression and emotionless tone. However, he shifts in his seat.
The peace fell apart when you all showed up. Not only does an Omega who is not our kind suddenly appear to be running the battalion at the Muds, but also he appears to have command of SEAL as well. The great war hero. Someone of immense political influence, even if the other Omegas refuse to see it. Then imagine my displeasure at the events that would unfold. Half of our people think Carter is some sort of invader hybrid who heralds our final doom. Half think the opposite. A few crazies think that Seal, the great warrior, is still dead, and you're some kind of imposter. The loons think Carter is magical. My own son is in the second camp, believing Carter is here to save us all. And I seem to be the only person in this entire land who believes that Carter is just a misplaced young man and the war is over.
He speaks directly to me with that emphasis. He misses the narrowing of Avielk's eyes when doing so. But why would you not tell us that Pykh is your son? I ask. Pyke's head turns. He has not understood the underlying subject of all this conversation. Until now.
Well, mostly because it was inconsequential. I have many children, scores of them. I can only list about half of their names if you were to ask me. That half that I know are mostly dead. When I assumed power, I gave anyone over the age of 12 to our armies. What was I supposed to do? Omega fathers would come to me with the ashes of their children, screaming that it was my fault. I was not in a particularly reproductive mood after the tragedy at the Peaceful Valley. I was distraught after my loss, if you remember. It's what got you out of prison and stayed my execution ruling. When the war started, I was relieved to do something. I had ideals, like you, to fix it all, to get revenge, too. But I asked my people to make a great sacrifice while my own sons were not in training to be warriors. Ethically, it was outright reprehensible. But also, I would have been assassinated if I stayed on that path. So why didn't I tell you all that Pykh is my son? Let me state it plain. I quit being a father a long time ago. I am what I am, and it is not that. Also, if Carter was more than a lost soul, if he was magical or evil or spirits know what, it was not prudent of me to let him know he holds a potential dagger.
Chapter 56. Pykh. I am angry, but I don't know why. My crest is more than half raised. No matter how many times I put it down, it will come up again while I am thinking. My tail is relaxed, lying limp along the Capitol steps where I am sitting, but it feels like I am controlling it to do so. It feels like I want to say something powerful, maybe shout it, but I can't think of a single word to begin. I don't even know what the message is. So I sit with baby Daniel. Everyone has left the capital unless they have business here. Alk stays close by and tries to question me about what happened. Ruar is my father, I tell him, and I do not mean to growl it. Daniel giggles and grabs my nose. Alk's eyes become wide, his eyebrows lifting. And what do you think about that? I have no answer for him, so I just make a grunt that could mean anything. How is that possible? He continues to ask, seemingly talking to air. I was a pup at the Peaceful Valley, I answer, and I try to remember this place. I do remember something. It was just a dream I would have sometimes. The image occurs so fast I can't hold it in my mind long enough to describe what is happening. I have the sense that it is a Fliafaki man in a golden helmet, holding a spear. My other father? Emman? I will never know. Alk must sense that I am not in a talking mood, for he leaves and it is just me and baby Daniel for now. Also, the elite guardsmen are at the door behind me, but they are so silent they may as well not exist. They have no movements whatsoever, so it's easy to forget that they are there. How do they do that all day, I wonder? Usually my mind would theorize the possibilities. I might go up and ask one of them, or ask someone in my family. This time my next thought is, was I here before? Did Ruar or one of his mates hold me like this? I stand little Daniel up on my knees, holding him by his waist. Surely nothing should bother me when I look upon a face so sweet. Daniel is sleepy, but he doesn't know it yet. Dada, he says. Carter insists that this means father in his language, and he becomes excited and happy when he says it. Perhaps he's right, in the sense that my son is talking to me, but I do not think these babbles are different than any others. I do not tell Carter this so he won't be disappointed. Daniel chews his own fingers. He will be hungry soon, and though Seal is not around to complain if I let him have milk, I take out the jar of meal for him and dip his tiny claws into it. Of course now he doesn't want to eat his fingers and instead wants to wipe them off on me. His food is delicious, so I don't know what he's being stubborn about. Footsteps behind me make me turn my head, and there are Carter and Seal coming quickly for me. Now I do lower my crest and duck my head as well. I don't know what I'll tell them. So when they come to sit with me, Carter on the right and Seal on the left, I make the quickest excuse I can think of. Daniel's diaper needed to be changed. I did check once I was out here, but it's still clean. I suspect they will believe me, though Seal might admonish me with the correct way to excuse myself from the presence of Omegas. Instead, Carter leans into me, setting his head atop my shoulder, and he wraps an arm tightly around my waist. His other hand touches my chest and my heart. He says nothing. I do glance at the elite guards behind me, and I notice Oviel coming out of Ruar's office far beyond them, but I decide that I don't care about anything else at the moment. I wrap my tail around Carter and set my cheek against his. He knows. I do not know what it is myself, but he is wiser than me. Seal purrs on the other side of me, and I find myself wanting to lean into him as well. He gives me a smile, bumps his nose into mine, and then briefly combs Daniel's hair with his fingers and claws. It was beginning to tangle in the slight wind. How can anything be more perfect? Surely I cannot be upset about anything that's happened before. No, that is not true. My mind corrects myself before I've even finished the thought. There are many things that I regret. So much fear and pain. That's why I am upset, I tell myself, though I'm not sure still. I was supposed to have a happy life, but instead I had a bad one. That doesn't feel like what I want to shout, though. Whatever I want to say it to Ruar, and that is not it. My mates and I continue to not say anything, unless it is a coup from Daniel. Carter encourages him to eat by first nibbling his baby fingers, which makes him laugh, and then making sounds and re-dipping his fingers, encouraging him to try. He chews with a wrinkled nose, and he is not so much swallowing and consuming as he is sloshing the meal around on his tongue. Thankfully, our child has not yet learned to spit. How can that awful world still be out there, I think, seeing the garden built along the street and the homes beyond that? The mountains continue on in the distance, and I can even see where the Chalul Gate will be, on the other side of a grey peak. This question is not at all what I really care about. My mind is scattered. Behind me I see Ovielk approaching, one of his mates leading the way, and beyond them I briefly glimpse Auk and Kaz speaking. They are calm, but the conversation seems focused and seems to move quickly. I want nothing more than to be directly beside them, invisible to hear everything they say. Instead, Ovielk's mate coughs when he arrives near us. Ovielk requests a conversation with his brother, if it's all right. Yes, I say, though the request was not to me. Carter meets my eyes and gives a nod. We'll be down at the carriage, waiting to go. From here, where the people arrive, there is a curving path that goes to an area built underneath, made of archways instead of walls, and it is down there where the many regular males of Omega courts usually wait, including the carriage bearers and such. It is a bustling place where I would be more comfortable generally, but we were honoured by Ruar's invitation to attend up top, as were many others today. I nod and let him take Daniel, putting the lid to his solid food in place. He will nap as soon as Seal feeds him, and then I must feed him next or I will be uncomfortable. As Carter and Seal leave, Ovielk comes and sits next to me before I can stand and bow to him. I incline my head instead and flatten my crest as I have learned to do. It's become natural for me to do for every Omega who is not Carter. Thank you, he says to Carter before my mate leaves, and then he looks out over the city with his fingers threaded together and his elbows on his knees. This is not what I expected, but you know now. What do you think? I do not know, I answer honestly. It is easier to talk if I don't look directly at him, but I don't know why that would affect me. How has he treated you? He cannot mean Carter, so there is only one answer to give, though I feel deeply that it is wrong somehow. Like a friend, like a fool, but how does his withholding of information make me the stupid one? I scratch my head. Well, that's good. Better than usual, you know. Straeer came back from one of Seal's daunting battles, and Father did not even make time for him. Of course, the rumour was that other Omegas were counting on his son's return to distract him and pull him away from the council for some time. A few days, at least. Enough time to discuss and decide perhaps some controversial topics. Here at the council, he nods over his shoulder. It goes from one drama to another. I don't think he's ever made an attempt to get away. He teaches me, I say, and something is different to hear how my words counter his. It's a bit warmer, maybe hopeful. My mood doesn't seem so dark anymore. Ovielk says, and thinks it over. He must have thought it was easier to make friends with you than Carter. He takes on a jovial tone and nudges me with his elbow. Let me guess, he's been teaching you about all the important sophisticated ways of Omegas, particularly ways of breeding and lineage. Yes, he's right, and I am more foolish than I ever realised. I went through years of that. It all sounded pretty good to me, too. I played with dolls and imagined myself in romantic storylines and whatnot, dreaming of the court I would have. But then one day a magic show came to the city. In it was a magic device that you could stand in front of, push a button, and it would show you your own face, like a mirror, but perfectly still. People lined up like crazy to use it. I pestered the storekeeper to know how it worked and where it came from. He said he didn't know, but it was one of a kind and that it worked by magic. So I told Father I would be a magician. A couple years later, I came to understand that what I meant was scholar. He pauses, and I wonder if I meant to say something. A long time ago, a story like this would only confuse me. to the point that I would be unable to imagine it. But I have seen so many things, learned so many things, and I know so much about Carter's world that now I can imagine the device he's talking about. Incredible, yes. But magic, no. You are wise, I say, and now I know what I want to ask him, but he speaks first.
I have many stories to tell you. Over time, I'd like it if you and I found days to talk. I do not know many of my brothers, and that's a shame. I would like to have a familial bond to you and Carter.
Why didn't you tell me? We spent days together already. I want to yell at him. I meant to keep it to myself, but suddenly I am speaking again. The way you treated me, I feel... I have a word for this. Insignificant. He frowns and looks down at his hands.
I'm sorry about that. I have a lot to make up for.
When he looks up again, I can tell he is thinking. So I wait.
Father was different after the tragedy. After losing you, he and Ammon were inconsolable. Everything was falling apart, at home, politically. I was only very small, just a couple years older than you, as a matter of fact. So I didn't know much about the fires that happened here or anything else going on. But I can tell you that I remember Father going into a screaming rage once, and I had never seen him like that before. It was terrifying.
I hope I will never know what it is like to lose my son to the invaders. I would not come back from that. However, it is easier to imagine a magic mirror of technology than it is to figure out how Ruar came to dislike his sons.
But it was different before. I can barely remember it. Straer used to tell me about it sometimes, when he wanted me to forgive Father. He used to be happy and good.
After another pause, Avielk says,
I wanted you to shock him. For one thing, I thought if I prepared you, you would be disappointed and hurt by him, which I think has probably been true anyway. And if I prepared him, well, let's just say that Father has a weird way of processing things, even tragedies, or in this case, a miracle. The gravest and best news seem to affect him the same way, which is not at all. I wanted you to be a shock to his system. I wanted to see if you could change him. But that was not fair of me. I acted in my own interest. I used you as an experiment. And I'm very sorry for that.
He touches my arm. I hold still and look only at his hand, because this would be taboo touching from an Omega, usually.
I won't ever do that to you again. We are brothers. I owe you absolute honesty and trustworthiness.
Then, he says,
ask me anything. You do not need to temper your words or obey rituals around me anymore. I give you unending permission to be as open with me as you are with Carter.
Thankfully, he removes his hand. It is easier to agree if he is not touching me. What is my real name? I ask.
Ah, well, don't feel pressured to use it. They gave you an old, stuffy name from the ancient tongue,
Varoit. My brows come together as Avielk says.
Yes, you may have heard of it. He is the legendary prince who may or may not have ever existed.
Princes were travelling warriors who were above even tribal leaders a long time ago. They ruled whatever territory they stood in, is how the saying goes, and they were supposed to be able to communicate with the spirits like priests. But I doubt that. Whenever a village had a great problem they could not solve, or if there was about to be one, the stories say a prince would appear, and somehow he would always solve it. Some princes, especially in the children's stories, have magical powers, and Varoit was one of those.
It will be no surprise, then, that your puppy name was Little Hunter.
He makes a face.
Mine was Rory, by the way. Have you seen those?
I have, so I laugh. It is nice to have Audiobook as a brother, I suppose. Rory is an expensive pet that is small and hoppy, perfectly round, with eyes so small they seem to not exist. Ruari's just look like a ball of fluff with a crest of feathers on top. It gets funnier the more I think of it.
Don't laugh. They always give Omega babies the cute names.
Smiling, I say, I want to meet Emmon, my other father. Audiobook's grin softens and he shakes his head.
It's impossible, unless you wish to say your prayers to a spirit tree, I suppose.
What happened to him? I have ruined the funny mood, but this is more important anyway. Audiobook rubs his face. I promised honesty, but I don't know how to tell you this. He killed himself. It was about a year after. Well, you know. After I died. Yes. Was he like Ruar, or...
I didn't know him well. I was very young, and you were his favourite anyway. After the tragedy, I never saw him again. I was given to Mary and Lilith, my other fathers. But, you know, I used to pray for you, every day for a long time. Everyone did. He scoots closer. I sense that he might want to hug me, but he nudges our knees together instead. I promise that if any spirit man speaks something resembling truth, Emmon has been with you the whole way. They say our ancestors watch over us, and Emmon wouldn't leave you. Chapter 57. Carter. Good night, sweet pup. I tell Daniel and put him in the crib. His body is starting to warm up on its own now, and in the morning he'll have this thin, small blanket completely kicked off, but I can't help feeling extra protective. Boy, Kaz used to yell and growl at me for bringing Daniel into the sleeping nest. Logically, I knew there were dangers. Emotionally, I was so damn paranoid about leaving him to sleep alone. Neither Seal nor Pykh really stood up to me about it, so Kaz was pushed to make me know how dangerous that was. Tonight, however, I have none of those fears, and despite loving his cute sleeping face squished up against my chest, I'm actually glad to get rid of him. I'm looking forward to a date night and some non-baby talk for a while. Daniel's needs keep us busy from sun up to sundown, and when it's not that, it might be Kaz wanting to lecture us about something again, some various thing about Omega responsibilities Ruar wants to teach me. Or there might be some family drama between Seal and his father. It has been such a busy year. I feel like the weeks are only days. Not this day, though. I stop by the wash bowl and the ornate mirror, wiping the sleeplessness and stress out of my face. I don't look that bad. In fact, I would say I look pampered and healthy compared to what I was, living with the warriors on the ship. It's not so bad being a Fleophaki Omega. For one thing, the cottage Ruar gave us to stay in is amazing. I do miss having some alone time, though, and when I leave the kid's bedroom to see Kaz, waiting to be helpful, I give him a cold expression and jerk my head to one side, letting him know to get lost. This is a weird movement to make, since I don't have a tail, but Kaz is smart and he figures it out. He lowers his head deeply and holds out the dinner tray he's carrying. I guess Ruar's court figured out that we won't be going into the courtyard area, where dinner is usually spread out like a potluck, so long as the weather is good. And, by Kaz's silence, I can guess that he's either sorry for the revelation we got today, how it was handled, or he can at least guess that we're not too happy about it. I don't know what I am about it. I've figured out that I'm now permanently tied to Ruar's family, but I'm not sure he even cares. And that matters for the plans I'm thinking, hoping, to make soon. What do you think about moving to the Priory City? I ask as I bring the dinner tray to the main room where my mates are sitting. It's hefty, designed for strong Fleophaki arms, but I helicopter around Seal when he tries to take it from me. My mates do enough for me already. It's time for them to be spoiled for once.
I also flick Pyke's hand away when he moves to start serving up my food. I give him a playful smirk and block Seal from serving me up as well. The dinner tray is all mine as I start layering food the way that Seal likes. The Priory City, Seal says with a sigh. The topic for him all night has been about Ruar's offense. I suspect Seal feels some shame on Ruar's behalf, because while I was in the kids' room, I heard him say I'm sorry to Pykh. And Pykh, I'm troubled to admit, does not seem to be honest about what he feels about this whole thing. He's quieter than he usually is, and he's been entirely focused on Daniel this whole evening, keeping the kid up to play. Thus, I took him to put him to sleep. But also, I hoped Pykh would open up a bit if I took away the distraction. Little things first. I don't even know if I want to go down that rabbit hole on our first date night in a long while. We got all of tomorrow and the next day to worry about Roar. I've got bigger plans, and Seal has already guessed one. Have you talked to Audiobook so quickly? No, of course not. But he invited me to the Priory City when we first met. He specifically said I didn't have to live here with his. I look at Pykh. Father, I might be embellishing facts here, but I have no doubt what Audiobook meant when I met him the first time, and he said that I didn't have to go along with Ruar's plans, whatever they were. He promised me that there was a place for me in the Priory City, and I seem to recall a few times where he implied that I might teach if I wanted to. I don't see myself as the professor type, but I have to start doing something. Maybe I need to build a court, I don't know. I have a kid to look out for, and Ruar's only path to independence is to eventually build an estate like this one, with craftsmen and maybe a farm and everything. I was hoping for a job teaching or something, I tell him. Something more traditional for human omegas. We're not really used to this, playing emperor. I serve up Pykh. They don't understand the word emperor, but it's all that came to mind. I want to be useful. I can't have everyone doing everything for me. I want to be a craftsman or a teacher. And a father. I'm already thinking about number 2. It would be really, really nice if we could have our own place to raise Daniel and his next sibling. It would also be nice if I could tell them both that I want to get a job without them gasping and clutching their pearls, or their tails, or whatever it is they will clutch. I take Seal's hand. Pykh will go along with pretty much whatever I tell him, but Seal might feel strongly about whatever I'm going to say. I understand that he believes he should be the one seeking out new court members and figuring out how to provide an income. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'll figure it out. And if I offer to teach class, or maybe write a book or something, I think Audiobook would help me get started with that. What would you teach? Pykh asks, picking some skewered morsels delicately off his claws. I've noticed he doesn't cram his food into his mouth the way that he used to. He's still just as fit, but also a lot smoother to touch and visibly heavier as well. Well, I could start with Universal Galactic Language. That would certainly give a leg up to any Fleophiki studying technology. And I could figure it out from there. Maybe they could bring me things, broken things, and I would teach them about the object and, if it's possible, how to fix it. I've actually given it a lot of thought, here and there, between teaching my son how to say daddy or papa, which seems to be his favorite. I think that sounds very helpful, Pykh says, but he looks at Seal. Neither one of us even know what to expect from this Priory City. Ruar might see it as a betrayal. He certainly won't be expecting you to make such plans without asking for his permission first, and he will most certainly deny you. You are still considered a youth to other Omegas. Seal shrugs his shoulders. But I don't expect you'll care much how he feels. I do not. He's right. But also I'm well aware that I'm eating Ruar's food and living under his roof. Before I found out about Pykh today, I would have assumed he'd be glad to get rid of us, so long as I'm not making trouble wherever I end up. Now, I'm not so sure. Well, enough of that. I take a large bite of my meal to finish it off. I can only care so much about Ruar and his reaction to anything. I'm a dad now, and we'll get out from under Ruar's thumb one way or the other. Pyke's family connection threw me one hell of a curveball today. I wasn't expecting that this morning, I tell you what. And Pykh is... I look at him, eating with a sort of quiet and neutral mood. Pykh is almost too good. I wouldn't say that he's pretending to be fine or anything like that, but he's been a closed book. I suspect he doesn't know what to make of anything either. I scoot back from the table, picking up my sitting pillow and dropping it behind Pykh. I kneel back there and lean in to place my chin over his shoulder. Hey, lower your crest for me. I want to do something. He has a puzzled expression, but he does what I ask. Seal takes a slow sip of tea, and his tail tuft flops against my ankle, unconsciously seeking my attention. You're next, I think with a sly smile. But first I shall have to practice on Pykh. And I'm afraid I have absolutely zero experience with this, so I'm mostly just imitating what I see in movies. I rub his shoulders in strong, circular motions, feeling out his muscles with my fingertips and applying slight pressure where I imagine it might be helpful and relaxing. How does that feel? I ask, nudging the back of his ear with my nose. He says, his eyes drifting shut. He leans his head left, then right. He traps my hand between his shoulder and his cheek to rub against it, and then he turns toward me for a kiss. I make it a slow one. Chapter 58. Auk. It is not so uncommon for an Omega to skip a public appearance at the evening meal, either being too distracted, lazy, ill, or any number of reasons, significant or otherwise, to not appear. Ruar is also absent, and I've learned that he didn't return with us. The language around this was absurdly formal. The Omega Council leader has duties beyond the welcoming ceremony, and may return late tomorrow if he has time. The walled-off expression of Ruar's guardian did not invite further probing, so here I am at a dinner that does not mention either Carter or Ruar. In fact, everything that was revealed at the welcoming ceremony seems to have not happened, and there are many smiles and casual conversations. I am wondering how Pykh and Carter will come to trust this court ever again, if they will lie so willingly to our faces. I suppose Ruar is the real source of their deception. No loyalty is greater than the court to their Omega, and I'm sure that even a whisper of disobedience to Omega Ruar has deadly consequences. I also would not have breathed a word. Maybe not even to Affec in our private rooms. Next to me, Earthus speaks, which makes all of the polite meandering topics come to a pause, and it's just his confident booming voice over the sound of chewing and claws clinking against dishes. It's a massive thing, the size of 5 houses, but inside it is small and windowless. Each wall on the outside is as thick as the length of my leg, so most of its mass is just solidly metal or rock or whatever it is. It's not like any mineral I've ever seen, and it is... The chewing stops as Earthus leans forward and his voice goes a little quieter. Everyone strains to hear it. It is alive. There is a dramatic pause. It feels that way, at least. Even when you're standing on the outside of it, it's like creeping up on a sleeping beast that can sit up and move on you in an instant. You always whisper inside it at first, but you do get used to it. We had to. We used it as our fortress for many months. I listened to this with keen ears. Earthus did not say that the ship talks, and specifically it talks to Carter. And now, I guess to Audiobook, though I don't know how well he and the machine get along. He goes on to describe what it's like inside, and it's much like the description of a haunted cave, but he never reveals the ghost, or talks about the screens and windows that are invisible eyes looking upon the outside. Nothing about the light, though he does mention an Omega's throne room with sitting perches that grow out of the ground, where the invader Omegas conduct their evil business. At first, I assume this is because he thinks the people are simple, or the stories too fantastical, too complicated. But soon he is not talking about the ship at all. Soon he is talking about his bravery, defending an open position with young men who were untested but expertly trained under his regime. building the barricades, the strategies to hold out night after night. He boasts about the number killed, the sloppy ground filling with hard-shelled corpses, and finishes it off with, "But not a single young man was lost after the initial fight. Everyone who survived the initial assault is alive to this day." And now I can see that he is politicking. Everyone is impressed, almost abashed by his gleaming honour. Prowess, strength, intellect, you name it. Why, I start to eye some of the unclaimed court members suspiciously, wondering if they're about to charm my general into their bed. I'm more bothered about that than the fact that Eothas left out the laser gun that saved all of our lives. Unless Carter could have moved the ship or discovered another weapon to save us, our entire defense strategy was determining which side would be hit the hardest, and thus having the gun prepared in that location, and then moving the heavy thing in the middle of a fight. Once, I would have felt my spirit digging its own grave to die in, hearing Eothas boast or omit details like this. No, I do not mind. Ruar himself knows the truth of everything. Favourable opinions among his court will help his salary, and might play a role in future appointments. More importantly, Eothas' character and battle prowess will be taken into consideration when he makes requests for resources. And it does not hurt his sex appeal either. My mind jealously growls as my tail edges even higher, about shoulder high now, as one very handsome court member, much younger than me, leans onto the table and seems to inhale deeply. Eothas smells like leaves of the forest, male strength, and a little bit like his favourite tea. I've been enjoying the scent all night. It's like a soothing medicine to me, and the thought that I won't have him all curled up in my bed, out of his straps and inside of me, makes me want to panic. I am in control. Still. But there is some piece of me that can imagine standing up from the dinner table, snarling, throwing my soup into the stupid court member's face, and starting a juvenile battle for the position of Eothas' favourite. Oh, the thought of having to share him with a third or a fifth, who are people that look and act well enough, but they do not know me or him the way I would prefer. "My general," I say, in a purring tone I do not recognise, "you must be exhausted from such endless battles and sleepless nights. Carter will find your company familiar, and he's been waiting to hear about the goings-on of matters that he left behind. Why don't I show you to the quarters he's prepared? Who am I? Why do I act like this? I'm hanging off of him like a lovesick puppy, an arm around his waist and my chin nudging his shoulder. It's certainly no secret now that Eothas will have company, and among the warriors it's considered bad form, unless you are very young and determined, to interrupt the flirting games between previous acquaintances. Everyone understands that it's nice to reminisce in an old bond for a night or two. That doesn't mean the civilians know a thing about it, though. I'm further mortified when Eothas does not simply ignore me the way that he should. You're right. He slips a hand under my chin to tilt my face up and give me a quick, polite kiss. The nights have been unbearable, and I've longed for the comforts of home. He turns away and gives Affect the same treatment. There is a happy sigh somewhere around the table, but I am too busy noticing the grain of wood to say from who, and the handsome court member's gaze feels like a spear tip hovering just above my nose. I'm suddenly too warm for these clothes that expected a mild temperature tonight, and terribly embarrassed too. I shall have to drown myself in a bucket of water when I get home. Let us go, then. It was nice to meet you all. Farewells are exchanged for a time. Affect is reminded about the clothing repairs he must make under the tutelage of Ruar's master tailor in the morning. Being an apprentice is just doing a whole lot of boring work, he tells me, and I am reminded, in my own head, to never, ever forget my age ever again. Let Eothas bed the entire unclaimed court if he wants to. He'd probably love nothing more. I will still find him in the time that he has left, and I will keep my dignity and reputation intact. We've only just left the light of the dining courtyard when Eothuth suddenly turns me, and I find myself pushed up against a tree. I fight back in a startled manner at first, but under Eothuth's strength, I might as well be a puppy. He quiets me quickly with a purr that reverberates from his body into mine, and he holds me like a doll that is so precious. "Come here, young man," Eothuth says in a completely fake, firm tone, holding out an arm to Pykh. "Are you also so anguished from missing me?" "Of course," Pykh answers perkily, and then his delightful warm body is against mine, Eothuth sharing kisses and nudges with both of us. His hands go places they ought not in public, and, with my recent self-scolding, I find myself pushing him off for real. "Eothuth not here?" I keep my voice to a loud whisper. "What? Am I not allowed to feel? Hey, I'm not done with you yet." Pykh is only too happy to tease, suddenly partaking in the groping around back and front. I swat him harshly, but when it comes to punishing Eothuth for his actions, my mind and body seem to have already decided that the action is futile. Even if he can feel the swat, which he isn't likely to under all those bulky muscles, he won't let it deter him. He was after me for years, some immature, giddy part of me notes. His hand finds my groin. I'm wearing distinguished, finely made leggings nowadays, but the cloth is thin enough. I'm no longer pretending to struggle, and Pykh has wrapped his hand around the base of my tail, yanking up. Thanks to my clothing, it doesn't reveal anything, but it makes me want to get on my knees right here, where I know several of Ruar's family are about to come strolling by for their journey home. Despite all that, I inhale deeply and mew. "There you are, sweet thing. I missed you." Just as I was going to seek more from his hand, audience forgotten, he's holding my face and dabs his tongue to my nose, my mouth, and nuzzles my neck. "I need you, pretty scout." I nod eagerly. I can't remember why I maintain such a refined ego every day. What a nuisance it's been. "And you, young man?" "Yes," Pykh says, though he didn't ask a question. Pykh rubs against him and guides Eothuth's hand to the base of his tail. "Come then, show me to my room." He smacks my rump with his hand, and there's just a prick of self-consciousness reminding me how ridiculous I am. "Walk in front of me, though. I like to enjoy the view." These sort of games are not appropriate here, but I obediently join Pykh in leading the way, pretending our general is forgotten so he can leer. He hooks his arm in mine, and, after conveniently getting his tail tangled with his groin cloth in an exposing way, Pykh twines his tail with mine, and we proceed toward Carter's house like a pair of Twix lovers. I never walk with him like this in public. Only if Eothuth is here. The man makes me crazy. And I love it. I smile, kiss Pykh, and decide to stroll and take my time. "You can't have him tonight," Pykh says quietly, his pretty eyes slanted backwards toward the general. He's talking about who shall have Eothuth last. He always leaves it up to us who he shall finish in, and Pykh and I always put on a cute show of squabbling for the privilege. Pick a pair of the most eager, shameless warriors at the ship, and I doubt he could replace us. "Absolutely, Pykh," I tell him, leaning close to his ear, whispering like I have a secret. "In fact, I think he will service us both tonight. If you last that long," he says with a huff. Chapter 59. Seal. "We should continue this in our nest," I say, pushing my cock against Pyke's covered rump, holding him from behind and specifically maintaining a hold on his arms so that my sweet human can tease him how he wants. Pykh always rushes to finish nowadays, like a man dying of thirst when he sees water. The little one is always nearby to call for us, and his face, adorable though it is always the killer of any sort of lustful mood we may have before exhaustion overtakes us. Not tonight, I can see, as the door is thankfully closed for once, and Carter wants to take his time. Yes, let's, Pykh says and tries to jerk away from me. But he has forgotten that ever all-important rule of Fleophiki society, and I hum it to him in a purring breath. Your Omega decides, eager Pykh, which causes him to make a dissatisfied pout, his tail fighting our love twist to smack me on the thigh. But it isn't able to. I don't allow it. And meanwhile, through his heavy heave of frustration and impatience, I lovingly nibble on his skin and spread my claiming scent wherever I'm able. It won't stay for long, not like it will on an Omega, whose natural scent will bear the mark for many weeks after a claiming. But it gives me satisfaction to do it, and Pykh smells delicious right now. The heavy musk of desire would carry to several houses if he stepped outside and the wind was right. The entire room is filled with him, with the alluring scent of Carter's heat too. It did not go away for long after my son was born. What Carter said about humans always being in heat must be true. It is not a full heat smell, and thank goodness for that. I would not let him in public. But it is close enough. Before I join Pykh in getting swept up in my desires, I say, Omega, my love, you must make your preferences known. Do you want the knotting tonight? And if he says no, Pykh and I will just have to comfort ourselves. We have been knotting him recently, and I've not brought it up because I did not think his heat was strong enough. Now it is best to be cautious. In front of Pykh, Carter's delicate hands have been playing with the puppy far more gently than he would like. He stands on tiptoe to kiss me over Pyke's shoulders. I've always been told that a warrior, with an Omega, if he should ever get so lucky, should be like a lifeless doll, to be posed and moved about, only doing whatever he's ordered exactly as he's ordered. But I cannot help myself, and Carter is no ordinary Omega. I abandon my hold on one of Pyke's arms so I can snatch his hand away from Pyke's meat and push my face into it. It smells delicious, like Pyke's seed and Carter's glossy skin. I taste the salt and inhale the beautifully scented hand. I want you to knot me, both of you, all the time. Don't even ask. Pykh groans, and his arm is allowed to escape my control, wrapping around Carter to pull him closer, and then attempting to hitch the Omega's leg up and over his hip. But Carter is too small to do so in a manner that would let Pykh enter him, which is what he wants. Carter stumbles and hops for a moment, having to catch himself on the large guardian so he doesn't trip. Pykh deserves a tail whack for that, but in the same way that I prevented his tail from acting earlier, now I find that same power is used to resist me. Pykh and I are hopelessly unable to tease and punish each other, as we usually do. I wind tighter and further, trying to assert dominance that way in our struggle, but it is an even match. Goodness, I need a breath of fresh air just to speak. Omega, my love, we should only knot you if you are prepared for another son. My purr combines with a lusty growl in Pyke's ear. I don't say what I mean, because Carter would hear, and I don't want him to be influenced, but I hope Pykh gets the message that I want him to be quiet. Genius finds me, and I move Carter's hand to Pike's face. He pushes his nose into it with a moan, and I smile, watching the trick work. I want the knot, and I want your pups, as many as you will give me. That is too much. My first instinct is to push Pykh aside, pick Carter up off his feet in a manner he finds embarrassing, and climb our wonderful, luxurious nest to ravish him. It's a flash of possessiveness, because every male wants to be the one who finds his features on one of the new pups. It's a pleasure Pykh can only imagine. And that reaches a deeper, more intelligent desire. I think a stronger one, too. Pykh is too beautiful and too special to come second to my needs. I want Pykh to have a lot of pups. Hesitantly, hoping Carter will want the same, I say, which one of us do you want first? I am assuming that the one who knots first is more likely to produce a child, though that is far from always being the case. It's a mystery to us how one father is chosen and another is not. It is believed that the strongest, tallest, youngest males will win the competition, but I am proof that is not the case. Carter's expression becomes serious for a moment. He cocks his head to one side, then he shrugs his shoulders. I don't know. Flip a coin or something. What does the coin do? I ask, and Carter laughs. Take turns if you want. I don't care. I want to have pups for both of you. In this way, he is like a true Omega. Beyond allowing courtship nights to improve the diversity of seed and allow lineages to continue, and beyond making sure to select mates from many families that will offer him friendship and gifts, an Omega does not particularly care where the pups come from. That is for the regular males like Pykh and I to be wistful and competitive about. I will decide then. And my son should have a little Pykh sibling, so that the two of them can run around and be close. Two adorable imitations of Pykh and I. The nest, I say, hopefully not in a too commanding tone. For all the trouble I give Pykh about not behaving now and then, I have more and more gotten used to leading my two beautiful mates, even now while we are at home. It does not help that Carter is mostly submissive and naive to our ways. He resists his natural Omega authority and leaves much up to me. He seems to like it. His eyes become excited and eager. He tugs Pykh away from me, and I let my cherished Pykh go. He will make a beautiful son for me, if fate is kind, and, if it is not, I will not have Carter again until Pykh knows my joy. I eagerly look forward to it. Still, I growl like I am displeased. Slowly this time, I order, unwinding my tail from his with a hard yank. I ought to whip him, just to make sure he knows I'm serious. Perhaps a little pain would help him last longer too, help him slow down. But Pykh nods, proving that he has been listening all this time. Likely he knows my preference on this matter, and he has a posture of submission as Carter leads him into the bedroom. When they come to the edge of the nest, Carter is far too slow and clumsy for our taste, so Pykh kneels down, takes a surprise nibble of his pale rump, and then snatches the Omega up and bounds to the top of the nest in an effortless way that I cannot accomplish with Carter's weight, and at my age. I think briefly of this Vridea family climbing cliffs and living among jagged rocks, presumably in caves. Does he have family there who would like to see him? Or would it be another rejection? Our lineage is only tracked through Omegas, so Pykh is from this family, Ruar, and they may not be welcoming of a stranger with an Omega from the stars. Carter is swiftly positioned to look over the nest's edge and down at me, his hands bracing himself. I sigh in disappointment. Pykh? Patience is not something he's adapted to with civilization, but Carter doesn't seem to mind, his eyes drifting shut as though he's relaxing into a warm bath as Pykh mounts him. And then his breath picks up. I have to tear my eyes away so I can find that superstitious object that has somehow made a long, miraculous journey, being found in a cave by us 2 years ago, and perhaps being the cause of Carter's fertility. Carter has quietly explained that he never expected to have children with us, presumably because we are a different species. Pykh stated again that Carter was made for having children, and Carter cryptically said, "More than you know." A different theory drifted through my mind, though I'm too skeptical to state it aloud, even here. Superstitious thinking does not come naturally to me. Oh, my cock does not understand why I'm looking through drawers and baskets, seeking that fertility idol that must be buried somewhere. Carter did not have much for belongings when we came here, so surely it must have been saved. Surely the courtesans looking after our things would not have thought that Ruar ought to make use of a fertility idol. There he is, in a forgotten basket that doubles as a seat, where I find our old tribal cloths as well. I hold one of the cloths in my hand for a moment, feeling it between my fingers, and sensing that I need to ask Affect to start producing these for all of our clothing. Ruar's family colours will not be suitable much longer. But the nest is rocking. Carter is arching his pretty back, his lips parted to pant, and I have little time left for this experiment. I snatch the grinning, well-endowed Fliafiki from his place hiding at the bottom of the basket, and make my own graceful, unencumbered leap to the top of the nest. Once, I told Pykh to envision beating the invaders, rescuing Carter and setting us free. At the time, I thought a bit of pretend magic might bolster his confidence to finally rebel and end all of our lives in the happiest way I thought possible. It is with self-conscious regret that I turn the statue and relive those memories, being so grateful to be wrong. Perhaps I am wrong about superstition too. I don't think so, but this experiment is worthwhile. Pykh is leaning over him now, trying some of the kneading pets that Carter was practicing on him earlier, and murmuring a cliché about Carter's skin being pretty like moonlight. Then, as always, Carter makes an irritated groan, and Pykh quiets down with a smirk. Hold this, I want to say, but then Pykh pulls me close to him, our tails twining yet again, and I don't want to ruin the moment. I'm with him as he finishes inside our pretty Omega. I pet his sides, and I even grasp his tail base firmly because I know it will make extra from him. I kiss his cheek with my lips, something Carter does, but it is tasteless, so then I add my tongue as well, and flick him on the nose with it. Carter's body drinks him in, and the knot swells to stop his seed from escaping. I squeeze the statue harder in my fist and try to perform a bit of magic with my imagination, closing my eyes briefly to see a pup that isn't here, with Pyke's patterns and his cute smile. But I have the same view as my knotting mate, and I cannot be distracted for long. I'm hungry, jealous of the pleasures Pykh is having before me. And yes, I do intend to plant another pup of mine into that sweet, willing body. I will choose honour over greed, always. My strength will not waver, but I won't be entirely disappointed if the next pup is mine as well. I shall have to hope the magic works, even when it's badly performed. That was good, Carter says with a pleasurable sigh, and I find a space near the edge of our nest to hide the fertility idol in the blankets. It was always nearby wherever we slept, so I shall assume that's how it works, if it works. And it probably doesn't, but it doesn't hurt to try. You are not too tired for me, I hope, I say, though at this moment I would be just as happy to push into Pykh right now. Not at all, Carter says, crossing his arms under his chin and turning to give me a lazy smile. I never get tired of this. Still, I rub his plush rump, pulling one cheek for a wider view. Pykh is tight in him. I will be gentle, and I will go for as long as you want. I see him flex, hopefully imagining it. By the time Pykh is truly done, and I do not rush him, I drag him away with more force than necessary. Pykh collapses into the nest next to Carter, and then I am free to have him as deep and leisurely as I want. Chapter 60. Auk. No, Eothuth murmurs behind us, and I turn back to notice that he's gazing up at the house, which presently is dark except for a small glow from the windows of the main room. The largest moon is perched on our roof, with his smaller brother hovering directly over us, lighting our path. This can't be yours, he murmurs, and then seems to notice that he's talking aloud, rubbing his neck bashfully. I just mean, this is for the Omega Sun, surely. It's almost the size of the main house. Carter is the Omega Sun, I answer. More so now than we knew yesterday. He closes the distance to us, and Afek and I accept him easily between us, our game of letting him gawk at our backsides coming to an end. Wait until you see the inside, Afek says, hugging him as I am doing now. We have more rooms than Cot Brothers. I go to a different windowsill depending on what book I'm reading. I follow up to tease the general, though my days are far more productive than that. I'm reluctantly learning the skills that Eothuth already has, though I do much better as an eavesdropper than a dinner guest. Come on, we have our own entrance around the back. Pykh turns Eothuth to an indirect path, and we go a separate way, where there's another main room, much smaller, and an assortment of comfortable quarters for guardians and privileged court members who will not sleep in the Omega's nest. These separate quarters are bigger than anything a simple scout and a young warrior would have ever occupied during our service. It's bigger and nicer than Eothuth's mud cabin, which was humble as far as general's lodgings go. I'm pretty sure our wardrobe closet is the size of his old bedroom, though I certainly was not familiar with that place at the time. So many evenings I missed with my general. But looking back on it, I still could not have forgiven him. I would never have if we had not recovered Seal. Let me, I say once we are inside, moving to undress him. There are not so many straps, pouches, and weapon holsters attached to him today as I am used to. Civilian garb is much simpler, and with the release of one buckle, his entire shirt falls away easily. I drape it over a nearby perch that runs along the window. His belt is even simpler, with no waist strap, no sword, and no weapons of any kind, not even a dagger. I let Pykh take it and meld into my general again, seeing him naked for the first time in a long time. I run my hand from his stomach to his upper chest, and I'm pleased to note that there are no new injuries or scars for me to discover. His armor and skill have protected him well. My scout, he murmurs, catching my hand. My general, I murmur back, and then I feel Pykh's hands at my waist, and my skin that has gotten used to being covered with fine, comfortable older man's leggings becomes exposed to the cool night air. Pykh's tongue kissing my thigh makes me shiver. Pykh, I murmur for him, petting his hair. No, not him, Pykh answers with a grin. Both his face and his voice have lost the last traces of his puppiness that he used to have, but I did not notice until this moment here. He is a beautiful man now, young, but no longer with a sense of naivety. You will always be our Pykh, Eothuth says, no matter how many names the big guardian has. It's 3, as of today, that we know of, but I have plenty to distract myself from political worries. I swap my tail against Eothuth's sturdy hip, inviting him to explore newly unprotected areas, and his hand obliges, as I knew it would. His hand is massive, covering half of my naked rump, and he pets me up and down with no teasing, no shyness, and no shame. His touch is commanding, and I'm held close for his pleasure. The rest of his attention, however, switches to Pykh, who is newly undressed and bends over far too low to pretend to neatly fold and stack our garments. Get over here, Eothuth growls with a deep purr. Pykh gives him a look over his shoulder that is far too astonished to not be intentional. I have chores to do first. Carter is picky about how things are run around here, and if I leave these clothes a mess, I'll be whipped for it. And meanwhile, my pretty mate sinks ever deeper without bending his knees, his tail blatantly held up to show everything, while the shadows from the dim light in the room tease us. I leave the general's side at once, for this is another one of our games. Pyk's skin is hot, and his pucker is warmer still, and freshly sweetened, I notice. The faint smell of flowery soap hits me, and I'm spoiled rotten to feast on the bud. He sounds 10 years younger as he whines. I have chores to do. You do not. My mouth, tongue, and lips are busy, so I say it with my actions and push deep into that familiar giving muscle. I will take the whipping for you, Eothuth says, and presses up against me. I hear him positioning himself behind me, going to his knees. My knees are old, and already I regret not pulling Eothuth to the bed faster. We are on a rug, at least.
Soon. I don't care. The sensations of affect in my tongue are secondary. Eothas is massive. Fitting him in is a skill, and we are not well aligned like this. So soon, to avoid discomfort, I reluctantly let affect go and put my head to the floor, to spread my thighs and open my arse up for him. I am capable of little more than grunts as Eothas picks up pace with me. His hand is on my back, spreading strokes that are romantic and gentle. His other hand, however, takes a commanding grip on my tail base, and I'm not allowed to get away from him. Not only does the smell of him make me feel years younger for the memories that sensation carries, now I find this night to be quite warm, hot even. He has no trouble fitting anymore. Thank goodness, his cock produces enough lubricant for his lovers, or we would be walking with a limp in the morning. Hey, no fear, Affect says in that puppy voice of his, making me forget the man I saw earlier. He comes next to me in the same position I am in, folding his arms under his head for a pillow, and wags his butt next to mine. Wait, your turn, I say, picking my head up to bare my teeth and pretend to be angry. But I am far too warm, and it is difficult to keep my eyes open. Taking Eothas in is an effort. I'd forgotten this sensation in my belly of pooling heat and need, an energy that makes my limbs tingle, makes my skin sing with aliveness I'm usually too dull to notice. I feel close, too, and thus I am legitimately irritated and jealous when Eothas switches to our Pykh. He earns a thwack from me, just enough to hurt. I'm left to pant and feel emptiness, some of Eothas' juices slipping from my hole. I reach under to pleasure myself with my hand, but it's an entirely awkward position that no one my age ought to be making. Such a thought might affect me under normal circumstances, but when Eothas is here, it drifts away and is forgotten. Okay, that's enough. Back to me. I don't even recognize who that is. Some young man who was repressed, stoic and disciplined in his real life. It is my puppy voice, but no one else shall ever hear it. You had him longer, Affect answers. Shut up. So what? I answer in a bratty tone. I'm not finished. Oof, Oak. He's too distracted for proper words, so I continue the game alone. You can have him when I'm finished. Look at you. You can't even take him properly. But even as I tease him, I'm imagining Eothas' place and thinking that maybe I will try to hold out and take Affect after. Lovelies, be nice to each other, Eothas says behind us. I won't leave either one of you unfinished tonight. And there goes the plan for that. Eothas is more eager and hungry as he switches to me again, and now I find myself incapable of words. Incapable of holding my position too, and Eothas' grip on my tail base becomes painful, until he lets me sink and roll onto my back, climbing on top of me, and holding one of my knees up high. An old man should not be bent like this, I would say if I was not busy panting. Open your eyes. Look at me. I do as Eothas places a commanding but gentle hand on my neck. I am yours, I say with a heavy breath. Little maid, he answers, and his tongue dabs my nose. Affect's hand sneaks between us, and the filth thief squeezes my cock exactly the way that I like. Oh, you! I get out, as waves of pleasure crest over me. They are not nearly as satisfying as feeling Eothas push into me again and again. My hunger and desires are draining out of me. My energy, too. That was a mean thing to do, I say when I am done, and Eothas purrs on top of me, only moving slightly. What? I just thought you needed a little help, is all, Affect says innocently with those big eyes. I missed you, Scout, Eothas says, ignoring our spat for now. I love you. I love you too, I answer easily, though the words still feel like one of Carter's foreign phrases that I've learned by rote. I intend it meaningfully, but expressing myself does not come natural.
I practice with Pykh often, and I like life more this way, even if I still feel uncertain about speaking the words aloud sometimes. All right, pup. Carter won't like this jealous behavior. You've earned your punishment now. Of course, this is all play, and the thieving pup doesn't even get a swat as Eothuth switches to him. Eothuth is slower with him, though. Pykh does not like it as fast as I do, and he also prefers to stay on his knees, being very good at keeping his rump high and his body low, his claws raking the rug when Eothuth goes deep within him. "Sweet Pykh," I murmur, and give him a kiss. "Oak, could you—" I roll my eyes. Of course. What better way to deter a thief than to reward him, I think, with a snort. First, I find a pillow to put under his head and chest. I know exactly how he likes his pleasures. Then I touch my cock to slick my hand. I reach underneath to touch him the same way he did to me, but instead of gripping tightly to make him finish, I pinch to keep him from spilling over. "You do not make this easy for me," Eothuth groans. He refuses to finish unless he's lost. "Just a little longer," I say, though I'm mostly lying. I rest my cheek near Phykh's rump, where it's busy and loud with the sound of Eothuth fucking him. It smells great, and my tongue tickles his cute wrinkle where his tail and rump meet. It's beautiful to have this much control over him, and to keep him on the edge, so close. If only the brat might do the same for me, I think, but without any real irritation. It's all part of our game, and Pykh can always sense when I'm ready. I wait until Eothuth can barely move, or he will come, and then it is an easy thing to stroke with friction and pressure and release Phykh's pent-up seed. "You know, we have an actual nest," I say as the two fall next to each other, and I'm soon impatiently tugged to join them. "I can't get used to that anymore," Eothuth says. I weigh the opportunity cost of going to at least get some blankets and things, and then I bed down next to them. "In the morning, bed," Pykh mutters incoherently. "I love you both," I say, finding my general's bicep to make a good pillow. Chapter 61. Pykh. I pour hot tea into 3 waiting cups and season them just perfectly with dried crushed berries. A chala stick goes into Pyk's drink, and I consider dunking one into Eothuth's cup as well. Pykh says gnawing on the chala stick helps get food out from between his teeth, but it's just another elderly habit he's picked up from being around all of Ruar's older court members. My dark, mysterious elder scout is becoming civilized, and I don't tease him for it. Knowing Pykh as well as I do, there was always a small worry that he would come to regret helping Carter by joining his court. As unfriendly and quiet as he is, with all of his survival skills and his preference for the jungle, Teal and I always thought that he would one day just not come back, and we would never know. I like that Pykh will always be here with me. He's family now, the way it should be.
much smaller, and an assortment of comfortable quarters for guardians and privileged court members who will not sleep in the Omega's nest. These separate quarters are bigger than anything a simple scout and a young warrior would have ever occupied during our service. It's bigger and nicer than Eothuth's mud cabin, which was humble as far as generals' lodgings go. I'm pretty sure our wardrobe closet is the size of his old bedroom, though I certainly was not familiar with that place at the time. So many evenings I missed with my general. But looking back on it, I still could not have forgiven him. I would never have if we had not recovered Seal. "Let me," I say once we are inside, moving to undress him. There are not so many straps, pouches, and weapon holsters attached to him today as I am used to. Civilian garb is much simpler, and with the release of one buckle, his entire shirt falls away easily. I drape it over a nearby perch that runs along the window. His belt is even simpler, with no waist strap, no sword, and no weapons of any kind, not even a dagger. I let Affect take it and meld into my general again, seeing him naked for the first time in a long time. I run my hand from his stomach to his upper chest, and I'm pleased to note that there are no new injuries or scars for me to discover. His armor and skill have protected him well. "My scout," he murmurs, catching my hand. "My general," I murmur back, and then I feel Affect's hands at my waist, and my skin that has gotten used to being covered with fine, comfortable older man's leggings becomes exposed to the cool night air. Affect's tongue kissing my thigh makes me shiver. "Pykh," I murmur for him, petting his hair. "No, not him," Affect answers with a grin. Both his face and his voice have lost the last traces of his puppiness that he used to have, but I did not notice until this moment here. He is a beautiful man now, young, but no longer with a sense of naivety. "You will always be our Pykh," Eothuth says, "no matter how many names the big guardian has. It's 3, as of today, that we know of, but I have plenty to distract myself from political worries." I swap my tail against Eothuth's sturdy hip, inviting him to explore newly unprotected areas, and his hand obliges, as I knew it would. His hand is massive, covering half of my naked rump, and he pets me up and down with no teasing, no shyness, and no shame. His touch is commanding, and I'm held close for his pleasure. The rest of his attention, however, switches to Affect, who is newly undressed and bends over far too low to pretend to neatly fold and stack our garments. "Get over here," Eothuth growls with a deep purr. Affect gives him a look over his shoulder that is far too astonished to not be intentional. "I have chores to do first. Carter is picky about how things are run around here, and if I leave these clothes a mess, I'll be whipped for it." And meanwhile, my pretty mate sinks ever deeper without bending his knees, his tail blatantly held up to show everything, while the shadows from the dim light in the room tease us. I leave the general's side at once, for this is another one of our games. Affect's skin is hot, and his pucker is warmer still, and freshly sweetened, I notice. The faint smell of flowery soap hits me, and I'm spoiled rotten to feast on the bud. He sounds 10 years younger as he whines. "I have chores to do." You do not. My mouth, tongue, and lips are busy, so I say it with my actions and push deep into that familiar giving muscle. "I will take the whipping for you," Eothuth says, and presses up against me. I hear him positioning himself behind me, going to his knees. My knees are old, and already I regret not pulling Eothuth to the bed faster. We are on a rug, at least. Soon. I don't care. The sensations of Affect in my tongue are secondary. Eothuth is massive. Fitting him in is a skill, and we are not well aligned like this. So soon, to avoid discomfort, I reluctantly let Affect go and put my head to the floor, to spread my thighs and open my arse up for him. I am capable of little more than grunts as Eothuth picks up pace with me. His hand is on my back, spreading strokes that are romantic and gentle. His other hand, however, takes a commanding grip on my tail base, and I'm not allowed to get away from him. Not only does the smell of him make me feel years younger for the memories that sensation carries, now I find this night to be quite warm, hot even. He has no trouble fitting anymore. Thank goodness, his cock produces enough lubricant for his lovers, or we would be walking with a limp in the morning. "Hey, no fear," Pykh says in that puppy voice of his, making me forget the man I saw earlier. He comes next to me in the same position I am in, folding his arms under his head for a pillow, and wags his butt next to mine. "Wait, your turn," I say, picking my head up to bare my teeth and pretend to be angry. But I am far too warm, and it is difficult to keep my eyes open. Taking Earthus in is an effort. I'd forgotten this sensation in my belly of pooling heat and need, an energy that makes my limbs tingle, makes my skin sing with aliveness I'm usually too dull to notice. I feel close, too, and thus I am legitimately irritated and jealous when Earthus switches to our Pykh. He earns a thwack from me, just enough to hurt. I'm left to pant and feel emptiness, some of Earthus's juices slipping from my hole. I reach under to pleasure myself with my hand, but it's an entirely awkward position that no one my age ought to be making. Such a thought might affect me under normal circumstances, but when Earthus is here, it drifts away and is forgotten. Okay, that's enough. Back to me. I don't even recognize who that is. Some young man who was repressed, stoic and disciplined in his real life. It is my puppy voice, but no one else shall ever hear it. "You had him longer," Pykh answers. "Shut up." "So what?" I answer in a bratty tone. "I'm not finished." "Oof, Oak." He's too distracted for proper words, so I continue the game alone. "You can have him when I'm finished. Look at you. You can't even take him properly." But even as I tease him, I'm imagining Earthus' place and thinking that maybe I will try to hold out and take Pykh after. "Lovelies, be nice to each other," Earthus says behind us. "I won't leave either one of you unfinished tonight." And there goes the plan for that. Earthus is more eager and hungry as he switches to me again, and now I find myself incapable of words. Incapable of holding my position too, and Earthus' grip on my tail base becomes painful, until he lets me sink and roll onto my back, climbing on top of me, and holding one of my knees up high. An old man should not be bent like this, I would say if I was not busy panting. "Open your eyes. Look at me." I do as Earthus places a commanding but gentle hand on my neck. "I am yours," I say with a heavy breath. "Little mate," he answers, and his tongue dabs my nose. Pyk's hand sneaks between us, and the filk thief squeezes my cock exactly the way that I like. "Oh, you!" I get out, as waves of pleasure crest over me. They are not nearly as satisfying as feeling Earthus push into me again and again. My hunger and desires are draining out of me. My energy, too. "That was a mean thing to do," I say when I am done, and Earthus purrs on top of me, only moving slightly. "What? I just thought you needed a little help, is all," Pykh says innocently with those big eyes. "I missed you, Scout," Earthus says, ignoring our spat for now. "I love you." "I love you too," I answer easily, though the words still feel like one of Carter's foreign phrases that I've learned by rote. I intend it meaningfully, but expressing myself does not come natural. I practice with Pykh often, and I like life more this way, even if I still feel uncertain about speaking the words aloud sometimes. "All right, pup. Carter won't like this jealous behavior. You've earned your punishment now." Of course, this is all play, and the thieving pup doesn't even get a swat as Earthus switches to him. Earthus is slower with him, though. Pykh does not like it as fast as I do.
And he also prefers to stay on his knees, being very good at keeping his rump high and his body low, his claws raking the rug when Eothas goes deep within him. "Sweet Pykh," I murmur, and give him a kiss. "Oak, could you—" I roll my eyes. "Of course. What better way to deter a thief than to reward him?" I think with a snort. First, I find a pillow to put under his head and chest. I know exactly how he likes his pleasures. Then I touch my cock to slick my hand. I reach underneath to touch him the same way he did to me, but instead of gripping tightly to make him finish, I pinch to keep him from spilling over. "You do not make this easy for me," Eothas groans. He refuses to finish unless he's lost. "Just a little longer," I say, though I'm mostly lying. I rest my cheek near Afek's rump, where it's busy and loud with the sound of Eothas fucking him. It smells great, and my tongue tickles his cute wrinkle where his tail and rump meet. It's beautiful to have this much control over him, and to keep him on the edge, so close. If only the brat might do the same for me, I think, but without any real irritation. It's all part of our game, and Afek can always sense when I'm ready. I wait until Eothas can barely move, or he will come, and then it is an easy thing to stroke with friction and pressure and release Afek's pent-up seed. "You know, we have an actual nest," I say as the two fall next to each other, and I'm soon impatiently tugged to join them. "I can't get used to that anymore," Eothas says. I weigh the opportunity cost of going to at least get some blankets and things, and then I bed down next to them. "In the morning, bed," Afek mutters incoherently. "I love you both," I say, finding my general's bicep to make a good pillow. Chapter 61. Afek. I pour hot tea into 3 waiting cups and season them just perfectly with dried crushed berries. A chala stick goes into Auk's drink, and I consider dunking one into Eothas' cup as well. Auk says gnawing on the chala stick helps get food out from between his teeth, but it's just another elderly habit he's picked up from being around all of Ruar's older court members. My dark, mysterious elder scout is becoming civilized, and I don't tease him for it. Knowing Auk as well as I do, there was always a small worry that he would come to regret helping Carter by joining his court. As unfriendly and quiet as he is, with all of his survival skills and his preference for the jungle, Teal and I always thought that he would one day just not come back, and we would never know. I like that Auk will always be here with me. He's family now, the way it should be.